Chapter 1. The Hunt. West Sea, August Island. In the heart of the street, the pirate Captain Lords, wielding a massive cutlass over his shoulder, gazed at a chest of treasure before him and inquired of his crew, "Is all the treasure here?" "Almost all of it." "Good. Let us depart." Nodding with satisfaction, Lords beckoned his crew to lift the treasure chest, intending to leave the island. However, just as they were about to take a few steps, they suddenly noticed a young man wearing a leather hat standing at the end of the street, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The youth was of modest height, with a pistol tucked at his left waist and a short sword hanging at his right, holding a yellowed piece of paper in his hand as he intently studied it, oblivious to his surroundings. Where did this brat come from? Lords was momentarily taken aback. The civilians on this island had long been plundered by them, too frightened to even step outside. The youth's sudden appearance, daring to block their path, was perplexing. Did he intend to thwart their departure? His crew, also momentarily stunned, soon erupted into laughter, one of them flicking his wrist to draw a gun, aiming it directly at the youth at the street's end. "Hey, kid, if you don't want to die, get out of the way." The youth, undeterred by the gun pointed at him, calmly raised his head, ignoring the weapon, and instead fixed his gaze directly upon Captain Lords. 16 million berries bounty. The great Cutlass Lords, is it? You've got quite the eye, but you best skedaddle before I lose my temper. Lords lifted his chin slightly, a smug expression gracing his face. For pirates, having a high bounty was a source of pride, and the 16 million berries bounty was no small sum. It was something he took great pride in. "Glad I recognized you correctly." The youth nodded, casually tossing the paper into the air, saying, "Then I shall collect the head worth 16 million berries." Bang! 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 Barely had the words left his lips when a youth swiftly drew his pistol, firing 6 shots in rapid succession at Lords and his crew. The pirates were evidently caught off guard. They never anticipated that this lone youth would dare to take the initiative against them, and with such speed. The sound of gunfire echoed. 5 men collapsed. The only shot that missed its mark was aimed at Lords, deflected by the massive cutlass resting on his shoulder. At that moment, the paper discarded by the youth slowly floated to the ground, revealing a bounty notice with the great Cutlass Lords as the target. Not far away. Although Lords had managed to block the youth's shot, he could not prevent the sight of 5 of his men lying defeated, rage contorting his face. "You are dead," he roared, swinging his great cutlass as he charged at the youth, the sheer force of the blow creating a wind that felt as if it would cleave anything in half. Yet, in the face of Lord's strike, the youth remained unperturbed. He nonchalantly holstered his pistol, clasped his hands before him, and braced himself against the cutlass, seeking death. Seeing this, Lord sneered. His cutlass was not only massive but also crafted from special material, both hard and incredibly heavy. Most individuals would struggle to withstand such a weapon, yet this youth dared to confront it barehanded, foolhardy indeed. But, almost instantaneously, as the youth's palms made contact with the blade, Lord's expression shifted dramatically as an uncanny force enveloped the entire cutlass. Crack! Crack! Before the cutlass could descend, it twisted violently under the influence of this strange power, contorting into a twisted mess. The force continued to surge upwards, engulfing Lord's hands and the youth's horrified gaze. Crack! A bone-chilling scream erupted from Lords as the twisted cutlass, now a grotesque shape, splattered blood and mangled pieces of bone and flesh across the ground. You! Lords collapsed, eyes wide with terror as he looked at the youth before him. "You are a bounty hunter, Ghost Hand Roz." "Correct, but alas, there is no prize." Roz smiled, drawing the short sword from his waist, stepping forward to deliver a horizontal slice, sending a head soaring into the air, accompanied by a spray of blood. At that moment, a crisp electronic sound chimed in Roz's ear. "Bounty of 16 million berries. The great Cutlass Lords has been hunted. Reward granted. 45 points of proficiency and 1 free talent point." Upon hearing the electronic announcement, a smile crept across Roz's face. "The first bounty of 16 million. The rewards are indeed generous, and I even receive a free talent point." He had once been an intern in another world, inexplicably transported to the realm of One Piece a year ago, now equipped with a talent system in his mind. Hunting bounty pirates would yield proficiency points and free talent points. With this talent system, he had thrived over the past year, now capable of effortlessly handling pirates with bounties as high as 16 million berries. With a mere thought, 3 translucent and peculiar trees, visible only to him, appeared before him, their crowns labeled as Life, General, and Combat. The life talents encompassed various skills like navigation, cooking, and music, of which Roz had only allocated a single point to navigation. The general talents included strength enhancement, agility enhancement, and stamina enhancement, along with minor skills like running, jumping, and flexibility. Activating a minor talent required 1 free talent point, while a major talent necessitated 2. Roz had thus far activated only 1 major talent in agility enhancement. Lastly, the combat talents remained Roz's primary focus of expertise. Upon opening the combat talent tree, it magnified, its trunk branching out, the majority of branches appearing in a dull hue, with only a few shimmering in golden yellow. The golden branches represented activated talents, while the dull branches were yet to be unlocked. Currently, Roz had activated only 3 talents: firearm shooting, close combat, and the twisting fruit, each denoting their respective proficiency levels. Firearms shooting, 50. Close combat, 80. Twisting fruit, 50. Among these, both firearms shooting and close combat reached a proficiency of 50, marking them as proficient, with 100 indicating mastery and a maximum being 200. No need to invest further in firearms shooting proficiency is sufficient. I should focus on elevating close combat to the mastery level first. Chapter 2. The Talent System. Roz surveyed his talents in firearms shooting and close combat, quickly deciding to allocate 20 of the recently acquired 45 proficiency points to close combat. Swish! As the proficiency in close combat reached 100, a golden light flashed, and the designation shifted from proficient to mastery. Simultaneously, Roz felt his body become significantly more agile, as an abundance of combat techniques seemed to imprint themselves deep within his very bones. The remaining 25 points can be allocated to the twisting fruit. Roz contemplated the third talent, the twisting fruit. The twisting fruit was not a product of the talent system, but rather a power he had stumbled upon during a perilous encounter. Faced with a life-or-death situation, he had consumed the fruit without knowing its abilities, taking a gamble. Upon consuming the fruit, a massive branch labeled Twisting Fruit appeared in the combat talent tree. The fundamental ability of this devil fruit was to distort any material it touched. Even solid steel could be twisted into knots with ease. Seemingly ordinary, it held a formidable potential for evolution within the talent system. On this extensive branch, various abilities were displayed: twisting light, twisting gravity, twisting space, and, at its pinnacle, an astounding ability twisting time. To fully develop the twisting fruit talent, substantial proficiency would be required. Twisting light, 100. Twisting gravity, 300. Twisting space, 600. Twisting time, 1,000. Unlike firearms shooting and close combat, these extended abilities were additional branches requiring not only sufficient proficiency, but also the expenditure of free talent points for activation. This was precisely why Roz was so elated to have gained a free talent point after hunting lords. Including the 1 free talent point he had hesitated to use earlier, Roz now possessed 2 free talent points. Soon enough, Roz allocated the remaining 25 proficiency points to the twisting fruit. Every talent within the tree would strengthen as proficiency increased, and achieving milestones like 50 or 100 would yield significant enhancements. One more hunt of a pirate like Lords will allow me to unlock the first branch of the twisting fruit talent. Feeling a significant enhancement in his mastery over the devil fruit, Roz nodded, a glimmer of anticipation illuminating his eyes. Twisted light. This branch talent appeared seemingly trivial, yet it possessed immense potential for development. For instance, it could create illusions and duplicates by distorting light, or even bend intense brightness to deprive enemies of their sight, thus proving to be an exceptionally formidable ability. Unless one had attained mastery of the observation hockey, they would find themselves severely constrained and limited under the influence of this power of light distortion. Observation hockey. Upon contemplating the observation hockey, Roz instinctively looked upwards. Above the talent tree, there were three abilities: observation, armament, and conqueror's hockey. However, these three abilities were currently shrouded in a dull gray hue, indicating that he had yet to meet the activation conditions. This could be due to insufficient free talent points, or perhaps his physical strength not reaching the level required to master the three forms of hockey. As Roz cast a glance at the talent tree and prepared to exit, he inadvertently noticed that one area of talent had transformed from gray to green. Green signified activation readiness. Has the Navy's 6 styles been unlocked? Within that region, there were 6 abilities: shave, moonwalk, gale foot, iron body, paper drawing, and finger pistol. Among these, paper drawing and shave had turned a vibrant green, while moonwalk, gale foot, iron body, and finger pistol remained in gray. It seems my proficiency in close combat has reached the mastery level, fulfilling the activation conditions for paper drawing and shave. As I surmised, my physical strength must meet certain criteria, or specific talents must be activated to unlock other abilities. Nodding to himself, Roz contemplated the implications of activating paper drawing and shave. Activating shave and paper drawing required 1 free talent point each, and he currently possessed exactly 2 free talent points, allowing him to activate both abilities simultaneously. The challenge lay in the fact that free talent points were not guaranteed from slaying pirates. It had taken him 6 months to earn 2 points by defeating 4 or 5 bountiful pirates with rewards around 10 million. Ultimately, Roz resolved to activate the shave ability from the Navy's 6 styles first. Shave was a technique for rapid movement, while paper drawing served as a dodging maneuver. If he encountered genuine danger, he could easily escape using shave and, if necessary, activate paper drawing during his retreat. He decided to retain 1 free talent point as a reserve to avoid the awkward situation of having the proficiency of the twisted fruit, yet being unable to activate its branch ability. Swish! Adding the free talent point to the vibrant green branch of shave, it flickered briefly before abruptly transforming into a brilliant gold. Simultaneously, a surge of power flowed rapidly into Roz's body. With his eyes tightly shut, his pupils danced within, and what felt like mere seconds to him was akin to 3 months of continuous training in shave. When he opened his eyes, the steps of shave were indelibly etched into his bones and memory. Taking a deep breath, Roz immediately put it to the test. Shave! Roz seemed to vanish in an instant, dashing out at astonishing speed, so rapid that an ordinary person would struggle to trace his movement. After executing shave several times, Roz returned to his original position, slightly panting, a look of satisfaction shining in his eyes. While utilizing shave, the physical exertion is considerable, yet my speed is at least 2 to 3 times the norm. Having allocated a talent point to enhance agility, his natural speed was already impressive combined with shave. Even pirates with bounties below 20 million would likely be unable to react in time. Time to go. As Roz steadied his breathing, he seized the severed head of Rhodos, valued at 16 million berries, and departed from the street, swiftly arriving at the shoreline. Docked at the shore were 2 vessels, one slightly larger, adorned with a pirate flag, and the other, a tad smaller, was Roz's own ship. The pirate ship belonged to the Great Blade pirate crew, and while there had originally been 2 of Rhodas' subordinates on board, Roz had efficiently eliminated them upon his arrival. Thud! Roz tossed Rhodas' head onto his small ship, leaped aboard with ease, deftly untied the mooring ropes, raised the sail, and set off across the water. The only talent he had invested in the lifestyle category was navigation, as this world belonged to the Pirate King, and lacking navigational skills would spell doom. Chapter 3: Navy Base. The maritime region where Roz found himself was densely populated with islands, situated within the Orquicus Sea, one of the 5 great seas of the West. Although merely a segment of the West Sea, the pirate forces here were significantly stronger than those in the East Sea. Among them, the highest bounty reached 35 million berries, and those with bounties of 10 or 20 million were numerous enough to count on both hands. However, to date, the number of pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million who had perished at Roz's hands, including Rhodos, had reached 4. Now, 10 years into the Great Pirate Era, while the four emperors' powers had solidified their territories, the warlords of the sea remained scattered, lacking any semblance of order. For Raz, the ambition to confront the four emperors and the seven warlords, or to contend with the Navy's elders, still felt somewhat distant. Half a day later, Raz arrived at an island with a Navy outpost, which was the closest to him. The island was small, with only a quaint town, a place he frequented often. That is the infamous Demon Hand Raz. Upon witnessing Raz stride into the town from the shore, the residents were overtaken by expressions of sheer terror. Some hastily yanked their children back inside their homes, while others firmly shut their doors. The profession of a bounty hunter, though it involves hunting pirates, lacks the honor associated with the Navy. After all, the overwhelming majority of bounty hunters are driven by greed. Raz, however, remained indifferent to these perceptions. He harbored disdain for both pirates and the Navy. Pirates are unpredictable, fleeing wildly from the Navy, while the Navy is bound by orders and regulations, often hampered by the presence of corrupt officers whose actions can be even more despicable than those of pirates. In contrast, the bounty hunter's role appeared far more straightforward. Is it really the Demon Hand, Raz? Has he returned so soon? It feels like it's barely been half a month. Raz's arrival sent the Navy division into disarray, with countless officers stirred into action. Many young recruits and sergeants, upon seeing the severed head he carried, were visibly shaken, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads as they swallowed nervously. Before long, the commanding officer of this Navy division, Colonel Moby, clad in a Navy cloak emblazoned with the word justice, entered the hall. "Who is it this time?" Colonel Moby asked, his expression grave and displeased. "I end this naval base. Capturing a pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million was a rare feat. Yet Raz, the bounty hunter, had delivered 3 such heads in just 2 months. While it was indeed commendable to eliminate vicious pirates, it also underscored the Navy's incompetence, relying on bounty hunters to do their job. The great swordman Lordies, with a bounty of 16 million berries. Raz produced a wanted poster from his coat and gently placed it on the table, gesturing for Colonel Moby to compare. Startled, Colonel Moby's eyes widened at the mention of Lordies. "You took him down?" He recalled a previous attempt to capture Lordies, which had ended in failure. Astonishingly, less than a month later, Lordies had been vanquished by Raz. A mere glance at the head on the table confirmed its identity as that of the great swordman Lordies. "Wait here. I must report to my superiors." After a few moments of scrutinizing Lordies' head, Colonel Moby cast a deep glance at Raz before retreating to his office. Shortly thereafter, Colonel Moby re-emerged into the hall. "The verification is complete, and your bounty will be delivered shortly." He paused, then continued, his tone tinged with annoyance. "The Navy is currently expanding its ranks. The headquarters has instructed me to inquire if you would consider joining us. If you agree, we could grant you the rank of Navy Major. A major, you say?" Raz stroked his chin, chuckling lightly. "Does that not mean I would have to follow your orders?" "I think not. I prefer to operate without constraints." Colonel Moby snorted, having had no desire to see Raz join the Navy in the first place. It was merely a directive from headquarters, and Raz's rejection was a welcome relief. Hours passed, and the bounty of 16 million for Lordies was delivered. Filling a backpack, Raz opened it, glanced inside, and, uninterested in counting, simply slung it over his shoulder. "Colonel, shall we stand idly by?" asked Major Laika, who stood beside Moby, his teeth clenched as he watched Raz depart. "What do you propose?" Moby shot Laika a look, snorting heavily. "If you wish to restore our lost prestige, then get to work. Capture those pirates rampaging about." "Yes, sir." Laika, chastised by Moby, twitched his facial muscles before bowing his head in acquiescence. After leaving the Navy division, Raz found it was already midnight. He was unperturbed by the prospect of being robbed in the dead of night, bearing a backpack filled with riches as he made his way to the coast. He boarded his small boat and navigated back to his residence. This was a medium-sized island, home to several small towns, with a bustling city at its center. Raz resided in one of these small towns. By the time he returned, dawn had already broken. "Raz is back. Was your journey successful? Did you sustain any injuries? Have you eaten? We made noodles at home. Do come and try." The townsfolk greeted Raz warmly. For months prior, when pirates had ravaged their town, it was Raz who had bravely stood against them, defeating numerous pirates and saving the townspeople. Roz smiled and exchanged pleasantries with the locals before retreating to his modest abode. He tossed the backpack filled with money onto his bed and collapsed onto it, drifting in a slumber that he slept soundly until the afternoon. Upon awakening, Roz assessed his current wealth, discovering he possessed over 40 million berries. That sum was sufficient to purchase a larger vessel. Though the matter of finding crew members posed a challenge, a contemplative expression crossed his face. Nico Robin was hiding on this very island. Nestled within the underground intelligence agency of the central city that, in Roz's opinion, Robin would make an ideal crew member, aside from her hefty bounty of 79 million berries. Ultimately, however, he felt his strength fell short. Had he possessed power comparable to the four emperors, recruiting Robin would pose no issue, for neither the Navy nor the world government would dare to provoke him. Shaking his head, he left his home, intending to grab a bite to eat before returning to train diligently. Though exercising his physique would not enhance his innate talent, such improvement was independent of the talent system. His current physicality was far from robust, leaving ample room for growth. Chapter 4. A pot from the sky, 1 order of seafood noodles, please. Arriving at a small restaurant in the town, Roz found a seat and waved to the owner. The proprietor, familiar with Roz, grinned broadly and poured him a glass of water before retreating to the kitchen to prepare his meal. As Roz sipped his water, he pondered the direction of his training. Suddenly, a commotion outside interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see a large contingent of Navy officers, armed with firearms and standard-issue swords, bustling through the street, conducting a search. What on earth is happening? Roz wondered, perplexed. Could it be that a pirate has infiltrated the town? Just as he sat there, observing the Navy's activities, one of the officers spotted him seated within the restaurant. There he is, the officer. Momentarily taken aback, immediately shouted, raising his firearm and aiming it at her OZ. In an instant, the entire street was swarming with Navy personnel, encircling the restaurant and trapping Roz at its center, countless firearms trained on him. Criminal Roz, surrender at once. Do not attempt to resist. We have you surrounded. A Navy major stepped forward, brandishing a long sword, his expression stern as he directed his command at Roz, still holding his cup of water. Roz stared, momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. What is the meaning of this? He surveyed the restaurant, realizing he was the sole patron. His brow furrowed as he set down his cup and inquired of the encroaching officers. The leading Navy major scowled, but quickly regained his composure, barking, "Do not play dumb. Your crimes cannot simply vanish. Surrender now." A criminal. Roz's face flickered with confusion, anger, and disbelief. Bounty hunter. Hunting pirates should not warrant punishment. And his thoughts of recruiting Robin had not yet come to fruition. Could the Navy read minds or predict the future? Just as Roz grappled with his bewilderment, the Navy major, perceiving Roz's feigned ignorance, shouted, "Surrender immediately, or we will take action." Roz's expression hardened, the frustration building within him. He had chosen the path of a bounty hunter partly to evade the Navy's pursuit and avoid conflict with them. However, wanting to avoid confrontation did not equate to fear have them approach him out of the blue. Branding him a criminal and demanding his surrender was utterly absurd. Can someone kindly inform me of the charges against me? Roz coldly directed his gaze at the Navy officers outside. The Navy major, seething with rage, retorted, "You will understand the nature of your crimes when you face judgment." As his words fell, he issued a direct command, causing numerous sailors to simultaneously pull their triggers. In an instant, fiery streaks erupted, and countless bullets were hurled towards Roz. Bang! Almost at the very moment the sailors opened fire, the ground beneath Roz shattered like a spider's web. While the table before him splintered at the same time, he, like a mere afterimage, dashed out of the restaurant. Where did he go? The naval lieutenant was momentarily taken aback, swinging his sword in a futile attempt to strike. Yet he found nothing but empty air, as Roz had already vanished without a trace. Not far away, on a rooftop, Roz stood behind a chimney. Casting a glance at the town below, he observed that the entire area had been encircled by the Navy, with 2 warships anchored off the distant coastline, causing his brows to furrow in concern. Such a commotion. Apart from hunting pirates, he had not engaged in any activities that would provoke the Navy. It was evident that something had transpired, and the blame had been unjustly placed upon him. A surge of indignation welled up within Ross, his eyes betraying a flicker of anger. Whoever had thrust this unjust accusation upon him would not escape unscathed. First, he needed to ascertain the truth of the matter. Descending from the rooftop, Ross arrived at an alleyway. Seizing the moment when a squad of sailors passed by, he swiftly pulled the last sailor in the group into the alley. Covering his mouth, "Make a sound, and you'll regret it." Ross retrieved a dagger from his pocket, pressing it against the sailor's neck, his gaze icy as he slowly released his grip. The sailor's face was a mask of terror. He yearned to scream, but the sharp, cold blade rendered him paralyzed, as if his throat were in a vice. Ross coldly inquired, "First question, what is your objective?" The sailor, trembling with fear, cast anxious glances at Ross. Terrified that a mere tremor of Ross's hand would sever his neck, Ross slightly withdrew the dagger, his voice chilling. "Speak quickly." To arrest the demon hand, Ross, the sailor, relieved that the dagger had moved away, stammered, his face still etched with fear. After a brief nod, Ross fixed his gaze on the sailor's eyes, his voice icy as he asked, "Second question, why do you wish to arrest me?" The sailor was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question. A flicker of confusion flashing in his eyes, but under the threat of the dagger, he stuttered out, It's because of the Taro Town incident." "You are the culprit." At this revelation, Ross's brow furrowed in contemplation. He was about to inquire further about the Taro Town incident when a loud shout echoed from outside the alley. "Yes, here." Realizing he had been discovered by the Navy, Ross abandoned his questioning. Knowing he had been unjustly accused of the Taro Town incident, for what that incident entailed, he could likely find out from any number of places. With a swift movement, Ross activated his ability. Vanishing into thin air, leaving the bewildered sailor leaning against the wall, utterly confused, he had no idea why they were after him. The Navy of the West Sea stood in stark contrast to that of the East Sea depicted in the original tale. In the East Sea, capturing a pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries could elevate an officer straight to the rank of commander, as the highest bounty for a pirate in that region barely reached 20 million berries. However, in the West Sea, the most notorious pirates boasted bounties exceeding 50 million berries. Even in this region, the highest bounties approached 30 million. Thus, promotions within the West Sea Navy were significantly more challenging than in the East Sea, indicating a markedly stronger overall Navy presence, second only to the Grand Line. Pirates with bounties around 20 million berries would typically flee upon encountering a Navy commander, as the likelihood of escape was high. And victory was nearly impossible. Every commander had at least captured a pirate with a bounty of 30 million. Yet, upon acquiring the ability of Soru, Ross's strength now surpassed that of the average 30 million berry pirate. Therefore, amidst the onslaught of numerous sailors, Ross managed to escape with little effort, leaving the town behind. Chapter 5. The Underground Intelligence Network desiring to evade the Navy's pursuit on this island, Ross concocted a ruse that suggested he had already fled by sea. Then quietly returned to the island. This method may not elude the Navy for long, but for Ross, time was of no consequence. He merely sought to clarify the situation. Let us head to Gel City. Ross cast a distant glance at the small town where he had resided for a year, shook his head, and turned to follow a path leading to the island's bustling center. That town housed an underground intelligence organization, and a significant portion of the pirates he had hunted had been tracked down through information gathered there. Navigating the winding roads and scaling hills, 2 hours later, Ross donned a low-brimmed leather hat as he walked the streets of Gel City. He did not make a concerted effort to conceal his presence, and the locals showed little reaction, implying that news of the Taro Town incident had yet to reach this place. However, Ross's curiosity extended beyond merely understanding the Taro Town affair. He also sought to uncover who had orchestrated this unjust accusation against him, which had led to the Navy's pursuit. As he approached the location of the Underground Intelligence Organization, a flurry of newspapers suddenly rained down from the sky onto the nearby street, prompting many to pick one up and read. Incredible! The demon hand Ross has allegedly pillaged and slaughtered an entire town. Was he the one who dealt with several pirates boasting bounties in the tens of millions? Many onlookers expressed their astonishment, their faces marked by shock. Ross paused for a moment, pulling his hat down lower as he passed through the crowd, silently retrieving a newspaper. The Taro Town incident. a quaint town with just over 70 residents. Known for its warmth, was ravaged and slaughtered overnight, reduced to a wasteland. Following a meticulous investigation by the Navy, the perpetrator has been identified as the pirate hunter, the demon hand Ross. A flicker of anger flashed in Ross's eyes. Meanwhile, the murmurs of the passers-by continuously reached his ears. I never expected the demon hand Ross to be such a terrifying pirate. I've always said that pirate hunters are no different from pirates. They are equally corrupt, motivated solely by greed. Such deeds are hardly surprising, that I hope the Navy captures this scoundrel swiftly. His fingers pressed firmly against the newspaper. Crumpling it into a ball, Ross fell into silence for a moment before turning and stepping into a nearby alley, discarding the newspaper into a trash bin. After traversing several streets, Ross entered a tavern. The establishment was nearly empty, save for a lone proprietor yawning behind the counter. Ross entered, briefly scanning the owner before opting not to engage in conversation. Instead, moving directly to the back room, he pushed open a door and descended a narrow staircase leading underground. The staircase was exceedingly cramped, but upon reaching the bottom, he was met with a spacious room adorned with exquisite tables and chairs. Resembling a high-end tavern. What big news this is! The Demon Hand Ross, TSK. With this development, we have one less competitor for business. Not just a competitor gone. The Navy will undoubtedly issue a bounty. I wonder how high it will be. I doubt it will be less than 20 million berries. A few pirate hunters lounged on the sofas, discussing the news while holding newspapers. Just then, Ross descended from above. Upon seeing Ross, their chatter abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned toward him, their expressions varying from cold smirks to bemused grins, while others displayed signs of tension. Ross's face bore no trace of anger. Instead, it was marked by an unsettling calm. He cast a detached glance around the hall, where silence reigned, and no one dared to make light of the situation, although Ross found himself in a dire predicament. Possibly facing a Navy bounty, his strength was widely acknowledged among pirate hunters as formidable. Most pirate hunters engage in teamwork, targeting bounties primarily under 10 million, even when they pursue high bounty pirates exceeding that amount. It is merely an occasional endeavor. In stark contrast, Roz, who operates solo, has astonishingly hunted several pirates with bounties in the tens of millions within just a few months. His prowess is undoubtedly formidable. And in the world of pirate hunters and the underbelly of society, strength equates to status. It is evident that Roz is in a foul mood as silence envelopes the room. Roz retracts his gaze and strides toward the inner hall, pushing open a door to enter. Only when the door has fully closed behind him does a sigh of relief escape from those within the hall. Who would have thought he would come here at such a time? It appears the Navy's encirclement has utterly failed. As expected, they are as ineffectual as ever. One person raises a glass and takes a swig. Who knows how this situation will ultimately unfold? By the way, what do you think he is here for? He can no longer operate as a pirate hunter. Someone beside him shrugs and replies, who knows? Perhaps he seeks to gather intelligence on the Navy and then make his escape. Inside the inner chamber of the underground establishment, a profound tranquility prevails compared to the outside. The soundproofing is superb, effectively blocking out any external chatter after the door closes. The chamber is modest, furnished only with a sofa, a bookshelf, and a desk. Behind the desk sits a middle-aged man with a thick beard, a cigar in his mouth. Tren, the leader of this underground intelligence organization. Beside the desk, a girl of about 16 or 17, with long black hair, is diligently organizing a pile of documents, seemingly memorizing their contents. Although she appears quite youthful, Roz recognized her immediately upon their first meeting a few months prior. She is none other than Nico Robin, the fabled child of the devil from the original narrative. Currently, she struggles for survival in the underground world, serving as a crucial figure in this intelligence organization. Utilizing her remarkable memory to record various pieces of intel for seamless handover at any moment. Is that not the infamous demon hand, Roz? I did not expect you to arrive here at such a time. Tren remarks, looking up at Roz. The timing is rather inconvenient. Roz replies calmly, meeting Tren's gaze. You must be aware of my situation, hence you should know what information I seek. A faint smile curves Tren's lips as he removes the cigar from his mouth. Are you referring to the intel on Taro Town? I happen to possess insider information, but given your current standing, selling this information to you entails considerable risk. Therefore, the price will be doubled. Roz fixates on Tren for a moment. No problem. Very well, Tren responds, a smile spreading across his face as he turns toward Nico Robin. The insider information on Taro Town, you haven't destroyed it yet, have you? Hand it over to him directly. The 16-year-old Nico Robin nods, deftly flipping through a few papers before swiftly extracting 2 notes, which she presents to Roz. The 2 pieces of information are unencrypted. Roz takes the notes from Robin, examining them closely. After handing over the notes, Robin quietly returns to her position, continuing to organize and memorize the chaotic array of information. Although Robin appears considerably more juvenile than in the original story, having been a target with a bounty of 79 million berries at the tender age of 8, she has managed to survive in the treacherous underground world of the West Sea. It is evident that she possesses a keen intellect and remarkable adaptability. As for her memory and learning capabilities, they are beyond reproach. An 8-year-old archaeological prodigy, she is undeniably impressive if Roz were to assemble a crew. He has meticulously considered not only Robin, but also Trafalgar Law and others, each possessing astute minds and operational styles that align with his own. However, these considerations are only pertinent should he genuinely intend to pursue a path as a pirate. For now, he has no desire to unwittingly shoulder a massive burden and engage in conflict with the Navy. The notes contain little text. After reading them, Roz's brow furrows slightly as he contemplates the implications. Initially, he assumed it was the work of a certain band of pirates who had framed him, but to his surprise, the matter pertains not to pirates, but rather to the underground mafia of the West Sea. The Capone family, are they not the infamous mafia led by Capone Beach, a supernova from the original narrative? Roz ponders for a moment, his expression growing increasingly stern. Regardless of the faction, if they commit acts and then shift the blame onto him, believing they can rest easy, they are gravely mistaken. I require information on the Capone family within this maritime region, Roz states, raising his gaze to Tren, who has risen from his seat at some point. Tren flicks off the ash from his cigar and contemplates for a moment. I understand the information you seek. The price will be as stated. Agreed. Nodding in affirmation, Tren directs his attention to Robin. Proceed. Robin nods and steps beside Roz, briefly exchanging glances before quietly recounting the information Roz requires. After committing the intel to memory, Roz retrieves a few stacks of cash from his bag and tosses them to Tren before turning to leave. Robin's gaze lingers on Roz's departing figure for a few seconds before she shifts her focus back to the clutter of documents on the desk. As Roz exits the inner chamber, he strides past a myriad of pirate hunters in the outer hall, each displaying varied expressions, before making his way out of the underground base. To his surprise, upon emerging from the depths of the alley, he unexpectedly encounters a patrol of Navy officers. Demon Hand Roz is here. One officer bellows, prompting several flintlocks to level at Roz as shots ring out. Roz, lacking the Navy's Rokushiki techniques or haki, realizes that even ordinary firearms pose a significant threat. How bothersome, Roz exclaims, swiftly darting into an adjacent alley. These foolish Navy officers are blatantly challenging his control. Should they truly provoke him, neither the Navy nor even the sea god would be spared from his wrath. Whoosh! As Roz races through the alley, a figure draped in the Navy's justice cloak accelerates to match his pace. Demon Hand Roz, surrender at once. You cannot escape. The pursuer is a Navy lieutenant from a nearby base, known for apprehending a pirate with an 18 million berry bounty, who shockingly also employs the Rokushiki technique known as Soru. Can he utilize Soru as well? Roz glances at the Navy lieutenant from the corner of his eye. Although they share the same rank, the disparity in their abilities is vast. A lieutenant in the East Blue may not best a pirate with a bounty of 10 million, while a lieutenant in the Grand Line often possesses devil fruit abilities. And those in a New World may even wield haki. Surrender. After pursuing Roz for an entire street, the Navy lieutenant suddenly roars in frustration, propelling himself towards Roz's back with a powerful punch. Roz, exasperated, turns to confront him. I have matters to attend to. I have no time to play around with you Navy fools. Step aside. Bang. As the two fists collided, the strength of the naval lieutenant commander paled in comparison to that of Roz, causing him to experience a tingling sensation in his arms, stumbling back 2 steps. Roz, with his hands outstretched, swept past the wall on one side of the alley, causing it to suddenly twist and collapse, crashing down upon the naval commander. Upon witnessing this, the commander's pupils constricted slightly, but by the time he emerged from the wreckage, Roz had vanished without a trace. Indeed, he must be a devil fruit user, distorting the very walls that it is no wonder he is referred to as the Demon Hand. The lieutenant commander, gazing at the twisted ruins, recalled the fierce exchange he had just had with Roz. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Even though the Navy had established a tight encirclement on the island and the bombardment had rendered Roz somewhat beleaguered, he still managed to escape thanks to the Navy's sixth form. So, with his own ship lost, he commandeered a small vessel, casually tossing down several 100,000 berries before departing the island. Robin had provided him with remarkably detailed intelligence regarding the Capone gang in this maritime region, specifying the exact locations of their bases. Heg Island. This was the current stronghold of the Capone family. The island was not far from Roz's location, perhaps just a 2-day journey. Roz had previously ventured to this island while hunting pirates, making it a familiar place for him. As he sailed across the vast ocean, he encountered no further naval pursuit, indicating that even the Navy could not easily pinpoint Roz's location in the vastness of the sea. If they could, the world would hardly be plagued by rampant pirates. However, during his voyage, an unpleasant incident occurred at a newsbird, tasked with delivering newspapers, flew onto his ship. Roz casually purchased a newspaper, only to discover his bounty notice within its pages. A bounty of 22 million berries. They are certainly swift in their actions. After a period of hunting pirates, Roz had grown accustomed to having bounty notices in hand. Now, holding one with his own face felt particularly disconcerting. Being pursued by the Navy across the vast ocean was a situation Roz found exceedingly vexing, prompting him to wish to avoid such a predicament at all costs. Moreover, there was a more serious concern. In the current circumstances, even if he toppled the Capone gang and presented the truth to the Navy, would they retract the bounty? Contemplating this, Roz's expression darkened. Ultimately, he took a deep breath. Regardless, he had to visit Hegtown. Becoming ensnared in such a troublesome situation had crossed a threshold he could no longer tolerate. Chapter 7. If there are no other choices, Hegtown. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary town. Yet its inhabitants lived in a state of constant trepidation due to the frequent presence of numerous Capone gang members. These gangsters colluded with local authorities and even engaged in various illicit dealings with the Navy, often committing acts of murder and arson. While the Navy merely conducted perfunctory patrols, in the town center stood a building that, while modest in exterior, was lavishly constructed within in a grand hall on the top floor. A tall, portly man in a black suit sat, shaking his head in disdain as he read a report just delivered by one of his subordinates. The Navy, as usual, proved to be utterly ineffectual. Despite their preemptive encirclement, they could not capture a single pirate hunter. His name was Capone Likey, one of the senior cadre of the Capone family, responsible for overseeing the development of the underground syndicate in this maritime region. Beside him, a bespectacled man in a black suit spoke in a low voice. Perhaps the strength of Demon Hand Roz exceeds our expectations. Chief, do you think this may involve us? What of it? I have conducted my own investigation into Demon Hand Roz. He is a lone wolf. Can one man truly turn the tide? Even if we were to confront the Navy head-on, our forces would not necessarily falter. Likey scoffed, raising a glass of red wine from the table. However, just as he brought the wine to his lips, the entire building suddenly shook, accompanied by a deep rumble, spilling wine all over him. Enraged, Likey slammed down the glass and stood abruptly. What is happening? Chief Likey, it's bad. Someone has breached our defenses. A flustered Capone gang member rushed in, his face a mask of horror. At his words, the atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically. A maid, attempting to dab Likey's suit with a handkerchief, trembled in fear. Likey's heart raced. Who is it that has broken in? The Navy or those scoundrels from the Dorp gang? How could there be no prior warning? No, it's neither the Navy nor the Dorp gang. It is Demon Hand Roz. He has come alone. The gang member stammered. Likey's eyes widened. Demon Hand Roz? Alone? What are you all doing? Why hasn't anyone stopped him? As his words fell, a thunderous crash resounded at the entrance as the ornate red oak door shattered to splinters and a figure strode in. Who is Capone Likey? Roz, slightly disheveled, yet with an air of icy composure in his gaze, evoked a chilling aura that made one feel as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. All eyes in the hall turned towards Capone Likey, and Roz's gaze followed suit. The incident in Taro Town, it was orchestrated by you, was it not? Roz fixed his unfeeling stare upon Capone Likey. Intimidated by Roz's formidable presence, Capone Likey, though one of the Capone family senior officials, quickly regained his composure and retorted coldly. And what of it? As Likey's words fell, more members of the Capone gang surged into the hall, the corridor outside becoming densely packed with people. At least I have not mistaken my target, Roz remarked. Dismissing the influx of Capone gang members with a nod, he flicked his wrist, drawing forth a pistol, and with a rapid succession of shots, he dispatched 6 incoming gang members in an instant. Without hesitation, Roz discarded the pistol and lunged forward, charging directly at Capone Likey. Being surrounded by armed men would not bode well for Roz, so he was not inclined to squander time. Don't get too cocky. Kid! Capone Likey's eyes glinted with icy fury, and he swiftly drew 2 pistols, firing at Roz with unerring precision. Roz momentarily halted his advance, forcefully stamping his foot to execute the Navy's 6th form. Soru, propelling himself sideways to evade the bullets. Damn it! Capone Likey, taken aback by Roz's south agility at such close range, emptied his weapons and unsheathed a long sword from his waist, swinging it towards the advancing Roz. Roz's expression remained impassive. He neither retreated nor drew his sword, but instead clenched his fist tightly and launched a powerful punch towards Capone Likey's blade. Buzz! Roz's fist, devoid of any visible hockey, was enveloped in a twisting force, resembling Whitebeard's tremor fruit, yet lacking its hue, appearing as a transparent distortion, akin to the air above a raging flame. This was a new ability Roz had gained after honing his mastery of the distortion fruit to 75. He could now imbue his fists with distortion power, granting him the capability to contend with blades unarmed. Crack! When Capone Likey's sword met the distorted area, it was suddenly seized by an unseen force. Unable to descend, even a fraction. The devil fruit! Capone Likey's pupils constricted, but he was already in too deep to retreat. With a fierce roar, he gripped the sword tightly and swung down with all his might. Yet, despite his utmost effort, the long sword in his grasp twisted and shattered at a visible rate. Crack! Crack! Ultimately, the sword was contorted into a spiral of metal shards. Roz retracted his fist, clapping his hands together, compressing the distorted sword into a metallic sphere, which he then hurled towards the entrance, shattering the skull of a gang member rushing in. You! Capone Likey's face finally betrayed a hint of panic, as he recoiled, attempting to leap out of the window to escape. However, before he could retreat, Roz had already stepped forward, seizing him by the collar and pinning him against the wall. Tell your men to get out. Roz's indifferent opening to a senior officer of the Capone family. Capone Likey had endured countless battles, yet this was the first time someone had single-handedly stormed into the base and subdued him. Feeling the subtle and eerie force emanating from the hand that gripped his neck, and recalling the moment when his sword had been twisted into a spiraled piece of iron, fear began to spread within Capone Likey's heart. No, nobody come in. Get out. All of you, he shouted in panic. The numerous gang members exchanged glances, hesitating before one by one stepping outside. Rod glanced at the doorway, slowly retracting his gaze to focus on Capone Likey, whom he had pinned against the wall by the throat. Now we are undisturbed, he stated. What do you want? If it's money, I can provide it. For Capone Likey, his life was evidently of paramount importance. Since Rod was a pirate hunter, he assumed that all Rod desired was wealth. No, I have no interest in money, Rod replied, shaking his head as he released Capone Likey, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket and casually tossing down a recording device. I do not enjoy being a scapegoat. The events at Taro Town have nothing to do with me. I need you to honestly recount what transpired and then notify the Navy. Upon hearing Rod's words, Capone Likey momentarily froze, glancing at the paper and pen Rod had discarded on the ground before suddenly shaking his head. I see. So that's your intention. I'm afraid it's pointless. I wasn't the one orchestrating this. Not orchestrating it. Rod's brow furrowed slightly. Capone Likey's lips curled into a sardonic smile. You wish to know who set you up? I can tell you, Before he could finish a sentence, the muscles in his entire arm twisted into a horrific arc, accompanied by the terrifying sound of muscle tearing. Who did it? Rod asked, his tone devoid of emotion. You damned. Capone Likey's face twisted with rage and fury. He had already shouted half a curse, but upon meeting Rod's cold gaze, the rest was abruptly lodged in his throat, faced with the threat of death. He ultimately faltered, his tone weakening as he slowly admitted, it was Colonel Leica of the Navy. He proposed this whole affair, and the specifics were all handled by the Navy. I had no part in it. The air fell in his silence. Colonel Leica of the Navy, Rod murmured, his voice low as an inscrutable expression settled on his face. He turned to Capone Likey, suddenly twitching his wrist. Crack. Capone Likey's arm was instantly contorted into a twisted shape, flesh and blood bursting forth in a gruesome display, the sharp pain causing him to gasp in shock. I wish to hear the truth, Rod stated coldly. Under the excruciating pain, Capone Likey couldn't help but curse. You bastard! I am speaking the truth. Is that so? Rod pressed down again, twisting Capone Likey's other arm, repeating this process several times until the hall was left with a puddle of mangled flesh. It seems you were indeed speaking the truth. Rod slowly withdrew his hand, stepping around Capone Likey's corpse to the window, gazing out at the distant azure sea, his expression shifting. This matter was orchestrated within the Navy. Rod had suspected from the start, as the loopholes were far too glaring. Without someone within the Navy turning a blind eye, or even encouraging this, it would have been impossible to pin the massacre at Taro Town on him. The pressing question now was this the initiative of Colonel Leica alone, or was the entire Navy complicit in this darkness? Rod had been avoiding a direct confrontation with the Navy, as he detested living under the shadow of a bounty. Yet that did not mean he was afraid of being hunted. Well done, Navy, Rod laughed. He resolved to visit the Navy base for one final decision. He did not wish to be a wanted criminal, nor to become a pirate. But if there were no other options, and he had to embrace a life of piracy, then let this world be turned upside down. Chapter 8. Breaking into the Navy base, Navy headquarters. In a certain office on the highest floor, Navy Colonel Leica listened to his subordinates report the latest intelligence, his expression gradually darkening. Blackgood Town was attacked by Ghost Handrod, and Capone Likey of the Capone family was brutally murdered by him. As a Navy colonel, Leica's salary was not substantial, and capturing pirates was his rightful duty, yielding no bounty. He could only gain military merit. Thus, he had maintained close underground dealings with the Capone gang. This time, after the Capone gang's massacre at Taro Town, they had given him a portion of money to cover up the incident. Instead, he had cleverly shifted the blame onto our OD. In doing so, he not only completed his transaction with the Capone gang, but also eliminated the troublesome Ghost Handrod, preventing further damage to the Navy's reputation. A win-win scenario. However, he hadn't anticipated that Rod's strength would exceed his expectations, managing to escape from a meticulously laid ambush. Now, Capone Likey, with whom he had conspired, had been slain by Rod in his own stronghold, indicating that Rod likely already knew the truth. Contemplating this, Leica snorted coldly. Knowing the truth is irrelevant. You have been branded a ruthless pirate. Even if you reveal the truth, how many will believe you? The Navy will always stand for justice. To the common people, the Navy's credibility is paramount. With Rod bearing the blame, clearing his name is virtually impossible. The sole concern was that if this matter continued to drag on, it might come to the attention of Colonel Moby and other colonels. After all, while Leica had managed the incident at Taro Town, other colonels also had the authority to inquire in such a case. He would find himself in a significant predicament. To avoid this trouble, he must capture or execute Rod as swiftly as possible. Just as Leica's expression fluctuated, a Navy soldier rushed in, breathless as he reported urgently. Colonel Leica, Ghost Handrod's whereabouts have been spotted on the island. Where? Leica sprang to his feet. The soldier quickly replied, it's reported he appeared at the West Dock, and Colonel Moby and Colonel Tomo have already gone over there. A Navy major standing beside Leica spoke up with a puzzled expression. Is that guy insane? To actually walk into our Navy base willingly? Leica was equally perplexed, furrowing his brow in silence. Could it be that Rod had discovered the arrangements he had made in secret and intended to confront him? The thought made him wear an expression of disbelief. This was the Navy headquarters. While Rod might have dared to storm Blackgood Town, did he truly have the audacity to invade the Navy headquarters? Just as Leica struggled to come to terms with this, a cacophony of chaos erupted outside, accompanied by the sounds of gunfire. Then, a Navy lieutenant burst in, his face pale with shock as he reported, "Colonel Leica, Ghost Hand Rod has breached our division. What did you say?" Leica's eyes widened, but he had anticipated that Rod would be difficult to deal with. But he never imagined Rod would be so reckless as to storm the Navy headquarters. What a madman! A flicker of fear crossed Leica's gaze. Having reached the rank of colonel, he certainly possessed a measure of strength and had fought against many ruthless pirates, yet he had never encountered anyone as audacious as Rod. Who would dare to invade the Navy headquarters to seek him out? Have you informed Colonel Moby and the others? They have been notified. Colonel Moby is currently leading the troops back. It may be too late. Leica suppressed the flicker of fear within him, gritting his teeth as he commanded his subordinates. How many men do we have at the base? Gather everyone. At all costs, eliminate Ghost Hand Rod on the spot. Yes, the Navy lieutenant responded and rushed out. Listening to the sounds of gunfire and various shouts from outside, Leica paced restlessly, his fingers tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. "You two, go out and command." After taking a few steps, he glanced at the Navy major beside him. Yes, the naval major took a deep breath, grasped a firearm resting on the table, and strode towards the door. However, the moment he pushed it open, the door grotesquely warped and shattered into countless splinters. Instinctively, the major raised his weapon, ready to pull the trigger, but a hand emerged from the debris, twisting the gun from his grasp. Crack! The firearm was instantly severed in two. Fear surged through the major as he stumbled backward, intending to draw his sword from his waist for defense. Yet he retreated swiftly, while Rods advanced even more rapidly, crashing into him with a punch that sent him hurtling against the wall. "Long time no see, Colonel Leica," Rods remarked, brushing off the wood shavings from his clothing and turning to face the naval officer with a calm gaze. Leica's expression darkened as he unsheathed his sword, positioning it defensively before him, and coldly glared at Rods, declaring, "Do you know where this place is? This is the naval headquarters. And so what?" Rod stepped closer, a hint of mockery in his tone. "As a pirate with a bounty of 22 million berries. Isn't it quite fitting to crash into a naval base?" Humph. Under the pressure exerted by Rod's looming presence, Colonel Leica could no longer contain himself. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, he lunged at Rods with a fierce slash. Rod showed no inclination to retreat, meeting the blade with a powerful punch. Crack! Leica's swordsmanship was no match for Rod's might, failing to breach the distortion that enveloped Rod's fist. The sword's momentum was halted mid-air, and the entire standard long sword was twisted into a lump of scrap metal. Leica's eyes widened in horror, but before he could react, Rod's other fist slammed into his abdomen with tremendous force. Bang! The punch, infused with a spiraling power, displaced his organs, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground. Stop! Just as Leica fell, bloodied and weak, a group of figures cloaked in Navy justice burst through the door. None other than Colonel Moby and his associates. Upon seeing them, Rods flicked his wrist, drawing his sword and resting it against Leica's neck. Everyone stepped back. Moby's face contorted with anger as he shouted, "Rods, do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions?" "I'm fully aware of my actions," Rods replied, locking eyes with Moby. "However, I am uncertain of what the Navy is doing, which is why I came to inquire directly." Kneeling on the ground, Leica's face changed at this remark. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain within, and cried out, "Moby, eliminate him!" Bang! Rods placed a foot firmly on Leica's back, pinning him to the ground while keeping his sword pressed against the officer's throat. "You have no right to speak." Chapter 9. It is too late. Moby's eyes flashed with fury, but he sensed something amiss. He addressed Rods in a low tone. "What do you wish to ask?" "First question, were you any involved in orchestrating the events in Taro Town?" Rods wasted no time in getting to the point. Moby furrowed his brow, refraining from responding, and countered, "What do you mean by the events in Taro Town?" Rods scrutinized Moby for a moment before reaching into his pocket and producing a recording device, hurling it towards Moby. Moby caught the device, his expression tense as he pressed the button, and soon the recorded conversation between Rhodes and Capone was played back. As the dialogue unfolded, Moby and several other officers exchanged bewildered glances, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Damn it! Moby's face contorted with rage as he fixed his gaze on Laika, whom Rhodes had pinned down, wishing he could sever Laika's head with a single stroke. The expressions of the other officers were grim, while the junior officers and soldiers appeared utterly incredulous. "Major, escort everyone out," Moby ordered, pressing pause on the recording midway. His face stoic as he commanded the nearby major to evacuate all personnel below the rank of colonel. Shortly after, he turned to Rhodes and said, "This matter was my oversight, but now that it has come to this, it is beyond my power to explain to you. I need to report to my superiors." Rhodes remained calm and silent. Moby took a deep breath, exited the room, and entered his office, dialing the phone bug on his desk. Quickly connecting to the naval headquarters. "Hello, is that Major Stolberry? I have something to report at the naval headquarters, the very core of naval power governing numerous bases across the seas, inside a large office on the second floor. Responsible for communication between various naval bases, Stolberry's half-closed eyes shot open, his expression shifting rapidly as he listened to the report from the West Sea Naval Division. Although it was merely a division matter, it threatened the Navy's credibility and face. Mishandling it could lead to significant repercussions. He swiftly stood and entered a private office nearby. "Admiral Doberman, we have a troublesome situation." Admiral Doberman, seated in his chair, frowned slightly upon hearing Stolberry's report. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a grave tone. "This matter must not be allowed to spread. Otherwise, the Navy's reputation in the West Sea will be severely tarnished, and the government will hold us accountable." "What do you suggest we do?" Stolberry inquired quietly. Doberman paused, revealing a hint of coldness. "Eliminate all involved and report that the perpetrator was killed in action while fleeing from the Navy, and that Colonel Laika perished alongside him." Stolberry had anticipated this decision from Doberman, yet he couldn't help but ask, "Is that truly the course of action?" But Rhodes has not been issued a bounty. "A mere bounty hunter," Doberman interrupted, his gaze indifferent. In light of the Navy's reputation, you should be able to discern what is of greater importance." Stolberry's expression fluctuated before he finally sighed and acquiesced. Exiting Doberman's office, Doberman shook his head, returning to the paperwork on his desk. "Execute them all." Upon receiving the order from the naval headquarters, Moby displayed no surprise. In fact, he had already resolved to take this course of action, as it was the only way to minimize the incident's fallout. Allowing the Navy to suffer disgrace for the sake of a minor bounty hunter like Rhodes, or even retracting the warrant, was virtually inconceivable. After hanging up the phone bug, Moby's expression turned cold as he left the room and returned to Colonel Laika's office. Within Laika's office, the atmosphere was peculiar. Rhodes stood calmly over the incapacitated Laika, whose face was ashen, while the other officers bore expressions of distress and awkwardness. They had initially believed Rhodes to be the perpetrator of the massacre, only to discover that Laika had been colluding with Capone, deceiving even them. Colonel Moby, upon seeing Moby return, the anxious officers turned to him, awaiting the announcement of the higher-ups' orders and decisions. Moby slowly approached the front of the group, gazing at Rhodes, who stood atop Laika, and declared, "The orders from above have been issued." Whoosh! In an instant, Moby lunged forward, unsheathing his sword as he charged at Rhodes, delivering a powerful strike. The force of this blow far exceeded that of Laika and Capone. With a faint aura of sword energy emanating from the blade's tip, Rhodes lightly stepped back, effortlessly evading Moby's attack by retreating to the edge of the room. However, Laika was not so fortunate. Moby's strike enveloped him within its range, cleaving him in two. The abrupt turn of events left many of the officers momentarily stunned. "Colonel Moby, the order from headquarters calls for the execution of all involved." Moby's sword was deftly evaded by Rhodes, who did not immediately pursue but instead announced the orders from the Navy headquarters to several of his subordinate lieutenants. The Navy lieutenants exchanged glances. Bewildered, Rhodes was hardly a criminal, yet upon further reflection, it was evident that the Navy and the government would not retract a wanted notice simply for a mere pirate hunter. Quite the performance. Rhodes stood by the wall and spoke, his lips twitching slightly, resembling a smile or perhaps a mocking grin, a visage that sent an inexplicable chill down the spines of the lieutenants present. From this day forth, I shall be a pirate. Moby, his expression grim, directed his gaze at Rods and declared, "You will not leave here alive today. With Lyca, who has conspired against you, you shall find your eternal rest." Whoosh! Moby lunged at Rods once more, his long sword slicing through the air. Storm slash, his blade, infused with a faint aura, swirled up and down like a tempest, enveloping Rods in its fury, denying him any chance to evade, aiming to slay the cornered Rods against the wall. However, in the face of Moby's tempestuous assault, Rods displayed no sign of panic. He lifted his gaze at Moby, his body suddenly as light as paper, swaying left and right to deftly avoid Moby's strikes, despite the relentless swordplay that continued to miss its mark. Subsequently, Rods retaliated with a swift thrust of his sword. Moby, taken aback, instinctively raised his sword to parry, but was nonetheless struck in the arm by Rods, sustaining an immediate injury. This is paper drawing. How can you wield the Navy's 6 styles? If Rod's use of shave could be attributed to a similar technique, then this evasive maneuver was undoubtedly a manifestation of the paper drawing from the Navy's 6 styles. Rods offered no response. Utilizing the evasive capabilities of paper drawing, he advanced toward Moby, engaging in a rapid exchange of blows before suddenly unleashing the power of his twisted fruit, intertwining their swords into mere fragments of twisted metal. Bang! Rods delivered a powerful punch, and Moby, instinctively crossing his arms to shield himself, felt a searing pain as Rod's fist struck down, twisting his arms into a grotesque, spiral form, blood and flesh mangled in a horrific display. The lieutenants finally snapped back to reality, horrified, rushing to provide assistance, a flurry of blades and fists descending upon Rods. Buzz! Rods forcefully pushed upward with his arms, unleashing the full might of his twisted fruit ability, halting every descending weapon and fist mid-air before violently repelling them with a surge of twisted power. All blades shattered. Rods gazed impassively at the fallen, aghast Moby, lifting his leg to bring it crashing down, splattering blood and flesh. The lieutenants, witnessing this scene, felt an icy shiver run down their spines, their faces betraying shock and terror. In the ensuing silence, Rods slowly walked toward the wall, informed those high-ranking Navy officials. "I did not wish to be a pirate. It is you who have forced me into this role." Rod's tone was eerily calm, a tranquility that sent chills to the core. The blood-soaked ground around him felt like a descent into hell, echoing with the whispers of demons. "Though I am but a trivial figure now, one you may overlook, remember my words. Your actions today will determine the future of these seas, that I hope that one day you do not regret the orders issued today. For it may already be too late." Boom! As Rod's final words echoed, he reached the wall and pressed his hand against it, causing a 2-meter section to suddenly twist and collapse before he leaped through it. All that remained was the sound of falling rubble and the lingering resonance of his voice in the ears of the lieutenants. Chapter 10. Recruiting Robin Navy Headquarters in Doberman's office. A thunderous bang resounded as he slammed his palm onto the desk, cracking the sturdy wooden surface, his fury palpable as he stood up, face flushed with anger. Who did he think he was? Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Though countless pirates roamed the seas, as a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, he had dealt with numerous ruthless pirates, yet very few dared to utter such insolence towards the Navy headquarters, most of them hailing from the New World. How could a mere brat from the East Blue dare to speak so brazenly? Doberman knew that the power of the notorious Demon Hand Rods was beyond the capacity of the commanders in the East Blue divisions to handle. How should this be dealt with? Stolo Barry stood before Doberman's desk, his expression cold as he asked in a low voice. Initially, he had felt some sympathy for Rods, but after witnessing Rods slay Moby and openly defy the high-ranking Navy officials, that sympathy had morphed into fury. Doberman took a couple of heavy breaths, suppressing his inner rage, and coldly instructed, "Notify all branches in the East Blue to place Demon Hand Rods on the list of dangerous pirates. To be dealt with at their discretion?" "Understood," Stolo Barry replied solemnly. The leaders of the East Blue branches held ranks equivalent to that of rear admirals, with many of them being officers dispatched from headquarters to the 4 seas, capable of suppressing the seas they patrolled, in the face of the colossal entities that were the Navy and the world government. All arguments were futile. Compared to Rods, the populace was far more likely to trust the world government and the Navy, believing the news reports issued by them. The Navy represented the world government, easily distorting facts and reversing right and wrong on a global scale. Argument, protest, such efforts would be in vain. Thus, from the moment Navy Colonel Moby had launched his assault, Rods had made his decision. Since the Navy High Command was intent on branding him a pirate, he would not bear the title lightly, nor disappoint those Navy officers. To swiftly defeat Colonel Moby, Rods had employed the paper drawing from the Navy's 6 dials, expending a modicum of his freedom points. But the results were remarkable, allowing him to swiftly eliminate Moby and evade encirclement by the Navy. Upon breaking out from the Navy division, Rods arrived at the southern shore of the island, where his small boat awaited him. He pondered how the Navy would announce his crimes this time. As he rowed away from the shore, he shook his head. It matters not. From this day onward, I am the captain of the Demon Hand Pirates. After today, the Navy would likely raise his bounty, launching extensive manhunts and pursuits across the East Blue, potentially dispatching rear admirals and fleets. If he were to wander aimlessly without intelligence, he could easily fall into traps and ambushes. Rods contemplated briefly. Having become a pirate, he would face relentless pursuit from the Navy. A mere small boat would not suffice. He required a vessel of at least medium size, along with various intelligence, for him to grow stronger. 2 paths lay before him. One was self-cultivation, and the other was hunting pirates, which also necessitated intelligence. Thus, it became clear who his first crew member should be: Nico Robin, who dwelled in the shadows of the underworld, possessing extensive knowledge of intelligence. Next, he would head to Jeru City to IN the Underground Intelligence Organization S-Base. Nico Robin stood beside a desk, meticulously organizing and memorizing the intelligence laid before her. Having passed her doctoral examination in archaeology at the tender age of 8, her memory and analytical skills were beyond question. In the months she had worked for this intelligence organization, she could swiftly memorize even the most intricate details, responding instantly to any inquiries, her recall nearly photographic. Having completed the documentation, Robin set down the last piece of paper, gently closed her eyes, and after a few seconds, opened them again, nodding at Tren, who sat behind the desk. Tren took a sip of his coffee, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. Now dispose of these intelligence documents. Acquiring Nico Robin, the devil child, with a bounty of 79 million berries, posed considerable risk for him. Yet her capabilities in intelligence processing greatly pleased him. Otherwise, he would have turned her over to the Navy and claimed the bounty. Robin gathered the papers from the desk and moved aside to quickly dispose of the intelligence documents before returning to her desk. If I recall correctly, you should now be 16 years old. Yes? Tren inquired, observing Robin over his teacup. Indeed, she replied. Robin nodded slightly. Tren, leaning back against his chair, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he remarked, "What a delightful age it is. If not for the bounty of 79 million berries, you would indeed make a perfect assistant." Robin remained silent. Observing her demeanor, Tren gently set down his teacup and inquired, "Besides organizing information, what else can you do? Can you dance?" "No," Robin replied, shaking her head. "How dreadfully boring," Tren said. Rising to his feet, he scrutinized Robin with a leisurely gaze before sauntering over, extending 2 rough fingers in an attempt to lift her chin. Robin's expression shifted slightly, and she took a half-step back. Noticing her retreat, Tren paused momentarily, the excitement in his eyes fading. He withdrew his outstretched fingers, clasped his hands behind his back, and with a hint of nonchalance, stated, "Remove your clothing, Nico Robin." "What?" Robin was taken aback. Seeing her stunned reaction, Tren pressed on with a firmer tone. "I said to take off your clothes. Did you not hear me?" Such a demand. Robin's pupils constricted as she retreated another step, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Since the age of 8, she had been a fugitive, hiding in the underworld for 8 years. Over the years, she had witnessed much darkness, yet this situation was unprecedented for her. "What? Are you going to defy my command?" Tren's expression darkened as he observed Robin's retreat. "You said you could do anything, did you not? I've taken on the risk of harboring you, despite the hefty bounty of 79 million berries." At the mention of the bounty, Robin's expression shifted. She bit her lip. It was precisely the enormity of that bounty that had compelled her to evade capture for 8 long years, fighting tooth and nail for survival. Had it not been for her remarkable composure and intellect, she would not have lasted this long. She was willing to exert herself to the utmost for survival. Yet, the humiliation she faced now was unbearable. Survival versus dignity, which held greater significance. She bit down harder, her teeth sinking in her lip until, at some point, she broke the skin, crimson droplets slowly trickling down. Trent observed her with a bemused expression. For him, this was merely a tedious game. You seem to have never experienced this before. How unfortunate. With your bounty so high, you could be captured by the Navy at any moment, and if that happens, you won't have the chance to experience anything at all. Robin remained silent, grappling with the harsh reality of survival, a struggle that threatened to strip her of her last remnants of dignity. Just as she wrestled with her inner turmoil, a sudden crash echoed through the room. The oak door was forcefully thrust open, the lock splintering, with shards scattering. Who? Tren, who had been watching Robin's reaction, was abruptly interrupted by the noise, his anger flaring as he turned to the entrance. Rod stepped through the doorway. He had arrived half a minute earlier, but had been delayed by the locked door, not anticipating the unexpected turn of events. "It's you?" Tren's brow furrowed upon seeing Rod's. "I trust you won't mind that I broke your door," Rod's replied, stepping into the room under the surprised gazes of both Robin and Tren. He turned to Robin and asked, "You don't seem very happy here. Would you like to change your identity and join my crew?" Rod's had always preferred to be direct, and Robin, being astute, quickly grasped the situation. He merely needed to present her with a choice. Before Robin could respond, Tren's dark expression interrupted. "Ghost hand, Rods. What do you mean by this? Are you planning to poach my assistant right in front of me?" "Indeed," Rods responded calmly, the simplicity of his affirmation leaving Tren momentarily speechless. "Then, what say you, Nico Robin?" Rods inquired, directing his gaze toward her. Robin paused, taken aback. It was the first time someone had actively invited her to join. Though still quite young, her calm and composed demeanor surpassed that of her peers and many adults. In less than a second, she analyzed the current predicament and nodded quietly. "I would be honored to work for you." Captain Rods, Chapter 11, A Bounty of 40 million. Excellent, Rod smiled. Engaging with someone as composed, wise, and intelligent as Robin was a pleasure, making conversations effortless and devoid of unnecessary complications. One of the reasons she had always been on his list of potential subordinates. Tren, momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, soon erupted in fury. "Damn it, Nico Robin, how dare you betray me? Who has been concealing your identity for the past 6 months?" However, before he could finish, a gunshot rang out in the room. Rods had somehow drawn a handgun, smoke curling from the muzzle as Tren stood frozen, slowly lowering his gaze to his chest. A bloody hole had appeared in the center of his chest, crimson fluid seeping out, staining his suit. Tren had not anticipated that Rods would shoot him. Rods, his left hand steady, aimed the gun at Tren and calmly stated, "You just bullied my crew member." "Didn't he you?" Bang, bang, bang. 3 more shots echoed, each resulting in a new wound, leaving Tren with an expression of disbelief and resentment as he collapsed into a pool of blood. Robin watched the scene, momentarily stirred, but quickly regained her composure, maintaining a calm demeanor as she remarked, "I'm not entirely familiar with Tren's background, but he likely belonged to a larger intelligence organization. His death may attract some trouble." "Oh." Rod slowly lowered his weapon. "And how large could that organization be compared to the Navy and the world government?" "Of course, it cannot be larger," Robin replied. Rods turned to her, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Then there is no need to worry about any potential troubles, for I am now a pirate. If the captain sees no issue, then there is no issue." Robin nodded gently. She was the infamous Demon Child, with a bounty surpassing even the mightiest pirates of the West Sea. The world government and the Navy sought her life. The situation could hardly worsen. "How many people are currently on the ship?" "Counting you, 2, Rods replied calmly. "Thus, I now require a ship and some crew members to assist while I search for formal crew members." Robin's adaptability exceeded Rods's expectations. She not only instantly embraced the role of crew member, but also showed no surprise at the small number of people aboard. "This island's port has numerous ships. We should be able to find a suitable 1.AS for assisting hands. Boasting your name as captain should attract some. That sounds too troublesome. Rhodes shook his head. You should have information on the pirate crews operating in this sea, right? I need precise intel on those with bounties exceeding 20 million berries. While he had decided to become a pirate, Rhodes aimed to be different from the vast majority of pirates in this world, and unlike Monkey D. Luffy as well. Plundering civilians and wantonly slaughtering innocents would only instill fear among the populace. But the world government and the Navy would respond with fury, not trepidation, that he would not massacre innocents. Those who dared to provoke him, be they the Navy, the world government, or infamous pirates of the seas, would be his true quarry. His greatest asset was not the devil fruit, but rather his innate talent system, allowing him to gain proficiency and free talent points by hunting pirates, effortlessly enhancing his strength from the West Sea to the Grand Line, and from the Grand Line to the New World. When he reaches the world's end, that shall be the moment the world trembles. Pirates with bounties exceeding 20 million berries. Robin was slightly taken aback at Rhodes's words. Was he planning to raid a pirate crew and take over directly? Such an endeavor would undoubtedly carry greater risk than simply seizing a ship at the dock, yet she did not doubt Rhodes's strength. Rhodes had already hunted numerous pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million berries, and just recently, he had stormed the lair of the Capone gang, annihilating Capone Beach. After a moment's contemplation, Robin spoke. The Floro Pirates, led by Captain One-Eyed Floro, has a bounty of 27 million berries and was last sighted 3 days ago near the Coal Sea, making it the closest option. Good. Rhodes nodded calmly at Robin and said, Previously, I was a pirate hunter. The ghost hand pirates I founded will not plunder civilians. Our aim is to hunt down formidable pirate crews, which poses a significant danger. You must be mentally prepared. The individuals under the pirate banner are quite varied. There are ruthless marauders who mercilessly pillage civilians, adventurers like Monkey D. Luffy, and there are also hunting-type pirates who seek to eliminate other pirates through treachery. Before becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk was renowned for hunting pirates, wielding his black blade to roam the seas until he encountered Shanks the Red-Haired. Even after attaining the title of warlord, Mihawk occasionally set sail to find pirate crews to alleviate his boredom. Robin murmured to herself. Having spent many years hidden in the shadows, she could accept nearly any darkness, yet deep within her heart, there remained a kindness that darkness could not corrupt. Aligning with this purpose. A day later, the Navy and the world government issued a new announcement, stating that the notorious Ghost Hand Rhodes had viciously ambushed and killed Colonel Moby and Lieutenant Laika. News that swiftly spread across the West Sea. Rhodes's bounty was raised from 22 million berries to a staggering 40 million berries, making him one of the only 10 pirates in the West Sea with a bounty exceeding that amount. The West Sea trembled, whether among the numerous formidable pirates or the fearsome pirate hunters. All eyes turned to Rhodes, who had suddenly emerged from obscurity to become the 10th most wanted pirate in the West Sea. Another terrifying figure has surfaced in the West Sea, having killed a naval colonel. A pirate murmured as he read the newspaper that a bounty of 40 million berries. Who exactly is this Ghost Hand Rhodes? A pirate hunter revealed a glint of greed and ferocity in his gaze. Beyond pirates and pirate hunters, there was a greater number of terrified civilians. He slaughtered the residents of a small town and murdered a naval colonel. What is the Navy doing? Why haven't they captured and executed such a fiend yet? For the majority of the populace, there was little opportunity to grasp the truth. All they had access to were the government's announcements and news articles. The reality of the events was penned solely by the government and the Navy. Chapter 12. The prey appears 3 days later. In the Cure seat, a small boat bobbed up and down with the waves. Though referred to as a small boat, it actually had 2 decks, one for storing food and fresh water, and the other for living quarters, which contained 2 rooms accommodating 3 to 4 crew members. It seemed a storm might be approaching. Rhodes stood on the deck, gazing up at the sky. His innate talent in navigation, marked by a genuine mastery, was indeed on par with the likes of Nami, though perhaps slightly less formidable. Otherwise, he would have long been swept away by storms during his solitary hunts for pirates. Robin, hoist the sails and row. We need to leave this place, he commanded. Understood. Robin, slightly anxious about the weather, clasped her arms in front of her, activating the abilities of the Hana, know me instantly. Numerous arms sprouted from the mast, lowering the sails. Simultaneously, Additional arms emerge from the 6 oars placed alongside the boat. Grasping the oars and rowing vigorously. This devil fruit ability proved quite convenient. Bringing Robin aboard was undoubtedly a judicious decision. Extremely capable. One person can accomplish the work of a whole crew, Rod's thought. Thoroughly pleased with his assessment of her. If not for defining her as a cadre, he felt there would be little need for any deckhands. With Robin's efforts, the sails billowed in the sea breeze. And coupled with the swift rowing of the 6 oars, the small boat sped across the ocean. Rods, not idle, steered the ship while continuing to observe the weather. Under his genuine navigational expertise, they soon escaped the perilous zone. To evade the storm, we have ventured deep into the Cure Sea, which comprises 7 small islands and 2 medium-sized ones. The nearest one is merely a 2-hour journey away. Rod scrutinized the nautical chart and compass, assessing their current position. From the information gleaned from Robin, the Furo pirates had been spotted in this sea 6 days prior. Pirates generally do not linger on a single island for long, as attracting the Navy's attention could prove troublesome. The Furo pirates had resupplied on fresh water and food at Deer Island, and in accordance with their modus operandi, they were likely to pillage another island in the area before departing. Robin recalled all the intelligence regarding the Furo pirates and analyzed, then let us head to the nearest island. Rod's made his decision. Previously, he had hunted pirates based on intelligence from Robin and set sail directly. During that time, luck had favored him, encountering pirates 5 times in 8 outings. Captain, you now have a bounty of 40 million berries, and your reputation has spread across the West Sea that we must be cautious. Exposing your identity could stir considerable commotion. There's no need for such concern. There's only a small naval division nearby. Lacking a base that by the time they react, we will have long vanished from here. Rod shrugged. Although Robin remained composed, she had yet to fully emerge from a life of evasion and concealment. Despite her bounty reaching 79 million berries, her actual combat prowess was inferior to that of a pirate with a bounty of 20 million. Upon hearing Rod's words, Robin paused momentarily, realizing her apprehensions were somewhat unwarranted. Rods had previously infiltrated a naval base alone, dispatching the division's colonel and emerging unscathed. It feels rather liberating not to have to hide. Soon, Rods and Robin arrived at the nearest island, where they found no information regarding the Furo pirates. They then set sail towards the next island on the second island, which harbored the underworld, both Rods and Robin. Seasoned denizens of that realm quickly uncovered the necessary intelligence. Half a day ago, the Furo pirates raided Moker Island. Following their plunder, the Navy will undoubtedly deploy warships to pursue them, based on the established routes. They certainly wouldn't take the same path. Rods and Robin analyzed the situation for a while and quickly mapped out their course of action. After departing the island, they pursued along the designated route. Why is the Navy unable to end the era of great pirates? The sheer number of pirates, coupled with their varying strengths, is one reason. Another is the complexity of maritime pursuits. Often, as long as pirates swiftly depart an island, the delayed Navy might as well be searching for a needle in a haystack. Rod's and Robin's analysis and tracking also relied on a degree of probability. There were 2 potential routes, and it remained to be seen which one the Furo pirates would choose on the deck. Rods held a telescope, scanning the ocean from all angles, while Robin stood beside him, clutching a nearby nautical chart. A 70% probability route is indeed significantly more favorable than a 30% chance. Our analysis of this route seems correct. Rods observed through the telescope for a moment, suddenly pausing as he focused on a direction for a while before passing the telescope to Robin. Robin took the telescope, peering in the same direction for half a minute before lowering it and stating, "We need to approach for confirmation." Agreed. Rods nodded and steered the boat toward their target. As they drew closer, the outline in that direction gradually became clearer. Through the telescope, they could distinctly see the entire ship and the emblem on its sails, a skull with one eye patch, marking it unmistakably as the Furo pirates. The prey has finally appeared. After confirming the target, Roz whispered calmly. The proficiency gained from hunting pirates follows a general distribution range based on the bounty amount, a finding that Roz had discovered while studying the talent system. When targeting pirates of the same rank, hunting the first yields a substantial amount of proficiency, but the second results in a halved gain, and the third further reduces it by half. In other words, for pirates with bounties around 20 million berry, hunting 2 or 3 would yield the maximum value. Beyond that, it would simply be a waste of time. Furthermore, it appears that the first hunt of a pirate within a certain bounty range guarantees a small number of free talent points. While the second and third hunts are probabilistic, if this hunt grants me free talent points, it would confirm that my judgment is correct, Roz mused. Months ago, he had hunted several pirates with bounties of 7 to 8 million berry in succession, only to see the benefits diminish drastically, prompting him to shift his focus to pirates with bounties of 10 million and higher. For him, the path to becoming stronger lay in the relentless hunting of pirates. 20 million, 30 million, 50 million, 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, with the ultimate goal undoubtedly being the 4 emperors. Chapter 13. The one-eyed Flow on board the ship of the Flow pirates, every crew member. Regardless of their eyesight, Don and I patch over their right eye. A command from their captain. The one-eyed Flow, a small vessel, was approaching. A pirate on lookout duty reported below, spotting Roz's small boat sailing towards them. Upon hearing it was merely a small boat, the pirates aboard lost interest, as small vessels typically bore little treasure and were not worth the trouble of plundering. However, some displayed curious expressions, asking the lookout above, "Is it coming towards us voluntarily? Do they not see our pirate flag?" "Yes. It seems they are accelerating towards us." Initially, the lookout paid little mind, but upon realizing Roz's small boat was barreling straight towards them, he sensed something amiss. Normally, when encountering a pirate ship, vessels would turn and flee. It was unheard of for a ship to charge toward a pirate crew unless it was a bounty hunter. Suddenly alarmed, the lookout exclaimed, "Report to the captain. This might be a pirate hunter." A pirate hunter. Upon hearing this term, the previously disinterested pirates' expressions changed dramatically. Some rushed into the cabin to inform Captain Flow. The one-eyed Flow, awakened from a midday nap, was irate at being disturbed. Yawning, he stepped onto the deck and peered at the approaching small boat. "A pirate hunter? I am the one-eyed Flow, with a bounty of 27 million berry. What pirate hunter dares to provoke me? They must be tired of living. Destroy them." Rubbing the back of his head, the one-eyed Flow commanded the nearby pirates. Yes, several pirates responded, swiftly loading the cannons with gunpowder and aiming at Roz's small vessel. Commencing their bombardment, cannonballs arced through the air, crashing into the distant sea, creating massive splashes. Cannon fire? Roz took a deep breath and said, "Robin, you should head below deck." Though his distorted power could deflect typical sword strikes, he was unable to withstand bullets from firearms or even nascent sword energy, let alone cannon fire. Fortunately, these pirates lacked the discipline of the Navy, resulting in a chaotic barrage that failed to form a concentrated and terrifying storm of cannonballs. Moreover, Roz had no intention of trying to block the cannonballs, as he knew he no longer required the small boat, as long as he could approach the Flow pirate ship within a certain distance. He could use his shave technique to leap directly over. Whoosh! A cannonball hurtled towards Roz, who swiftly stepped aside, narrowly avoiding the projectile. Boom! The cannonball struck the bow, splintering wood and filling the air with smoke. To obstruct a cannonball with his fruit abilities or cleave it with his sword was undoubtedly no simple task. Facing a cannonball that could inflict severe injury or worse, Roz remained remarkably calm. With his current agility and speed, he could evade the incoming cannonballs, provided he focused intently. As the small boat approached the Flow pirate ship, the accuracy of the cannon fire increased, becoming progressively difficult to evade due to the shortening distance. Roz maintained his composure, his gaze fixed steadily on the Flow pirate ship, concentrating his attention to the utmost. He would swiftly dodge any shadow that neared him. "Captain, at this rate, we might not survive long enough to reach their ship." Robin, concealed in the cabin riddled with cannonball holes, observed the situation outside and spoke through a mouth that appeared on a nearby pillar. Roz cast a peculiar glance at the mouth on the pillar. But he was well aware that the flower fruit could manifest parts of the body anywhere, and thus was not surprised. He replied calmly, "Do not worry. We do not need to get too close." 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Roz kept his eyes trained on the Flow pirate ship, gauging the distance, but that's far enough. A flicker of determination ignited in Roz's eyes as he leapt onto the highest point of the small boat. Then exerted forcefully, shattering the wooden deck beneath him as he soared through the air, arcing towards the Flow pirate ship. On board the Flow pirate ship, the crew of pirates, their faces twisted with malice and grins, watched the small boat teetering precariously under cannon fire, only to be momentarily stunned as they saw a figure leap towards them. "Watch out above! Captain, someone's coming!" As the pirates finally reacted, Roz had already collided with the Flow pirate ship's sail, dissipating his momentum and landing lightly on the mast. The distance he leapt was clearly beyond that of an ordinary person, leaving many pirates in shock. Some looked up, vaguely recognizing Roz's silhouette, and then their expressions shifted dramatically as realization dawned. "You are the infamous Roz, the Ghost Hand, the one who killed a naval colonel and is wanted for 40 million berry. Excellent. No need for introductions." Roz glanced down at the pirates below, then leapt down onto the deck. Addressing the gathered crew, "Flow pirates, I trust one am not mistaken. You have damaged my small boat, so regrettably, I will be taking your ship as compensation." The nearby pirates could not help but swallow hard. Though they too were notorious, they had heard tales of Roz's ruthless nature. He had annihilated an entire town and assassinated a naval colonel, his ferocity far surpassing their own. They had thought him merely an unwise bounty hunter. Little did they know he was a pirate, the Ghost Hand Roz. The one-eyed Flow emerged from the rear, his singular eye narrowing dangerously as it fixed on Roz. While Roz's infamy was well known, Flow was no pushover either. What did a bounty of 40 million berry mean when it was just one individual? "If you desire my ship, why not join us?" The one-eyed Flow spread his hands, proposing, "With your strength, if we team up, there would be few challengers in the West Sea." Were Roz a bounty hunter, he would have attacked by now, but he was already a wanted pirate, alone that if he could board his ship and become a combatant, the Flow pirates would dominate the West Sea. 27 million berry. The one-eyed Flow Roz stepped forward slowly, his gaze indifferent as he inquired, "Are you proposing to become my subordinate?" Flow's expression darkened, and he scoffed. It seemed to have failed to grasp the current situation. "Ghost Hand, our OZ's words fell. The nearby pirates drew their firearms and unsheathed their swords, assuming battle stances. Chapter 14. The Famous Blade. Chunla facing a multitude of pirates alone, Roz's demeanor remained calm and indifferent. "The one who misunderstands the situation is you, Whoosh." Almost in the blink of an eye, Roz stepped forward and instantly shifted his position to the right side of the ship's railing. With a powerful punch, he sent one pirate flying, followed by a swift kick that sent another pirate tumbling into the sea. Simultaneously, he had already drawn his pistol with his left hand, aiming at the group of pirates, and discharged 6 rounds in quick succession, exhausting his ammunition. The entire sequence transpired in a matter of moments. Aside from the one-eyed Flow, who took precautionary measures the instant Roz moved, the rest of the pirates were caught off guard, failing to react until Roz had already felled 7 of their number with his bullets. "Open fire! Kill him!" The remaining pirates, their foreheads glistening with cold sweat, were astounded by Roz's terrifying speed, a wave of fear washing over them. However, their instincts honed from years of piracy compelled them to swiftly raise their firearms. Approximately 6 or 7 pirates simultaneously aimed at Roz. Bang, bang, bang! The bullet struck the wooden deck, sending splinters flying. Yet Roz had already left his original position and dashed into the throng of pirates as they fired. "Watch out, he's here." In the chaos of close-quarters combat, firearms proved to be of little use, and many pirates decisively drew their swords, charging at Roz. Unfazed by the descending blades, Roz met them head-on with a punch, his fist imbued with a twisting force, colliding with the slashing weapons. Crack! Crack! The finely crafted swords were momentarily suspended in midair, contorted like rubber before being shattered apart. With a flick of his fist, the twisting power surged forth, impacting nearby pirates and causing their bones to emit a spine-chilling cracking sound, twisting them grotesquely. What kind of power is this? The remaining pirates froze, terror etched on their faces as fear began to take root within them. If it were merely speed and accuracy, it might be bearable, but this unfathomable strength that could reduce a man to a quivering mass was truly frightening. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Flow, observing the retreating pirates and Roz, whose punch could contort flesh and bone into a grotesque mass, felt his pupils constrict. He lacked the abilities of a devil fruit user, but had battled against them before. Knowing the trouble and complexity they posed, Ghost Hand Roz, do you truly refuse to cooperate with me? I can make you the first mate aboard my ship, second only to me. Flo positioned his sword before him, his expression serious as he regarded Roz in his eyes. The worthless subordinates Roz had dispatched were insignificant. It was Roz, a formidable individual, whom he was eager to recruit. Roz remained impassive, silent, and after repelling the nearby pirates, he charged directly at Flo, his movement transforming into a blur. Damn it, then die. A flash of anger crossed Flo's singular eye as he gripped the hilt of his sword and struck down towards Roz's head. Roz perceived Flo's swordsmanship to be considerably inferior to that of Captain Moby, yet the force behind this strike bore a resemblance to Moby's, unleashing a faint yet palpable sword aura. A renowned blade? Roz was slightly surprised, but remained unfazed. He deftly sidestepped the frontal slash and retaliated with a punch aimed at Flo. Flo's reflexes were remarkably swift as he brought his sword horizontally to counter. But Roz evaded with a twist of his body. Fire! Kill him! While Flo engaged Roz in a struggle for dominance, he commanded his subordinates in an attempt to distract Roz. Just then, Robin's voice rang out from the stern of the ship. 30 blooms of flower. With a snap, several pirates, armed with firearms, found arms sprouting from their shoulders, knocking their weapons from their grip while simultaneously seizing their necks. Do not interfere with the captain's battle. Though Robin was only 16 years old, her powers from the flower fruit enabled her to subdue a group of ordinary pirates effortlessly. The multitude of pirates was once again struck with fear by Robin's abilities. While Flo felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that Roz had an ally and a devil fruit user at that. With Robin handling the situation, Roz redirected his attention back to Flo. Flo's strength was a notch above that of an average naval lieutenant, and with his renowned sword, his power was comparable to that of Captain Moby. However, this strength still fell short of Roz's prowess. Even if Roz had no intention of damaging Flo's esteemed sword, it wasn't long before Flo found himself in a precarious position, and soon one of his arms twisted grotesquely beneath the force of Roz's punch. Blood and flesh mangled, the renowned sword flew from his grasp, embedding itself into the ship's planks. Hiss! Pain etched across Flo's face, his gaze turning frantic as he beheld Roz approaching with deliberate steps. Gritting his teeth against the agony that don't kill me. If you want the ship, I can give it to you that I could be your subordinate. Roz, expressionless, advanced and delivered a punch that silenced him. After eliminating the one-eyed Flo, Roz felt a flicker of satisfaction upon hearing the clear system synthesis sound in his ears. He then turned and moved aside to retrieve the sword he had just taken from Flo. Robin, do you recognize this sword? He examined the blade, finding it unfamiliar, and called out to Robin, who was nearby. Robin approached, gazing thoughtfully at the sword in Roz's hand. I am not well versed in swords, but I have recorded information about various blades. This one appears to be the Spring Joy from the Great Blade 21. Great Blade 21? Roz was somewhat taken aback, having initially thought it merely a fine blade from the 50 Craft series. He hadn't expected that a mere one-eyed pirate like Flo would possess a Great Blade 20-1. In this world, the pinnacle of swords are the supreme Great Blades 12, of which there are only 12 worldwide, followed by the Great Blades 21, of which there are only 21. Naturally, Roz's current ability with the Twisting Fruit could not extend the vibrations to weapons like the Quake Fruit could. Even attempting to channel his twisting power through the sword would cause severe damage. Thus, swords served only one purpose for him: to signify status. Acquiring a Great Blade 21 was a pleasant surprise, but what truly pleased Roz was the talent reward he received after vanquishing Flo. 50 talent proficiency point 1 free talent point. The initial bounty of over 20 million for slaying a pirate had indeed granted him another free talent point, along with 50 talent proficiency. This indicated that the first branch of the Twisting Fruit's abilities was, barring any unforeseen circumstances, finally on the verge of unlocking. Chapter 15. Twisting Light. Roz did not hasten to summon the talent system. Instead, he turned to the remaining pirates, subdued by Robin, who were trembling and had seemingly lost their will to fight. 13 remain, Robin reported, standing beside Roz. The pirates, having witnessed Roz's dispatch of Flo, displayed expressions of terror and dread, Even among those with some strength, do not kill me. Captain Roz, I am willing to submit to you. Me too. Me too. Many pirates even hastily discarded their weapons. Roz surveyed the remaining 13 pirates, his gaze indifferent as he shook his head. There are far too many of you. I do not require this many subordinates. Observing the fear on the faces of the pirates, Roz paused momentarily before calmly stating, You now number 13, yet I only need 5. And upon hearing Roz's words, the remaining 13 pirates collectively held their breath. Only 5 would be spared, making Roz's intent unmistakably clear. Only 5 among them would live, while the excess 8 would meet their demise. You want us to turn on each other? One pirate gritted his teeth. But before he could finish, a sword pierced through his chest, blood erupting forth. The pirates present were not akin to the Straw Hat Pirates' camaraderie. They were all ruthless and savage individuals, some quite cunning. They clearly understood that opposing Roz was futile. Their only chance of survival lay in submission. Bang! Bang! With a leader emerging, the remaining pirates immediately erupted into a furious clash, engaging in a brutal struggle that soon left only 5 standing. Although these 5 ceased their fighting, they remained exceedingly vigilant, acutely aware that if Roz were to change his requirements to just 3 individuals, those who relaxed their guard would undoubtedly meet their demise first. Roz cast a detached glance over the 5, then turned to Robin beside him and declared, Robin, the rest is in your hands, as you command, Captain. Robin replied with a nod, taking charge of the remaining pirates to clear the deck of bodies and blood. While Roz made his way alone to the deck, as he focused his thoughts, the 3 grand trees of his talent system manifested before him. Roz directly accessed the combat talent branch, seeking the immense limb corresponding to the twisting fruit. Twisting fruit, 75, that only 25 points of talent proficiency remained until the first branch ability, Twisted Light, could be unlocked. With a mere thought, Roz allocated the necessary 25 proficiency points that a flash of emerald light enveloped him as the proficiency of the twisting fruit reached 100. Transforming the ability Twisted Light from a dull hue to a vibrant green, now ready for activation. Activating Twisted Light indeed required 1 free talent point. Let it be activated, Roz stated, investing the newly acquired point into Twisted Light. In an instant, a peculiar force surged through Roz's body. Merging with the power of the twisting fruit within him, he felt a distinct transformation occurring, one that was difficult to articulate in words. Yet undeniably indicative of the further development of the twisting fruit's abilities, he extended his hand and waved it before him. The ordinary palm conjured an ethereal shadow, and under Roz's deliberate manipulation, he could even freeze this illusion in place, as if summoning numerous hands at once. Robin, who was directing the remaining pirates in their cleanup efforts below, caught sight of Roz's transformation and was momentarily taken aback. When did he acquire her flower fruit abilities? Roz stood there, continuously waving his arms, creating successive phantoms, familiarizing himself with his newfound strength. These were merely illusions. The arms, and such created by the ability of Twisted Light, possessed no tangible offensive power. Yet their deceptive potential was exceedingly high. Imagine during combat, suddenly unleashing a multitude of fists, all appearing identical. Even if only one were genuine, defending against them would be immensely challenging. This meant that any adversary facing Roz would find their visual perception severely disrupted. Unless they could rely solely on sound and other forms of perception to discern Roz's position, they would be greatly hindered. For those lacking mastery in observation hockey or similar abilities, vision constituted their primary means of perception, and with it compromised, their effectiveness would plummet. Now, should Roz encounter a figure such as Navy Colonel Moby, he could effortlessly contend against 3 or 5 of them simultaneously. The range of the Twisting Fruit's ability had indeed expanded. After familiarizing himself with his newly acquired powers, Roz sensed a marked enhancement in the twisting force he could wield. Where once it had been a 2-meter radius sphere centered around himself, it now extended to nearly 5 meters. This level of twisting force was sufficient to withstand slash attacks from individuals like Moby and the One-Eyed Flo, meaning that Roz could confront such strikes head-on without the need for evasion. He even contemplated the possibility of deflecting bullets fired from standard firearms using his twisting force, though he was reluctant to test that theory. With the power of the fruit heightened, the toll on his stamina had also increased significantly. Noticing the changes within him, a contemplative expression crossed Roz's face. The usage of a devil fruit undoubtedly consumed considerable stamina, particularly one as formidable as the twisting fruit. Given its amplified abilities, his exertion would deplete his stamina even more rapidly. Placing a heavier burden on his physique, it seemed imperative that the general talent physical enhancement be activated soon. The current state was manageable, but should he wait until the activation of twisted gravity, his physical resilience might fail to keep pace with the demands of the devil fruit's capabilities. Undoubtedly, the strongest being upon the seas was Whitebeard, and his might was not solely attributed to the tremor fruit. While the tremor fruit was indeed a fearsome power, without a physique capable of withstanding its shockwaves, it would be impossible to unleash the terrifying strength that Whitebeard possessed. The remaining 25 proficiency points could be saved for emergencies. Should a situation arise requiring explosive power, he could directly allocate those points to the twisting fruit, while points for speed could enhance his shave or agility. After a moment of contemplation, Roz decided to retain the 25 proficiency points, knowing he could always summon the talent system whenever necessary. Upon closing the talent system, Roz continued to hone his mastery over Twisted Light. 2 hours later, Robin approached Roz, reporting, "Captain, the deck and cabin have been cleared. Additionally, a naval ship is approaching from the southwest. It appears to be a medium-sized warship." Chapter 16, Talent System Optimization. Upon the vast azure sea, a medium-sized warship from the Navy sped forth, cutting through the waves. "Report, Colonel. A ship belonging to the Flow pirate crew has been sighted ahead." "Is that so?" The Navy colonel commanding the vessel stepped onto the deck, raising his telescope towards a distant, indistinct black shape, quickly recognizing the Flow pirate crew's ship anchored on the water. Yes, they drew closer. He sensed something amiss. The pirate ship bore clear signs of damage, suggesting it had recently endured a fierce battle. "All hands prepare. Once within range, commence bombardment immediately." The Navy colonel furrowed his brow in contemplation before issuing the command. A naval warship? Roz emerged from his training session, accepting the telescope from Robin and gazing in the direction she indicated, spotting the warship racing towards them. That Robin's eyes flickered slightly as she stood beside Roz, whispering, "If I'm not mistaken, it seems to be headed for the Flow pirate crew." "Indeed," Roz nodded. "However, whether it is targeting the Flow pirate crew or us, the distinction is negligible at this moment." Just as Roz lowered the telescope, a familiar, crisp, synthesized voice echoed in his ears. Due to changes in the host's environment, and considering the host's unique dark sense of justice, the talent system will undergo an optimization. The details of the optimization are as follows. In addition to obtaining talent proficiency and free talent points through the defeat of pirates, vanquishing naval commanders pursuing the host will also yield rewards of talent proficiency and free talent points, with diminishing returns that do not share with the rewards from hunting pirates. Note: this reward acquisition only applies to the highest-ranking naval officer pursuing the host, with a minimum rank of Navy Major. Listening to the voice, Roz was momentarily taken aback, but a smile soon spread across his face. This optimization was undoubtedly to his liking. Following this upgrade, the host could directly view the bounty amounts corresponding to the rewards for hunting pirates, as well as the reward ranges associated with naval commanders' ranks. Ding! Optimization complete. The second optimization took Roz by surprise. After the final sound of the system faded, he focused his thoughts and accessed the talent system. In the upper right corner of the talent system page, a previously unseen special reward symbol appeared. Roz glanced at it and promptly opened it. Pirate bounties, 50 million berries, 3 pirates slain, 80,000,000 berries, 2 pirates slain, 100 million berries, 2 pirates slain, 120 million berries, 2 pirates slain, 150 million berries, 1 pirate slain, 200 million berries, 1 pirate slain. To the left, the pirate bounty section recorded all the pirates Roz had dispatched thus far, clearly delineating each reward bracket and its diminishing returns, aligning perfectly with Roz's previous conjectures. Repeatedly slaying pirates within a specific bounty range would result in a gradual decrease in the rewards of talent proficiency. Furthermore, the first kill of a pirate within a new bounty range would invariably grant 1 free talent point. There were multiple brackets for bounties exceeding 30 million, with 50 million marking a crucial divide. For every additional 100 million up to 500 million, There existed another boundary, beyond which only three ranges remained: 500 to 800 million, 800 million to 1.2 billion. And above 1.2 billion, the distinctions were quite clear. However, the strength of many pirates in this world could not be solely categorized by their bounties. After surveying the information from top to bottom, Roz turned his gaze to the right. Naval defeats. Rear Admiral, 0 defeated. Vice Admiral, 0 defeated. Admiral, 0 defeated. Fleet Admiral, 0 defeated. The naval defeat section was uniformly filled with zeros. Roz had yet to vanquish even a Rear Admiral of the Navy. The poor categorization was evident. Although branch and headquarters Rear Admirals shared the same rank, their strength differed vastly. Roz shook his head in discontent. The failure to distinguish between branch and headquarters Rear Admirals implied a reduction in the rewards he could attain, which naturally left him less than satisfied. Having swiftly perused the new query page, Roz exited the talent system. When he next gazed at the distant sea, the naval warship had already closed a significant distance. He no longer required a telescope to discern the contours of the ship. Southeast winds nearing force 6. Robin, hoist the sails, and let's depart from here, Roz instructed, glancing at the wind direction and pondering briefly. The intimidation factor of the naval warship was formidable. Its cannons far surpassed the firepower of this pirate vessel. Moreover, with the headwind, a direct confrontation would leave them shattered into fragments before they even had a chance to approach. The Navy personnel aboard the warship were easily overwhelmed, yet even a vice admiral from the Navy would yield before the artillery of a medium-sized warship. Oftentimes, the Navy's ability to pursue pirates relentlessly stemmed from the sheer ferocity of their cannon fire. Not every pirate could withstand such bombardment, and at present, Roz was certainly not among them. Indeed, Robin was acutely aware of the warship's menacing presence. Had it not been for Roz's lack of command, she would have already instructed the other pirates to hastily set sail. The 5 pirates, fully cognizant of the naval warship's terror, were already prepared. Upon receiving Robin's directive, they swiftly hoisted the sails and set out. As the warship observed the Fluoro pirates' vessel attempting to flee, it pursued relentlessly, even firing a few test shots in an attempt to cripple the pirate ship's mast. However, due to the considerable distance, the cannon fire failed to find its mark. While the warship's artillery was indeed powerful, it was also cumbersome. Even with turbo systems, it could not keep pace with a nimble pirate ship in winds of a certain strength. After all, the vast majority of pirates prefer to seize their loot and flee, rarely constructing heavy warships to engage the Navy directly. The Fluoro pirates' vessel was a lightweight sailing ship. Ultimately, the warship could only watch as the Fluoro pirate ship receded into the distance, becoming a mere black on the horizon before vanishing from view. If only I could master the moonwalk, Roz mused, standing atop the cabin and gazing at the boundless sea, shaking his head. With the moonwalk at his disposal, he could traverse the sea effortlessly, evading the warship's cannon fire, leap onto the naval ship, and sink it without hesitation. However, the warship he had just observed was likely commanded by a colonel from a certain branch of the Navy, and defeating such a colonel would yield no rewards, leaving Roz with little sense of gain or loss. With the talent system at his disposal, it would not be long before he could disregard naval warships entirely. At that time, any Navy daring to pursue him would find themselves sinking beneath the waves. With a swift motion, Roz leaped down from the cabin and approached Robin. "Robin, how much supply do we have left on board?" "With 7 of us, it should suffice for 2 to 3 months, Robin replied thoughtfully. Roz nodded. "Good. I understand that I need you to compile all the intelligence you possess regarding pirates in the West Sea with bounties exceeding 15 million berries." "Not a problem." Chapter 17. The Blade Pirates in the year 1508 of the Sea Circle, the infamous Ghost Hand Roz exterminated the one-eyed Fluoros with a bounty of 27 million berries. Seizing the ship of the Fluoros pirates and officially establishing the Ghost Hand pirate crew, with their flag featuring a skull topped by a skeletal hand reaching skyward, by early December of the year 1508. Ghost Hand Roz led his crew to annihilate the Kuro pirates, whose captain had a bounty of 17 million in the kingdom of Tolta, and subsequently crushed the local Kingdom S forces that had come to encircle them. Gradually rising to prominence that by the end of December 1508, Ghost Hand Roz and his crew exterminated the Blood Bowl pirates. Led by a captain with a bounty of 25 million berries, and vanquished the Navy from the West Sea ST-19 branch. Instilling fear in the West Sea Navy and significantly enhancing his reputation, in early January of 1509, a year also known as the 11th year of the Great Pirate Era, Ghost Hand Roz, in the pirate town of Bagtown, consecutively annihilated the Hammer Pirates, whose captain boasted a bounty of 28 million, as well as the Flower Leopard Pirates, with a bounty of 19 million that he then eliminated the notorious pirate hunter Bloodhand and his gang, who had attempted to assassinate him at sea, thus solidifying his reputation to the point where no one dared to question his bounty of 40 million berries. It has been over 2 months since Roz seized the ship of the Floros pirates. He has dispatched 2 pirates with bounties ranging from 15 to 20 million berries and 3 pirates within the 20 to 30 million range, due to the diminishing returns from repeatedly slaying pirates within a single bounty bracket. Roz only received 80 points of talent proficiency. Fortunately, during the extermination of the Hammer Pirates with a bounty of 28 million, Roz was additionally awarded 1 free talent point, which he was quite pleased about. Continuing to hunt pirates with bounties below 30 million had yielded meager rewards and was rather time-consuming, prompting Roz to shift his focus entirely to pirates with bounties exceeding 30 million. The Smarnal Kingdom, a relatively large kingdom in the West Sea, it is one of over 170 nations under the world government, with its king possessing the right to partake in the World Conference. In an alleyway within the kingdom's town, Roz, donning a leather hat and leaning against a wall, observed Robin, who was also wearing a hat. What is the situation inside? The intelligence is accurate, right? Robin was activating her abilities to peer into the interior of a nearby building. After a moment of contemplation and observation, she withdrew her power and nodded at Roz. The information is correct. The central room on the top floor is where the dark dealings occur, and the captain of the Blade Pirates, Blade, is inside. The captain of the Blade Pirates, known only by his title, is a master swordsman and was once a pirate hunter before turning to piracy himself, boasting a bounty of 35 million berries. Though not the first pirate with a bounty exceeding 30 million that Roz had set his sights on, he was the first pirate Roz had accurately located after expending nearly half a month on the endeavor. The first kill of a pirate with a bounty between 30 and 50 million would guarantee 1 free talent point, finally allowing Roz to unlock the physical enhancement talent, a universal skill. Roz slightly lifted the brim of his hat and stretched his body. During this period, to enhance his physical capabilities, he had entrusted all tracking and intelligence tasks to Robin, focusing solely on rigorous training. Through relentless effort, Roz's physical abilities had significantly improved, allowing him to adapt to the surging power of his twisted fruit, and he had also accrued an additional 30 points of proficiency in the twisted power, thus further enhancing it. Wait for me here. Lods took the bounty notice worth 35 million berries from Robin's hands and issued a brief command before turning away, raising a hand to press against the wall before him. With a hum, the power of distortion acted upon the wall. Under Lods' precise control, it did not collapse, but merely created an indented area suitable for climbing. With a firm step, Lods leapt upward, landing on the recessed section while reaching for a higher spot on the wall, using the momentum to leap again. Whoosh! Whoosh! After 2 successive boosts, Lods ascended to the rooftop and vanished from sight. A captain indeed peculiar, hunted by the Navy, opposed to the world government, yet tirelessly pursuing and slaying pirates without regard for the enemies surrounding him. Robin murmured as she watched Lods' silhouette disappear into the sky. Among pirates, most are adversaries, especially in the Grand Line and the latter half of the New World, where chance encounters often lead to fierce battles. However, Lods' actions transcended mere chance encounters, as he actively sought to hunt down all infamous pirates, seemingly treading upon blood and bones to become the most feared entity in the West Sea. Shaking her head, Robin activated her abilities to continue observing the interior of the building, in the central room on the top floor. There lay a dark chamber, shrouded by curtains that blocked all sunlight, illuminated only by oil lamps, with around 20 individuals either standing or seated. After spending more than half a month, we have finally managed to contact you. An elderly man with gray whiskers and a top hat, leaning on a cane, spoke to a swordsman clad in a white jacket across from him. The swordsman in the white jacket was none other than the pirate captain. Whiteblade, I have heard you are willing to offer a generous reward. Whiteblade leaned slightly forward, a dangerous smile gracing his face. The elderly man maintained a serious demeanor, responding, "Indeed, 40 million berries. That is the reward for our commission." "That is quite a sum." White Blade reclined back into the sofa, saying, "So, what do you wish for us to do?" "I need you to eradicate the Capone gang's underground stronghold in the kingdom of Smainer. The growth of the Capone gang has severely impacted our organization." The elderly man replied, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Upon hearing this, White Blade couldn't help but snicker. "I see. So the gang you secretly supported in the kingdom of Smainer can't handle an external force and needs to enlist the help of pirates. How amusing." The old man narrowed his eyes and said, "No, it is not that they cannot handle it, but such matters cannot be made public. Utilizing overt forces to resolve it would cause significant trouble. Hence it must be dealt with discreetly. So, will you accept this commission?" "Yes," White Blade stated bluntly. "However, provoking the Capone gang would be quite troublesome. 40 million berries is insufficient. That I demand 50 million berries. 40 million is already quite high." The old man replied, maintaining a solemn expression, seemingly unwilling to increase the offer. Meanwhile, White Blade nonchalantly took out a handkerchief to wipe his sword sheath, appearing unconcerned. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, an unusual commotion suddenly erupted from the ceiling above. Crack, crack. Both White Blade and the elderly man looked up simultaneously, witnessing the ceiling becoming grotesquely twisted and cracking, the sound spreading in all directions, until, along with the chandelier above, it suddenly collapsed. "What is happening?" The attendees were momentarily stunned, but White Blade reacted swiftly, drawing his sword and cleaving the fallen ceiling in half. The ceiling had collapsed over an area of approximately 2 meters, allowing sunlight to stream through the newly created opening, illuminating the previously dim hall. Engaging in trade with pirates in the kingdom of Smainer is quite intriguing. However, regrettably, your transaction is unlikely to come to fruition. Lodz's voice echoed from the gaping hole in the collapsed ceiling. Shortly thereafter, everyone beheld a figure donning a leather hat, holding it down with one hand, gracefully leaping down from the opening and landing lightly atop the debris. "Who? What audacity? Who dares intrude?" The crowd, taken aback, revealed expressions of vigilance and hostility, fixating on the suddenly intruding Lodz. The elderly man in the top hat's initial reaction was that the Capone gang had discovered their clandestine dealings and had barged in. But upon recognizing Lodz's appearance, his pupils constricted immediately. "You are the Demon Hand Lodz." Apart from the White Blade pirate crew, they had also attempted to contact the Demon Hand pirate crew in private, but ultimately gave up due to the lack of contact. They never expected that after finally establishing contact with the White Blade pirate crew, the captain of the Demon Hand pirate crew, Lodz would arrive uninvited. Demon Hand Lodz, White Blade, captain of the White Blade pirate crew, regarded Lodz standing atop the ruins, his brow furrowing slightly, a dangerous glint emerging in his gaze. The name Demon Hand Lodz had been circulating throughout the West Sea in recent months, where he had eradicated all pirates, gangs, and even the Navy in his path, regarded as a terrifying figure who relished hunting down the strong. "Are you here for me?" White Blade gripped the hilt of his sword, addressing Lodz in a low voice. With Lodz's sudden appearance, White Blade did not assume it was merely a playful visit. Given Lodz's style of conduct, it was likely he had come with intentions directed at him. "Indeed," Lodz nodded calmly, responding to White Blade's inquiry, and descended from the debris of the collapsed ceiling, advancing slowly toward him. The pirates under White Blade were all intimidated by the aura emanating from the name Demon Hand Lodz, while the members of the Smainer Kingdom's gang were equally shaken. White Blade's expression darkened as he observed Lodz drawing nearer, his eyes reflecting not only seriousness, but also a flicker of murderous intent and fury. He was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 35 million berries, having roamed the seas for years, while Lodz was merely a recent name in the spotlight. Who was to say who would be the prey? One sword style, evil severance. White Blade shouted fiercely, drawing his sword and stepping forward to deliver a diagonal slash at Lodz, aiming to cleave him from left abdomen to right shoulder. This strike appeared as if it would split Lodz in two. But in that very moment, White Blade inwardly cursed, for he felt with certainty that his blade had struck nothing. Whoosh! As anticipated, in the next instant, from a position alarmingly close to him, yet devoid of any presence, A gale of fist wind surged forth in that life and death moment. He desperately twisted his body, retracting his sword to defend, barely managing to block the oncoming fist wind with the blade held horizontally before him. However, as the fist wind came crashing down, his sword snapped with a crack, twisting and breaking, along with his arm that gripped the sword, reduced to a mangled mass of flesh and bone. Ah! White Blade screamed in agony. Clutching his bloodied arm, and with a forceful stomp, he retreated at full speed, intending to smash through the wall to escape. Yet, before he could collide with the wall, Lodz's figure appeared like a phantom, wielding a finely crafted katana, sweeping toward him with a deadly strike. Swoosh! White Blade's head soared into the air, accompanied by a spray of blood, his face frozen in an expression of disbelief, unable to fathom that he had been defeated by Lodz in merely 2 moves. Is this his ability, the Phantom? Damn it, his movement should have made noise. Why didn't I notice sooner? As darkness enveloped White Blade, he lost consciousness entirely. Meanwhile, a familiar synthesized voice echoed in Lodz's ears. Bounty of 35 million berries, Pirate Captain White Blade. Hunt completed. Reward acquired. 60 points of talent proficiency, 1 point of free talent points. Listening to the sounds echoing in his ears, Roz stood calmly, gazing at the lifeless body of Blade, sprawled in a pool of blood, as he gradually straightened his posture. With his current strength, even if Blade were capable of perceiving the distortion of light that Roz had created, a mirage akin to the refraction in water, he would still be no match for him. The exhibition of his light-bending ability was merely a means to achieve a swift resolution. The rapidity of the battle had been such that victory and defeat were determined in a single move. With life and death decided in just 2, the majority of those present had scarcely registered what had transpired. This must be a trick, a deception. How could the boss possibly defeat Blade in just 1 strike? The members of the Blade pirate crew gazed at the fallen body of their captain, their faces awash with disbelief, eyes reflecting a mix of horror and fear. The elder of the Smainal Kingdom's mafia, adorned in a black top hat, also displayed signs of shock. Realizing that Roz's prowess exceeded the fearsome reputation he had heard, the bounty of 35 million berries on Blade had been extinguished in a mere encounter. Amidst the astonishment, Roz lifted his head, his gaze steady as he regarded Blade's subordinates, clearly indicating he had no intention of sparing them. In a fleeting moment, he swung his sword. Swoosh! 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 The pirates, gripped by terror, attempted to flee, but under Roz's swift movement, they had no chance of escape and were all summarily dispatched. After annihilating the last pirate, Roz halted, gripping the still-dripping blood of his famed blade, Chunla, and turned his attention to the members of the Smainal Kingdom's mafia. The elder in the black top hat, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow, struggled to maintain composure, stating, "Captain Roz's strength is even greater than the rumors suggest. It is indeed an honor to witness it firsthand." A hush fell over the scene. Noticing that Roz remained standing there, neither approaching nor sheathing his sword, the elder hesitated momentarily before cautiously continuing. "Might I inquire if Captain Roz would be interested in a transaction? If you could eliminate the Capone Mafia's underground influence in our Smainal Kingdom, we would be willing to offer a reward of 50 million berries." Roz stood there, calmly observing the elder in the black top hat, allowing the blood to drip from the blade onto the exquisite carpet beneath, that he remained silent, and no one dared to utter a word. Only a few faint and unstable breaths echoed in the stillness. Since the onset of the Furo pirate crew's downfall, excluding the Blade pirate crew, Roz had already eradicated 5 pirate crews, each possessing a portion of treasure, totaling over 20 million berries. The ship of the Blade pirate crew should also hold share. Thus, if he could obtain an additional 50 million berries, it would amount to around 80 million berries to Roz. The ship of the Furo pirate crew was merely a rudimentary means of transportation. He required a more formidable and swifter vessel. With the 50 million berries in hand, he would be close to seeking a shipwright to construct a new ship. Moreover, there existed an irreconcilable conflict between him and the Capone Mafia. As Roz pondered his decision, Robin suddenly burst in from outside, interrupting his thoughts. "Captain Roz, the situation has changed. We are surrounded by Capone Mafia members." "Indeed," Roz replied, slightly surprised, casting a glance at the elder in the black top hat. who appeared utterly astonished, seemingly unprepared for the Capone Mafia's encirclement. Roz approached the window, drawing back the curtains slightly to gaze outside, where he saw the streets completely sealed off, with hundreds of Capone Mafia members surrounding the area. These members were armed not only with firearms, but also bore a significant number of portable cannons, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of war that Roz's gaze shifted, scanning the gathered Capone Mafia members before landing on a young figure at the forefront. A cigar clenched between his teeth. That person is Capone Beji, Chapter 19. Level this place to the ground. First update. Capone Beji, one of the principal decision-makers of the Capone family, was on the verge of gaining full control over the family in the near future. Robin, standing slightly behind Roz, whispered the details about Capone Beji. Since Capone Beji was part of the notorious generation alongside Luffy and one of the future supernovas, Roz possessed more knowledge about him than Robin did. Thus, he showed no surprise at Robin's report. Damn it, it's Capone Beji. How could the Capone family suddenly initiate such a large-scale operation? And without any prior indication, the elder in the black top hat moved to the window, gazing down at the army-like assembly of Capone Mafia members, his expression darkening considerably. Capone Beji, leading numerous Mafia members, halted before the building, and his subordinates quickly secured the surrounding streets and other structures. All weapons aimed at Roz's location. Your actions have been too slow. Such delay will inevitably lead to failure. Regrettably, this is where it ends. Capone Beji, cigar in mouth, looked up at the top floor, the muscles of his face shifting slightly to reveal a chilling smile. Brimming with confidence, as if he had everything under control. Damn it! The elder in the black top hat, bewildered as to how the information had leaked, clenched his fists and shouted at Capone Beji. Capone Beji, do not forget where you are. If you dare to act here, our organization, bang! Before he could finish, a gunshot rang out on the street. Capone Beji, having inexplicably grasped a finely crafted firearm, fired it, the muzzle emitting wisps of smoke, while the elder's body froze, a blood hole appearing in his forehead. He staggered back and fell from the rooftop. How bothersome. Capone Beji, maintaining his shooting stance, remarked indifferently. Thus, the unnecessary theatrics come to a close. Level this place to the ground. Bang! Bang! Boom! Boom! At the very moment Capone Beji issued his command, an innumerable array of firearms and artillery surrounding the vicinity unleashed a barrage upon the building where Rhodes resided. Their aim was not solely directed at the uppermost floor, but rather an all-encompassing assault intended to completely obliterate the entire structure. Countless bullets and shells shattered every window and pane of glass in an instant. The cacophony of explosions reverberating through the streets, causing a throng of fleeing civilians in the distance to display expressions of sheer terror. Inside the building, as the elderly man in the black top had attempted to intimidate Capone Beji, Rhodes lowered the curtain of the window and turned to Robin, exclaiming, "We must descend immediately." Understood. Though a trace of anxiety flickered within Robin, she observed Rhodes maintaining his composure, which quelled any overwhelming sense of panic within her. Over the past few months, she had discerned much about Rhodes's character. He was akin to her, capable of remaining utterly calm in most situations that in this critical moment. Rhodes not only exhibited steadiness, but also demonstrated a serene capacity to react, indicating that he possessed a strategy to navigate this predicament, rather than being trapped in a dire scenario. Bang! Yet before Robin could follow Rhodes down the stairs, the elderly man in the black top hat met his demise at the hands of Capone Beji, followed swiftly by an all-encompassing artillery onslaught. Boom! 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 The surrounding glass shattered instantaneously, and a multitude of bullets and shells, accompanied by shards of glass, ricocheted throughout the room. Instinctively, Robin bent down to evade the incoming fire from the window. But before she could lower herself, Rhodes stepped forward, enveloping her in his embrace from the side. Buzz! The splintering glass and bullets struck Rhodes's back, yet were deflected by an inexplicable force, veering away in all directions. Simultaneously, the floor beneath Rhodes began to warp under the influence of the distortion fruit's power, cracking and collapsing with a series of sharp sounds. Boom! 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 Amidst the thunderous cacophony, Rhodes, cradling Robin, plummeted from the uppermost floor to the very base of the building. This structure lacked a basement, yet upon landing on the first floor, Rhodes continued to channel the distortion fruit's energy. With a resounding crash, the solid ground warped and caved in, forming a circular depression with a radius of approximately 2 meters that stretched downward. Only after the cavity reached a depth of about 3 meters did Rhodes cease his ability, releasing Robin and raising his hand to shield himself from the debris that threatened to collapse upon them, thus creating an underground sanctuary impervious to the ongoing artillery. Crack, crack. Rhodes supported the fallen rubble until the ceiling above completely distorted and solidified into a single mass, at which point he released his grip and turned to the young woman before him, casually remarking, "I did not expect them to launch their assaults so swiftly. We had no time to escape, thus we must adapt accordingly. It is of no concern." Do not fret. Robin's dark pupils remained fixed on Rhodes in the dimness, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of her lips. She exhaled softly, brushing off the dust that had settled on her shoulders and clothing, then quietly assessed their current predicament. Chapter 20. Activation of Physical Enhancement. Second update. Boom. Boom, boom. The artillery on the ground concentrated its fire upon the building, determined to raze it to the ground. Capone Beach was acutely aware of Rhodes's formidable personal strength, which is why, despite having an overwhelming advantage in firepower, he ordered a total demolition to ensure that Rhodes perished amidst the bombardment, leaving no chance for survival. Below ground, as the muffled roars of explosions reverberated from above, Robin scrutinized the underground space crafted by Rhodes's ability, her mind racing with contemplation. The fact that Rhodes could create such a space seemingly without effort implied he could easily fashion an exit at any moment. However, observing his demeanor, it was evident that he had no intention of fleeing just yet, remaining true to his habitual approach. "What are you looking at? Are you pondering why I haven't created an underground passage for our escape?" Noticing Robin's gaze, Rhodes turned to her and casually inquired. Robin, with her right hand resting in front of her and supporting her left elbow, her fingers gently touching her chin in contemplation, shook her head lightly in response to Rhodes's question. "No, such inquiries are unnecessary. In this situation, a direct escape does not align with the captain's style." Rhodes smiled faintly. He did not respond, instead raising his gaze upwards once more, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, silently listening to the relentless sounds of gunfire and the crumbling structure above. Robin had merely touched upon one aspect. Given his nature, it was indeed improbable that he would flee under such circumstances. The second reason was that utilizing the distortion fruit's power to create this space was not an effortless task. Crafting an underground passage would deplete a considerable amount of stamina, enough to eliminate hundreds of Capone's henchmen. In this era of extreme wickedness, should Capone Beach not be thwarted, it was likely that Rhodes would be removed from the ranks of the 11 notorious figures of this age. Calmly, Rhodes mused to himself. He would not show leniency simply because the adversary was a character from the original narrative. Having chosen to become his enemy, one must face the repercussions. Before Rhodes appeared, a translucent interface of his talent system materialized, visible only to him. The life system still bore only the proficiency of navigation. The branches of the combat system had activated 5 talents: firearms shooting, 50 melee combat, 100 distortion fruit, 130 marine 6 styles shave, 0 marine 6 styles paper drawing, 0 among the branches of the distortion fruit talent. An additional sub-ability of distorted light had been activated. The universal system had only activated the enhancement of agility. Physical enhancement belonged to the overarching category of the universal system, requiring 2 free talent points for activation. And Rhodes had now met the conditions for activation in the early stages. A robust agility and speed conferred a significant advantage, as most battles heavily relied on firearms. Thus, Rhodes had reluctantly expended 2 free talent points to enhance his agility, investing 50 proficiency points. Now, at Rhodes's current level, the significance of physical stamina had become abundantly clear. Without sufficient strength, one could not adequately harness the formidable powers of a devil fruit. From a long-term perspective, whether for further development in other areas or to better accommodate the profound capabilities of the distortion fruit, the enhancement of physical stamina was undeniably essential. Taking a deep breath, Rhodes made his choice to activate physical enhancement. Buzz, as the talent of physical enhancement transitioned from green to gold, A surge of warmth coursed through Rhodes's body, elevating his physique by nearly 50% in a mere instant. The talents in the universal system differ from those in the combat system, being divided into 5 stages. Once activated, even with 0 proficiency, it qualifies as a basic enhancement, yielding an approximate 50% increase. Subsequently, each additional proficiency point raises the enhancement by 1%. Upon reaching 50 proficiency points, it transitions to intermediate enhancement, with a total increase of 150%. Beyond that, Rhodes knew that 100 points signified advanced enhancement, 200 points denoted top-tier enhancement, and 500 points represented maximum value. He was uncertain of the additional boosts gained after surpassing these thresholds since he had only invested 50 proficiency points into agility enhancement. Basic physical enhancement was indeed commendable, yet insufficient, having acclimated to the substantial increase in his physical prowess. Rhodes inhaled deeply and directly allocated 50 proficiency points. The basic physical enhancement shimmered, transforming into intermediate physical enhancement, further amplifying Rhodes's stamina to an extraordinary degree. In the confined underground space, Robin contemplated the situation outside and the potential challenges that lay ahead, when suddenly she sensed a change in Rhodes, who was close at hand, vaguely perceiving that perhaps something had shifted within him. Had the muscles beneath his shirt subtly bulged? Was it merely an illusion? Robin gazed at Roz with a look of perplexity for a moment, ultimately shaking her head slightly in a somewhat unnatural manner, averting her gaze. After all, she was merely 16 years old, still a few months shy of 17. Roz, having activated the intermediate physical enhancement, adapted to the sudden surge in bodily strength within half a minute. It must be said that the enhancement provided by the talent system was remarkably perfect and domineering. Even with continuous boosts and short span, there were no adverse effects, nor was there a need for an extended period to acclimatize. Under the activation of the intermediate physical enhancement talent, Roz felt a significant increase in his control over the powers of the distortion fruit. Roz, the power of the distortion fruit resembled a heavy weapon. Wielding it with full force naturally imposed a considerable burden on his body, consuming a great deal of stamina. However, with a substantial enhancement in physical strength, wielding that once cumbersome weapon felt akin to an ordinary person swinging a stick, effortlessly manageable even when exerting maximum effort. With 85 points of proficiency remaining, Roz glanced at his remaining talent proficiency and contemplated for a moment before ultimately deciding to expend it all. After all, the current situation was far from favorable. With over 300 members of a gang above them, and more importantly, they were armed with artillery that far surpassed the lethality of ordinary firearms, that Roz's final choice was to spend 50 points of talent proficiency to elevate his physical enhancement to 100 points of advanced enhancement, allocating the remaining 35 points entirely to the distortion fruit. Achieving 100 points in advanced physical enhancement, Roz's muscles visibly transformed into a rounded shape. The slender figure beneath his shirt became extraordinarily perfect, to the point that if he were to stand naked, it would undoubtedly elicit screams from countless girls. That, of course, Robin, with her shrewd and composed demeanor, was not among them. Even upon noticing Roz's peculiar transformation, she merely raised an eyebrow in mild surprise before disregarding it entirely. Many talents within the talent system were not entirely independent, but had complementary effects, with Roz's physical enhancement reaching an advanced level. His physique nearly tripled in strength, and even without investing in agility enhancement, his speed still experienced a degree of improvement. Similarly, the Navy Six Forms technique, shave, which was heavily influenced by physical prowess, would see a significant growth in explosiveness without needing to invest proficiency points. However, the degree of enhancement from these talents influenced by physical enhancement was not as pronounced as that achieved through direct proficiency investment. Chapter 21. The Unhittable, third update, following a series of talent selections. Roz's talent skill tree underwent a remarkable transformation. Combat, firearms shooting, 50 melee combat, 100 distortion fruit, 165 Navy Six Forms, shave, 0 Navy Six Forms, paper drawing, 0 general, agility enhancement, 50 physical enhancement, 100 with advanced physical enhancement, and 165 points of proficiency in the distortion fruit ability. He experienced significant enhancements across the board. The tripled enhancement in physical capacity allowed him to perfectly withstand the further escalation of the distortion fruit's capabilities. Now, Roz felt that the effective range of the distortion fruit had reached nearly 15 meters, meaning he could distort everything within a 15-meter radius from where he stood. Such a degree of distortion power was more than sufficient to withstand ordinary bullets, even those from enhanced firearms. Moreover, even against portable artillery, there was a substantial likelihood that he could withstand the onslaught without sustaining any damage. Having completed all necessary enhancements, Roz acclimated to his newfound strength while quietly awaiting the cessation of the bombardment above. On the ground, amidst the continuous bombardment, it took less than 2 minutes for the dilapidated building to finally succumb, collapsing amidst smoke and flames with a resounding crash. Debris scattered in all directions, striking several gang members who had ventured too close. The firing squad ceased their fire, while the artillerymen continued their relentless bombardment. Capone Beach, cigar in mouth, stood calmly at the forefront of the crowd, showing no signs of retreat in the face of the crumbling structure, and issued his orders in a deep voice. Yes, numerous gang members armed with firearms ceased firing, with the building completely collapsed. Their weapons were rendered largely ineffective. Meanwhile, the remaining artillerymen persisted in loading shells, determined to obliterate any remnants of the structure, leaving nothing but fragments in their wake. Boom! Boom! After approximately 10 more minutes, the building was left devoid of any intact walls, reduced to mere rubble, interspersed with countless metal shards and debris. Boss, we're running low on shells. Isn't it time to stop? With such an intense concentration of firepower, even the notorious Ghost Hand Roz would have been reduced to fragments. A small leader among the artillerymen approached Capone Beach, reporting the situation. Capone Beach surveyed the shattered ruins before finally nodding, exhaling a puff of smoke. That should suffice. Have each artilleryman retain 2 shells. Bombard the rest completely. Consider it a salute for a funeral. Understood. The small leader acknowledged and swiftly relayed the orders. As the sound of artillery fire gradually diminished, many members of the Capone gang gazed at the desolate ruins. Revealing cruel smiles, T.O. dare provoke the Capone gang. This is the consequence. Thinking you can act like a pirate, do you believe we are powerless? Pirates eventually have to come ashore, amidst the mocking and sinister laughter of the Capone gang members. The gunfire finally ceased entirely, leaving behind only the lingering smoke and faint flickers of flame in the nearly leveled ruins. Capone Beach approached a gang member, holding a camera. Did you capture everything? Everything's recorded without issue. Good. We wouldn't want the Navy's scum to deny us our bounty. Capone Beach chuckled. His interest in money was not particularly strong, but possessing powerful firepower was essential. The bounty on Ghost Hand Roz was a staggering 40 million berries. And when combined with the pirate captain's white blade, it would total 75 million berries, sufficient to procure a substantial arsenal for armed development. However, just as Capone Beach was directing his subordinates to prepare for their departure, a series of strange sounds suddenly emanated from the ruins, now reduced to rubble. The gang members paused, initially confused, thinking perhaps an unexploded shell had detonated, but quickly realized something was amiss. Crackling, accompanied by the splintering of countless metal fragments. A figure emerged from the smoky debris, appearing utterly unscathed. His shirt was not only intact, but bore no signs of scorching whatsoever. Roz brushed off the minor remnants of charred dust from his shoulders and calmly stepped out from the smoke-filled ruins. Surely you don't believe this is over, do you, Capone Beach? Roz regarded Capone Beach, who stood among the crowd, with an unwavering gaze. Humph. Capone Beach's expression darkened, his teeth clenched tightly, nearly biting through the cigar in his mouth. Yet he coldly retorted, I never expected you to survive this. You should have remained hidden after evading the bombardment. To dare emerge like this, do you really think your strength can bridge this vast disparity in forces? How would I know without trying? Roz scanned the surroundings, noting the array of firearms and portable artillery aimed at him, before calmly returning his gaze to Capone Beach. Without rushing forward, he took measured steps, gradually approaching Capone Beach from the rubble. The atmosphere was strikingly eerie. Despite being targeted by countless weapons, Roz appeared entirely oblivious to the firearms and artillery aimed at him, moving forward with an uncanny calmness. Kill him! Capone Bede's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he observed Ra's approaching step by step, and he barked the command, "Bang, bang, bang." In an instant, a multitude of firearms converged upon Ra's, unleashing a barrage of bullets and shells that struck him. Yet bizarrely, they passed through him as if he were a mere illusion. Ra's continued to advance slowly, seemingly unaffected by the concentrated fire that had just rained down upon him, as if it had never occurred at all. What is happening? Surrounded by numerous gang members, their malevolent faces momentarily dulled in confusion as they beheld the tongues of flame erupting from their firearms. Yet they found themselves utterly powerless to halt the slow advance of Rhodes. Kapanabeki also momentarily froze, but soon recalled a particular piece of intelligence amidst the myriad of reports concerning Rhodes, which suggested that he possessed the ability to create illusions, an apparition, perhaps, but where lies his true form? Kapanabeki's expression grew grave, and he dared not let his guard down. He heightened his focus to its utmost, bracing for a potential ambush from Rhodes while simultaneously searching for his genuine position. Rhodes could only distort light, not sound, yet the cacophony of gunfire reverberating from all directions drowned out the faint sound of his slow footsteps, rendering Kapanabeki oblivious to the fact that the scene before him was merely a visual distortion akin to light refracted through water. However, upon realizing that the Rhodes he perceived was but an illusion, Kapanabeki swiftly formulated a response, commanding his subordinates, "Do not aim. Fire indiscriminately at the central area." Many gang members, initially stunned by Rhodes' capabilities, paused momentarily at Kapanabeki's orders but quickly complied, unleashing a barrage of fire in a 360-degree spiral. This assault, indeed, yielded some results, as a portion of the bullets, upon being fired, manifested a bizarre distortion in the void, as though space itself had folded, the trajectories twisting into arcs. Even if merely a visual distortion, it was profoundly striking, utterly ineffective. Damn it, what kind of ability is this? Panic began to seep into the eyes of several gang members. Chapter 22. Sea Prism Stone Weapon, 4th Update. However, in stark contrast to the panic of his subordinates, Kapanabeki maintained an air of icy composure, upon discerning that Rhodes' true form remained positioned somewhere within the fray. He decisively barked at a nearby subordinate. "Veet, leave this to me." A lanky young man with an unusual appearance sprang forth, drawing two exquisitely crafted, peculiar pistols from his waist, and commenced firing continuously into the fray. These peculiar bullets scattered in all directions, with one fortuitously aimed toward the location of Rhodes' true form. Rhodes instinctively sensed the threat. He did not utilize his powers to counter the lanky youth's shot, but instead reacted with remarkable speed to evade. The peculiar bullet grazed Rhodes' waist, and although it was a mere instant, Rhodes keenly perceived that the power of the devil fruit could not obliterate this bullet. Without doubt, it was a sea prism stone bullet. In these vast seas, the ability to hinder the powers of a devil fruit user is undeniably held by the sea prism stone, surpassing even seawater in its constraint. Many superhuman devil fruit users, such as Monkey D. Luffy, may become incapacitated upon entering the ocean, yet their bodies remain in rubber form, while the sea prism stone can revert a devil fruit user entirely to their original, ordinary flesh and blood. For Rhodes, his distortion fruit leaned more towards the float fruit. In addition to distorting light, he required physical contact with matter for his powers to take effect. Any bullet that touched his body would be influenced by the power of distortion, causing it to veer away. Yet, the sea prism stone bullet, upon contact, would render that portion of his body incapable of utilizing its abilities on the battlefield, although the light continued to be distorted, greatly disrupting everyone's vision. Rhodes' true form executed evasive maneuvers, and the refracted illusions naturally mirrored this action. While Rhodes could control the synchronization of his illusions and true form, doing so held little significance and demanded immense effort and stamina. Upon witnessing Rhodes evade the sea prism stone bullet, Kapanabeki, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, once again wore a confident and triumphant expression. "Knowing you are a devil fruit user, did you think I would act recklessly without preparation?" The sea prism stone weapon was indeed well prepared, yet Rhodes remained unfazed by Kapanabeki's words, calmly responding, "And so what? Even with a sea prism stone weapon, it must still hit me to be effective." Swish! Almost as soon as Rhodes finished speaking, the refracted illusion of him suddenly took a step forward, dashing into the throng at a speed that defied belief. The sea prism stone weapon merely counters the powers of the devil fruit. As for Rhodes now, beyond his devil fruit abilities, his physical prowess had tripled. His physical capabilities, having been honed through relentless training, already surpassed that of an ordinary person by a factor of 10. Augmenting this by an additional 3 times resulted in a terrifying effect. Thus, even without additional mastery, the explosive speed of his movement rivaled that of seasoned practitioners of the Marine 6 styles. Swish, swish, Rhodes' figure zipped through the crowd, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake, as countless bodies burst forth, akin to a hellish banquet. His velocity was already astonishing, and combined with the visual interference from the distorted light, no one could hope to capture his true form and mount an attack. Damn it, Kapanabeki had not anticipated Rhodes' speed would be so terrifying, and at such speeds, the interference from the refracted illusions became increasingly troublesome. Though some of his subordinates were formidable fighters attempting to engage Rhodes in close combat, they were no match for him. In a mere moment, dozens of his men lay slain, and the toll continued to rise. Kapanabeki, left with no choice, commanded his subordinates to retreat, cease fire, and fall back. Vite, Likey, block him. The manner in which Rhodes wreaked havoc was utterly appalling. Wherever he went, not a piece of flesh remained intact. With bodies twisting and bursting like pretzels, the gang members, clutching their firearms yet unsure how to attack, were gripped by fear and hesitance. Upon hearing Kapanabeki's orders, they began to withdraw. Simultaneously, 2 of Kapanabeki's lieutenants, Vite and Likey, drew forth long staffs, their sheen distinctly different from steel, and charged towards Rhodes. Crafting sea prism stone weapons into the shape of swords is exceedingly difficult. Staffs are far easier to produce. Even simpler than shackles, when facing a user of abilities, they can effectively serve as blades. For once an ability user is struck, they will experience a significant impact. Surrender. You are not the first devil fruit user we have dispatched. Vite and Likey, with malevolent expressions, deduced the location of Rhodes' true form and positioned themselves to flank him. Although the illusions created by the distorted light presented considerable interference, in the absence of gunfire, they could still rely on sound to engage in battle. Rhodes tilted his head, observing Vite and Likey as they closed in, casting a glance at the sea prism stone staffs in their hands, and remarked, "Sea prism stone weapons. This indeed imposes limitations on ability users. However, have you perhaps misunderstood something?" "What?" Vite and Likey were momentarily taken aback by Rhodes' tone. While sea prism stone can suppress ability users, it does not mean you can It is merely a tool. True combat depends on the individuals wielding them. Rhodes spoke with an air of nonchalance, suddenly drawing the renowned blade Chunla from his waist, gripping the hilt with both hands, and sweeping it fiercely toward the 2-hum. An almost imperceptible, invisible blade of energy surged forth from the edge of Rhodes' sword, sweeping horizontally toward Vite and Likey, although Rhodes had not cultivated any specific swordsmanship talents. His hand-to-hand combat skills encompassed a small portion of swordplay, and moreover, the act of slashing often relies on brute strength, much like the Marine 6 style's Gale Foot. With his current physical prowess, he had reached the threshold necessary to activate Gale Foot. How could he possibly fail to produce sword energy while wielding a renowned blade? Vite and Likey could not perceive the invisible blade of energy, yet they were suddenly struck by a bone-chilling sensation. Their hairs standing on end. Instinctively sensing danger, they raised their sea prism stone staffs defensively before them. Bang! Almost at the moment of contact between the blade energy and the sea prism stone staffs, a terrifying force surged through the staffs, violently propelling the 2 away. While sea prism stone can withstand the powers of devil fruit users and even the strikes of many top-tier swordsmen, the sheer ferocity of the impact embedded within the slash could not be negated. This is bad. The might of this individual was such that a single strike sent both opponents hurtling back 3 to 4 meters. Though they managed to stabilize themselves, their arms were left tingling, and they exchanged terrified glances. They were utterly overpowered in strength. They held no fear for mere swordsmen or martial artists, as they could easily encircle them with a barrage of concentrated artillery fire and obliterate them. Likewise, they were unperturbed by ordinary ability users, for with the aid of sea prism stone staves and bullets, they could effortlessly subdue the average ability wielder. However, when faced with an entity that could nearly crush them in martial arts and swordsmanship, while simultaneously being an adept user of a devil fruit that rendered firearms and artillery ineffective, the dilemma became significant. Such a being, even in the legendary Grand Line, would surely secure a prominent position. And a bounty of 40 million berries was utterly incongruous with their true worth. In the distance, Capone Beej watched in disbelief as Raza's strike sent Vito and Lecky, armed with their sea prism stone weapons, flying back several meters. His composure shattered. He had not anticipated the sheer terror of Raza's martial prowess and swordsmanship, which allowed him to dominate the West Blue. The operational plan had failed. Chapter 23, Major Bastille. Fifth update. Upon realizing the failure of his operational plan, Capone Beej harbored no lingering attachments and swiftly stowed his firearm, turning to make his escape. Yet at this juncture, did he not think it too late to flee? Raz, of course, would not allow Capone Beej to slip away so easily. He calmly spoke, and, with a swift step, charged toward Capone Beej. Capone Beej, a figure who stirred the winds of fate in the original narrative, was far from mere small FRY.I in response to Raz's pursuit. He adeptly contorted his body, leaping backwards with force while simultaneously pulling the trigger, unleashing a volley of specialized sea prism stone bullets. Ordinary bullets could be effortlessly disregarded by Raz. Even the larger, high-caliber lead projectiles could be deflected by his current capabilities granted by the Twisted Fruit. However, he still felt it prudent to afford a measure of respect to the sea prism stone ammunition. With a swift motion, Raz evaded the bullets fired by Capone Beej, and at that moment, Vito and Lecky, having regained their composure for being struck back, surged forward again if Capone Beej were to meet his demise at Raz's hands. They knew they would share the same fate. As long as they could impede Raz, there remained a glimmer of hope. Would you be willing to die for him? Raz regarded the advancing Vito and Lecky with a calm indifference, gently positioning his sword, and said, "Then I shall grant you your wish." Though Raz's swordsmanship may not be that of a master swordsman, his formidable physicality, speed, and strength rendered his strikes exceedingly powerful as his sword descended. It did not unleash any visible sword energy, but carried with it a heavy gust of wind, akin to the might of a mountain splitting the earth, causing one's breath to falter. "Block it!" Vito and Lecky's hearts raced, yet they could only grit their teeth and, armed with their sea prism stone staves, attempted to parry Raz's descending strike. Clang. As the sword and staff clashed, sparks erupted. The sea prism stone's composition was exceedingly hard. Even a formidable spring Lu, forged with 21 processes, could not carve a dent in it at the hands of Raz, who was not particularly skilled in swordplay. Yet the sheer ferocity of that single strike bore down upon Vito and Lecky, pressing them beneath the staff. Crack! Crack! With both hands gripping his sword, Raz exerted his strength, pinning Vito and Lecky beneath his blade, causing the ground beneath them to fracture with each passing moment. Though they managed to endure, their faces flushed crimson, and their arms trembled, clearly bearing the near limit of pressure. Disinterested in a stalemate, Raz forcefully pressed down. With a fierce lash, he unleashed a wave of energy that cleaved a fissure approximately 3 feet wide in the ground before Vito and Lecky, causing them to be utterly overwhelmed. Without hesitation, Raz's expression remained calm and indifferent as he thrust his sword forward, piercing Vito's heart. "Vito!" Lecky roared, desperately swinging his sea prism stone staff at Raz, but his arms had long since lost their strength. He possessed little energy left. With a deft motion, Raz countered, sending Lecky's staff flying, and with a flick of his wrist, a head sword, drenched in blood, into the air. For Raz, the demise of Vito and Lecky seemed a trifling matter. He scarcely spared them a glance before sheathing his sword and turning his attention to Capone Beej, who had already fled to a street beyond. With a swift step, Raz propelled himself forward, the ground fracturing beneath him like a spider's web. As he unleashed his full speed, resembling an arrow loosed from its bow, darting along the ground in the blink of an eye, Raz had traversed the distance of an entire street. Catching up to Capone Beej in the middle of the next one. Bang! Bang! Capone Beej, hearing the commotion behind him, wasted no time in firing another volley of bullets, forcing Raz to evade while he continued his escape. Despite the proximity, Raz, completely focused, effortlessly dodged the incoming C-Prism stone bullets. 7 bullets before. Now 5. Surely you have run out of ammunition. Raz spoke calmly, taking a step forward, already positioned behind Capone Beach, his spring loose swinging mercilessly. Just as Capone Beach's head was about to meet the ground, a figure clad in a justice cloak appeared, matching Raz's speed, intervening with an abrupt motion. Clang! Raz's sword halted a mere half-foot from Capone Beach's head, blocked by an enormous shark-slaying blade. This massive weapon rested almost against the back of Capone Beach's skull, occupying all space between Raz's spring loop and Capone Beach's head. The atmosphere grew tense. Raz narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the sudden appearance of a Navy officer, whose insignia differed from the colonel rank he had encountered before. It was that of a commodore. Moreover, this individual seemed oddly familiar. Finally, we meet the infamous Ghost Hand Raz, the tall Navy officer, wearing a peculiar bull-headed mask, stated in a monotone voice as he held Raz's spring loop at bay. I am the base commander of the West Blue T4 branch. You may call me Commander Bastille, or simply Major Bastille. Bastille, Raz pondered briefly before recalling this individual's identity. He was the vice admiral who accompanied Admiral Fujitora on a mission to Dressrosa in the original narrative, and now merely the commander of a base in the West Blue. The Navy bases in the West Blue are scarce, with most being stationed island divisions, the highest rank being that of a Navy colonel. In the current landscape, only a handful of base commanders dared pursue Raz. Capone Beach, still with a cigar clenched in his mouth, mused, indeed. This operation to eliminate Ghost Hand Raz has been in the works for many days. I even prepared for contingencies in case unforeseen circumstances arose. This contingency was the Navy that had just received intelligence 2 hours ago, arriving right on cue. He turned to Raz, a smirk creeping onto his face, akin to a victor mocking a vanquished foe, saying, every operation must account for the risks of failure and prepare an escape plan. With a swift motion, Raz retracted his spring loop, the blade grazing against the shark-slaying sword, producing a flurry of sparks, yet neither blade sustained any damage. So, the Navy of the West Blue has fallen to the point of being commanded by the underworld. Raz regarded the Navy major before him with a calm demeanor. Bastille snorted, resting the massive, shark-slaying blade upon his shoulder. It's merely a report from the public. Now, will you surrender willingly, or shall I render you half-dead before capturing you? He held no affection for the underworld, nor for those who assisted them. However, the orders from Navy headquarters to hunt down Ghost Hand Raz had been sitting on his desk for months. An uneasy silence enveloped the area. Raz cast a composed glance at Bastille's insignia, then at Capone Beach, who stood a few meters away, still leisurely observing while puffing on his cigar. He suddenly let out a laugh. What are you laughing at? Bastille inquired, frowning. Raz slowly raised his head, revealing an expression he had never shown before. It was not quite a smile, yet it unmistakably bore the essence of one, intertwined with cruelty, bloodshed, and a hint of delight. Major of the Navy. Quite a commendable rank. Chapter 24. The destruction of the blade. Bastille found himself perplexed by the intentions of Raz. Was he implying that Bastille's rank was excessively elevated, or was he suggesting it was insufficiently low? Such nuances were utterly indiscernible from Raz's countenance. The only discernible expression on Raz's face resembled that of a predator encountering its prey, yet to Bastille, this demeanor appeared both peculiar and ludicrous. Prey! He was the commander of the T4 branch base in the West Sea, a position far beyond that of mere naval colonels from subordinate divisions, and he had personally quelled notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 50 million berries. Not just one, but several. It would not be long before, due to his distinguished service and advancing years, he would be summoned to the headquarters or assigned as a vice admiral to a major base along the Grand Line. How audacious of Raz to regard him with such a gaze! It was laughable. Furthermore, the naval forces he commanded had already anchored 2 warships along the coastline. Even if Raz wished to flee, he would be reduced to mere debris by the close-range bombardment that it seemed you are unwilling to surrender. The atmosphere surrounding Bastille shifted from composed to menacing. The malevolent expression hidden beneath his bull-headed mask remained a mystery to all. Yet, There was no doubt that when he gripped the hilt of his shark-cutting blade, the overwhelming aura of a formidable opponent caused even Captain stationed at a distance, to wear a grave expression. Godfather, Lord Vit, and Lord Likey have suffered grievous losses, at least 114 casualties among the firearms team and at least 19 among the artillery team. The toll is severe to the few scattered gang members. Along with a significant number of naval troops, approached Captain who received their solemn report regarding the unfriendly attitude the Navy held towards the gang members. However, due to orders from above, they chose to disregard Captain and his faction. The losses were indeed dire, yet they did not jeopardize the overall situation. Captain puffing on a cigar, spoke with an even tone while gazing at the standoff between Bastille and Roz not far away. Although Bastille was proud, he did not underestimate Roz. Any pirate capable of wreaking havoc in the West Sea warranted serious consideration. With a swift motion, Bastille swung the shark-cutting blade towards Roz, a heavy momentum accompanied by an invisible and terrifying slash aimed directly at him. Given the immense size of the blade, it was inherently more conducive to delivering such powerful strikes, and Bastille's swordsmanship was formidable in its own right. However, such a tremendous assault had its inherent flaw. It was too slow. Roz merely shifted slightly to the side, easily evading the blow. Roz's gaze was reminiscent of a lion fixated on its quarry, calm and steady. With a sudden push from his feet, he charged towards Bastille. Having reviewed extensive intelligence on Roz, Bastille was well aware that Roz could employ the Navy's 6 styles, including the shave, and possessed the ability to distort steel and even bullets. Thus, when Roz launched himself forward, Bastille remained unperturbed, raising his massive shark-cutting blade for a devastating downward strike. With a fierce shout, Bastille brought the blade crashing down, the proximity of the attack rendering it even more formidable and less avoidable. However, in a surprising maneuver, Roz's body suddenly moved as if made of paper, naturally sidestepping the attack with ease. After evading Bastille's strike, Roz raised his fist and launched it towards Bastille's abdomen. Despite Bastille's towering stature, nearly double that of Roz, he dared not absorb the punch directly. Without hesitation, he executed the shave to evade Roz's blow, while simultaneously countering with a slash aimed at Roz's back. Roz remained composed, as if everything unfolded according to his expectations. He leaped gracefully, flipping in mid-air and extending his hand to press against the shark-cutting blade. With a resounding crack, even the briefest contact resulted in the blade twisting and fracturing. Approximately 1/3 of the blade's edge contorting into a spiral. "Blasted thing," Bastille exclaimed, his rage ignited upon witnessing the damage to his weapon. He raised the broken shark-cutting blade high, and in an astonishing display, he seemed to split into 3, delivering 3 powerful slashes in succession. This a combination of paper drawing and swordsmanship. Roz mused, a hint of disdain escaping his lips as he chose not to retreat. Instead, meeting one of the strikes head-on with a clenched fist. With the shark-cutting blade already damaged by 1/3, Bastille's slashes had lost some of their potency. Now, with such a dispersed attack, did he truly believe Roz would not dare to confront him directly? In an explosive clash, 2 of the 3 slashes missed their mark, while the remaining diagonal strike met Roz's fist squarely. The intangible slash, upon contact with Roz's punch, was momentarily suspended in mid-air, revealing its form in a flickering display. The collision of twisting power and swordsmanship erupted in a tremendous spectacle, generating a gale that swept in all directions. The confrontation did not hold for long. Bastille's invisible sword energy soon succumbed to the force of Roz's distortion, erupting into countless fragments that scattered like shrapnel, leaving fine cracks upon the ground and walls. In that moment, Roz seized the opportunity, stepping forward and grasping the very tip of Bastille's shark-cutting blade. With a series of crunching sounds, even as Bastille hastily withdrew his blade, Roz's hand made contact, resulting in the front end twisting grotesquely into an irregular mass riddled with fissures. The midsection of the blade was also severely affected, with both the blade and edge displaying significant distortion and cracks, leaving only the rear third relatively intact. Bastille's shark-cutting blade. Was this the power of the paramecia-type distortion fruit described in the intelligence reports? The numerous naval officers encircling the scene gasped in astonishment at the sight of Ra's nearly obliterating Bastille's weapon. Some naval colonels even broke into a cold sweat, realizing that Ra's might was beyond that which Bastille could contend with. Should Bastille fall to Raz, the ramifications would be dire. Snipers, target the ghost hand Raz. Officers of lieutenant rank and above advanced to assist base commander Bastille. A few naval colonels from the T4 base, seeing the situation deteriorate, swiftly resolved to support Bastille in a concerted effort to subdue the ghost hand Raz. Bastille had initially believed he could overpower Raz, but the pirate's strength had proven unexpectedly formidable, leaving even him somewhat at a loss. The decisions made by the distant colonels were to his liking. Although he felt somewhat humiliated, he was a naval officer. For the Navy, the process was inconsequential. Only the outcome mattered. Chapter 25. The tremor of the West Sea in the distance, Captain Becky, who was directing his subordinates to clean up the aftermath, observed the battle between Bastille and Raz, sensing an ominous turn of events. Could a rear admiral from the T4 base truly be incapable of dealing with the ghost hand Raz? This group of Navy officers seemed woefully inadequate, particularly as he watched the naval sniper's attempt to take Raz down from a distance. He clenched his teeth around his cigar, his expression darkening further. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out as 2 snipers took aim at Raz. And predictably, although the bullets were aimed directly at him, they veered off course the moment they touched his body. The production of sea prism stone bullets was exceedingly complex and expensive, rendering it impractical for the Navy in the West Sea to equip them in abundance. Ah, damn it! The diverted bullets struck the 2 naval majors who had attempted to fire at Raz, creating gaping wounds and sending them crashing to the ground. Do not shoot. Bullets are ineffective against this man. Bastille shouted urgently to the distant naval officers. At that moment, Raz took action. Surrounded by over 10 officers of the rank of major and above, he showed no hesitation or intent to retreat. With a single punch, he transformed 3 standard steel swords into a mass of scrap metal, then sent 2 majors flying, their fates uncertain. Bang! Bang! Raz surged forward with relentless momentum, despite the majors and lieutenants employing the shave technique. They were no match for Raz's speed that, in an instant, they were sent reeling, bones broken and muscles torn. Even those few colonels who managed to react found themselves in disarray, their weapons rendered useless in mere moments. And some even suffered injuries as Raz's fists grazed their arms, twisting them into grotesque shapes. Damn it! Bastille let out a furious exclamation, had it not been for his half-battered shark slayer sword, which he wielded as he relentlessly pressured Raz. The several colonels would have long since collapsed, for the tactic of sheer numbers held no significance against Raz. The power of the twisted fruit allows its user to forcibly distort all tangible objects within reach. While it lacks long-range capabilities, its melee attacks bear a striking resemblance to those of the tremor fruit. Only those armed with sea prism stone weaponry or possessing a certain level of mastery in armament hockey can withstand the might of the twisted fruit. Otherwise, any mere contact would result in grievous injury or death. Blood and shattered bones flew in all directions. A.S. Raz trampled over the debris of flesh and stone. His expression remained unchanged throughout the battle against Bastille and the other Navy personnel, serenely calm. Devoid of even the slightest frown at the sight of blood and bone, an unnerving tranquility that instilled a profound sense of dread and panic. This fiend, this demon, was truly a harbinger of terror. The fear within the hearts of the attacking Navy colonels burgeoned and spread. The frenzied, savage creature before them was not terrifying to these seasoned naval officers, but Raz's utter indifference to life and complete disregard for death represented the most horrifying presence they had ever encountered. A calm madman is the most fearsome of all. It was time to retreat. In the distance, Capone Beggy observed the dire situation and felt his heart sink. Unable to contain himself, he issued a low command to his remaining subordinates. Yet, almost as soon as his order was given, the few Navy colonels who had been desperately holding their ground finally succumbed to despair. Crack! After several intense clashes with Bastille, Raz finally struck the shark slayer sword head-on, twisting it into a mangled wreck. Bastille, now bereft of his reliable weapon, could no longer muster an attack that would instill fear in Raz. Within mere breaths, the Navy colonels were obliterated on the spot. Bastille stared at the carnage of flesh and bone strewn about, and as Roz approached with deliberate strides, he clenched his teeth, a mix of rage and panic coursing through him. Vice Admiral Bastille opened fire. In a state of utter chaos, the distant Navy personnel began firing at Roz, but every bullet was deflected under the influence of the distortion power. Roz's right hand clenched into a fist, and he swung violently at Bastille. Iron block. Without hesitation, Bastille executed the Navy's Six Styles technique, attempting to defend against Roz's onslaught, yet his defense, capable of withstanding bullets, was shattered in a single blow. His muscles, as hard as steel, were twisted and torn apart under the force of distortion, cracking ominously from within. Boom! Roz stepped forward, pinning the defeated Bastille beneath his foot. Though his expression was obscured, one could only imagine the sheer panic etched upon his face. Would the loss of a vice admiral's life stir even a hint of regret among certain higher-ups in the Navy? No, perhaps only indignation. Roz suddenly smiled, applying a slight pressure with his foot. Like crushing a watermelon, blood and flesh exploded in all directions. All remaining Navy personnel who had attempted to fire their weapons or rush to provide support halted in their tracks, their hearts seemingly ceasing to beat as they beheld the hellish scene before them. Their bodies felt petrified, muscles stiffening, and their minds rendered incapable of thought. Whether to flee or to fight, they could not muster any action, trapped in a state of primal fear. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Roz slowly withdrew his foot, his expression returning to calm. Throughout the entire battle, he bore no traces of blood upon him. Though his clothing bore some minor rips and tears, he remained impeccably clean, a stark contrast to the blood-soaked hellscape surrounding him. After dispatching Bastille, Roz heard the familiar and clear sound of the system notification in his ears. Vice Admiral Bastille of the West CT-4 base has been thoroughly defeated. Rewards granted: 80 proficiency points, 1 free talent point. The rewards were indeed substantial. Roz smiled faintly, turning to gaze in the direction where Capone Beghi and his remaining subordinates were fleeing. Thus, there remained but one final task. He leaped forward, covering several meters in a single bound, and again leaped down, traversing another 10 meters in a single stride. After bursting through 2 streets, Roz landed gracefully in front of the fleeing Capone Beghi and his crew. Observing Capone Beghi's grim expression, Roz calmly stated, "Game over." 2 days later, the latest news spread across the West Sea like wildfire. Captain Ghost Hand Roz of the Ghost Hand pirate crew engaged in reckless gunfire with the Capone family gang within the borders of the Smainer Kingdom, resulting in the death of the gang's patriarch, Capone Beghi, and causing significant disruption to the peace of the Smainer Kingdom. During an assault led by Vice Admiral Bastille of the West CT-4 base against the White Blade pirate crew, he fell victim to an ambush by Ghost Hand Roz, tragically meeting a cruel fate, with all accompanying officers perishing. Ghost Hand Roz is characterized as ruthless and disorderly, a heinous criminal, prompting the Navy headquarters to dispatch a rear admiral to take full command of the pursuit against him. Furthermore, Ghost Hand Roz's bounty has been raised to 64 million berries, surpassing that of the former number 1 in the West Sea, Captain Double Sword Dillo, claiming the top spot. The news sent shockwaves throughout the West Sea. Chapter 26. The Land of Flowers at Sea. A ship flying the flag of the Ghost Hand Pirates sailed smoothly with full sails. Within the ship's uppermost cabin, Roz lay sprawled on the reinforced floor, drenched in sweat as he performed the most basic of push-ups, his hands supporting the weight of 2 massive iron dumbbells resting on his shoulders, a weight substantial enough to serve as effective training for him at present. 993, 994. Roz continued to push his body upward, his arm muscles taut, the strength hidden within his seemingly ordinary physique sufficient to subdue a notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million. 999, 1,000. As he silently counted in his mind, upon reaching 1,000, Roz finally ceased his exertion, lowering the weights from his shoulders and flipping onto the floor, gasping for breath. Sweat poured from him, soaking the floor beneath. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. Lying there, Roz lazily called out, "Come in." "Your lemon tea." Robin entered, carrying a tray with a teacup, upon seeing Roz sprawled in an unrefined manner. She merely smiled slightly, placing the tray on the nearby table. Roz lay for a few more seconds before propping himself up, grabbing the cup from the table and gulping it down. Where are we now? According to your calculations from yesterday, we should have reached the waters surrounding the Land of Flowers, Robin reported softly. Though not particularly well-versed in navigation, she had quickly learned enough from Roz to adeptly take command in his absence. Proving more than capable as the ship's navigator did, of course. Neither Roz nor Robin possessed the navigation skills necessary to traverse the Grand Line at will, given its notoriously unpredictable weather patterns. Roz was reluctant to waste his talent proficiency on such mundane skills, especially since he often found it tedious to chart maps and assess winds, activities that would consume precious training time. Thus, a professional navigator was essential aboard the ship, but alas, they were in the West Sea. Had they been in the East Sea, Roz might have considered abducting a younger version of Nami. Had we already arrived at the Land of Flowers? Roz gradually regained his composure, setting the cup down as he heard Robin's report. If the intel is accurate, we should be able to intercept the White Bear pirate crew, who have a bounty of 45 million berries. Robin nodded. The intel should be reliable, but the Land of Flowers is not a particularly friendly nation that I am aware. Roz chuckled softly. The Nation of Flowers wields control over a formidable official pirate faction, among which the one he is most familiar with is the Eight Treasures Water Army, led by the infamous Green Pepper. This notorious figure once roamed the Grand Line, with a bounty soaring to 500 million berries, only to later have his skull pulverized by a single punch from Carp, resulting in a significant decline in his prowess. The strength of a Nation of Flowers predominantly resides within the Grand Line, while the West Sea is populated by mere reserves, with the exception of the possibly retired leader, Green Pepper. However, a direct encounter is hardly a simple affair. The captain seems to possess extensive knowledge about the Nation of Flowers. Robin cast a curious glance at Roz, intending to report the information she had gathered regarding the Nation of Flowers. Yet, she had only pieced together a fraction of the whole. Roz shrugged and remarked, "Apart from the White Bear pirates, we should also aim to secure the keel and primary material for the new ship from the Nation of Flowers, then head directly to the Craftsmanship Nation to find shipwrights for the construction. Otherwise, we would have to venture far to gather materials." Robin stood quietly beside him, refraining from interfering with Roz's decisions. While Roz was not the strongest individual she had encountered, he undoubtedly exuded a remarkable sense of composure and confidence. Indeed, it was confidence, not the kind that flaunts itself on one's face, but rather a subtle, hidden strength that occasionally flickers in his gaze. Having observed Roz intently, she had keenly picked up on this emotion several times. This air of confidence was difficult for her to articulate, almost incomprehensible, resembling an inexplicable tranquility in his approach to the world. Beyond his confidence, Roz's poise and steadfastness were unmatched by any leader of an underground faction or pirate captain she had ever met. Even though his strength was sufficient to dominate the West Sea, he still dedicated substantial time daily to rigorous training and cultivation, although he also indulged in moments of relaxation, such as receiving shoulder massages. Since the captain has made his considerations, I shall take my leave, Robin thought fleetingly. Smiling at Roz, he nodded in acknowledgement as she exited the room. Upon seeing Robin close the door, Roz grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat lingering on his face and shoulders. Preparing for another round of exercise, the abilities granted by the talent system, particularly the general type enhancements of physical strength and agility, were entirely based on his inherent power. In simpler terms, if his original strength was 100 gene, activating the basic strength enhancement would elevate it to 150 gene. Conversely, if his original strength was 1000 gene, activating the same enhancement would raise it to 1500 gene. Rather than 1050 gene, the general type talent is not a fixed enhancement. Currently, his physical enhancement proficiency stood at 100 points, yielding a threefold increase based on his own strength. And the improvements gained from his training would also be 3 times greater than those of others lacking the physical enhancement talent, that on these vast seas, many individuals, even when exerting every ounce of effort throughout their lives, would find it challenging to reach the level of Carp or Whitebeard, often not even achieving half of their prowess. For Roz, however, as long as he could train his physique to 1/3 of Carp's level, he could directly attain Carp's capabilities with the aid of the physical enhancement talent. Although reaching 1/3 of Carp's level was no small feat, it also entailed the increasing difficulty of advancement. Roz was not a mathematician, so he could not calculate precise figures, but he merely needed to recognize that his training yielded greater results than that of others. Speaking of which, he had yet to utilize the proficiency gained from defeating Bastille and that recent bounty of 34 million berries. Raz stroked his chin thoughtfully and summoned the talent system. It had been 2 months since he vanquished the Navy Major Bastille, and during this period, he had only taken down one pirate with a bounty of 34 million berries. Nevertheless, his accumulated wealth had already reached 90 million berries. Thus, he found himself pursuing the White Bear pirates, whose bounty stood at 45 million berries, while concurrently sourcing materials for the construction of a new ship. The talent system interface displayed at the bottom Raz's remaining talent proficiency and free talent points. 1 free talent point and 110 proficiency points. Raz first glanced at the combat type talents before intending to switch to the general type talent interface to allocate some points to physical enhancement. However, his eyes were unexpectedly drawn to an upper branch of the combat talent tree, which had transformed from gray to an activatable green. The name of that branch was Observation Hockey. He was slightly taken aback to find that he had met the activation conditions for Observation Hockey at this moment. Instinctively, he glanced toward the branch for Armament Hockey, only to find it still shrouded in an inactivated gray hue, indicating that his physique did not yet meet the standards for its activation. His ability to activate Observation Hockey while being unable to do so for Armament Hockey might stem from having activated the paper drawing talent, granting him a semblance of Observation Hockey. Raz wore a contemplative expression. The paper drawing technique from the Navy's 6 styles also possessed considerable evasion capabilities, but was primarily effective for dodging punches and sword slashes that it was utterly impossible to evade a barrage of bullets or the laser beams of an admiral like Kizaru. Only Observation Hockey could achieve that. If the activation of Observation Hockey was indeed due to paper drawing, did that imply that activating the Iron Body talent would also meet the standards for Armament Hockey? Raz glanced at the Iron Body talent within the Navy's 6 styles. Hesitating slightly, he had reached the activation standard for Iron Body 2 months ago after activating the General Type Physical Enhancement, but had hesitated to expend his free talent points on it due to its perceived lack of utility. With only 1 free talent point remaining, he faced 3 options. First, activate Observation Hockey. Second, activate Iron Body to reach the standards for Armament Hockey. Or third, activate Moonwalk. Rather than agonizing over these choices, it would be wiser to enhance his physical strength first and observe if any changes arise. Raz pondered over the 3 options for a moment before ultimately deciding to prioritize physical enhancement, as the benefits from this improvement were currently the most significant and would not be wasted. Switching to the general type talent interface, Raz allocated 50 proficiency points to physical enhancement, raising its proficiency from 100 to 150 points that a surge of warmth coursed through Raz's body from his heart, cascading downward and radiating throughout him before gradually subsiding within a few seconds. Sensing the subtle changes within his body, Raz looked at his arm and murmured to himself, without a substantial increase. Does the effect of 50 proficiency points not seem rather negligible? He switched to the combat type interface for a quick glance, discovering that it remained unchanged from before, with Armament Hockey still inactivated and Moonwalk likewise gray. He still had 60 proficiency points remaining. Raz contemplated this, realizing that if he allocated those 60 points to the Distortion Fruit, his current physique would be more than capable of handling the increase, significantly enhancing the fruit's capabilities. On the other hand, with the general type physical enhancement already at 150 points, adding another 50 would elevate it to top-tier physical enhancement, resulting in a substantial boost. Consequently, it seemed likely that, with this significant increase in physical capabilities, both Armament Hockey and Moonwalk would become activatable. This left him in a predicament. Should he enhance his combat power or improve his survivability and agility? Given his current strength, he could easily suppress anyone in the West Sea, unless he were to encounter someone like Green Pepper, who had descended from the Grand Line. Even if he were to multiply his strength several times over, it would still be insufficient to contend with a figure like Green Pepper, once offered a bounty of 500 million. Thus, after careful analysis, Raz made his choice. He allocated 10 proficiency points to the Distortion Fruit, while directing the remaining 50 points once again towards physical enhancement. The progress bar for physical enhancement advanced from 150, steadily pushing forward to the threshold of supreme physical enhancement. Below, the word supreme shimmered momentarily, transforming from a dull hue to a radiant gold. Simultaneously, a surge of powerful energy erupted from Raz's heart, radiating throughout his body, saturating every muscle and even each cell in this rich energy. In that moment, Raz could feel the intense yearning resonating from every cell in his body, thirstily absorbing the extraordinary energy, whether it felt like an eternity or merely a fleeting instant. The peculiar force within Raz began to wane, yet every cell continued to convey its desire, desperately consuming the diminishing power. Ultimately, as the force faded entirely, Raz's cells stirred vigorously for a brief moment before gradually settling down. The enhancement to supreme physical capabilities was profoundly evident to Raz. While it may not have reached double the original capacity, it had undeniably increased by at least 60 to 70%. When recalibrated, the enhancement from supreme physical capabilities based on his original physical foundation had escalated from 3 times that of advanced physical enhancement to 5 times. Considering the progress he had made over the last 2 months through relentless training, he was now sufficiently formidable to contend with Rear Admiral Bastille solely on the basis of physical prowess. After adapting to the changes in his physique, Raz exhaled deeply and switched back to the combat talent interface. This time, the combat talents appeared revitalized, with many previously inactive abilities transforming from a dull color to a vibrant emerald green. Now ready for activation, the 6 styles of the Navy all glimmered in emerald green, as did the observation hockey and armament hockey. Even the Conqueror's hockey had turned a brilliant green. However, Raz merely glanced at them before shifting his focus elsewhere. He prioritized practicality over randomly unleashing Conqueror's hockey, though he might consider it in the future when he had sufficient talent points. Gazing at the emerald green armament hockey, it was impossible for Raz to suppress his desire. Mastery of hockey was a concept entirely distinct from ignorance of it in this world. Nevertheless, he ultimately chose to activate the moonwalk. He was now capable of traversing the West Sea with ease. Activating armament hockey would merely be an embellishment and would still be inadequate against a monster like Captain Green Pepper. However, mastering the moonwalk would equip him to handle most situations, granting him the ability to strike from land, sea, and air, even allowing him to evade the encirclement of naval warships, striking them down from the sky. Having activated the moonwalk, Raz took a breath. Once he procured a new ship, eliminated the double-sword pirates, the highest bounty in the West Sea, and acquired free talent points to activate armament hockey, he could finally set his sights on conquering the Grand Line. Chapter 28. Pirate Port. Having selected the moonwalk as a talent skill, Raz was eager to test it out. Although the abilities acquired through the talent system are activated through a combination of memory infusion and physical enhancement, Raz suffered from a no-pain, no-gain mentality. Pushing open the cabin door, he stepped onto the corridor railing of the ship. With a gentle push from his feet, he leaped to the top of the cabin. Robin, seated at a table on the deck, engrossed in a book, noticed Raz's movement and turned to glance at him. Seeing no commands issued, she was about to return to her reading. However, at that moment, she witnessed Raz suddenly leap into the air, reaching a height comparable to the lookout at the top of the sails. Without pause, Raz did not land at the lookout, but instead forcefully stamped his foot in midair, as if stepping on solid air, producing a resounding thud as he soared again. Whoosh, 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 Raz ascended towards the heavens as if stepping on invisible stairs. Though each step raised him only slightly, after a dozen steps, he transformed into a tiny black that in the sky. At the moonwalk. Robin gazed at Raz ascending through the air, momentarily taken aback. She knew Raz could execute the shave technique from the 6 styles of the Navy and was aware of his proficiency in paper drawing, but witnessing the moonwalk was a first for her. Moreover, she had never grasped how Raz had learned the 6 styles. While most recruits from the Navy headquarters possessed a few techniques, only a rare few could perform the moonwalk due to its considerable difficulty. In the air, Raz continuously executed the moonwalk over 20 times, reaching a position 30 to 40 meters above the ship. Feeling a slight fatigue in his legs, he decided to halt. The moonwalk technique does not create a tangible surface to step upon. Rather, it relies on immense strength and rapid speed to forcefully stomp and compress the air, rendering it solid underfoot. This technique not only consumes substantial stamina, but also requires a high degree of control. While Roz could leap over 10 meters from the ground, executing the moonwalk in midair required every ounce of his strength just to gain a meter of height, were it not for the abilities acquired through the talent system, which provided authentic memory infusion and physical enhancement. He might have struggled to reach such heights. Pausing briefly at nearly 50 meters above the sea, Roz peered down at the vast ocean, feeling the refreshing sea breeze. And a smile graced his lips. Is that the land of flowers? From 50 meters high, he gazed into the distance and faintly discerned a small island shape on the horizon that, if he could see it, it indicated that the distance was no longer great. After a quick glance, Roz returned his gaze downward and descended back to the top of the cabin. However, due to a lack of control over his power and landing point, he inadvertently cracked the cabin roof, nearly causing himself to fall through. Cough. Roz's lips twitched slightly as he glanced to the left, catching sight of Robin's mildly astonished expression. Yet, she merely glanced once before instinctively returning to her book. Adopting a demeanor of calm indifference, Roz descended from the cabin roof, directing the crew to repair the damaged section while he took a deep breath on the deck and demonstrated the moonwalk once more. The moonwalk technique served as an excellent means of physical training for him at present. Given his current physique, he found himself in a rather awkward position regarding weight. A ship too heavy would be unbearable, while one too light would yield no results. The moonwalk, requiring no additional weight yet still exhausting, proved to be an ideal method for training. The crew, witnessing Roz's ability to ascend into the sky, was filled with shock and increased respect for him, diligently hammering away to repair the cabin without daring to slack off. The land of flowers. This was a pirate nation, due to its king's eligibility to attend the World Conference. The Navy rarely troubled this country, leading to an influx of pirates. However, those gathered here typically engaged in minor skirmishes among themselves, refraining from disturbing the order of the land of flowers. Captain Greenpepper, leader of the 500 million bounty 8 treasures water army, was no trifling matter. He had once dominated the Grand Line, and even after being defeated by Garp, he could still easily crush these young pirates. Moreover, aside from Captain Greenpepper, the 8 treasures water army alone boasted over 1,000 members, with its officers proficient in the 8 impact fist that manipulates shockwaves. Even those who ventured to the Grand Line left behind enough strength in the West Sea to maintain order. Roz's pirate ship gradually approached the port of the Land of Flowers. Just as the intelligence indicated, it was indeed a pirate nation, with so many pirate ships brazenly docked at the harbor. Observing the plethora of pirate vessels flying skull flags, Robin maintained a calm demeanor, though her tone carried a hint of surprise. Standing beside her, Roz gazed at the distant dock and remarked, "Such sights may be rare in the West Sea, but they are commonplace in the Grand Line. The captain has been to the Grand Line." Robin turned her head in astonishment to look at Roz, keenly sensing an intimate familiarity in his tone regarding the Grand Line, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Roz stroked his chin and replied, "One might say, so." As his ship slowly entered the harbor, it stirred a commotion at the dock. The infamous reputation of the Ghost Hand pirates resonated throughout the West Sea. Numerous pirates aboard nearby vessels and dockworkers gazed at the approaching pirate ship, their expressions filled with astonishment. It's the Ghost Hand pirate's ship. Recently, it has come to light that the infamous Ghost Hand Roz has eliminated a Navy rear admiral, resulting in a staggering bounty of 64 million berries, an amount that surpasses even that of the Twin Blades pirate crew by 5 million. Numerous pirates cast furtive glances at Roz's ship, whispering amongst themselves. The claims made by the world government in the newspapers, alleging that Roz ambushed and deceived the Navy during a pursuit of pirates, are mere fabrications intended to mislead the common populace. What pirate would be so idle as to initiate an assault on the Navy? Undoubtedly, it was the Navy that pursued Roz, only to be met with unexpected ferocity. Even a rear admiral was no match for him and fell at his hands. This bounty of 64 million berries is not an arbitrary figure, of course. There are those who do not fear the arrival of the Ghost Hand pirates in port, namely, those officially known as the Water Army, yet clandestinely operating as the official pirates of the Flower Country, the 8 Treasures Water Army. The arrival of a heavyweight such as Roz is not to be taken lightly. members of the Eight Treasures Water Army observe the ghost hand pirates docking, casually smoking and sharing drinks, unperturbed by the prospect of trouble. Even fearsome pirates with bounties soaring to 80 or 90 million berries, or even over 100 million, would think twice before causing chaos in the Flower Country. Let alone the ghost hand pirates who have yet to even traverse the Grand Line. Provoking the Eight Treasures Water Army would render any escape to the Grand Line futile. Chapter 29. Adam of the Treasure Tree, stay here and guard the ship. Roz instructed a few deckhands as the vessel docked at the port. He then disembarked with Robin in tow. The deckhands displayed no signs of discomfort. While they may have lacked strength, the flag of the ghost hand pirates hoisted high above them signified power. And few would be foolish enough to seek trouble. Let us proceed, Roz remarked calmly, scanning the multitude of gazes directed at him. Together with Robin, he made his way away from the dock and into the heart of the Flower Country. Although the Flower Country is a haven for pirates, it is unlike Hancock's Amazon Lily, as it does not solely depend on plunder for its existence. This nation stands as one of the largest timber trading hubs in the entire West Sea. Upon entering the interior of the Flower Country, one can observe various laborers, drenched in sweat, hauling timber of diverse hues along the streets. Where can I find the ship timber trade? Roz casually inquired of a laborer in a short shirt, producing a silver coin from his pocket. With a flick of his finger, the coin emitted a sharp sound as it spun gracefully in the air before landing back in his hand. The laborer, initially intimidated by the firearms and sword at Roz's waist, brightened at the sight of the coin and eagerly replied, "The ship timber trade is along the southern shore. This area is primarily for lumber used in construction." With a gentle flick of his thumb, Roz sent the silver coin flying towards the laborer, then turned with Robin to head towards the southern shore. Yes, they walked the streets of the Flower Country. While pirates were not omnipresent, many individuals carried firearms and blades, yet most remained composed. Even those who found themselves in altercations on the streets would swiftly be intercepted by the local guards, who would escort them to open spaces to resolve their disputes. The Flower Country permits external pirates to battle, but does not allow chaos in populated areas. Should a fight occur, they are free to do so in remote locations, with the authorities providing free disposal of the remains. Establishing a maritime force must be intended to maintain order, Robin mused as she observed the scenery of the Flower Country. Given that this region is a timber trading hub, it naturally attracts pirates in need of ship timber. An ordinary guard would be unable to control the vicious pirates, but the establishment of a formidable official pirate force changes the dynamics entirely. It seems to be the case. Thus, it is evident that this world is ailing. The government and Navy exhibit complete inaction in such areas, neglecting their responsibilities, Roz replied with a hint of scorn. Throughout their journey, few would dare to provoke Roz and Robin. Although Robin's identity as the Devil Child was recognized by many pirates, they recoiled when they noticed Roz walking ahead of her. In the tales, wherever ghost hand Roz treads, both pirates and Navy personnel alike fall before him, making him one of the most perilous figures in the West Sea. Before long, Roz and Robin arrived at the southern shore. The scene here starkly contrasted with that of the western shore. Massive piles of timber were scattered about, many of which were far too substantial for ordinary individuals to carry. Even a dozen men could not manage such burdens. Occasionally, those transporting ship timber would employ wheels and carts beneath the colossal logs, working together to push them towards the shoreline. Their ghost hand Roz. Some individuals recognized him, causing several pirates to flinch and step aside, not wishing to be caught off guard by the notorious figure known for his indiscriminate slaughter of both pirate and Navy alike. While the pirates moved away, a hunchbacked old man approached them, one of the timber sellers in the area. "May I ask if you too are in need of ship timber? We have the finest timber for constructing keels and masts of all types," he offered. "Show me," Roz replied. His knowledge of ship timber was limited, but Robin, being well-read, had some familiarity with the subject and engaged in conversation with the hunchbacked old man. The old man led Roz to a few massive logs, pointing them out. "That's red oak. Over there is ironwood, and this here is iron mahogany. For ships prioritizing speed, which timber is best?" Roz inquired, examining the colossal logs with a noncommittal expression. Without hesitation, the hunchbacked old man responded, "If speed is your priority, then a light sailing vessel constructed with iron pear wood for the keel is optimal. For the mast, Iron mahogany is suitable, as it can withstand immense wind forces. After a moment of contemplation, Roz glanced at Robin and continued, "What type of timber would be required to construct a vessel around 40 meters in length?" 40 meters. The hunchbacked old man chuckled heartily. "That's splendid. Just recently, I received a few suitable logs, and they're quite reasonably priced. Together with the mast, it would only be 9 million berries. Can I take a look?" 9 million berries. Roz paused momentarily, taken aback. The hunchbacked old man hesitated before saying, "That price is already quite cheap. No. It's not that I find it expensive, but rather that it seems a touch too inexpensive." Roz interrupted, resting a hand on his chin and pondering for a moment before asking, "Do you have any atom of the treasure tree here?" Atom of the treasure tree is known to be the finest timber in this world. In the original narrative, the Thousand Sunny, which belongs to Monkey D. Luffy, was constructed primarily from atom of the treasure tree, showcasing unparalleled speed and resilience. The hunchbacked old man nearly spat out his drink at Roz's inquiry, wide-eyed as he exclaimed, "Atom of the treasure tree? Do you have any idea just how exorbitant that wood is?" "I simply ask if you have any," Roz calmly inquired. Scratching his head, the hunchbacked old man hesitated before finally admitting, "I don't have any here. But just recently, a branch of atom of the treasure tree was brought in, 41 meters in length, and it's set to be auctioned in a couple of days. However, I must warn you, without at least 1 or 2 billion berries, you might as well forget about it. It's practically a matter of throwing money at it," seeing that Roz had lost interest in his timber. The hunchbacked old man muttered under his breath before shaking his head and walking away. Roz turned to Robin with a smile. "I never anticipated such good fortune in encountering a branch of atom of the treasure tree. Its size is quite suitable, though I may be short on funds." Robin, having heard of the legendary atom of the treasure tree, understood its remarkable qualities. As an archaeologist, she was well acquainted with this exceptionally resilient timber. Roz chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "Funds will be sufficient. This place is rife with pirates. Besides, there are still a couple of days before the auction. Let us first seek out the White Bear pirate crew." Chapter 30. The White Bear Pirate Crew Navy T4 Branch Base. Ever since Bastille was slain by Roz in the Smainel Kingdom, the base commander has remained vacant, with a solitary colonel overseeing the base's affairs until a month ago. A month prior, a naval fleet dispatch from the Navy headquarters arrived at the T4 branch base, taking over all operations, with the highest-ranking officer being Rear Admiral Ghost Spider from the Navy headquarters. Once the Brigadier General from headquarters is assigned to a naval base, he typically assumes the role of a division's vice admiral. However, the mission of Ghost Spider this time is to take full responsibility for the pursuit of Ghost Hand Roz. Thus, it is merely a task rather than a reassignment. In the commander's office, Ghost Spider sits behind his desk, meticulously reviewing various documents. For this Brigadier General, managing the affairs of the division base is a rather effortless endeavor. Just as he finished perusing a document and was about to sign it, the telephone bug on his desk suddenly rang. Ghost Spider answered the call. "This is the T4 division base, reporting to Brigadier General Ghost Spider. Our scouts have discovered traces of Ghost Hand Roz in the Flower Country. How should we proceed?" Upon hearing the news of Ghost Hand Roz's whereabouts, Ghost Spider's expression grew serious. He retrieved a nautical chart from his desk and located the Flower Country. It is at least a 3-day journey from the T4 division base. The only naval forces capable of reaching the Flower Country within a day are stationed at a nearby outpost. And even if they mobilized in full force, it would clearly be insufficient to suppress the Ghost Hand pirate crew. As it stands, gathering a formidable force for an immediate encirclement is not feasible. And the Flower Country itself presents numerous complications. After a moment of contemplation, Ghost Spider commanded the scouts to refrain from taking hasty actions and to observe discreetly for the time being. He hung up the telephone bug and fell into thought. Soon, a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes, as if he had conceived a plan. In the Flower Country, the entertainment district is bustling with well-dressed crowds, interspersed with nefarious pirates passing through. On the top floor of a bar on the 3rd level, the atmosphere is markedly more harmonious compared to the chaotic scenes below. In the center, numerous scantily clad women sway their hips, while the outer circle is filled with individuals drinking and embracing one another. Suddenly, the door to the 3rd floor swung open, revealing an inconspicuous young man wearing a leather hat, followed closely by a girl with long black hair. Due to the cacophony within the hall, Roz and Robin entered without attracting any attention. After surveying the hall, Roz casually made his way to a nearby seat, nonchalantly scrutinizing the environment. Robin stood beside him, her gaze calmly observing the scene, and soon leaned in to whisper in Roz's ear, "Almost everyone is here." Roz nodded, retracting his gaze but not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he accepted a glass of champagne handed to him by a waiter and took a sip. Robin quietly waited beside him, neither urging nor interrupting, always acutely aware of her role. After taking a couple of sips of champagne, Roz set the glass aside, preparing to rise when a drunken, disheveled man staggered over, eyeing Robin and grinning. "Hey there, your companion looks quite appealing. Mind if I borrow her for a bit?" In contrast to the women in the hall, most of whom were in their early 20s, 17-year-old Robin exuded a refreshing aura. Upon hearing such an impudent remark, Robin displayed no outward reaction, remaining composed beside Roz, though a hint of danger flickered in her eyes. Scram. Roz uttered a single word without lifting his head. "Huh." The drunken pirate paused momentarily, then grinned wider, slowly bending down to get a better look at Roz's face, saying, "I haven't heard such bold words in a long time, that I'm one of the White Bear pirates." "You little punk." As he spoke, his head lowered to the same level as Roz, allowing him to clearly see Roz's face, at which point his voice trailed off in a silenced "Oh, so you're with the White Bear pirates." Roz slightly lifted the brim of his hat, his gaze steady upon the inebriated pirate, completing his unfinished sentence that we are. The pirate, now recognizing Roz, felt the alcohol-induced haze dissipate significantly as a crew member of the White Bear pirates. How could he not have seen the bounty poster of Ghost Hand Roz, the notorious figure ranked first in the West Sea? Fear flickered in his eyes, and his legs weakened as he attempted to turn and warn his captain, but found himself frozen in place. "That I was just about to have a chat with your captain." Roz gradually stood up, drawing a pistol from his waist, under the terrified gaze of the pirate. He pointed the gun at his head. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the hall, plunging it into momentary silence before erupting into chaos. The captain of the White Bear pirates, upon hearing the gunfire, instinctively turned towards the source of the sound, just in time to see his crew member collapse to the ground, and he also caught sight of Roz standing. He hesitated slightly, narrowing his eyes on the street outside. The sudden gunshot from the third floor of the bar startled the nearby crowd, causing many to instinctively look up. Soon, a throng of panicked individuals fled from the bar. Gunfire? What is happening? Which pirate is causing a ruckus here? Just as many were bewildered, the patrolling squad, alerted by the gunshot, rushed towards the scene, when suddenly the wall of the third floor exploded, sending debris flying and a figure hurtling downwards. Bang! The battered figure that landed on the street was not human, but a monstrous creature with a human head and bare body. Its claws grotesquely twisted and broken, bearing a ferocious expression on its face. The unexpected turn of events sent shockwaves through the crowd, who instinctively parted to the sides, their astonished gazes drawn to the scene. That is the captain of the White Bear pirates, the pirate with a bounty of 45 million. How could he be in such a wretched state? A passerby recognized the half-human, half-bear figure and gasped in disbelief, casting a terrified glance at the bar's upper level. Who could have dealt such a humiliating blow to a pirate with a bounty of 45 million berries? Whoosh! Just as their minds reeled in shock, a figure leaped down from the bar's top floor, landing a kick on the struggling White Bear. Cough! The White Bear coughed up a mouthful of blood, unable to maintain his form any longer, his white fur rapidly fading as he transformed into a middle-aged pirate clad in a jacket. "Damn it, you bastard!" The now humanized middle-aged pirate, his face twisted with madness and rage, did not plead for mercy. Instead, he struggled to draw his pistol and fired at Roz. Roz remained calm, his foot pressing down with force. Crack! Crack! The middle-aged pirate's chest collapsed entirely, blood gushing forth as his gun fell limply to the ground. The surrounding crowd, still reeling from the shocking sight of the White Bear pirate's captain being so brutally bested, swallowed hard at the sight of Roz, who stood indifferent upon the captain's corpse. That person appears to be Ghost Hand Roz, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 45 million berries, who possessed the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit. The captain of the White Bear pirates, had been reduced to such a pitiful state at the hands of Roz. Moreover, it seemed that Roz had expended little effort in doing so. Those around, whether nobles of the Flower Country or reveling pirates, instinctively took a step back, their faces filled with trepidation. Chapter 31. A rampage unleashed. Make way. Make way! What is happening here? The patrol squad of the Flower Country quickly arrived on the street, their expressions shifting as they beheld the body sprawled in the center, alongside the young man in the leather hat. Ghost Hand Roz. Although the body on the ground was somewhat unrecognizable, upon closer inspection, they identified it as the corpse of the White Bear Pirates captain. The White Bear. Did Ghost Hand Roz clash with the White Bear Pirates? The patrol captain felt a twinge of anxiety. This caliber of pirate was beyond his capacity to handle. The potential for civilian or noble casualties would spell considerable trouble. Fortunately, after a thorough inquiry, he discovered that no nobles or civilians had sustained injuries, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Although there were regulations prohibiting fights and killings in the entertainment district, such rules primarily served to restrain minor pirates. With the greater purpose of safeguarding the populace and aristocracy of the Flower Kingdom, that be why the time the chaos in the entertainment district subsided, Roz and Robin had long since departed, while the incident of the demon hand Roz slaying Captain Whitebear became the talk of the day. With the annihilation of Captain Whitebear and his crew, Roz accrued an additional 15 points of talent proficiency, which he promptly allocated to the distortion fruit. With this new addition, the total proficiency of the distortion fruit surged to an impressive 190 points, significantly expanding its range of effects. Given Roz's current physical capabilities, he could easily handle the augmented power of the distortion fruit. He estimated that it would take at least 230 to 240 points for him to feel any strain in executing his abilities. The spoils from the White Bear Pirates were substantial, amounting to over 30 million berries. After obliterating the crew, Roz took possession of all their assets, including their ship, resulting in a total of more than 30 million berries. Observing the heap of money before them, Robin remarked, "This must be the entirety of the treasures plundered by the White Bear Pirates during their time in the Flower Kingdom." Roz nodded in agreement. Lacking gold or jewels, the entirety was in berries, thus sparing him the trouble of converting them. With this, they amassed over 120 million berries. However, purchasing a branch of the Atom Tree would likely still fall short. Robin was well aware of the value of the Atom Tree. Roz tossed the money-laden chest into the ship's cabin. "It will suffice in due time." He mused. He held no disdain for robbing civilians. But plundering pirates was merely a matter of convenience. If fund were needed, he could always seize a bit more in just a day and a half. Roz unleashed a veritable slaughter across the Flower Kingdom, decimating various pirate crews. 6 in total fell to his might, with countless smaller factions also being vanquished. Initially, Roz had not intended to engage in such rampant slaughter. However, after dismantling 3 pirate crews, a multitude of stragglers secretly allied with several pirate factions, spreading the word that he aimed to exterminate all pirates and attempting to unite against him. The outcome, naturally, was predictable. Although the assembled pirate crews bore bounties of 20 to 30 million, they were utterly inconsequential to Roz and Robin, who disregarded the strategy of overwhelming numbers. Roz continued his rampage along the coast, sinking 2 pirate ships in succession. The waters turned crimson with blood, and the hastily formed coalition of miscreants collapsed entirely. This incident undoubtedly caught the attention of the official powers of the Flower Kingdom. Nevertheless, they chose to let the situation unfold without interference. After the indiscriminate slaughter of countless pirates, Roz amassed nearly 300 million berries. Additionally, he acquired 25 points of talent proficiency, which he immediately invested entirely into the distortion fruit, raising its total proficiency to 215 points. With his physical abilities sufficiently robust, enhancing the distortion fruit's powers proved to be the most beneficial course of action. And these 25 points significantly augmented his capabilities. Now, standing in the cabin of his ship, Roz realized that if he applied the distortion fruit's powers to the vessel itself, he could envelop the entire ship in its effects. This meant that when confronting a warship, he could simply traverse the air using moonwalk, land on the vessel, and instantly twist it into a chaotic mass. Moreover, Such a degree of distortion would allow him to withstand fire from ordinary portable cannons and even the large-caliber cannons aboard pirate ships, causing him only minor inconveniences. Unless faced with heavy artillery, he posed no threat to Roz. The balance between the powers of the distortion fruit and his physical prowess had finally been restored. The next step was to swiftly enhance his agility. Feeling the surging power of distortion within him, Roz murmured to himself, "T present. He could face multiple mid-ranking officers like Bastille without fear. Even those proficient in armament hockey would struggle to withstand the might of his distortion unless their hockey was exceptionally developed. However, in terms of speed, he found that he was only slightly faster than Bastille, and should he encounter someone particularly adept in speed or with observation hockey, he could easily find himself ensnared in a predicament where he could strike but not land a blow. Becoming entangled in a troublesome situation that in his early days, speed had been his strong suit, but with the rapid enhancement of his physical abilities and the powers of the fruit, his speed had become a liability, morphing into a weakness. "Captain, the auction will commence in an hour," Robin announced, knocking on the door as she entered Roz's quarters, reminding him she had already gathered intelligence regarding the auction time and location of the Atom Tree branch. It was said to be the centerpiece of a prestigious timber auction organized by the official powers of the Flower Kingdom. "Let us go," Roz replied, turning to see Robin conjuring 4 arms, each carrying a large suitcase. He chuckled, taking 2 of the suitcases from her. "The captain is quite considerate," Robin remarked with a playful smile, having grown familiar with Roz's character over their time together. "No, it's merely that 4 arms attract too much attention," Roz retorted, brushing past her. A slight smile graced Robin's lips as she transformed the extra arms into petals that vanished, donning a hat before following Roz ashore. Heading toward the timber auction venue. Chapter 32. The auction. Every year, the Flower Kingdom receives a variety of rare timbers, which due to their exorbitant prices are seldom sold outside of major auctions. The auction venue is located in the open timber district along the southern shore of the Flower Kingdom. When Roz and Robin arrived, the area was already bustling with a multitude of merchants and nobles from various nations, mingled with a scattering of pirates. The site was adorned with an array of timber, the most striking of which was a colossal log approximately 40 meters in length, unmistakably a branch of the Atom Tree, its hardness and flexibility surpassing that of ordinary steel. Could this be the very branch that was used to construct the Thousand Sunny in the original tale? As he gazed at the prominent Atom Tree branch, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, but he shook his head. What are the odds? Moreover, we are now in the era of the great pirates, 11 years in. Once he averted his gaze, he found a spot along the periphery to sit. Soon enough, the timber trading commenced as the auctioneer, dressed in a suit, took the stage to introduce a 5 to 6 meter long deep red timber. This was a segment of scarlet oak, exquisite enough for crafting tables or sofas. But Roz felt no interest, listening calmly as a few nobles made their bids. 0.5 million berries for the first time, 5 million berries for the second time. Sold. The auctioneer joyfully struck his gavel and swiftly began to present the second piece of rare timber. Time flew by, and after 2 hours had passed, there were occasional appearances of precious ship timber, yet none compared in size or quality to the Atom Tree branch. Roz merely glanced at them before returning his focus. Compared to the furniture timber, the bidders for the precious ship timber were scarce, as most nobles showed little interest. Eventually, as the wood continued to be sold piece by piece, it came time for the final offering, the deep red timber exuding an ancient and venerable aura. Finally, the moment of the day's highlight arrived. The auctioneer, slightly fatigued after hours of presentation, nonetheless forced himself to invigorate his energy, gesturing toward the last piece of timber. There exists an island that has endured countless wars. Despite the relentless assault of gunfire, the residents faced devastation, and the city was reduced to ruins. Yet, amidst this chaos, a single great tree stood tall, having miraculously escaped unscathed. In the entire world, there exist only a few such trees. And among them, the most formidable is known as the Treasure Tree Atom. Indeed, it is true. Displayed here is a branch of the Treasure Tree Atom. The starting bid is set at 100 million berry. As the suited gentleman called out the figure with a voice that was somewhat hoarse, a profound silence enveloped the room. Only faint murmurs could be heard, and no one immediately raised their voice to place a bid. Just as the host in the suit began to grow anxious, fearing that this segment of the treasure tree atom might go unsold, someone finally called out a bid point 100 million berry. It was a businessman with a mustache seated in the front row, merely bidding the base price point 110 million that others began to follow suit, with both bidders being merchants who believed that if the branch of the treasure tree atom were to fall into the right hands, it would undoubtedly fetch far more than 100 million berry. A few merchants sporadically raised their bids, gradually pushing the price of the treasure tree atom's branch up to 150 million berry. This price caused several merchants to hesitate. It was too steep, and the risks of reselling were considerable. Should anything go awry, their profits could evaporate. 200 million. Finally, Ross spoke up, elevating the bid from 150 million berry to 200 million berry, leaving many noble merchants in the room astonished. Such a price was becoming increasingly burdensome for them. Simultaneously, some pirates, who had set their sights on the branch of the treasure tree atom but lacked the means to purchase it, turned their gazes towards the source of the bid, eager to discern who had called it out. That it was that man, Ghost Hand Roz. When the eyes of several pirates fell upon Roz, a wave of trepidation washed over them, and they exchanged glances, each recognizing the fear mirrored in the other's eyes. Regardless of which merchant or noble acquired the branch of the treasure tree atom, they had intended to seize it midway. However, if Roz were to claim it, that exquisite shipbuilding would be forever beyond their reach. To challenge Roz? Preposterous. The waters of the West Coast might still be stained red, while some might dare to confront the Ghost Hand pirates. It certainly would not be them. Aside from the pirates, the merchants and nobles could not immediately recognize Roz, but upon hearing whispers from those around them, they quickly grasped the situation, their expressions reflecting a myriad of emotions. That fellow is a pirate, Ghost Hand Roz. Can a pirate truly possess such wealth? The price of 200 million berry was already somewhat exorbitant, and considering the identity of the bidder, Ghost Hand Roz, a notorious pirate whose name resonated throughout the seas of the West, one had to ponder carefully. Ghost Hand Roz. The suited host's complexion shifted slightly. He was aware of the numerous pirates present. Yet he had not anticipated that a pirate would bid 200 million for the branch of the treasure tree atom. This introduced far too many uncertainties. However, recalling that this was an auction held by the official organization of the Flower Kingdom, with all matters overseen by the Seven Treasures Navy, he felt somewhat reassured. Besides the merchants, nobles, and pirates, there were also those who had been covertly observing Roz from the outset, upon witnessing him bid for the branch of the treasure tree atom. They exchanged glances of intrigue and quietly slipped back in a crowd, disappearing from sight. 1 second, 2 seconds. Aside from hushed murmurs, the room remained silent. Neither merchants nor nobles dared to place another bid. 200 million berry sold. The suited host called out several times, and seeing that no one dared to contest Roz, he finally took a deep breath and brought down the gavel. The gavel fell. Staff from the auction house promptly approached Roz, bowing and inviting him. "Sir, please come this way to complete the transaction." Very well. Roz stood calmly and followed them. The members of the Seven Treasures Navy, tasked with maintaining order at the auction, regarded Roz's arrival with great seriousness and vigilance, all gripping their weapons, clearly not daring to underestimate such a notorious figure from the West Point. 200 million berry. Let us verify the amount. Roz's signal. Robin opened 3 boxes in the back room, swiftly arranging the 200 million berry, which piled up there. The auction house manager momentarily paused, surprised that Roz could indeed afford the 200 million berry. However, considering that Roz had recently annihilated a significant number of pirates, it was not entirely unexpected that he had amassed such wealth. Since he was willing to pay, everything was negotiable. The manager felt considerably relieved and wore a smile as he approached, quickly tallying the stacked berry. After confirming that there were no discrepancies, he proclaimed, "This branch of the treasure tree atom is yours." Chapter 33. Pursuers at the port dock, under the avaricious gaze of many. The enormous branch of the treasure tree atom was securely bound, and Roz extended his hand to push it into the water, regardless of who coveted the 200 million berry branch. They could not help but feel a pang of envy. Yet the recent scenes of Roz's ruthless rampage were still fresh in their minds, and most pirates dared only to observe from a distance. Having acquired the branch of the treasure tree atom, should he succeed in constructing a formidable pirate ship, it was likely that the Navy would no longer pose a threat to him. Hey, I doubt the Navy will permit him to easily turn the treasure tree atom into a ship. Perhaps the encircling forces are already on their way, many whispered, watching Raz's ship from afar. Ignoring the gazes around him, Raz allowed the ship's crew to untie the ropes and hoist the anchor. Gradually departing from the port of Shipwright Town, he commanded the east of the Flower Kingdom lies an island renowned for its shipbuilding. Shipwright Town, one of the most prolific shipbuilding locales in the West Sea, inhabited primarily by shipwrights and apprentices. The essential keel for the new ship was already secured, and the remaining materials could also be procured in Shipwright Town. With over 90 million berry left, it was more than sufficient on the deck. Raz gazed into the distance and remarked, "Once the new ship is constructed, we can set our sights on the Grand Line." The Grand Line, Robin, standing beside him, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of intrigue in her serene sea-like eyes. For her, the singular aspiration nestled in her heart was to uncover the historical stone tablets scattered throughout the world and decipher the secrets of the blank century. From the intelligence she had gathered over the years, it became apparent that the vast majority of these historical stone tablets resided within the Grand Line. Dubbed the Graveyard of Pirates, the Grand Line was fraught with peril, with news occasionally emerging of the most formidable pirates being utterly vanquished in its treacherous waters. Yet, it was the very place she needed to traverse to fulfill her ambitions. She cast a silent glance at Raz's silhouette. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense that if she continued to follow Raz, she might truly have a chance to achieve her somewhat distant goal. As the ship sailed forth, the islands of the Flower Kingdom gradually blurred in the horizon, steadily receding from view. Just as the islands of the Flower Kingdom dwindled to a mere speck, a shadowy vessel emerged in that direction, pursuing them closely. "Captain Raz, it seems we have become someone else's target." Robin observed, "Oh, the Navy? It appears to be the 8 Treasures Navy of the Flower Kingdom." Robin and Raz moved to the stern of the ship, gazing from afar at the approaching vessel, her eyes flickering slightly. As the ship drew nearer, its form became increasingly discernible. Although it was sizable, it was indeed not a naval warship. Indeed, Raz glanced at the pirate flag adorning the vessel, revealing no hint of surprise as he calmly stated, "After all, this is a pirate nation. How could they allow me to so easily abscond with the 200 million berry worth of treasure tree atom?" Raz's ship was a light sailing vessel, but the added weight of the heavy branch of the treasure tree atom significantly hampered its speed, and before long, it was gradually overtaken by the pirate ship of the Flower Kingdom. A multitude of armed pirates gathered aboard the Flower Kingdom's pirate ship. Perhaps other pirates were too intimidated by Raz's slaughter to seek trouble, but these pirates were different. Their leader had fought valiantly in the Grand Line. To them, viewing the pirates of the West Sea was akin to surveying mere primitives. Indeed, dragging around a piece of wood makes for slow progress on the deck of the ship. Abu, the younger brother of Vice Commander Lao Kai, stood with 3 axes slung over his shoulder, gazing at the distant ghost hand pirate ship with a grin on his face. In front of him, Vice Commander Lao Kai, leaning on a small long-handled naginata, wore an austere and serious expression as he stared ahead. Their leader, Qing Jiao, was not present. He was the one in command of this vessel. It was now the 11th year of the Great Pirate Era, and Lao Kai had yet to assume the position of pillar within the 8 Treasure Navy, while Abu remained merely an ordinary officer. However, both had followed their leader, Qing Jiao, as they traversed the Grand Line. "Report, the enemy ship has entered cannon range," announced a member of the 8 Treasure Navy as the 2 ships drew closer. "Do not fire." Lao Kai shook his head and said, "We mustn't damage that piece of wood. It is worth 200 million berries." Abu tilted his head. "The material of Adam's tree shouldn't be so easily damaged, but never mind. Whether we fire or not, they can't escape." The distance between the 2 vessels diminished. Both sides could discern the figures aboard the opposing ship without the need for telescopes. At the bow stood Vice Commander Lao Kai and Abu, yet there was no sign of leader Qing Jiao. As Robin scouted the area, he whispered to Raz, who nodded in response. The bounty of 500 million on leader Qing Jiao's head was not something he could contend with that if Qing Jiao were aboard that ship. He could only devise a means to sabotage the 8 Treasure Navy's vessel and flee. If Qing Jiao was absent, a glint of cold light flashed in Raz's eyes that he surveyed the 8 Treasure Navy's ship from a distance, gauged the space between the two vessels, and calmly declared, "Maintain distance. I shall return shortly." Raz's voice echoed in Robin's ears. He had already leaped into the air, taking 2 steps as if treading on the void, and crossed the sea in an arc, landing on the deck of the 8 Treasure Navy's ship. That moonwalk. Abu and Lao Kai turned their heads to gaze at Raz, their eyes betraying a hint of surprise. Having traversed the Grand Line with leader Qing Jiao, their experiences were substantial, and they recognized the moonwalk technique. This ability, categorized among the advanced techniques of the Navy's 6 styles, was typically employed only by officers of vice admiral rank or higher. Raz's proficiency in it was unexpected for them. However, even with the moonwalk, charging alone onto their ship seemed excessively arrogant, as if he held them in utter disregard, despite Raz being labeled the most notorious pirate of the West Sea. Such a title meant little to those who had ventured into the Grand Line. Such audacity to claim the title of the most ferocious pirate of the West Sea. "Let me witness the extent of your abilities," Abu said as he withdrew an axe from his back, signaling the surrounding ordinary pirates to retreat, then approached Raz with a grin. Lao Kai had initially intended to intervene, but did not obstruct Abu, instead folding his arms and observing from a distance. However, as Abu advanced towards Raz, the latter suddenly stomped his foot, unleashing a bizarre force that resonated through the deck. Crack, crack. The power of the twisting fruit radiated outward from the point where Raz's foot made contact, causing a strange distortion to ripple through the ship's middle. "Curse him! He intends to damage our ship!" Abu exclaimed, momentarily stunned, before his face contorted with fury. With a fierce battle cry, he leaped towards Raz, his axe poised to strike downwards with lethal intent. Chapter 34. Twisting versus 8 punches. Faced with Abu's descending axe, Raz displayed no inclination to retreat. His gaze remained calm and indifferent as he raised his left hand to confront the oncoming blow. Seeing Raz dare to meet his axe barehanded, Abu scoffed inwardly, exerting more force, aiming to cleave both Raz and his hand in half. Yet upon the axe's contact with Raz's palm, the anticipated scene of bloodshed and severed limbs did not unfold. Instead, the axe was inexplicably suspended in midair by an unseen force that Raz's fingers splayed open, grasping the axe blade, twisting it with a peculiar motion, causing the steel weapon to contort audibly as if it were mere bamboo. The spiral distortion traveling along the handle. Not good. Abu felt a jolt of alarm and instinctively released his grip, clenching his other hand into a fist and swinging it fiercely at Raz. This punch seemed ordinary at first glance, but as it was thrown, it was imbued with an extraordinary force, reminiscent of an unstoppable impact. There it is, Lord Abu's 8 punches. The members of the 8 Treasure Navy, armed with swords and cannons, were taken aback, their expressions shifting as they recognized the significance of this technique. Only the core figures of the 8 Treasure Navy were permitted to train in 8 punches. Just recently, Abu had dispatched a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 40 million berries using this very technique. Confronting Abu's 8 punches, Raz's expression remained unchanged. He discarded the twisted axe and clenched his fist, countering with a punch of his own, equally infused with a strange force. Boom! The moment their fists collided, a violent clash of impact and distortion erupted at their center, resonating with a thunderous roar akin to cannon fire. The 8 punches, honed through generations of leadership within the 8 Treasure Navy, were capable of manipulating impact force, rendering shields and armor ineffective. Conversely, Raz's twisting power could distort steel and bypass defenses. However, while the 8 punches were a cultivated technique, the twisting power stemmed from the twisting fruit of a devil fruit, further enhanced by a unique talent system. Thus, the twisting force Raz unleashed far surpassed Abu's 8 punches. Boom! The forces of impact and distortion stalemated for scarcely a second before Raz's twisting power overwhelmed Abu's, surging along his arm and twisting it grotesquely. Ah! Abu screamed in agony, his eyes wide with pain and horror, utterly unprepared for the fact that his 8 punches had been shattered by Raz's might. The members of the 8 Treasure Navy, witnessing this spectacle, were gripped by disbelief, one exclaiming, "How could it be? Lord Abu's 8 punches were defeated so easily. What on earth did that guy do?" Abu, in the distance. Lao Kai, wielding a long knife, was equally taken aback that he had anticipated Abu's potential struggle against Raz, but not such a swift defeat. His brother had lost an arm in mere exchanges. Such ruthless tactics. Lao Kai glanced at Abu's injury, fury flickering in his eyes as he coldly regarded Raz, gripping his long knife and stepping forward. "No," Raz replied in a flat tone. "One must understand that if you dare to seize what is mine, you must be prepared to pay the price." With a decisive stomp, the area of destruction on the ship expanded once more. Lao Kai snorted, disregarding Raz's destruction of a vessel, and spoke with grim resolve. "Indeed, it is the law of the jungle. Abu is outmatched. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. However, for the sake of the 8 Treasure Navy's 13th Vice Commander, I shall ensure the enemy pays for this transgression." In an instant, he lunged forward, his long knife whirling as he aimed a powerful strike at Raz. "Indeed, it is merely the law of the jungle," Raz calmly replied, his body shifting like a paper as he evaded Lao Kai's attack, simultaneously clenching his fist and delivering a counterblow. With a grunt, Lao Kai grasped the knife's handle, positioning it defensively before him to intercept Raz's punch. Bang! As Raz's fist struck, the twisting force erupted, yet Lao Kai roared, bracing against the knife with all his might, managing to withstand most of the twisting power, the blade merely exhibiting a slight distortion that "I blocked it." That peculiar attack, the onlookers from the 8 Treasure Navy gasped in awe, their expressions filled with reverence. Compared to Abu, Lao Kai's strength was vastly superior, far beyond what Abu could contend with. Not long ago, he had even vanquished a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries on the Grand Line. In the midst of the arena, as he perceived the peculiar aura encircling the blade, resisting the distortion of his own power, a flicker of light flashed through Raz's eyes as he slowly uttered a phrase, "Armament hockey." It was quite remarkable that a mere pirate from the West Sea could recognize hockey. His insight was commendable. Lao Kai let out a sound of amusement, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly before executing a swift rotation, bringing his blade down once more upon Raz, unleashing an onslaught akin to a tempest. "What are the devil fruit abilities? They hold no sway before me." "Is that so?" After a moment of surprise, Raz regained his calm demeanor. Indeed, armament hockey could counteract the powers of devil fruits, yet hockey itself is stratified. Lao Kai before him could merely envelop himself in hockey, lacking the capacity for hardening. To disregard the might of his distortion fruit was undoubtedly a jest. The debate over which is superior, devil fruits or hockey, has never reached a consensus. A feeble fruit ability cannot unsettle hockey. Yet a weak hockey cannot withstand the formidable might of a well-trained devil fruit ability. As Lao Kai's tempestuous assault bore down upon him, Raz did not resort to evasion through paper drawing. Instead, he clenched his fist, channeling the distortion power into his punch. Distortion impact. He struck forth, his fist colliding directly with the flurry of blade shadows Lao Kai had unleashed, causing the distortion energy to erupt violently, shattering the myriad of blade projections in an instant. His fist landed squarely at the center of the sword's hilt. Lao Kai felt a fierce and strange force surge toward him through the sword. And even with all his might directed into armament hockey, he could not prevent the gradual distortion and shattering of his weapon. Bang! Ultimately, his long sword was utterly obliterated, and he was sent flying, his sleeves torn into tatters, fingers trembling slightly from the damage sustained. "Oh, this is your full strength. I must admit, I underestimated you." His expression darkened, and his trembling fingers clenched tightly. In that case, I shall also engage earnestly." 8 burst fist, martial foot. Lao Kai bellowed, charging forward with great vigor. He did not throw a punch, but leapt into the air, executing a flip, and with one leg, he delivered a powerful kick, the heel infused with tremendous impact. Enveloped in armament hockey, aimed directly at Raz's head. Raz showed no fear as he fully unleashed his distortion power, holding nothing back, and met the kick with a punch. Boom! The clash of distortion and impact energy erupted violently. rending the air with a force reminiscent of the tremor fruit, sending shockwaves radiating outward. The ship, already severely damaged under Raz's distortion power, revealed spiderweb-like cracks spreading from the point of collision. Chapter 35, Decimation. The deck is collapsing. Retreat quickly. The members of the 8 Treasure Water Army, witnessing the cracks in the ship's deck spreading beneath them, displayed expressions of panic, hastily retreating, with some clutching the railing for support. Abu, whose arm had been twisted, looked on at the aftermath of Raz and Lao Kai's confrontation, feeling a jolt of astonishment. On one hand, he had not anticipated Raz's power could match Lao Kai's head-on, and on the other, he was taken aback by the intensity of their clash's residual energy. Boom! At last, with a thunderous roar, the distortion power and impact energy detonated, causing Raz to stagger back slightly. Before Abu and the other members of the 8 Treasure Water Army could find joy in this, Lao Kai, still standing, made a cracking sound as his feet twisted, tumbling backward 3 meters. Crash! The deck finally could no longer bear the strain. Centered on Raz and Lao Kai, it collapsed violently. Raz leapt to the edge of the railing, while Lao Kai also jumped to the opposite side. Lao Kai's expression was grave. It was evident that the leg he had used against Raz was now inflexible. Trembling slightly, having not been broken in the previous clash, but clearly twisted painfully. The 8-burst fist, a legacy of the 8 Treasure Water Army, seems to be nothing extraordinary after all. Raz felt a slight ache in the muscles of his arm. He calmly regarded Lao Kai across from him, tightening his arm to dispel the discomfort. Whoosh! Withstanding the residual force of the 8-burst fist, Raz leapt forward, transforming into a blur as he charged toward Lao Kai. The latter was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Raz would so easily endure the aftermath of his 8-burst fist. His own legs still lacked strength at this moment, with a serious expression. He focused intently on the incoming Raz, clenching his right fist tightly as he prepared to counter. Boom! The fists collided. Lao Kai's punching technique was evidently weaker than his leg technique, generating less impact than before. Under Raz's powerful fist, the deck beneath them shattered and collapsed, embedding Lao Kai within the wood. Crack! With a tremendous effort, Lao Kai freed himself from the splintered wood and leapt backward, attempting to evade the onslaught. But Raz offered no respite as he surged forward. Swish, 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 Raz unleashed a punch, manifesting countless illusory fists, resembling 1,000-armed Ajura, raining down upon Lao Kai. Startled, Lao Kai quickly honed in on Raz's true form, using his feint observation haki. Yet there was no time to respond. He could only cross his arms defensively before his chest, desperately channeling armament haki to withstand the impending assault. Bang! Raz's fist struck between Lao Kai's arms. Even as he activated distortion light, the distortion energy emanating from his punch was somewhat diminished, but this blow landed squarely, catching Lao Kai off guard before he could unleash his 8-burst fist. His feeble armament haki was evidently insufficient to counter Raz's distortion power, twisting and contorting the muscles and bones of his arms with a fierce force. Hiss! Lao Kai gasped sharply, despite straining to tighten his muscles and bones and retreating. The muscles in his arms sustained significant strains and bruising, swelling noticeably. The terror of the distortion fruit was undeniable. Should one's physique and haki fail to fully absorb the distortion power, each punch sustained would inflict damage. And compounded blows would prove insurmountable, akin to the effects of Whitebeard's tremor fruit. This is bad. From a distance, Abu, clutching his injured arm, watched the scene unfold, exclaiming internally in alarm, and shouted to the nearby members of the 8 Treasure Water Army. Charge in. Take that brat down. Yes. The members of the 8 Treasure Water Army, initially daunted by the sight of Raz overpowering Lao Kai, were galvanized by Abu's command. Though sweat beaded on their foreheads, they gritted their teeth and rushed forward. Brandishing swords and firearms, bang, 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 a chaotic barrage of bullets rained down upon Raz, while portable cannons belched fire, launching explosive shells his way. Facing the deluge of bullets and cannon fire, Raz did not flinch. Instead, his gaze flickered momentarily as he spread his arms wide, mimicking a gesture of embrace. Buzz! All the incoming projectiles and cannonballs, under the influence of Raz's aura, experienced a bizarre distortion in their trajectories, hurtling back toward Lao Kai. Damn it! Lao Kai's pupils constricted as he attempted to evade, but one of his legs still lacked strength, and his arms were swollen, rendering him clumsy. Though he could employ a hint of observation hockey, he could not entirely evade the barrage of bullets and cannon fire. Amidst a spray of blood, Lao Kai gripped the railing of the deck, barely managing to stay upright. "It is over. I grant you a dignified end." Raz gazed steadily at the heavily wounded Lao Kai, who still stood defiantly, drawing forth the renowned blade, Chunla. As he stepped forward, swoosh, blood gushed forth as Lao Kai's body gradually succumbed to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The members of the 8 Treasure Water Army, armed with blades and firearms, who had intended to charge, froze in place, their weapons ceasing their fiery discharge in that instant. Time seemed to halt as all eyes were fixed on the unfolding tableau, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Lao Kai is dead. Having fought in the Grand Line, what was expected to be an ordinary expedition turned tragic. None had anticipated that Lao Kai, a pillar of the 8 Treasure Water Army, would meet his demise here, in this mere West Sea. "You have unexpectedly slain Vice Dongliang," if that esteemed individual were to learn of this. The silence was broken by a voice trembling in uncertainty. The progeny of the leader, Qingjiao, are numerous, yet among them, the most exceptional and closely watched by Qingjiao is none other than Old Kai, who had long been earmarked for development as the 13th pillar of strength. The mere fact that Old Kai, in his youth, has ascended to the position of 13th vice pillar underscores his significance in the eyes of leader Qingjiao. None could predict how Qingjiao would react upon discovering this event. Perhaps that individual, who has not ventured out to sea for many years and has gradually faded from the public's memory, is unknown to these members of the Babao Water Army. Zhi Qingjiao. Even before the Great Pirate Era, he was a formidable force upon the seas, with a bounty of 500 million berries. How could this happen? On the other side, Abu gazed at the lifeless body of Old Kai, his own breath nearly suspended, his heart on the verge of ceasing its rhythm. The thought of his elder's wrathful frenzy sent cold sweat cascading down his brow. It was likely that even he could be torn to shreds by the furious patriarch. The look he cast towards Raz was filled with horror, fear, disbelief, and a myriad of other emotions flashing through his gaze. "You are doomed. Even if you hide in the Grand Line, it will be of no use. You will be hunted to the ends of the earth. After all, that patriarch is..." Hiss! A flash of sword light interrupted Abu's words. Raz gently withdrew the tip of his sword, blood gushing forth in a torrent, his gaze fixed ahead, indifferent to Abu's fallen body, as he calmly declared, "If you wish to pursue, then come forth." A man unafraid of the Navy or the world government would undoubtedly not fear a mere relic of a bygone era. Chapter 36. Training Notes after consecutively eliminating Old Kai and Abu. Even though Raz had expended considerable stamina, he still found himself more than capable of dealing with the remaining members of the Babao Water Army, due to their concealment under the Babao Water Army and the name of leader Qingjiao. Old Kai and Abu bore only symbolic bounties of 30 million and 20 million berries, respectively, granting Raz a reward of 10 points in talent proficiency. The entire ship, after the fierce battle, was left teetering on the brink of collapse. However, before it completely disintegrated, Raz chose to conduct a thorough search. To his surprise, instead of immediately destroying the ship, he opted to investigate and unexpectedly stumbled upon a delightful find: the training notes for Kinbunchika hockey. Sitting in his quarters, Raz gazed at the less than 2 pages of notes in his hand, his eyes gleaming with interest. He was unaware of the original owner of these Kinbunchiku hockey notes, but there was no doubt that they would prove invaluable to him at this juncture. The power of hockey is essential in this world. While he was aware of its existence, he had not comprehended the specific methods of cultivation. Until now, when a means of training had come into his possession, that if he could utilize these notes to self-train and grasp Kinbunchika hockey, he could save 1 point of his free talent points and need not activate it within the talent system. The only lament was the absence of notes regarding Busashoka hockey's training. Kinbunchika hockey, a 6th sense beyond the 5 senses, allows for acute perception of an enemy's movements, enabling one to anticipate attack from beyond the field of vision. Reflecting on the 2 pages of Kinbunchika hockey training notes, Raz focused his thoughts, his expression shifting to one of seriousness and contemplation. Strictly speaking, these were merely the key points for training Kinbunchika haki, not a comprehensive method. Yet, due to Raz's prior understanding of the power of Kinbunchika haki, he felt confident that he could deduce a complete training direction from these key points. After carefully reading through the notes several times, Raz committed them to memory and, after a moment of contemplation, proceeded to modify the environment of his training room. Soon, he had suspended ropes from the ceiling, from which hung an assortment of sandbags of varying sizes. This setup was reminiscent of a training chamber he had discovered aboard the Babeo Water Army's ship, clearly intended for the practice of Kinbunchika haki, which Raz had meticulously recreated. Kinbunchika haki and Busashoka haki are latent powers possessed by all, activated when one's physical prowess reaches a certain threshold. Once Raz arranged the room to his satisfaction, he stood in the center, memorizing the positions of the sandbags, closed his eyes, and concentrated all his mental faculties before suddenly launching an attack, sending the nearest 4 sandbags flying. Whoosh, whoosh, the 4 sandbags suspended by ropes were propelled through the air, their trajectories differing due to their varying sizes and Raz's inconsistent strike power and timing, some even colliding with others. Bang, bang! Raz, with his eyes shut, threw punches in the direction of the 2 returning sandbags, successfully striking them, though the other 2 narrowly missed him due to imprecise judgment. Indeed, relying on anything other than sight for attack was a formidable challenge. Raz opened his eyes to observe the swaying sandbags before closing them once more, resolving to remain stationary and respond to the 4 sandbags. Although the notes contained only key points for Kinbunchika haki without a specific training method, Raz was able to infer the basic approach, direction, and path based on the setup he had seen in the Babeo Water Army's training room. Bang! Bang! Raz closed his eyes again, throwing another series of punches and sending the 4 sandbags flying. Focusing intently on the trajectories of the sandbags, he unleashed 4 strikes, this time achieving slightly better results, hitting 3 of the bags, though still missing the precise targets with a notable margin of error. Once more, Raz opened his eyes briefly before shutting them again. Amid the sounds of punching, he managed to strike 3 sandbags again. Having gradually adapted to this training method, his accuracy improved compared to before. After a period of training, Raz recalled the 10 points of talent proficiency he had acquired from defeating Old Kai and Abu. Enhancing agility should aid in mastering Kinbunchika haki. He summoned the talent system and allocated those 10 points to agility enhancement, raising his total proficiency to 60. The increase in agility not only improved his speed, but also enhanced his reaction time and sharpened his perceptual abilities. The allocation of these 10 points felt akin to shedding a weight, rendering his body much more buoyant. Continuing on, after acclimatizing to the changes in his body, Raz exhaled and resumed his assault on the sandbags, diligently practicing Kinbunchika haki in the Flower Kingdom. 2 naval vessels docked at the southern shore. While numerous pirate ships had long since dispersed, leaving no trace behind, the remnants of the Babeo Water Army lay scattered. Major General Ghost Spider stood upon the deck, shaking his head as he listened to reports from his naval scouts. The Babeo Water Army served as the official pirates of the Flower Kingdom, akin to the 7 warlords. The Navy typically refrained from pursuing them as an affiliated nation of the world government. The Flower Kingdom maintained some connection with the Navy. Previously, he had contacted the higher-ups in the Flower Kingdom, requesting their assistance in apprehending Ghost Hand Raz, regardless of life or death. To his dismay, Raz had still managed to depart unscathed. Indeed, pirates cannot be relied upon. A glint of coldness flickered in Ghost Spider's eyes. A nearby naval colonel furrowed his brow and quietly inquired, "Major General, what shall we do next?" Ghost Hand Raz has annihilated the Babeo Water Army, and they will undoubtedly retaliate. Ghost Spider snorted derisively. "Are you suggesting we merely stand by and allow them to take action? Previously, we feared we would not arrive in time. Hence resorting to such desperate measures. This cannot happen again. Otherwise, what purpose does the Navy serve?" "Yes." The chastised colonel lowered his head in shame. Ghost Spider raised his gaze toward the distant sea, a cold light flickering in his eyes as he spoke. "That fellow has procured a branch of Adam from the treasure tree. He likely intends to construct a new ship. Judging by his course, he is headed for Shipwright Town. Regrettably, I shall not grant him the opportunity to board a new vessel." Convey my orders. All divisions and branches, redirect your course toward Shipwright Town and utterly obliterate the Ghost Hand pirate crew. Chapter 37. Kukanorf's Shipwright Town dock. It had been 3 days since the demise of Old Kai and Abu, and the distance from the Flower Kingdom to Shipwright Town was not considerable. Thus, even while dragging a massive piece of timber, they arrived at noon on the 4th day, within the training chamber. 5 sandbags swung rhythmically around Roz, who stood at their center, eyes closed, throwing punches at the approaching bags. In most instances, Roz managed to strike all 5 sandbags, though occasionally he would miss, receiving a blow from his swinging bags. Mastering Kinbunchika hockey proved to be more challenging than Roz had anticipated. After 3 days of relentless practice, he had barely grasped a hint of understanding. To truly transcend this hurdle would require additional time. Hockey is an innate potential power possessed by everyone, yet the vast majority remain oblivious to its existence or unable to perceive it. The first step in cultivating hockey is recognizing its presence and mastering it, followed by continuous training to enhance its potency. Undoubtedly, the initial step is the most arduous. Roz endeavored to capture the elusive sensation of Kinbunchika hockey. The door to the chamber was knocked upon, and Robin's voice resonated from outside. "Captain Roz, we have arrived at the dock of Shipwright Town. I understand." Roz exhaled, opening his eyes and halting the swinging sandbags. He lingered for a moment, mentally revisiting his training session before rising to exit the chamber. Upon stepping outside, he beheld the dock of Shipwright Town. The town was modest in size, significantly smaller than the Flower Kingdom, merely a medium-sized island. However, the dock here was considerably larger than that of the Flower Kingdom. Brimming with an abundance of cargo, this isn't the Flower Kingdom. Being a pirate may not be particularly esteemed here, Robin remarked as she walked alongside Roz. Roz, unfazed, replied, "Pirates do not exist to seek popularity. Let us proceed." Leaving the crew to remain aboard the ship, Roz and Robin disembarked and ascended onto the dock. With the intent of seeking the finest shipwright, Roz spotted a worker hauling timber and tossed a gold coin his way. Directly inquiring, "Who is your best shipwright?" The worker initially appeared apprehensive upon seeing Roz descend from a pirate ship, but his trepidation lessened upon receiving the gold coin. Upon hearing Roz's question, he clutched the coin, a smile breaking across his face as he responded, "All our shipwrights are quite skilled, but if you seek the best, it would be Old Fizz. He rarely crafts ships for others, but the few he has made are renowned." "Are you referring to Kukanor Fizz?" Robin interjected, slightly taken aback by the worker's words. Indeed, the worker nodded. "He hasn't built a ship in quite some time. I doubt many know he resides in our town." Roz, intrigued, glanced at Robin and asked, "Who is Kukanor Fizz?" Robin pondered briefly, placing her finger on her chin. "How should I put it? I've heard of him while gathering intelligence. It seems that the ship of Red-Haired Shanks was crafted by him." "Red-Haired Shanks is one of the 4 emperors of the New World." Roz interrupted Robin, his expression a mix of surprise as he turned to the worker that Shank's hometown is the West Sea. "I never imagined a shipwright who crafted for one of the emperors would be here. Where can I find him?" "Follow this road straight. Turn right after 2 streets. There's a dilapidated little wooden house where he resides," the worker directed Roz. Nodding, Roz led Robin in that direction, after traversing 2 streets and turning right. They indeed spotted a shabby, single-story wooden house from a distance. Outside this house, a group of menacing-looking individuals had gathered. "Captain, are we being deceived? The best shipwright resides in such a run-down place?" A scarred man frowned at another who bore a broad-bladed sword. The swordsman squinted and replied, "Who cares? Let's call him out and see." Upon hearing their captain's words, one man stepped forward and kicked the wooden door, shouting, "Hey, you inside, get out. Our captain wants to see you." Silence ensued. The man kicked the door twice more, but still, no response came from within. Just as they began to think no one was home, a fit of coughing erupted from inside the wooden house. "Cough, cough? Honestly, I can't even take a decent afternoon nap." Accompanied by the sound of coughing, the door was pushed open, revealing an elderly man with gray stubble, clad in tattered clothing, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s. The group frowned upon seeing the old man, with some unable to contain their disdain, exclaiming, "Is this guy really the best shipwright? That scoundrel dares to deceive us. Well, You're looking for the best shipwright? UVE found the right person. My craftsmanship is indeed quite commendable. Old Fizz coughed into his hand, then took a swig from a cup he produced from his waist, releasing a long sigh of relief. Upon hearing the old man's words, the crowd exchanged glances, skepticism evident in their expressions. After a moment's hesitation, one finally spoke. Our captain wishes to hire you to build a ship. Oh, Old Fizz nodded calmly. I will not do it. The group was momentarily taken aback, one individual displaying irritation as he drew a pistol, barking, "Hey, old man, do you know who our captain is? If you don't want to die, you'd better cooperate. Your captain, huh?" Old Fizz elongated his tone, and at that moment he suddenly flicked his wrist, drawing a pistol into his grasp and swiftly firing a shot that pierced through the skull of the pirate. He blew on the gun's barrel and sighed. I truly do not wish to know. Damn it. The pirates were clearly caught off guard by the unassuming old man's sudden aggression. After a brief pause, they erupted in anger, drawing their weapons and preparing to surround Old Fizz. However, at that moment, distinct footsteps echoed from behind them. "Please make way." Roz approached from behind, placing his hands on the shoulders of two men, pushing them aside. Their bodies twisted and contorted, the sound of cracking bones resonating as they collapsed to the ground. The sudden turn of events startled the gathered pirates, who turned to observe. Upon recognizing Roz's appearance, many felt their pupils constrict in fear. "You are—" Crack! Crack! Roz continued forward, the sound of bones snapping echoing in his wake. Some pirates, gripped by terror, attempted to flee, only to have their necks broken by Robin's 30-round flowering claw strike from behind Roz. Old Fizz had initially paid little heed to the pirates. Even upon Roz's arrival, he remained unfazed. However, upon catching sight of Robin behind Roz, his movements abruptly halted. "Olivia?" "No, you are Olivia's." Robin, who had maintained a calm demeanor, faltered momentarily upon hearing the name Olivia, her expression betraying a rare display of emotion. Olivia, full name, Nico Olivia, one of the archaeologists from O'Hara and the biological mother of Nico Robin. Chapter 38, The Arrival of the Warship. Roz glanced at Old Fizz, then at Robin, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, as he had not anticipated encountering someone with ties to Robin's mother in this place. "Oh, you know my mother?" The 17-year-old girl with black hair gazed at Old Fizz, her fists clenched slightly, her voice breaking in a rare moment of vulnerability. Old Fizz regarded Robin, retracting his forward-leaning posture with a sigh. "Of course, I sailed with her for a time, seeking the history of my own family. The Devil's Child, Nico Robin, though she never mentioned having a child, I should have realized that a hint of regret flickered in Old Fizz's eyes." Robin bit her lip, her usually composed and tranquil expression revealing a trace of sadness and anguish. After a moment of silence, Old Fizz spoke. "Would you like to know a bit about your mother? If so, come inside and sit. I will share what I know." Robin hesitated for a moment, glancing at Roz. "Feel free to listen if you wish. After all, there is still time." Roz nodded encouragingly. Old Fizz looked at Roz and smiled, saying, "You are the infamous Roz, yet you are nothing like the cold persona portrayed in government tabloids." Old Fizz opened the door of the small cabin, inviting Roz and Robin to enter. The interior of the cabin mirrored the chaotic state of the outside world. Devoid of anything remarkable, books and newspapers were haphazardly strewn about, creating an overwhelming sense of disorder. Old Fizz exhibited no hint of shame as he retrieved two small wooden stools, while Roz and Robin disregarded the untidy surroundings. Comfortably taking their seats, through Old Fizz's words, Robin gleaned a wealth of information regarding her mother, Olivia. Her demeanor remained calm and silent, betraying no tears, as it was evident she had once again buried her emotions deep within. This was nearly all that I knew. Upon concluding his narrative, Old Fizz took a swig from a jug, his gaze momentarily dimmed. Roz's understanding of Robin's mother's past was limited and not particularly keen. Yet some revelations shared by Old Fizz caught her by surprise that in this world, there exist three ancient weapons: the King of Hell, the King of the Sea, and the King of Heaven. Among them, the King of Hell is a ship rumored to possess the power to obliterate islands with a single cannon shot. The construction of the King of Hell was a collaborative effort by the most skilled shipwrights and scientists of that era, resulting in the creation of an ultimate weapon, Notably, Old Fai's ancestors were among the shipwrights responsible for its construction. In pursuit of his bloodline and that historical legacy, Old Fai's had boarded Alvia's vessel, collaborating with a group of archaeologists in search of lost history, though their findings were scant. After a brief silence, Old Fai's took another swig of his drink and addressed Robin and Roz, saying, "Well, I have shared all that needs to be said. You two surely aren't here just to pass the time with an old man. If there's something on your minds, speak up. It wouldn't happen to involve shipbuilding." "Would it? Indeed. We wish to enlist your help in constructing a ship," Roz replied, noticing Robin's silence as she bowed her head. Old Fai's slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "I knew it." He glanced at Robin, then back at Roz, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "Why can't an old man enjoy a peaceful retirement? If word gets out that I'm building you a ship, I'll find myself dodging the government once more." Roz offered a slight smile, choosing to remain silent. Given Old Fai's deep bond with Robin's mother and the fact that Robin, now branded the demon child by the world government, was a crew member aboard his ship, it was evident that this sentimental old man could not simply turn a blind eye to their plight. As anticipated, after casting a glance at Robin, Old Fai sighed and said, "It seems there is no choice. I cannot neglect the only offspring of an old friend. Consider this an opportunity for these old bones to serve one last purpose." With that, he rose and addressed Roz. "Have you prepared the materials? Don't tell me you came here empty-handed, expecting me to conjure a ship out of thin air." Roz shook her head, replying, "We do have materials, though we only brought a branch of the legendary Adam tree." Old Fai's eyes flickered with interest, and he clicked his tongue in approval. "I essed a 42-meter branch from the Adam tree, so that piece of wood has found its way into your hands." "Excellent. With that as the keel, I assure you, I will craft a vessel that even the mightiest warships will envy." His ancestors had once been responsible for the propulsion system of the King of Hell, although the knowledge of those ancient mechanisms had long been lost. In terms of ship design and speed, Cocooners still stood at the pinnacle of the world. "Thank you. Here is your remuneration," Roz said, placing a bag containing 80 million berries before him. Old Fai's grinned widely, accepting it without hesitation. After glancing inside, he declared, "This is sufficient. Even after purchasing the finest auxiliary materials, there will still be a leftover sum of 1 or 2 million berries. I shan't have to worry about my drinking habits for a while." He stood, hefting the bag of coins as he made his way outside, only to pause after a few steps, turning back to Roz. "By the way, the Navy has set its sights firmly on you. The government's intelligence capabilities will likely uncover your presence here very soon. Even if I rally a group of shipwrights, it will take at least 7 days to finish the ship if a naval vessel arrives during that time." "Rest assured," Roz interjected calmly, standing up to take his place, "and no naval ships will interrupt your shipbuilding process. I will handle that matter." Old Fai's chuckled, pushing open the cabin door. Robin stood and followed Roz outside. As they passed by Old Fai's, she quietly uttered a "thank you, don't mention it." Old Fai's replied, closing the door behind him. With a master shipwright like Old Fai's at the helm, and with a cadre of other craftsmen summoned, the remaining materials for the ship were selected that very day. Regarding the ship's blueprints, Old Fai's had previously designed a vessel focused on speed, but had been unable to construct it due to the necessity of using the sturdiest materials. The branch of the Adam tree was indeed a perfect fit. Design is often the most cumbersome aspect of shipbuilding, and bypassing this stage would significantly accelerate the construction process. Hence Old Fai's confidence in completing the vessel within 7 days. As Old Fai's, along with numerous shipwrights, toiled day and night to construct the ship, a fleet of 5 naval vessels, led by a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, gradually approached the shipwright town. Ultimately, the naval fleet arrived at Shipwright Town the following afternoon. Report: a vessel belonging to the Ghost Hand Pirates has been spotted on the northern shore of Shipwright Town. A sentinel aboard the naval ship perched high, lowered his telescope, and bellowed a report to the rear admiral, who was draped in the Navy's justice cloak. As expected, a glint of cold determination flashed in the rear admiral's eyes as he coldly remarked, "For a pirate who has never set foot on the Grand Line, they've gone to great lengths to summon me from headquarters to this distant West Blue. Finally, I can wrap up this bothersome task." It irked him that for a mere pirate in the West Blue, the entire office responsible for this area had been thrown into disarray, requiring cover-ups and communications with the government, all while pursuing Roz. Even sending him to the West Blue, relay the order. The route of ship number 5 remains unchanged. Seal off the escape routes. The other ships should change course and encircle the northern shore. Understood, the colonel beside him promptly nodded in agreement. They had not anticipated that an ordinary pirate hunter would cause such a ruckus after turning to piracy, first with the death of a branch office colonel, then a failed pursuit by the base commander, ultimately forcing the naval headquarters to dispatch a rear admiral. Thankfully, this troublesome affair was nearing its conclusion, with their 5 ships blocking the way and additional vessels on their way. There was virtually no chance for the ghost hand pirates to escape. Their demise was all but assured that on the western shore of Shipwright Town, old Fayeyes and 3 shipwrights were continuously hammering away, while 4 or 5 burly workers transported planks, and the ship was starting to take shape. As old Fayeyes struck a plank, he inadvertently glanced out at the distant sea, only to see a dark silhouette gradually approaching Shipwright Town. It was a naval vessel. Here, already. Old Fayeyes had not anticipated the Navy's swift arrival. There was no naval base nearby, and the closest one was over 10 days' journey away. Had the Navy been a bit slower to react, they would have been unable to halt his shipbuilding efforts. However, he had underestimated their resolve. In just 2 days, the Navy had assembled such a fleet to reach this location. He had only considered the nearest naval base, forgetting that the Navy had likely been trailing Roz's ship all along. Clearly, he had underestimated their lethal intent towards Roz. If it were just 1 or 2 naval vessels, Roz, being the strongest pirate in the West Blue, might have been able to handle them, but 5 ships were a different story altogether. The firepower generated by such numbers was terrifying. Although old Fayeyes had crafted many renowned ships, he had never set foot on a pirate vessel. He could deal with small-time pirates who dared to raid him, but against the formidable might of a naval fleet, he was powerless. If only I could board my own ship, no matter how many naval vessels there were. I could easily shake them off. If only I had a few more days. Old Fitz clenched his fists tightly. Given the current distance, even if Roz could board the previous ship, he might still struggle to escape the encirclement of the naval fleet. A formidable squadron of 5 warships was evidently intent on obliterating Roz without affording him any opportunity for escape. How could one safeguard the children of Alvia and help them flee this perilous situation? Old Fitz furrowed his brows, racking his brain to devise a means of assisting Roz and Robin in their escape. Yet he found himself at a loss that he knew many individuals, even sharing a profound friendship with the red-haired Shanks. But in the face of this dire predicament, even if he could reach out to Shanks, who was far away in the New World, there was no way for Shanks to materialize here out of thin air. Time was of the essence. Every conceivable plan he could muster fell short due to the swift approach of the naval warships, which were likely hot on Roz's trail. This truly was a troublesome dilemma. On the northern shore of Shipwright Town, inside the training chamber of an old vessel, Roz stood at the center surrounded by 5 suspended sandbags, delivering punch after punch, relentlessly striking the swaying bags. While shipbuilding occurred nearby, he seized every moment to train, striving to master the observation hockey as swiftly as possible. Day after day of rigorous training left Roz occasionally weary, yet he never ceased. For he understood that if he allowed fatigue to halt his progress for even a day, it would inevitably lead to a second and a third day of inaction. He refused to let weariness become an excuse for laziness. Furthermore, during the initial emergence of the talent system, a voice had previously cautioned him, it is advisable for the host not to overly rely on the system. Although Roz did not fully comprehend the potential drawbacks of excessive reliance on the system, this reminder resonated with his own beliefs. For if the system could manifest from nothing, it could just as easily vanish. If it were to disappear, would not all he had achieved fade away with it? Thus, Roz had maintained a steadfast routine of daily training, believing that while the system might not vanish, his own training must never cease. As he continued to deliver powerful punches against the sandbags, Roz gradually entered a state of profound tranquility, as if he could perceive every muscle in motion and feel the airflow accompanying each breath. His perspective transformed into that of an observer, watching his own body strike the bags with unwavering precision. This sensation was peculiar to him. It was the first time he had entered such a state, one he had never experienced in previous training. In this state, he felt capable of observing every subtle change within himself. This state was also documented in the notes he had studied, representing a level of exquisite control over every muscle and sinew of his body. Once he could attain this state, he would be on the brink of perceiving the observation haki, the power of observation haki, rather than being merely a latent potential within the human body, was akin to a force often overlooked by most. For ordinary individuals whose physical forms were too frail, the ability to harness observation haki was exceedingly weak, almost negligible in its efficacy. Yet, even among many ordinary people, when confronted with death, on the precipice of life and death, they often experience a peculiar sensation where time seems to stretch, and they can perceive the trajectory of a bullet aimed at them. This phenomenon occurs when the spirit is intensely stimulated in a near-death state, causing the latent observation haki to awaken instantaneously. Of course, ordinary people might only trigger a fleeting moment of observation haki due to the stimulus of life and death, often unable to recapture that state thereafter, with the awakened haki swiftly returning to tranquility. However, for a person like Roz, the goal was to observe the existence of observation haki in a normal state and to thoroughly master this power. Maintaining calm observation, Roz endeavored not to let this extraordinary state disrupt his mindset, striving to keep his inner self serene while scrutinizing his every movement. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. And amidst this rhythmic repetition, Roz suddenly detected an unusual phenomenon encircling his body, akin to an ethereal current. Roz's spirit jolted, abruptly breaking free from the tranquil state, and that peculiar sensation vanished from his perception. Indeed, it was that. A spark of excitement flickered in Roz's eyes. He was not disheartened by his abrupt exit from the state, for having observed it once, he was certain he could witness it again. Once he could fully perceive the existence of observation haki, he would be on the cusp of mastering and wielding this power. Taking a deep breath, Roz steadied his mindset and prepared to resume his training. However, at that moment, the door to the training chamber was suddenly flung open from the outside, and Robin appeared at the threshold, her expression grave. "Captain, the Navy is here." Roz raised his hand in a gesture to halt the swaying sandbags, saying, "So they have arrived in just 2 days. Akati seems they had us in their sights, even while we were in the flower country." Robin nodded, her voice low. 3 medium-sized warships have appeared from various directions, not to mention the possibility of additional vessels. The standard configuration for the West Sea Navy branch base should include 2 medium-sized warships and 4 small ones. 5 warships. Despite Robin's awareness of Roz's capabilities, a sense of unease lingered within her at the sight of 5 approaching warships. This meant that the fleet was either assembled from nearby branch bases or had come from beyond the West Sea. Roz interjected, "Indeed." Robin nodded again. For the West Sea, this represented a formidable fleet capable of sweeping away everything in its path. Even the 10 pirate crews with bounties exceeding 30 million could only retreat in the face of such might. Pirates who had never set foot on the Grand Line stood little chance of stirring any tempest against such power. The emergence of such a large fleet in the West Sea served as a clear indication of the Navy's lethal intent towards Roz and their considerable regard for him. Roz smiled faintly and remarked, 5 warships. That major from headquarters truly holds me in high esteem." Straightening his slightly disheveled shirt, he walked towards the door of the chamber, passing by Robin and stepping onto the deck, gazing out towards the distant sea. There, the Navy's warships were now clearly visible. Chapter 40. Destroying the warships, 4 warships gradually approached the northern shore, nearing the vessel where Roz was stationed. The naval officers aboard the ships wore serious expressions, swords at the ready, as they prepared to capture the notorious Roz, the man who had plunged the West Sea into chaos. Even with a major dispatch from headquarters leading them, they dared not underestimate him. "Report, Colonel. The enemy ship is about to enter firing range. Should we prepare to fire?" A major responsible for the cannons on one of the warships inquired of a colonel aboard. The colonel, gazing towards the distant ghost hand pirate ship, replied, "The order from headquarters has yet to be issued. We must wait a moment longer." The major hesitated before speaking up. "With all due respect, that ghost hand Roz is ruthless and vicious. known to all as a demon. We should strive to avoid a direct confrontation and instead obliterate him along with his ship in the depths of the sea. That's a valid point, but are you suggesting we overstep our orders? Furthermore, Ghost Hand Roz may not even be aboard the ship, the colonel retorted with a scoff. Rest assured, with the assistance of Major Ghost Spider from headquarters, even if Ghost Hand Roz is truly a demon, he will be forced to descend into hell. Just as the two were conversing, the command from headquarters finally arrived. All artillery prepare, target the enemy vessel, and prepare to fire, following Major Ghost Spider's directive. The naval personnel on the 5 warships exhaled in relief and sprang into action, loading cannonballs into the barrels and aiming at Roz's pirate ship. For a pirate ship like Roz's, a single volley from the 5 warships would suffice to reduce it to splinters, leaving not a single intact plank behind. However, just as the warships neared Roz's vessel, preparing to enter firing range, a figure suddenly leapt from the ship and plunged into the water, sprinting across the surface. Was that a person? It was Ghost Hand Roz. That fellow could actually run on water. As the shadow of a figure rushed towards them, many sailors were initially taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. Observing the silhouette of Roz charging towards one of the warships, sailors aboard several vessels quickly reacted, with one colonel shouting, "Do not let him approach. Aim at Ghost Hand Roz. Open fire." The sailors on the warships had already prepared their cannons, and upon hearing their commander's order, they suppressed their shock, adjusting the angle of the cannons to target Roz. Boom! 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 Amidst the smoke and chaos, a barrage of cannonballs rained down upon Roz, engulfing the area entirely. Standing on the flagship, Major General Ghost Spider, cigarette in mouth, witnessed the scene and exhaled a plume of smoke, remarking, "He actually charged across the sea. Does he think the warship's artillery is merely for show?" Even I wouldn't dare to do such a thing, but a hint of derision flickered across his face. However, almost in the next moment, as the splashes from the cannon fire subsided back into the ocean, Ghost Spider's smirk froze in disbelief, for Roz continued his advance, unscathed and even dry. How is this possible? Ghost Spider gasped in astonishment. Just as he furrowed his brow, intending to scrutinize further, the cannons on several warships unleashed another round of fire, once again shrouding Roz's location in a tempest of gunfire. Yet this time, the concentrated barrage still failed to leave a mark on Roz. He passed through the barrage and the waves as if they were mere illusions. No, Ghost Spider finally sensed something amiss. For Roz not only remained unaffected by the cannonballs and splashes, but also did not stir a single drop of water beneath his feet, as if he bore no weight at all. Connecting this with the intelligence regarding Roz's abilities, Ghost Spider's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. But be cautious. That figure on the sea is an illusion created by his powers. However, it was evidently too late for such warnings. The Roz racing across the surface of the water was already nearing a small warship. With a sudden leap, he landed directly aboard the vessel. The sound of his feet striking the deck was unmistakably real, as Roz's true self had seamlessly merged with the illusion of a naval colonel aboard the warship. Witnessing Roz's arrival, displayed a look of sheer horror and, in his panic, attempted to command his men to raise their rifles and fire at Roz. However, before his order could be issued, he noticed the deck beneath Roz's feet contorting in an unnatural manner. The hardwood planks seemed to transform into waves, rippling outward from Roz in all directions. The entire vessel creaking under the strain. Bang, bang, bang. In their terror, sailors fired their weapons at Roz's position. Yet he showed no inclination to evade. With both arms stretching wide, the bullets that struck his hands and body either twisted around him or froze in midair. Under the astonished gaze of sailors from other warships, the small vessel, measuring several dozen meters in length, began to warp and fold as if gripped by an invisible giant, ultimately collapsing in on itself. Damn it, Ghost Spider cursed, unable to contain his fury. The cigarette he had been chewing was now bitten cleanly in half, and he glared at the point of destruction on the warship, the vessel. Twisted into a helix, shattered dramatically as the effects of the distortion dissipated, its planks splintering apart completely. In that moment, Roz sprang forth from the wreckage, leaping toward the second warship. Fire! Fire! Sailors aboard another warship, Witnessing Raz's approach and the devastation of the previous vessel were filled with dread. Yet despite the colonel's orders, a multitude of cannonballs were unleashed at Raz, all of which passed harmlessly through him, as he had transformed back into an illusion once more. Bang! After the cannon fire subsided, Raz's figure once again surged onto the second warship, his hand pressing against the ship's hull. The power of distortion surged forth, causing the cabin to twist grotesquely, transforming into a spiral shape amidst the cacophony of cracking wood. "Stop!" a naval colonel cried, brandishing a long sword as he charged at Raz, his weapon slicing through the air, enveloped in a faint aura of sword energy aimed directly at him. Raz made no attempt to evade. Instead, he raised his other hand, capturing the sword energy between his palms. As he spun in midair, he twisted the energy and flung it back towards the sea. Swoosh! The sword energy struck the ocean, carving a deep gash into the surface. Observing the aftermath, Raz's gaze flickered with recognition. He deduced the source of that formidable strike without a doubt. Only Major General Ghost Spider, the Marine headquarters, possessed the skill to unleash such a powerful sword technique. Turning his attention toward the origin of the attack, he spotted a figure atop the ship's cabin, a naval officer clad in a justice cloak adorned with the insignia of a major general. His purple-brown hair catching the wind, it was indeed Major General Ghost Spider, gripping a sword in each hand, coldly fixated on Raz. Major General Ghost Spider. Relief washed over the sailors aboard the warship, who had been oblivious to his arrival. Witnessing the explosive might of a sword strike, they breathed a collective sigh of relief that Raz's overwhelming power was far beyond their capacity to withstand, and the only one capable of subduing him was this elite Major General dispatch from the Marine headquarters in the Grand Line. As a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the Ghost Spider is renowned throughout the Grand Line, having even quelled notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Naturally, dealing with the likes of Raz is a trivial matter for him. His presence aboard the warship instills a sense of calm among the many sailors present, as their panic and fear gradually dissipate, replaced instead by composure. "Scoundrel Raz!" The Ghost Spider glared at Raz as he stepped onto the deck, his expression dark and foreboding. "Oh, you have any idea of the immense responsibility I bear for the loss of 2 warships?" As his last words, laced with fury, echoed, he suddenly lunged forward, transforming into a blur. His twin swords wielded with formidable might, aimed at Raz in a cross slash. With a swift pivot, Raz executed the Navy's 6th technique, shave, evading the strike, and then launched himself into the air, delivering a sweeping kick towards the Ghost Spider. The latter scoffed and countered with his sword, blocking the blow. The impact of Raz's kick against the edge of the Ghost Spider's blade sent a violent tremor through his arm, causing the sword to quiver. The disparity in strength between the branch admiral and the headquarters admiral is immense. One is tasked with guarding the 4 seas, while the other must patrol the perilous Grand Line as a rear admiral. The Ghost Spider is not only adept in the Navy's 6 techniques, but also skilled in the dual color hockey. After a brief stalemate, both men retreated a few steps. "That if the loss of 2 warships vexes you, I regret to inform you that this is merely the beginning," Raz stated calmly, gazing at the Ghost Spider. "I warned you when you forced me into piracy. I hope you don't regret the orders you issued back then." The Ghost Spider fell silent for a moment upon hearing Raz's words. Regret? Perhaps just a hint. Yet his remorse does not stem from labeling Raz a pirate, but rather from failing to eliminate the likes of Lieutenant Colonel Laika. A pest within the Navy, at this juncture, there is no possibility of reversal. The Navy cannot concede for personal reasons. Only by subduing Raz can they assert their authority and deter the vile and wicked elements that plague the seas. Your refusal to join the Navy reveals your lack of any sense of justice. Even without that incident, you would inevitably tread a path contrary to righteousness, so any attempts at justification are futile. The Ghost Spider declared coldly, stepping forward, his left hand sweeping with his sword while his right hand executed a downward slash, unleashing a cross-shaped sword energy towards Raz. "A clever excuse," Raz retorted, a smirk crossing his face as he punched forward. Striking the center of the cross sword energy, the force of distortion erupted, shattering the energy into shards that rained down upon the deck, leaving it marred with cracks. After dispersing the Ghost Spider's sword energy, Roz surged forward, his fist enveloped in a formidable force of distortion, aimed squarely at the ghost spider's chest. He saw no need for further words. The rift between him and the Navy had grown insurmountable. To him, the Navy was merely prey. The ghost spider crossed his swords to block Roz's assault, then swiftly unleashed 2 strikes while leaping into the air, his legs sweeping outwards, storm steps, with tremendous force. The 2 sword energies he unleashed intertwined, forming a net of blade energy directed at Roz. With a detached gaze, Roz separated his hands, seizing the incoming net of blade energy and tearing it apart with a fierce pull. Stepping through the ruptured remnants, distortion, chaos, that as he stepped forward, he suddenly flickered, splitting into 3 identical figures, encircling the ghost spider from multiple angles. Initially, the power of the distortion fruit could merely refract light, but now Roz had mastered the ability to create 2 identical phantasmal clones using the distortion of light. Even for those skilled in observation hockey, such clones could pose a challenge, as the instinctual reaction to evade or defend against an incoming fist would still manifest, despite knowing it to be an illusion. As the 3 identical Rozes surrounded and attacked him, the ghost spider let out a cold snort. Activating his observation hockey, he danced his swords in a flurry, slicing through 2 of the illusory figures while simultaneously striking at Roz's true form. Although creating phantasmal clones consumes stamina and a portion of his distorting power, the ghost spider found himself more adversely affected, making it difficult to unleash his strikes with full force. With a swift motion, Roz deftly caught the blade energies unleashed by the ghost spider, as if fishing, and twisted them into a tangled mass before hurling them back. The ghost spider, maintaining his composure, kicked out with a storm step, dispersing the incoming mass of sword energy. Yet at that moment, Roz advanced, gathering distortion energy and launching a powerful punch. Simultaneously, the 2 phantasmal clones also executed punches, flanking him from left and right, despite recognizing the 2 as illusions. The ghost spider instinctively maneuvered to evade as he swung his swords at Roz's true self. With a crash, fist met blade, and the hockey enveloping the ghost spider's swords began to exhibit signs of instability. Vibrating violently and emitting a resonant hum.it, seems you were struggling to cope with these mere tricks, Roz sneered, stepping forward and activating Shave, swiftly maneuvering alongside the 2 phantasmal clones, encircling the ghost spider. With a dark expression, the ghost spider closed his eyes, relying solely on the paper drawing technique of the Navy's 6 styles and his observation hockey to track Roz's position, while gripping his swords tightly and fully unleashing his hockey. Armament, the hockey enveloping his swords, trembled violently, suddenly condensing into a cohesive form, transforming from an aura into a hardened layer, rendering the blades pitch black. The strength of armament hockey varies, and achieving hardening, even if only with some difficulty, indicates a proficiency that surpasses the basics, marking him as an adept practitioner. Armament hardening. Is it? Roz's gaze sharpened, yet he displayed no sign of fear with a mere thought. He retracted the phantasmal clones and fully unleashed the power of the distortion fruit. Distorted fist, 2-sword style slash. The ghost spider combined his swords and struck down viciously. The collision of Roz's distortion power and the ghost spider's strike erupted violently in the air, their fists and sword edges halting just shy of contact, approximately half an inch apart. That in the center, the unleashed sword energy and chaotic distortion power intertwined, crackling and hissing as if manifesting electricity in the air. With a resounding explosion, the sword energy and distortion power ultimately detonated, sending shockwaves radiating outward, leaving the deck beneath Roz and the ghost spider in ruins. In the aftermath of the explosion, Roz took a couple of steps back, while the ghost spider stumbled, both men having reached a stalemate in their full-force confrontation. "You have developed your devil fruit to such an extent," the ghost spider remarked, opening his eyes to look at Roz. A hint of gravitas evident in his gaze. He had initially believed that going all out against a pirate who had yet to traverse the Grand Line would be a simple endeavor. But to his astonishment, even after pushing his hockey to its limits, they had achieved nothing more than an equal outcome. For a rear admiral stationed at the Navy headquarters in the Grand Line, to find himself in such a predicament against a pirate from the West Sea was somewhat difficult for him to accept. And just as the ghost spider began contemplating strategy, Roz made his move once more. Distorted flash. Suddenly, the space around Roz dimmed, and a brilliant light erupted from the center of his forehead, piercing like a flashbang straight into the ghost spider's eyes, causing him excruciating pain and forcing him to shut them instinctively. If Roz could create phantasmal clones, then he could also manipulate the light within an area, producing an intense flash. The blinding light not only pained the ghost spider's eyes, but also caused the nearby observing sailors to scream and shield their eyes in agony. With a swift step, Roz advanced, delivering a powerful punch towards the blinded ghost spider. Unable to concentrate amidst the pain, the ghost spider was compelled to swing his sword defensively, stumbling back under the force of Roz's blow. Boom! Boom! Roz, unyielding and resolute, chose not to squander his energy in futile movements, fully aware that his opponent possessed the observation haki. Instead, he confronted the foe head-on, unleashing a barrage of strikes that descended upon the ghost spider like a tempest. In an instant, the ghost spider found himself in a dire predicament. Despite wielding the armament haki, he could not entirely withstand the distortive power of Roz. With each blow, discomfort coursed through his arms. "Get away from me!" After being forced back several paces, the ghost spider roared in fury, leaping into the air and sweeping his legs in a horizontal arc, launching a powerful kick toward Roz, while simultaneously unleashing a flurry of sword strikes that generated more than a dozen arcs of blade energy. Bang! 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 Roz raised his hands, effortlessly neutralizing all the blade energy, as if restraining countless serpents. After a moment of distortion, they crumbled under the force of his power. The ghost spider's vision had returned. Yet he refrained from opening his eyes, thoroughly vexed by Roz's ability to confound his sight. "You have incited my wrath, little demon of the West Sea." He turned to Roz, his tone chillingly cold. "Do you know why I am called the ghost spider?" It is because as his words fell, an eerie aura enveloped him. The hair cascading over his shoulders and back suddenly began to float. Each strand twisted together, ultimately transforming into 6 appendages resembling spider legs. These 6 black spider legs drew forth 6 long swords from beneath his coat, assuming the stance of an 8-sword style. Life restoration. Roz observed the peculiar transformation unfolding before him, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes. His impression of the ghost spider had been superficial. He had assumed him merely to be a Zoan-type spider fruit user, unaware that he was an advanced practitioner of martial arts. The ability of life restoration, even among those adept in the Marine's 6 powers, was rare, an elite technique allowing for the free manipulation of one's body, hair, and even internal organs. That it was quite astonishing to encounter someone with such insight without having traversed the Grand Line. The ghost spider grinned, his smile grotesquely terrifying. During the original narrative of the Marineford War, life restoration had become a standard skill for the ghost spider, and now it was his ultimate technique. To subdue Roz, he held nothing back. Chapter 43. The Reversal. Can hair truly move? In the distance, a group of Marines, still recovering from the pain and tears caused by Roz's flash strike, gradually regained their composure. Upon witnessing the ghost spider's transformation, shock spread across their faces. A colonel aide who had accompanied the ghost spider from headquarters flashed a look of awe, stating that his life restoration, "I have only seen it twice before. I never imagined that against the infamous Roz, Major Ghost Spider would resort to such a move." The fact that Major Ghost Spider had employed this technique indicated that the battle was nearing its climax. Observing this scene, the Marines who had followed the ghost spider from headquarters murmured and reverenced on the battlefield. The ghost spider, with his disheveled hair, had transformed his hair into spider-like appendages gripping 6 long swords, presenting a truly terrifying visage, an epitome of the ghost spider. "What you just experienced was merely my 2-sword technique. Now, prepare for my 10-sword style." His expression was twisted and cold, and at the moment his words concluded, he sprang forward, charging at Roz with fervor, the 6 swords gripped by his spider legs. Alongside the 2 he wielded in hand, unleashed a fierce diagonal slash, intertwining a formidable net of blade energy. Almost instantaneously, he leaped into the air, executing a dual kick that released 2 arcs of blade energy, intertwining with the energy net and cascading down toward Roz, that a chaotic display of swordsmanship. Roz activated the power of his distortion fruit, channeling it into his hands, grasping the descending net of blade energy with all his might. Despite the challenge, he managed to tear through it. The swordsmanship born from hair could never rival the might of your hands. Rod stepped over the shredded remnants of the energy net, advancing toward the ghost spider with a cold and indifferent gaze, his fists moving with rapid precision. The ghost spider, wielding 2 long swords, met Rod's fists head-on, while the remaining 6 swords rained down upon him. Indeed, while the 6 swords were in excess, you could wield only 2 hands. Zizzy. The 6 long swords coalesced into a dense web of blades, completely encircling Rod's. Even as he employed paper drawing, he could not evade entirely, occasionally suffering strikes. The swords that struck him tore through his clothing, leaving trails of crimson upon his skin. Yet due to the encompassing power of the distortion fruit, and the fact that the 6 swords lacked the might of those held in the ghost spider's hands, the damage inflicted upon Rod's was minimal. Nonetheless, after a brief skirmish, Rod's bore over a dozen fresh lacerations, his body drenched in blood, a sight most gruesome. Meanwhile, the ghost spider was not faring much better. 1 sword entangled in his hair shattered, and 2 others were severely damaged, leaving only 3 intact. Additionally, his arms began to exhibit signs of fatigue from the relentless clashes with Rod's. And in employing life restoration, the ghost spider could no longer maintain the hardness of his armament hockey, struggling to withstand Rod's distortive force. Why do you persist in resisting? It is your fate to fall beneath justice. The ghost spider manipulated 7 swords, swinging them with frenzied abandon, his assault akin to a tempest, intent on shredding Rod's completely. Justice? How laughable! Rod's, his garments tattered and his body bloodied, maintained an expression of chilling indifference. As if devoid of any emotion, an unsettling calmness pervading his demeanor, he unleashed punch after punch, shattering the ghost spider's blade energy, countering his strikes. And though his wounds multiplied, his inner tranquility deepened, akin to a serene spring in a secluded valley. The ghost spider's descending strikes, once chaotic, began to reveal a discernible pattern in Rod's eyes. It became unclear when exactly the ghost spider's blows merely grazed Rod's form, eventually failing to even make contact. Rod's moved with fluidity, his body akin to a fish in water, deftly evading every strike aimed at him. As time wore on, the ghost spider sensed an unsettling shift. Despite his apparent advantage, he was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Rod's evasive maneuvers, though reminiscent of the Marine's paper drawing, possessed a distinct edge. Paper drawing was solely an evasion technique. One had to exit this state to launch an attack, whereas Rod's seamlessly integrated offense and defense. Each movement a precise and agile decision. This was the manifestation of observation hockey. Unable to contain himself any longer, the ghost spider opened his eyes, gazing at Rod's with incredulity. If Rod's had the capacity to wield observation hockey, he would have done so long before. The only possible explanation for its emergence now was that he had comprehended it amidst battle. All forms of hockey have the potential to awaken in combat, and the ghost spider had encountered individuals capable of this, but they were all met in the Grand Line or the latter half of the New World. He had never anticipated that Rod's, a pirate from the West Sea, could grasp hockey without traversing the Grand Line's perils, without experiencing the trials of life and death, without enduring great tension and terror. How could one suddenly awaken hockey? The ghost spider's mind was a tumult of disbelief. Yet before him, Rod's wielding observation hockey rendered all his techniques devoid of advantage. Moreover, due to the unique properties of the distortion fruit, even if they were evenly matched in strength, the continuous accumulation of distortion affected his body, gradually leading him into a state of decline. It was akin to a frog being boiled in warm water. By the time the ghost spider recognized the gravity of the situation, his arms had begun to tingle, and his swordsmanship had grown sluggish and unresponsive. Bang! As Rod's landed another punch, the armament hockey enveloping the ghost spider's blade was forcefully shattered, the sword itself exhibiting signs of strain. With cracks beginning to appear, the tide of battle had completely turned. The surrounding Marines looked on in astonishment. Disbelief etched across their faces. How had the ghost spider, who had once dominated Rod's, suddenly found the tables turned? "It seems your notion of justice is about to come to an end," Rod stated calmly. Observing the ghost spider being forced back, stepping forward, he followed up with another punch that shattered the long sword clutched in the ghost spider's left hand. Damn it! The visage of the specter spider contorted with a grimace of gritted teeth and malevolence as his left hand lifted to extract a sword from his hair, attempting to continue the confrontation with Roz. Yet, Roz's fist descended once more, and the muscles in his arm, long since severely strained, could no longer withstand the force. This blow sent both swords flying from his hands, and under the strain of the twisting power, the bones and muscles emitted sounds of unbearable burden. Were it not for his life being restored, even the slightest movement of his fingers would have become an arduous endeavor. With a resounding thud, Roz advanced a step, his arms sweeping violently. Amidst the cacophony of shattering steel, he sent every sword entangled in the specter spider's hair hurtling through the air, ultimately stomping one down onto the deck. The specter spider, a rear admiral. Many naval officers, witnessing this scene, could not help but gasp in astonishment, their faces betraying sheer horror. Roz regarded the specter spider, who was staring in disbelief at his imminent defeat. With eyes devoid of mockery or exhilaration, only a chilling calmness that instilled dread, he fixed his icy gaze upon the immobile rear admiral, rendered utterly paralyzed. Indeed, the manner in which you execute your justice is of no concern to me, and I shall not interfere. However, should you wish to impose your notions of justice upon me, I must assert that from the very beginning, you have chosen the wrong adversary. The sound of bones snapping reverberated across the silent deck. A profound stillness enveloped the entire warship. Chapter 44. The tremor at naval headquarters in the distance. Aboard 2 other warships, all naval personnel were fixated on the vessel where Roz and the specter spider battled. Though the distance rendered the details obscured, the noise seemed to cease. Had it ended? Surely, Ghost Hand Roz must have been subdued by the rear admiral as the sounds of battle, the sizzling and rumbling, faded away. Many held their breath, their expressions turning grave with concern. Naturally, the rear admiral of the Grand Line would not be easily toppled by a mere pirate like Ghost Hand Roz, a rear admiral from the West Sea Division. With a cigar in mouth, spoke in a nonchalant tone. Yet, almost as soon as he finished speaking, an unusual sound erupted from the distant warship. It was the sound of wooden planks cracking, as if the entire hull was violently shaking under some unseen force. What on earth is happening? Many were taken aback, their attention sharpened as they prepared to observe closely when they saw the ship's body suddenly emit a distressing sound of splintering wood, twisting and fracturing in the middle. With a thunderous crash, under the horrified gazes of countless naval officers, the ship contorted and folded in half, destroyed in a manner reminiscent of the previous 2 vessels. The warship has been obliterated. How is this possible? The specter spider was aboard that ship. Numerous naval cadets exhibited expressions of shock, their disbelief palpable as they beheld the shattered vessel. Some even snatched the sentry's telescope to get a closer look. With a resounding crash, the collapsing warship splintered apart, sending massive waves crashing into the surrounding sea. Amidst the wreckage, a figure soaked in blood stood defiantly, akin to a deity of death emerging from the battlefield. Instilling sheer terror, it was Ghost Hand Roz. Upon recognizing the bloodied figure, the remaining naval officers on the other 2 ships were struck with horror. The ship has been destroyed. Roz stands atop the wreckage. What of the specter spider? Could it be? A nearly unbelievable thought surged within some, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear, instinctively shaking their heads in denial. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The specter spider is a rear admiral of the naval headquarters. How could he possibly lose to a pirate from the West Sea? However, amidst the shock and disbelief of the naval officers, that blood-soaked figure suddenly leaped forth, charging toward the remaining 2 warships. It is coming. Curse it! Where has the specter spider gone? In their astonishment, many naval officers could not bring themselves to believe that the specter spider could be defeated by Roz, until Roz's figure reached the warship, prompting them to raise their weapons and aim at him in terror. Bang, bang, bang! Bullets flew, yet none could draw blood from Roz, who with a powerful step twisted and shattered the deck beneath him, plunging into the lower levels of the ship. In the next moment, a formidable force of distortion emanated from Roz's position, spreading outward as if the very center of the ship had endured a catastrophic impact, causing the planks to ripple like ocean waves. Crack, crack, the fourth warship succumbed to Raz's overwhelming might, utterly collapsing into ruin. Retreat, retreat. The remaining naval officers on the fifth warship, witnessing the fourth ship's fate, finally emerged from their disbelief, their faces etched with fear and horror. The captain aboard the ship gazed apprehensively at the wreckage on the horizon, his voice trembling as he commanded a chaotic retreat. Amidst the debris of the fourth warship, Raz stood upon a shattered plank, watching the fifth ship turn to flee, breathing heavily as he struggled to maintain his stance. The fierce battle against the Spectre Spider had drained nearly all his strength, had he not suddenly grasped the essence of observation hockey. His victory would have been a Pyrrhic one, that the remnants of his stamina, having decimated the third and fourth warships, had been utterly depleted. Now, he lacked even the strength to move, with a fifth warship to redirect its cannons for a broadside barrage. The situation would be exceedingly perilous. Nevertheless, Raz harbored no concerns. Firstly, he was acutely aware of the naval officer's psychological limits. With the fate of the Spectre Spider uncertain and 4 warships destroyed, the morale aboard the fifth ship had plummeted beyond recovery. Secondly, by slaying the rear admiral, he had accrued 40 points in talent proficiency. Should the fifth ship recklessly charge him, he could allocate those points to enhance his physical abilities temporarily. The might of a rear admiral is indeed formidable. I had underestimated him slightly. Gazing at the retreating fifth warship, Raz shook his head, casting a glance at the numerous bloodstains adorning his body, murmuring softly to himself. His current physique was far from that of an ordinary individual. The wounds upon him had ceased bleeding and had begun to scab over. Moments later, Robin piloted the pirate ship, gradually approaching the wreckage. As the vessel drew near, Raz regained a modicum of strength, propelling himself upward to land on the deck. Captain Raz. Upon seeing the bloodstains on Raz, Robin's face registered shock as she hurried forward. I'm fine. Raz waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was unharmed, while requesting a medical kit to tend to his wounds. Observing that Raz's injuries were superficial and had already scabbed, Robin felt a wave of relief wash over her. She conjured several hands to carefully dab cotton balls on Raz's wounds. At naval headquarters, within an office on the top level of the fortress, a plaque bearing the words "Absolute Justice" adorned the wall. This was the office of Admiral Akainu, the commanding officer of the naval headquarters. Draped in a navy coat embellished with golden epaulettes, Akainu sat behind his desk, perusing a document while facing Commodore Doberman, who stood before him. Doberman was reporting on recent developments that you've handled these matters adequately. I am quite pleased. However, Akainu interjected after Doberman concluded his report, raising his gaze to fixate on him. What is the situation in the West Sea? As an admiral of the naval headquarters, Akainu oversaw the entirety of maritime affairs. Although his primary focus often lay upon the Grand Line and the New World, he still occasionally monitored events in the Four Seas. Upon hearing Akainu mention the West Sea, Doberman's expression subtly shifted as he bowed his head. Due to your busy schedule, I did not report this matter to you. I did not expect you to have heard of it. I intended to address it in my next report, as it is merely a minor issue in the West Sea and not particularly troublesome to handle. Akainu grunted in acknowledgement, replying, a minor issue? The matter concerning Ghost Hand Raz required significant effort to suppress, nearly tarnishing the Navy's reputation. A mere pirate from the West Sea was not worthy of Akainu's attention. Yet if it implicated the Navy's honor, it transcended the realm of a trivial matter. It was a lapse on my part. Doubtman lowered his head deeply and said, I have dispatched Ghost Spider to the West Sea. In the reports received a few days ago, it was mentioned that the precise location of Ghost Hand Raz has been tracked down. I believe we can soon bring this matter to a close. Upon hearing Doubtman's words, the indifference on Akainu's face softened somewhat. He picked up a pen, briefly reviewed the documents submitted by Doubtman, and handed them back, just as Doubtman was bowing to take his leave. The door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and a sweating naval colonel rushed in. Report. The West Sea Fleet, led by Rear Admiral Ghost Spider, has suffered a heavy blow in a fierce battle with the Ghost Hand pirates. Losing 4 warships and Rear Admiral's fate is currently unknown. As these words fell, the room was enveloped in immediate silence. The air became thick with tension Canoe's eyes widened as he turned to the naval colonel, fury evident in his gaze, causing the temperature in the room to rise. "What did you say?" The naval colonel trembled, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, Doubtman's expression became rigid, his heart pounding violently, nearly losing grip of the documents in his hand. The fact that Ghost Spider was unable to deal with a mere pirate from the West Sea was utterly inconceivable. A character he had assumed would be easily subdued had repeatedly slipped from control. Becoming a significant nuisance, the ramifications and severity of the Roz incident had now far exceeded his expectations. In April of the 11th year of the Great Pirate Era, Roz defeated Rear Admiral Ghost Spider in the waters of Shipwright Town in the West Sea, sinking 4 warships, and this news sent shockwaves through the Navy headquarters. 3 days later, news spread across the West Sea that Rear Admiral Ghost Spider, leading a fleet composed of various divisions from the West Sea, had been defeated while pursuing the Ghost Hand pirates, resulting in the destruction of 4 warships and the Admiral's fate remaining unknown on this day. The entire West Sea was in an uproar. "This must be a joke," exclaimed many as they held the newspaper, their faces displaying shock and disbelief. No one had anticipated that a rear admiral sent from the Navy headquarters would still be unable to handle the Ghost Hand pirates. Incredulous that this was merely a pirate crew from the West Sea and not a formidable force from the Grand Line. As the news spread, not only in the West Sea, but even certain pirate factions from the Grand Line caught wind of it, turning their attention towards the unfolding events in a certain sea area of the Grand Line, aboard a pirate ship belonging to the 8 Treasure Water Army. A plump old man with a bald head and a bushy gray-white beard was reading the newspaper in his green cloth shirt. He was the 12th generation leader of the 8 Treasure Water Army, known as Qingjiao. He may have perished at sea due to his lack of skill, but to eliminate the next generation leader of the 8 Treasure Water Army is unforgivable. He abruptly tore the newspaper into shreds, fury burning in his eyes. "Just wait, little brat. I will find you eventually." In another sea area, a pirate with a bounty of 90 million was reading the newspaper and muttered, "Did he take down a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters? There's someone remarkable emerging in the West S in a bar." And one-eyed pirate, drinking while perusing the newspaper, remarked, "Rear Admiral Ghost Spider. That scoundrel had chased after me before. Didn't expect him to meet his end in the West S. It seems he will eventually come to the Grand Line. Who knows? But the Grand Line is not the West Sea. Making such a grand entrance may not be a wise move, as it has certainly attracted a lot of attention. Typically, pirate factions are embroiled in conflict with one another, for there is only one great treasure, and only one pirate king can exist. One must defeat all competitors to stand atop the seas." With 2 days remaining until the completion of the new ship, Roz stood with his eyes closed amidst 6 swinging sandbags in the cabin of the old ship, his fists clenched tightly as he continuously struck the swaying bags. During his confrontation with Ghost Spider, he had grasped and manifested the observation hockey. It was unstable, merely a rudimentary skill that could only be utilized when he was fully concentrated and in a special state. Even the Conqueror's hockey, if awakened unintentionally, cannot be mastered without prolonged training, and the same applies to the armament hockey, which also requires extensive combat and practice to fully control. The same goes for observation hockey. Even if it awakens in battle, it still necessitates countless fights and training to be honed into proficiency and mastery. As time passed, Roz began to move beyond a fixed position, navigating through the multitude of swinging sandbags with his eyes closed, striking each bag with precision while occasionally sidestepping a FEW. In his previous battle with Ghost Spider, he had consistently been at a disadvantage in terms of speed. Otherwise, even if Ghost Spider possessed the observation hockey, he could have avoided the majority of attacks due to his agility. Reflecting on the earlier confrontation, Roz recognized that his speed had significantly improved since then. After defeating Ghost Spider, he had allocated the 40 points of talent proficiency he gained entirely into enhancing his agility, which had now reached 100 points, surpassing the threshold for advanced agility enhancement. In terms of speed and reaction time, he had nearly doubled his previous capabilities. Should he face Ghost Spider again, even without using the observation hockey, he would not have to engage in a bloody struggle to determine the victor. Furthermore, the enhancement in agility brought about not only an increase in speed and reaction time, but also a heightened sense of perception and awareness. which greatly reduced the difficulty of mastering the observation hockey. With a sharper sense and perception, Roz could easily detect the presence of the observation hockey and continuously attempt to control it during his training. What he desired was not to unconsciously manifest it during battles or to rely on instinct, but to wield the observation hockey at will, according to his own conscious intent. As he maneuvered through the 12 sandbags hanging in the room, Roz struck each one, causing them to sway in different directions and sizes. Utilizing his sensory perception from the observation hockey, he deftly dodged each incoming bag, landing precise blows on those that descended. Yet, controlling this form of hockey will still pose some challenges. Roz continued to evade and strike, enduring waves of fatigue that assaulted his mind until he could no longer sense the approaching sandbags, at which point he finally paused. Although the observation hockey did not exert much physical strain, it did consume significant mental energy, and even Roz could only train intermittently. However, during these 3 days, through his exploration and the key points recorded in the observation hockey notes, Roz had gradually found the direction to fully master the observation hockey. All that remained was persistent training. Just as Roz exited the training room and returned to his quarters, intending to drink some water and take a brief rest, Robin's figure suddenly appeared around the corner, holding a newspaper. "Captain Roz, today's newspaper features you prominently." Roz took the newspaper from her hand and glanced at the section about himself, filled with official rhetoric about heinous crimes and facing judgment. The government continued its usual verbose nonsense, but he shook his head and pulled out a new bounty notice from the bottom of the newspaper. Observing the amount on the bounty notice, Roz displayed a slight smile and remarked, 92 million berries. I am finally no longer a captain with a bounty lower than that of my crew." Robin's bounty reached 79 million berries, which had previously exceeded Roz's bounty, but now their standings were finally equalized. Robin chuckled, "The captain's bounty will surely rise even higher." The brand new bounty of 92 million berries triggered a significant upheaval among the bounty hunters in the West Sea. Alongside the devil child Nico, Robin aboard the ship. The total bounty of the Ghost Hand pirates soared to 171 million berries, an astounding figure that undoubtedly ignited envy among countless pirates, placing them far ahead of other pirate crews in the West Sea. However, despite the envy that stirred within, no one dared to draw the ire of the Ghost Hand pirate crew. Even a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, commanding a fleet of 5 warships, had been utterly vanquished in the face of such formidable prowess displayed by Roz. This tangible terror, akin to a colossal mountain pressing down, left one nearly breathless. Chapter 46. The Phantom Shadow on the morning of the 3rd day hence. Roz was once again immersed in the training room, diligently honing the newly acquired observation hockey. His mastery over this formidable power had grown increasingly adept, the final hurdle to complete control now tantalizingly close. As Roz engaged in this ceaseless practice, striving to transcend that last threshold, Robin entered the training room to announce that the new ship had been fully completed. "Completed, you say?" Roz exclaimed, seizing a towel to wipe the perspiration from his neck and forehead. He nimbly emerged from the cluster of swaying sandbags and approached Robin. "Let us go and have a look." Together, they departed from the northern shore, traversing the familiar streets of Shipwright Island, soon arriving at the site of the new vessel's construction on the western coast. Before they could reach their destination, the area was already strewn with scraps and sawdust. Clearly, in the rush to construct a ship within 7 days, waste materials had been carelessly discarded, with no time to transport or dispose of them. As they advanced further, navigating through the debris, a ship approximately 40 meters in length came into view. The vessel's hull was painted in a dark hue, exhibiting a streamlined design with no particularly elevated cabin, resembling a long shuttle. Its exterior alone revealed that this ship would undoubtedly surpass other broad-beamed sailboats in terms of speed that you've arrived. On the right side of the ship's railing, Old Fitz was engaged in final measurements. Noticing Roz and Robin, he wiped the sweat from his brow and approached them, grinning as he extended his hand. "Kukunner, the Phantom Shadow," as the chief shipwright responsible for the ship's design and construction. He was the sole individual entitled to name it. He guided Roz and Robin to the vessel's side, pointing out the design and structures that I have reduced the height of the freeboard and installed vertical triangular sails. The hull is crafted from robust atom wood, strong enough to surpass ordinary steel. While I cannot guarantee it will reach every corner of the ocean, I can assert that no other sailboat can rival its speed. Old Fitz pounded his chest with pride. A vessel he had meticulously designed long ago finally realized with adequate funding and a flawless keel. Aside from those vessels with unique propulsion, none of the sailboats he knew could compare to the Phantom Shadow in terms of speed. What an impressive ship! Robin gazed up at the entire Phantom Shadow, her face reflecting admiration. Roz, standing beside her, wore a smile, his interest lying not in firepower, but rather in a vessel primarily built for speed. Complemented by durability and longevity, to possess the fastest sailboat in the world is indeed an honor, Roz remarked with a chuckle. Old Fitz waved his hand dismissively. No, it is only fitting. Without the atom would you procured. It could not withstand the pressures of such design and speed. Without those tens of millions of berries, one could not acquire such an abundance of atom wood for the hull. Moreover, as he spoke, Old Fitz glanced at Robin, pausing before adding, I hope you will take Robin with you, leaving the government and navy far behind. Roz turned his serious gaze towards Old Fitz, responding earnestly. Robin is a crewmate I trust, and I shall be responsible for all those whom I deem worthy. Old Fitz scrutinized Roz for a moment, and with his life experience, found no signs of deceit, prompting him to break into a hearty laugh. Very well. Care to see what the deck looks like? Come, let us ascend. Old Fitz led Roz aboard the ship's deck. Due to the absence of excessive superstructures, the upper deck appeared remarkably spacious, nearly level with the sea surface, and meticulously clean. There is ample room here for a ball. Old Fitz chuckled before guiding Roz and Robin into the ship's cabin. The mid-deck, designated as the main cabin, was equally expansive, featuring a hall-like room furnished with counters and sofas, resembling a ballroom. Additionally, a large training room had been designed, constructed from sturdier golden oak and special resilient steel, capable of withstanding immense pressure and weight. There was also a study, though sparsely stocked with books. Yet Robin beamed with a sunny smile nonetheless. The ship's lowest level served as a standard cargo hold, storing various items. The hull featured no excessive gun ports, with a total of merely 8 cannon openings on both sides. And Roz seemed disinclined to expend effort arming the ship with cannons. After touring the rooms and examining the ship, the trio returned to the deck. Roz surveyed the hull beneath him, a satisfied expression gracing his face. It is nearly perfect. Ha! Though I haven't built a ship in many years, it seems I've lost none of my touch. Old Fitz grinned, readily accepting Roz's praise. After taking a few steps, Roz turned to Old Fitz and remarked, such a nearly flawless vessel would be somewhat lacking without a shipwright aboard. Old Fitz appeared to have anticipated Roz's sentiment. He produced a flask from his pocket and took a swig of liquor, his demeanor somewhat forlorn as he gazed out to sea. But having an old man as a shipwright would only be a hindrance. In my youth, I never boarded a pirate ship, and now in my old age, I have no intention of doing so. The sea belongs to the youth. As he spoke, he turned his head, a glimmer of clarity shining through his murky eyes. I only wish for you to sail this ship, taking Alvia's child far from the government's pursuit. Roz was not surprised by Old Fitz's words. He had designed and constructed Shank's ship, yet had never boarded it himself. The only reason he might consider serving as a shipwright again would be for Robin. But even that seemed unlikely. What a pity, Roz sighed, refraining from extending further invitations. Old Fitz smiled at Roz and Robin before slowly descending the gangway with a somewhat unsteady gait. Roz gazed out at the distant sea, his eyes flickering for a moment before turning to Robin. With a new ship, it is time to recruit some new crew members. Next, I require 2 pieces of intelligence. One concerning the whereabouts of the dual-sword pirates, who have a bounty of 59 million berries, and the other regarding the movements of the Devil Sheriff Lafitte. This was to be Roz's final mission before departing the West Sea and embarking on the Grand Line. The dual-sword pirates had long been selected as Roz's prey, while Lafitte, in the original narrative, was a member of the Blackbeard Pirates and served as their navigator, if he intended to shake the world to its very core. Enlisting a character akin to an evil jester would undoubtedly fan the flames further. Moreover, Roz had always sought a navigator, as he did not wish to juggle the roles of captain and navigator simultaneously, spending excessive time each day not only training but also monitoring the weather and charting maps. Nami was still too young and far away in the East Sea, while Lafitte, currently residing in the West Sea, was undoubtedly an excellent choice for a navigator of the caliber of a Yonko pirate crew. The only issue remained how to persuade him to come aboard. This was not something Roz intended to rush. He would first seek to meet the individual. Chapter 47. Dual Swords and the Devil Sheriff. The shipbuilding site was not far from the coast. Once the vessel was entirely completed and Roz and Robin had inspected it, Old Fitz commanded several shipwrights to grasp the thick ropes, preparing to haul the ship to the shore. Observing their strenuous efforts, Roz shook his head and walked to the stern, pressing one hand against the ship's rear and pushing forward. Virum, the vessel, which had previously required a multitude of shipwrights to inch forward, was now effortlessly gliding along the sandy ground with Roz's single-handed push. Wow, it's moving. The shipwrights and laborers pulling at the front sensed something amiss. Turning to see the entire ship sliding forward, and they hurriedly scattered to the sides in alarm as the shipwrights and laborers beheld Roz effortlessly propelling the ship with one hand. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Is this person even human? To move a ship single-handedly? What strength! Even a giant could not compare. Not long ago, a naval battle occurred near the North Shore. Although the sailors and dockworkers were aware of the event, they remained oblivious to the specific details, believing it to be a skirmish between a band of pirates and the Navy, ultimately resulting in the Navy's defeat. With a resounding splash, Rod pushed the vessel with remarkable speed. Moments later, he pressed both hands against the stern and, with a vigorous thrust, propelled the entire ship forward, cleaving through the waves and plunging into the sea. Once the ship had entered the ocean, Old Fitz reboarded, inspecting the hull meticulously before returning to the shore. The dockworkers and the crew aboard Rod's ship were hurriedly transporting various goods, the majority being food and fresh water, along with some debris from the old ship. By midday, everything was finally in order. Safe travels. Old Fitz stood on the dock, waving farewell to the phantom ship, which was gradually drifting away, its sails billowing in the wind. The glimmer of moisture flickered in his murky eyes. If all went as anticipated, this would likely be the last ship he constructed setting sail into the open sea. Rod cast a slight smile at Old Fitz on the shore, glanced back at the shrinking dock, then turned his gaze toward the boundless expanse of the ocean. Thus, the fastest-sailing ship in the world made its debut, while the world government and the Navy, regarding him as a mere triviality they could easily extinguish, remained blissfully unaware of his readiness. Half a month later, at the cliff's edge on the western side of an island in the West Sea, Nico Robin arrived and peered down at the phantom ship anchored not far below. With a leap, numerous arms unfurled from her own, intertwining to form a small set of wings that flapped gracefully as she descended. After alleviating the impact of her fall, Robin landed lightly on the deck. "I'm back." Rod sat at a table and chairs on the deck, watching Robin descend with elegance. Leaning back against the chair, he relaxed his tensed leg muscles. "Thanks to you, luck has favored us this time." "Both pieces of intelligence have been secured," Robin remarked, a smile gracing her face. "Rewards are in order." Rod straightened up, chuckling softly. Robin gazed at him with a playful smile, inquiring, "Is there a reward?" "When we next dock, I will ensure your study-s bookshelf is fully stocked." Rod snapped his fingers. "Then I shall express my gratitude in advance, Captain." Robin smiled faintly before her expression shifted to seriousness as she addressed Rod earnestly. "Regarding the Twin Sword Pirates, a significant event transpired yesterday in the Satia Sea. They obliterated the naval T6 branch fleet. Ditto." Rod's eyes glimmered with intrigue. T.O. vanquish a base in the West Sea. The Twin Sword Pirates must possess considerable strength. Nowadays, there were scarcely any pirates with bounties exceeding 30 million, as many had fallen to Rod's hand. Those above 20 million had also suffered substantial losses, leading to a downturn in pirate activity. Yet, during such a period, the Twin Sword Pirates had managed to dismantle a naval fleet, undoubtedly invigorating the nefarious forces of the West Sea. No, it is not merely a matter of strength. Robin shook her head, her gaze serious. The Twin Sword Pirates have risen to prominence and dominance in the West Sea in just over 3 years. Their recent victory over the Navy also unveiled a crucial piece of intelligence. "What intelligence?" Rod inquired. Robin responded, "The captain of the Twin Sword Pirates, the pirate known as Twin Sword with a bounty of 59 million berries, is not their true leader. there exists another individual shrouded in secrecy. Interesting, a glimmer of curiosity danced across Rod's face. Robin inhaled deeply, her expression grave. This hidden figure is the captain of the Ghost Sword Pirates, known as Ghost Sword. 3 years ago, the Ghost Sword Pirates were ambushed and defeated by the Navy in the Grand Line, leading the Navy to declare them annihilated. However, their captain, Ghost Sword, did not perish. Instead, he escaped the Grand Line and returned to the West Sea, clandestinely establishing the Twin Sword Pirates. His previous bounty was 98 million berries. At this juncture, Robin regarded Rod with serious intent. Should we reconsider our objective and avoid a direct confrontation with the Twin Sword Pirates? She understood Rod's interest in the Twin Sword Pirates. Yet it was evident that they posed a significant threat. Their captain's ability to evade the Navy's encirclement and silently restore a first pirate crew of the West Sea indicated both cunning and strength that could not be underestimated. "No, we shall proceed as originally planned." Rod chuckled lightly. "If we were to alter our course due to a defeated faction from the Grand Line, how could we ever venture there?" Robin recognized the improbability of altering Rod's decision and exhibited no surprise, instead smiling gently. Now for the second piece of intelligence. Regarding the Devil Sheriff Lafitte, he was once a lawman, expelled from his country for excessive violence. Coincidentally, this former sheriff is currently situated in the same maritime region as the Twin Sword Pirates. "Isn't that fortuitous?" Rod rose, retrieving a sea chart and calmly stating, "What better way to achieve two objectives at once? In which sea are they located?" "The Wat Gold Sea," Robin replied softly. Rod nodded, examining the chart before consulting a compass to ascertain their position. "The journey is not far. With the speed of the Phantom ship, we could arrive within 5 days if we set sail at full speed. Then, adjust the helm and hoist the sails. We are bound for Wat Gold Sea." Chapter 48. Arrival. Damn it! Why do troubles continue to plague the West Sea? Time and again. In the office of a Rear Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, Doberman glared at a document on his desk while listening to a subordinate's report, unable to suppress an expletive. Previously, due to the incident involving the Ghost Hand Rod, he had been reprimanded by a Kainu and nearly dispatched to personally pursue Rod. Now, barely half a month after the Rod incident, the emergence of the Twin Sword Pirates added to his woes. Substitute it with a fake. Those fools at the G8 branch. After meticulously reviewing the report, Doberman once again erupted with anger directed at the G8 branch. Clearly, while they had defeated the Ghost Sword Pirates, they failed to capture their captain. Someone, in pursuit of military merit, had apprehended an impostor to present as a substitute. Now, with the truth unveiled, the culprits feigned ignorance. In such circumstances, the most they could do was criticize their incompetence for being outmaneuvered by pirates, deducting some military credit but not directly demoting or punishing anyone. "Admiral Doberman, what should we do regarding the Ghost Hand Pirates? Unless we dispatch the base commander from the Grand Line to lead an operation, we cannot resolve this matter. The Twin Sword Pirates will similarly prove difficult to handle." A Rear Admiral responsible for overseeing the West Sea expressed his concerns. "It is impossible to redeploy a Rear Admiral from the Grand Line to the West Sea. Such a move would disrupt the military arrangement in the Grand Line, and the admirals would never consent to it." Doberman held his head in frustration, but if it were only the Twin Sword, that might be manageable. Now, with the more troublesome Ghost Hand Pirates also in play, he never anticipated that the seemingly simple West Sea would be so challenging to deal with. At that moment, a junior admiral suddenly had a realization, whispering, "Admiral Doberman, after the Ghost Hand Pirates replaced their ship in Shipwright Town, their recent course appears remarkably aligned with that of the Twin Sword Pirates." "Oh." Doberman paused, contemplating the implications of Rod's presence, where both Navy and pirates met their demise. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. If the Ghost Hand Pirates were to confront the Twin Sword Pirates, they might engage in a ferocious battle, resulting in mutual destruction. That scenario could present an opportunity to relay a message, instructing the nearest West Sea branch to remain vigilant and monitor their actions closely. "No unauthorized actions should be taken without orders." "Understood." The general retreated in response that on the Ghost Shadow, within the training room, numerous heavy sandbags of varying sizes hung suspended, swaying incessantly. With his eyes shut, Roz seemed to perceive his surroundings with uncanny precision. deftly evading each sandbag. More than half a month had elapsed since the Ghost Shadow's completion, during which Roz had fully mastered observation hockey. Within the interface of the talent system, the branches of observation hockey had transformed into an activated golden hue. Now, he navigated through the array of sandbags with an ease akin to that of eating or drinking. Even in a hail of bullets, he could move as though treading upon solid ground. Thanks to his mastery of observation hockey. Moreover, Roz had not neglected the enhancement of his physical abilities or the training of his devil fruit powers. Both the distortion fruit and his physical prowess had seen slight improvements, with the range of distortion power expanding somewhat. The distortion fruit, as observed from the talent tree of the system, appeared to possess countless developmental pathways, yet practical application proved to be a far more intricate endeavor. Roz had attempted to develop the ability to distort gravity without the system's enhancement, only to fail. The elusive nature of gravity eluded his grasp entirely. Clearly, transitioning from the distortion of tangible matter to the manipulation of ethereal forces presented significant challenges. And without the talent system, such feats would likely remain unattainable. Much like Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, which, despite its might, could not shatter the fabric of true space and time, merely fracturing the atmosphere instead. Conversely, Roz had made incremental progress in the realm of sound distortion. Having crafted illusions that were increasingly deceptive, compared to gravity, sound remained somewhat traceable. After a sufficient period of training amidst the swaying sandbags, Roz emerged and retreated to a corner of the room, where he donned several heavy weights and commenced a series of simple push-ups and squats. He had previously contemplated utilizing sea prism stone for his training, but having forgotten to collect the necessary items during the confrontation with Capone Beach. Procuring them later had proven quite troublesome, with several underground black markets across various islands yielding no result. As he engaged in his exercises, sweat began to bead upon Roz's bare torso, cascading onto the cold floor. The weights he bore were crafted from a particularly unique mineral of this world. Its sturdiness was mediocre, yet its weight surpassed that of steel, with a small piece equating to a substantial chunk of iron. Given his current physical capabilities, training with such weights proved to be remarkably effective. 131, 132, Roz counted silently in his mind. Half an hour later, after completing 1,000 push-ups, Roz stood to drink some water. Following a 10-minute respite, he embarked on 1,000 squats, adhering to his regimen of training in sets of 1,000. And upon finishing the squats, even with his enhanced stamina, he found himself slightly breathless, necessitating a brief respite before taking a shower to alleviate his exertions. Upon exiting the training room, Roz ascended to the upper deck. Robin was elegantly seated at one side, engrossed in her reading, while the ship's crew busily attended to the deck, wary of slacking off. Ahead lay the water gold sea, with merely a day's journey remaining. Roz approached Robin's location, unfurling his compass and nautical charts upon the table. After a moment of measurement, he assessed their current position and turned to Robin, inquiring, "What is the situation regarding the islands in this vicinity?" According to the intelligence gathered, the water gold sea was a chaotic expanse, devoid of any governing nation, consisting of 21 islands, 1 large, 6 medium, and 14 small. Robin recounted the information she had previously collected regarding the water gold sea, and together they utilized the nautical charts to ascertain the positions of the various islands. Roz bypassed a small island directly ahead, gesturing towards a medium-sized island in the distance, stating, "There's no need to visit an insignificant island with merely a small town. We shall proceed directly to this location. In this lawless sea, the underground forces are intricate and information is readily obtainable." Robin nodded in agreement. 2 days later, the Ghost Shadow arrived at the designated island, anchoring near a secluded cliff. Roz and Robin disembarked to gather intelligence. The process of information collection proved easier than anticipated. Although they did not acquire precise details regarding the notorious Devil Sheriff Lafitte, they successfully pinpointed the location of the Twin Swords Pirates. Chapter 49, Attention Water Island. This maritime region is named the Water Gold Sea, after its 2 largest islands, Water and Gold. Among them, Gold Island is the largest, capable of accommodating an entire nation, while Water Island ranks just below it, straddling the line between medium and large islands. As Roz and Robin set foot on the island, They traversed the streets. The atmosphere here was decidedly grim. Both passers-by and beggars huddled in corners bore fierce expressions, and in comparison to the relatively orderly flower country, this was an unadulterated zone of chaos. Various underground factions from the West Sea held sway here. The Capone family had once been among them, but following Roz's devastating blow, their power had significantly waned, leading to their withdrawal from this locale. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out in the distance, causing numerous individuals in the street to cast wary glances. Their attention drawn to the commotion that a gaunt man casually blew on his firearm, casting a derisive laugh at the sight of a robust man sprawled in a pool of blood before turning and leaving. Indeed, a chaotic place, Roz remarked flatly. Both he and Robin were well acquainted with the underworld and exhibited no signs of surprise. After walking for a while, they arrived at a bustling street. Roz surveyed the area and suggested, "Let's split up to gather information and reconvene here in half an hour." "Very well," Robin replied, lowering the brim of her hat with a slight nod. Though she seldom trained, Roz occasionally guided her in developing her devil fruit abilities. She was now capable of handling bounties in the range of 20 to 30 million without issue, and due to the unique nature of her powers, she could completely disregard conventional strategies of overwhelming numbers. Roz and Robin parted ways, and after a short distance, Roz spotted a tavern ahead. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he entered and approached the bar, ordering a drink while casually inquiring, "I heard that the Twin Swords pirates have recently been spotted in town." "Shoo!" Startled, a barmaid who bore a striking resemblance to Robin gasped upon hearing Roz's question. She hastily placed his drink on the counter and whispered, "What do you want to know about them?" Roz smiled, placing 2 gold coins on the table. "I merely wish to inquire. It seems you might possess some knowledge, given that a drink here cost no more than a silver coin." The barmaid's eyes sparkled at the sight of the gold coins. With a discreet smile, she accepted the coins and leaned closer, lowering her voice. "They were here 2 days ago. When they left, they got into a fight, taking down dozens of people. The aftermath was gruesome. It took a long time to clean up the bodies that a bunch of terrifying fellows. They reportedly even wiped out a fleet from the Navy's branch that as she spoke. The barmaid paused, glancing at Roz, who wore a leather hat that obscured half of his face, and continued in a hushed tone, "It seems they're recruiting near the West Coast. Rumor has it you need to possess considerable strength to join. You're not thinking about joining them, are you? The West Coast, you say?" "Thank you," Roz replied. Taking a sip of his drink, he stood, casting a slight smile toward the barmaid as he added, "As for joining them, they must be able to accommodate me first." With that, Roz turned and exited the tavern. The barmaid stared after him, her eyes widening slightly. It wasn't until he had left that she suddenly realized. Grabbing a stack of bounty notices beside the table and rifling through them, she quickly extracted one, her breath catching as she recognized a familiar face, a bounty of 92 million berries. The Demon Hand Roz. What kind of wind has swept through these days, bringing the 2 most feared pirate crews of the West Sea to this town? Currently, the Demon Hand Pirates and the Twin Swords Pirates tower above all other crews, standing as the twin stars at the pinnacle of the West Sea. Should they collide, it would undoubtedly be a momentous event. As Roz returned to their meeting point, he waited briefly before spotting Robin approaching from another direction. She joined him, lowering her voice to say, "The Twin Swords Pirates are recruiting crew members to form a large fleet near the West Coast. The Devil Sheriff Lafitte has reportedly been seen in this town." "Just in recent days, though. Is Lafitte also here?" Roz, slightly taken aback, glanced at Robin. After a brief contemplation, he remarked, "This is quite fortuitous. A restless spirit like him would have no reason to shy away from the spectacle of Ghost Hand Roz's confrontation with the Twin Sword Pirate crew. Let us proceed directly to the West Coast." Robin nodded in agreement, as Roz's thoughts coincided perfectly with her own. With a snap of his fingers, Roz tilted his wide-brimmed hat upwards and resumed his forward march. On this seldom echoed street, where the atmosphere was thick with tension and shadows, 2 or 3 pairs of eyes from nearly every person were fixated upon them. Naturally, the uniquely attired Roz and Robin became the focal point of attention. As Roz raised the brim of his hat, the eyes that had been secretly observing him froze in astonishment, followed by the sound of gasps echoing from various corners. "That fellow is Ghost Hand Roz. It truly is him." In an instant, the ambience of the street transformed drastically as Roz, and Robin advanced. No one dared to obstruct their path. All retreated to the sides, and many averted their gaze from Roz, fearing to attract misfortune. In comparison to the long-hidden captain of the twin sword pirate crew, Ghost Sword, the recent notoriety of Ghost Hand was far more daunting and fearsome. The street became a clear passage as Roz led Robin across, and those who perceived their direction involuntarily contemplated the implications. They seemed to be heading towards the west coast. What awaited there was well known to most. The twin sword pirate crew was recruiting formidable individuals to join their ranks. Would someone of Ghost Hand Roz's caliber consider joining the twin sword pirate crew? The answer was undoubtedly no. Rumors had long circulated about the captain of the Ghost Hand crew, known for his penchant for hunting strong adversaries. Countless pirates with bounties exceeding 30 million had been eradicated by him, and no new contenders had yet filled those voids. Now, as Ghost Hand Roz made his way to the west coast in search of the twin sword pirate crew, his intentions appeared rather straightforward. It was likely he viewed the crew as prey to reclaim the title of the most formidable in the West Sea. Was Ghost Hand Roz about to make a move against the twin sword pirate crew? This was news of monumental significance. Should a confrontation ensue, the outcome was indeed difficult to ascertain. A major who had decimated the Navy headquarters and one who had traversed the Grand Line. Many gazed at Roz's retreating figure, their minds swirling with trepidation. I believe Ghost Hand has the upper hand. He recently vanquished a Navy headquarters major, a feat far beyond that of the twin sword pirate crew's defeated branch major. One person stated solemnly. Another shook his head in disagreement, saying, Ghost Sword boasts a bounty of 98 million berries, and that was merely 3 years ago. Moreover, Ghost Hand has never ventured into the Grand Line. The Grand Line is famously known as the graveyard of pirates. Many of the strongest crews from all corners of the seas have floundered there, unable to make any waves, ultimately swallowed by its depths. Ghost Sword's ability to navigate the Grand Line and return with a bounty of 98 million berries speaks volumes about his formidable prowess as Roz inched closer to the west coast. Even the underground powers controlling the island received word and were thrown into a commotion. In no time, the entire island's gaze converged upon the scene. Chapter 50. Recruitment approximately 10 miles off the coast of the island. A naval vessel lay at anchor. The highest-ranking officer aboard, a major from the West Sea Branch, leaned against the deck's railing, peering intently towards the distant island, where only a mere black dot was visible. His expression was grave, and his demeanor exuded palpable tension. Are we about to make contact? The Ghost Hand pirate crew and the twin sword pirate crew. The orders dictated that he must remain on standby here. Should the scenario unfold where both sides suffered heavy losses or one party emerged severely wounded, he was to intervene immediately and suppress both crews, which only heightened his anxiety. If he could fulfill this mission, the accolades would be sufficient to warrant a transfer to headquarters for a major position, and after a few years, he might even secure a promotion to branch vice admiral. While it felt somewhat dishonorable to profit from the pirates' mutual destruction, history is invariably written by the victors. Should he succeed, he could confidently report that the Navy had triumphed against 2 pirate crews simultaneously that on the west coast of the island there were few vessels docked. For at the pier lay 3 large sailing ships, each capable of rivaling naval warships, all proudly flying the flag of the twin sword pirate crew. Unlike the elite rout of Roz's Ghost Hand crew, the twin sword pirate crew adopted a fleet strategy, boasting a substantial number of members and formidable vessels to engage in direct combat with standard naval ships that, of course, despite the vast numbers of pirates within the twin sword crew, they did not indiscriminately accept anyone. At the very least, candidates needed to possess a certain level of strength. At this moment, many pirates from the twin sword crew, along with aspirants hoping to join, gathered at the location, standing at the center with a robust pirate bearing a long scar across his face. Anyone who can withstand 3 of my punches can join us. Who else wants to try? He stood with his arms crossed, head held high, exuding an intimidating aura. The crowd exchanged glances, and soon someone stepped forward, adopting a defensive stance, saying, "Is it really just 3 punches? Indeed, my strength is average on the ship. So 3 punches will suffice. You seem prepared." The pirate grinned, suddenly revealing a fierce glint in his eye as he lunged forward, throwing a punch at the aspiring recruit. Bang! The individual tried to block the strike with crossed arms. But the force was evidently beyond his expectations. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and he was sent flying backward, blood spurting from his mouth. What? So weak. The punching pirate withdrew his fist with a look of disappointment, then turned to the others, asking, "Who else wants to give it a shot? The Twin Sword Pirate crew will soon embark on a conquest of the Grand Line. This is your last chance." The onlookers exchanged apprehensive glances, many displaying signs of fear. After a moment's hesitation, they began to retreat, unwilling to step forward. Some yearned to join the Twin Sword crew, but the daunting requirement of withstanding 3 punches from the pirate loomed large. Dissuading them to, there no one left. The pirate stood there, visibly dissatisfied. Just yesterday, there had been a steady stream of challengers, yet today, none dared to approach him. You came out swinging with all your might and broke someone's bones. Who would still dare to step up? You're nothing but a muscle-bound fool, a pirate in the back mocking it. Is that so? The pirate scratched his head, displaying a hint of embarrassment, but stubbornly retorted. Even if I go all out on the last punch, if they can't withstand my full strength, they're worthless and unworthy of joining us. The pirates exchanged jests. A commotion erupted from the back of the crowd. A young man wearing a leather hat parted the sea of people and strode forward. All eyes swiftly turned to him. Someone else is stepping up. The pirate turned to face Roz, who appeared somewhat slender in comparison. He crossed his burly arms in front of him, grinning as he said, "This time, I want to go all out on the first punch." And no sooner had he finished speaking than a feral glint flashed in his eyes. He lunged forward, delivering a punch towards Roz. Although he claimed not to exert his full strength, the blow seemed just as potent as the previous one. Bang. Just as many spectators anticipated that Roz would be sent flying like the last challenger. The punch made a resounding impact, yet was met with a steady hand from Roz, who had merely elevated his palm slightly, but he blocked it. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom how the seemingly unimpressive Roz could withstand such a powerful blow with just one hand. The pirates leaning towards the coast were momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of chatter. They hadn't expected anyone to so effortlessly deflect the big guy's punch. Soon, one of the pirates in the crowd stepped forward. He was an officer responsible for recruitment within the Twin Sword Pirate crew. Seeing Roz block the big guy's full-strength punch with one hand, it was no surprise that he could withstand 2 more. He clearly met the qualifications to join them. "Hey, what is your name?" "Roz." Loazi responded with an air of indifference. The officer of the Twin Sword Pirates raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling that the name sounded somewhat familiar. Yet he still grinned widely and said, "Loazi, is it? Congratulations. You are now welcome to join our Twin Sword Pirates." However, as soon as these words were uttered, an abrupt silence enveloped the scene. All sounds seemed to be stifled, as if even the fall of a pin could be heard distinctly. Within this eerie quiet, the atmosphere gradually became unsettling, and one gasped in astonishment, nor did anyone express envy. Countless pairs of eyes fixated on Loazi, their expressions shifting continually, most revealing a sense of bewilderment, as if they had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. In the midst of this silence, Loazi calmly addressed the officer of the Twin Sword Pirates. "Have you perhaps misunderstood something? When did I ever express a desire to join you? Or did you intend to invite me to become your captain? In the past, anyone bold enough to utter such words would have ignited the fury of the surrounding pirates. But now, the peculiar atmosphere prompted the officer of the Twin Sword Pirates to sense something amiss. That he gazed at Loazi's face, his smile gradually fading as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead and along his cheek. You are..." Chapter 51. Twin Sword Dillo. I have already introduced myself, although it seems more people prefer to call me Ghost Hand. Loazi spoke evenly, and as his words fell, he exerted a slight pressure with his 5 fingers. Crack, crack! A strange force spread from his fingertips. The terrified gaze of the hulking pirate, whom Loazi had grasped in a fist, instantly morphed into one of agony. A scream choked in his throat before it could escape, as his body emitted a series of cracking sounds, collapsing into a puddle of soft mud on the ground. Hiss! The collective intake of breath resonated among the crowd, who involuntarily recoiled, creating a considerable expanse of space in an instant. Ghost Hand Loazi, the officer of the Twin Sword Pirates, looked at the young man before him, drenched in sweat. If he could not recognize Loazi's identity at this moment, he would be unworthy of his rank. Observing the fate of the hulking pirate, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to say, "Our twin sword pirates have no dealings with your ghost hand pirates. Are you intending to start a war? Anyone who dares to strike me shall, of course, meet their end." Loazi replied with an air of inevitability, retracting the hand that had drawn the fearful gazes of many, now appearing unremarkable, yet known as the ghost hand. He regarded the officer of the twin sword pirates calmly and stated, "As for war, if you are willing to submit, then there shall be no need for conflict." Submit? What a joke! The officer of the twin sword pirates gritted his teeth. He was a pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million. Yet in the face of the ghost hand's reputation, he felt an oppressive rigidity wash over him, struggling even to draw his weapon. Loazi slowly advanced, extending a hand towards the officer's head, his gaze steady. "If you refuse to submit, then prepare to die." The officer attempted to draw his weapon in defense, but his body was paralyzed, and when he tried to flee, his legs felt as if they were leaden, rendering him unable to move as he watched Loazi's hand descend. Just then, two streams of sword energy suddenly sliced through the air from the direction of the shore, enveloping Loazi within their formidable presence. Crack! Loazi's outstretched hand struck at an angle, precisely colliding with the point where the two streams of sword energy intersected, instantly distorting and shattering them. But a man wielding two slender swords and adorned with a white top hat emerged from the shoreline. Striding towards them, "It is ill-advised to bully my subordinates." Ghost hand Loazi. With his arrival, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. "The captain of the twin sword pirates, Twin Sword Dillo," someone murmured in a tone laced with trepidation. Before Loazi's emergence and Ghost Sword's unveiling, Twin Sword Dillo had been the most bountiful new pirate in the West Sea. However, as Loazi swept through the West Sea, Ghost Sword resurfaced from the shadows, and Dillo's fame gradually faded. Nonetheless, there was no denying that this captain, who had reigned over the West Sea for 3 years, still possessed formidable strength and a fearsome reputation, with a bounty of 59 million berries. "If I were still a bounty hunter, I might find your head quite intriguing. But as for now," Loazi spoke in a calm tone, and as his words trailed off, a peculiar force suddenly surged from his legs and into the ground beneath him. Puff! The ground directly before Loazi twisted violently, ensnaring the officer of the twin sword pirates who had been rescued by Dillo, compressing him fiercely toward the center in a display of sheer terror. Witnessing this scene, Dillo's expression turned icy. He halted, fixing a cold glare at Loazi. "All who dare to provoke the twin sword pirates have already perished." How fortuitous! Loazi smiled lightly. "What I desire now is to obliterate your twin sword pirates, or be annihilated by you." Very well. Dillo's heart burned with rage, and Loazi had transformed into a complete madman in his eyes. He coldly declared, "When we reach the Grand Line, we will inevitably clash. Since that is the case, let us settle this in the West Sea." The moment his words fell, he sheathed his two swords and suddenly lunged forward, drawing his blades with a speed nearly imperceptible to the eye. Two-sword style, Iaido. Swish, swish. Two extraordinarily swift streams of sword energy cut through the air, aiming directly to cleave Loazi into pieces. The battle had begun. It was uncertain who would emerge victorious, as the onlookers kept their distance. Anxiously observing the confrontation between Twin Sword Dillo and Ghost Hand Loazi, they could not help but display signs of tension and concern. Although Loazi's bounty soared to 92 million berries, his notorious reputation preceded him. Dillo was not a foe to be underestimated, and he possessed considerable fighting prowess. In the arena, two streams of sword energy surged forth in terms of sheer power. These strikes were nearly on par with the Ghost Spider. Yet the Ghost Spider's slashes harbored the formidable presence of armament hockey, far surpassing Dillo's capabilities. Thus, for Loazi, these sword energies posed almost no threat. Zzz. Under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, Loazi raised his hand and pointed, directly striking at the intersection of the two streams of sword energy, forcibly halting their advance. After a twist, they dissipated into a flurry of shimmering lights. This act left many breathless, their pupils constricting violently, revealing expressions of disbelief. My strike. Dillo's countenance betrayed a hint of astonishment. His swiftest and most powerful attack had been effortlessly countered by Loazi, The strength of the ghost hand was indeed unfathomable. Sand binding coffin. After deflecting Dillo's strike, Loazi opened his palm, reaching out towards him. The abilities of the distortion fruit, aside from distorting light, required a material medium for extension. Thus, in this sandy environment, his distortion powers could easily spread far and wide. Crash! The sand beneath Dillo's feet suddenly twisted and surged, violently wrapping around him in unusual maneuver. Having witnessed Loazi's recent execution of his subordinate with this very technique, Dillo was already on high alert. However, facing the sudden onslaught of sand, he still found it quite troublesome. He exerted all his might to shake off the sand's grasp, bursting forth from the scattered grains and charging directly at Loazi's face. Two-sword style, fury slash. He held his two swords horizontally, aiming to deliver a decisive strike to Loazi, as the two streams of sword energy intertwined and fused into a single, formidable force that swept toward him. Is this truly your strongest technique? Loazi, facing the incoming sword energy, spoke with a calm demeanor, extending his hands to grasp the swirling energy, forcibly compressing it between his palms. Boom! The colossal sword energy, under the influence of the distortion fruit, was crushed into a pulsating sphere of light composed of shimmering sword threads. In the next moment, Raz gripped the sword pellet with one hand and stepped forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged directly at Dillo's face. Chapter 52. The demon sword Yarrow. Dillo had already realized he was no match for Raz when he had caught the furious slash unarmed. Facing the oncoming Raz, he hesitated not a moment to retreat. However, just as he withdrew, the sand beneath his feet unexpectedly surged, ensnaring one of his ankles. Although he managed to break free from the sandy grasp with a sudden jerk, the brief delay allowed Raz to close the distance. Pressing the ominous sword pellet forward, Dillo's pupils constricted violently. Seeing no way to evade, he gritted his teeth and roared, crossing his dual swords before him to strike fiercely at the approaching pellet. Sizzle! The swords collided with the distorted mass of sword energy, producing a sound akin to water meeting fire, as Dillo's blades trembled in his hands, clearly straining under immense pressure. After approximately 2 seconds, the sword pellet, pressed by Raz, finally exhausted its power against Dillo's desperate defense and shattered into motes of light. Dillo sighed with relief. Yet almost in the next heartbeat, Raz's fingers lightly rested on the center of Dillo's crossed swords. And with a firm squeeze of his 5 fingers, a surge of twisted energy erupted, enveloping Dillo entirely. This is bad. Dillo's heart raced in terror as he hastily released his grip on the sword hilt. But he was still affected by the distorting force. Causing his body to contort painfully, he coughed up blood and was sent flying backward. The dual sword wielder Dillo was defeated, utterly powerless to defend himself. Their strengths were not on the same level. Whispers spread among the onlookers, their eyes filled with astonished disbelief. From the moment Raz and Dillo clashed to Dillo's swift downfall, it had transpired in mere moments. Although many had anticipated Raz's victory from afar, the rapidity with which the outcome was decided left numerous spectators in shock. Raz's strength far surpassed that of Dillo, and it was not a trivial margin. Cough! Cough! Blood continued to spill from Dillo's mouth as he gazed at Raz, fear finally evident in his eyes as he struggled to rise. Raz had no intention of granting the vanquished an opportunity to survive. With a gentle step, the sand and stones at the riverbank surged like waves, swiftly enveloping the struggling Dillo. In the next instant, Raz extended his hand toward Dillo, clenching it fiercely in the air. Bang! A sound that sent shivers of dread coursing through the crowd erupted from the mound of sand, as if something had been crushed and blood began to seep from the twisted grains, leaving no sign of life behind. Simultaneously, Raz heard the familiar synthesized voice of the system in his ears. Bounty of 59 million berries, dual sword wielder Dillo. Hunt completed. Rewards acquired. 70 points of talent proficiency. 1 free talent point. This marked Raz's first hunt of a pirate with a bounty between 50 million and 100 million berries, and he had unsurprisingly gained a substantial amount of talent proficiency along with 1 free talent point. Having obliterated the dual sword wielder Dillo, Raz disregarded the horrified and fearful gazes from the distance and looked up at a ship on the shore, specifically at the top of its mast. There, a man cloaked in a cape and bearing a sword sat quietly. He was none other than the mastermind behind the dual-sword pirate crew, the notorious demon Sword Yarrow, with a bounty of 98 million berries. Even as Dillo was vanquished and annihilated by Roz, he had not intervened, instead watching with keen interest from his perch above. Soon, the crowd, observing the unfolding situation from afar, followed Roz's gaze and turned towards the upper part of the ship's mast. Spotting the cloaked figure, Demon Sword Yarrow, someone instinctively called out the name of the cloaked man. Inhaling deeply and displaying a look of reverence, in this era of great pirates, nearly everyone was aware of the existence of the Grand Line, a place that embodied both legend and nightmare for the vast majority. The West Sea is one of the cradles of piracy, and over the past decade, countless pirates of various kinds have emerged. Yet only one, Shanks the Red-Haired, has truly made a name for himself on the Grand Line. Moreover, over 95% of pirate crews have perished on the Grand Line, buried there, serving as markers and warnings for those who come after. Few can compare to Demon Sword Yarrow, who managed to carve out a reputation on the Grand Line and return unscathed to the West Sea. Indeed, quite remarkable. The cloaked Demon Sword Yarrow, seated atop the mast, locked eyes with Roz, who stood on the shore. Suddenly, he chuckled softly, leaping down from the mast to the ground. Upon landing, Yarrow was less than 30 meters away from Roz. He approached Roz, stopping about 10 meters from him. Casting not a glance at Dillo's corpse, now buried in the sand, "Akati, seems you do not care for your crew," Roz remarked calmly, gazing at Yarrow from a distance. Yarrow shook his head, responding, "Those deemed useless should not be counted among my crew." Pausing for a moment, he then regarded Roz with keen interest, saying, "To dispatch Dillo so effortlessly signifies that your strength far exceeds that of the majority of the West Sea's weaklings. Your ambitions must surely lie with the Grand Line." Roz cast a glance at the cloak youth, but did not respond. Instead, he coolly stated, "If your intent is solely to exchange such trivial words, I see no need to waste time." "Hey," Yarrow replied nonchalantly. "Why the rush? We have ample time before entering the Grand Line. What I wish to convey is that the perils of the Grand Line far exceed your expectations, even with a large fleet. The risk of total annihilation looms at any moment. Among the new generation of pirates in the West Sea, you're the only one who catches my eye. Would you consider a partnership?" "Not interested," Roz replied flatly. Yarrow ruffled his hair, gazing earnestly at Roz. "I am quite serious. It is merely a partnership, equal standing. Would you not consider it?" With a hint of reluctance, he extended his hand. "I truly do not wish to see such a gifted newcomer snuffed out here in the West Sea." Chapter 53. Roz versus Demon Sword Yarrow. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the area shifted dramatically, the calm and oppressive air abruptly turning sharp and hostile. I could see this moment. Both the pirates of the dual-sword crew and the townspeople could not help but widen their eyes, revealing immense concern and tension. Demon Sword Yarrow's invitation to partner with the Phantom Hand Roz was a piece of news capable of stirring a tempest in the West Sea, and his final half-threatening statement unveiled the pride and dominance of a pirate who had once ventured onto the Grand Line. "To partner with you?" Roz maintained a calm demeanor, elongating his tone slightly. Just as Yarrow revealed a hint of a smile, believing Roz was about to agree, Roz's subsequent words floated lightly into the air. "Return from the Grand Line with your tail between your legs?" Yarrow's smile froze on his face, his expression gradually shifting to one of oppression and coldness that sent chills down the spine. Even from a distance, one could sense a bone-chilling frost emanating from him. For him, failing to conquer the Grand Line and being forced to retreat to the West Sea, hiding his identity to reassemble his crew, was a constant source of shame, a reality he could not bear. Very well, and oh wonder you are the Phantom Hand who defeated a rear admiral of the Navy. That level of audacity is indeed commendable. But regrettably, this is where it ends for you. He slowly drew forth a sword from his back, its entire body a deep crimson, appearing exceedingly eerie, as he fixed a cruel and vicious gaze upon Roz. A wave of ferocity and malevolence surging forth in the face of that ominous and brutal pressure. Roz's expression remained unchanged, as calm as before, his eyes devoid of emotion, wholly unaffected. "If you can do it, then come and try." Whoosh! Almost the instant Loazi's voice fell silent, the ghostly sword Yarrow fiercely struck, His combat style was now starkly different from the verbal exchanges prior, exhibiting an extreme decisiveness and ferocity. After failing to win over Loazi, he swiftly resolved to eradicate him in the West Sea, preemptively eliminating a potential threat on the path to the great voyage ahead. Whoosh! Before even nearing Loazi, his sword had already been unleashed. The speed of ghostly sword Yarrow was astonishingly swift, almost surpassing that of the rear admiral, Ghost Spider, employing the technique of shave, catching Loazi slightly off guard, though not by much. Bang! In the face of Yarrow's sudden and astonishingly rapid strike, Loazi, relying on the pre-activated observation hockey, fully grasped the opponent's movements, and with a deft maneuver, summoned the twisting power within him to deliver a punch. The twisting force, propelled by Loazi's fist, collided violently with Yarrow's blood-red sword aura, resulting in an explosive sound. Clearly inferior in sheer strength, ghostly sword Yarrow was forcefully repelled. Yarrow was somewhat taken aback by Loazi's ability to react to his sudden ambush and respond with precise countermeasures. Although he and team maximized his speed in that moment, Loazi appeared unfazed. After repelling Yarrow with a single punch, Loazi lightly stepped forward, causing the ground beneath him to surge as sand rushed violently towards Yarrow. Your technique has been thoroughly seen through. It holds no efficacy against me. Regaining his composure from Loazi's unexpected reaction speed, Yarrow remained unflustered in the face of the counterattack, with a soft snort. He stepped forward, transforming into an afterimage, swiftly darting through the encroaching sand. You know why I'm called the Ghost Sword. It is not merely due to my swordsmanship, but rather because of my footwork and speed, which no one has ever been able to see through. Instant step, Ghost Shadow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the moment Yarrow's voice trailed off, 3 blood-red sword auras suddenly erupted from 3 different directions, converging menacingly upon the central figure of Loazi. Indeed, a testament to Yarrow's speed, striking with blades from 3 distinct angles simultaneously. Is that so? Your speed is commendable, but still too slow. Unfazed by the 3 simultaneous strikes, Loazi calmly replied, his tone unhurried as he deftly maneuvered his body, slipping through the narrow gaps between the 3 sword auras with near impossibility. The 3 blood-red sword auras sliced through the sandy beach, leaving behind deep fissures spanning dozens of meters. It is impossible to discern what kind of speed that is. The brief clash between Loazi and Yarrow left all the pirates of the Twin Sword Pirates and the townsfolk utterly astounded. After Yarrow unleashed his ghostly step akin to shave, his silhouette faded entirely from the sight of the majority, leaving even those with some prowess only able to catch a glimpse of a fleeting afterimage. Utterly incapable of responding, Yarrow's speed was breathtaking, and Loazi's method of evading the strikes was equally astonishing. Simply twisting his body with a casual grace to evade the rapid assault from 3 directions. The level of combat was beyond their comprehension. Which side would emerge victorious? It was anyone's guess. Many watched with expressions of concern and tension. The Ghost Hand and Ghost Sword represented the pinnacle of pirate power in the West Sea, unmatched by any other faction. The outcome of this battle would undoubtedly determine the true sovereign of the West Sea. Such a caliber of pirate, should they remain in the West Sea rather than venture into the Grand Line, possessed the capability to dominate an entire maritime territory. On the battlefield, as Loazi faced the darting figure of ghostly sword Yarrow, having deduced that his speed was slightly inferior, he refrained from engaging in a futile chase with shave. Instead, he calmly activated the twisting power, shadow clone technique. Buzz! Loazi's figure flickered briefly. In an instant, 4 identical images of him appeared, indistinguishable from one another at a distance. Standing at the corners, each of the 4 figures faced outward, confronting the flickering specter of Yarrow. Illusions? A troublesome technique. As Yarrow moved about with his ghostly steps, he furrowed his brows at the sight of the 4 identical figures. Lacking the use of observation hockey, he could only test each one individually. However, just as he attempted to attack them one by one, the 4 Loazi figures simultaneously stepped forward, unleashing a whirlwind of dust and sand that surged in all directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! Amidst the swirling dust, Yarrow's visibility was severely compromised, with 4 Loazi figures flitting about. Further disorienting him, He was not only tasked with discerning which of the Loazi figures was real, but he also had to avoid being ensnared by the strangely powerful sand, rendering his speed advantage moot. Chapter 54. Quicksand Waterfall. Amidst the dust and sand, shadows flickered continuously, punctuated by the occasional sound of the sword ringing, and from time to time, sword auras sliced through the haze, carving deep gashes into the shoreline. Damn it! After slicing through one of Loazi's shadow clones, Yarrow sensed a wave of force approaching from behind and could not help but curse under his breath, swiftly turning to deliver a counterstrike. As fist met blade, a surge of twisting power resonated, shattering his strike while causing his sword to emit a mournful wail, sending vibrations up his arm. Whoosh! Yarrow barely managed to block Loazi's punch, and without hesitation, he retreated over 10 meters, switching his sword to his left hand while shaking his right arm vigorously to alleviate the numbness. He was not adept in hockey, and his capacity to endure the twisting power was significantly weaker than that of Ghost Spider. Had Loazi not dispersed some of the twisting force with the sand and shadows, that punch would likely have injured his arm. I cannot engage this fellow in close combat. The troublesome nature of Loazi's strength was somewhat beyond Yarrow's expectations. They had exchanged blows directly 3 or 4 times, with each encounter subjecting him to the encroaching effects of that bizarre power. Had he not consistently employed swift strikes and decisively retreated when fatigued, his arm would be on the verge of incapacitation by now. Whoosh! Whoosh! Reluctant to confront Loazi head-on, Ghostly Sword Yarrow began to unleash sword auras, attempting long-range attacks against him. Yet, due to the dust and shadow clones, he could scarcely unleash his full potential. The vast majority of his strikes were rendered ineffective, swallowed by the void. Recognizing the futility of further exerting his energy, Yarrow finally resolved to cease his entanglement with Loazi. With a low shout, he gripped the sword hilt tightly and suddenly flickered, vanishing from the battlefield. Instant step, flickering shadow. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 massive blood-red sword auras sliced across the battlefield, clearing the swirling dust and engulfing both Loazi's clones and his true form within their deadly embrace. Have you abandoned your flashy techniques? In the face of this assault, Loazi spoke calmly, retracting his clones and withdrawing the twisting power from the sand, concentrating it into his hands as he reached out to grasp one of the incoming sword auras. Zing! Although the blood-red sword aura was formidable, it was forcefully suppressed between Loazi's hands under the full deployment of his twisting power and was then hurled back with a reverse motion. His observation hockey precisely tracked Yarrow's trajectory, and this retaliatory strike was a preemptive attack, unerringly targeting Yarrow's next intended position. Are you attempting to use my own techniques against me? Such a despicable tactic. As Yarrow beheld the approaching blood-red sword aura, he scoffed, violently swinging his blood sword to shatter the aura mid-air. Loazi paid no heed to Yarrow, suddenly bending down and placing his hands upon the sandy beach. Boom! The twisting power, controlled by his hands, was far more agile and ferocious than when wielded with his feet. In an instant, the sand within a radius of several dozen meters around Loazi began to churn wildly. When it comes to large-scale attacks, he was not the only one capable of such. Moreover, the current environment was perfectly suited for unleashing a certain technique. Quicksand Waterfall. Loazi took a deep breath, and the twisting power erupted forth completely. Something's amiss. The ghost swordsman Yarrow sensed something amiss in the vicinity long before the sands began to stir, his heart racing with heightened vigilance as he contemplated retreating from Raz, aiming to distance himself from the impending strike. However, the situation proved far worse than he had anticipated. Due to the fluidity of the sand, Raz had merely manipulated a portion of it, causing the entire beach to erupt in a tumultuous wave of silt, surging towards him like a roaring sea. Moreover, this sandy tide flowed from the shore into the depths of the ocean, leaving him with no avenue for retreat, save for plunging into the sea itself. As he beheld the approaching deluge, akin to a tidal wave, Yarrow's expression shifted dramatically. Not far away, onlookers gazing at the battlefield from the shore felt their throats go dry, their eyes betraying their shock. Could this be true? This was the might of the most feared pirate of the West Sea, Ghost Hand Raz. Such power was beyond their comprehension, verging on the realm of the inhuman, standing behind the surging sand waves. Raz remained calm as he activated his observation hockey, perceiving the situation beyond the sandy onslaught. The battleground, under his complete control, had drifted far from the ship-laden shore. Now, behind the sand waves lay only the open sea, devoid of any refuge for the ghost swordsman Yarrow. And no matter how swift or agile he was, with the ocean at his back and all possible escape routes sealed, there was no room for evasive maneuvers. Should Yarrow retreat into the water, his speed advantage would be nullified, and Raz, utilizing the advantages of moonwalk, would find it effortless to crush any whack-a-mole that dared to surface. It was over. Raz's mind flickered through all conceivable scenarios before he whispered calmly. Behind the sand waves, although Yarrow was no devil fruit user, he understood that retreating into the water would mean relinquishing his speed advantage, possibly forfeiting his chance to return to land. Thus, as the wave of sand bore down upon him, he took a deep breath and swung his sword point one sword style. Dance slash. Gripping his sword with both hands, he unleashed a flurry of crimson sword blossoms, cleaving through the advancing tide of sand. Given the vast expanse of the wave, its distorting force was dissipated, and his strikes continually sliced through the sand, preventing it from ensnaring his form. As he fought against the relentless tide, Yarrow coldly addressed the unseen Raz. Your attack range is indeed considerable, but its potency is lacking. This maneuver must be taxing for you. Shall we see how long you can sustain this? Underestimating my stamina. This is far from over. Raz, manipulating the sand waves that sought to engulf Yarrow from all directions, heard his words clearly. As his voice faded, the distorting force within Raz coalesced once more. He clenched his fingers, channeling the power as he pressed downward with great force. With a thunderous crash, the mud and sand surged forward, rising like genuine waves, culminating in a monstrous sand wave towering over 20 meters high. Yarrow, witnessing this spectacle from the shore, finally displayed a hint of horror on his visage. He had not anticipated Raz's capability to conjure such a grand assault while commanding such a vast expanse of sand. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, gripping the sword hilt tightly, his gaze fierce as he faced the impending wave. The fleet led by the Navy's rear admiral could not vanquish me. How could this mere newcomer from the West Sea? One sword style, phantom slash, a scarlet sword aura erupted violently from his blade, thrusting upwards into the base of the sand wave, piercing through with great force and ultimately tearing the wave apart, revealing the small town and Raz's figure beyond. Yet before Yarrow could revel in his success, the severed sand wave collapsed violently, cascading towards him and sealing the gap he had created in an instant. And no, the torrential sand wave crashed down, enveloping Yarrow entirely. Chapter 55. Devil Sheriff Lafitte. The weighty wave of mud and sand plummeted heavily, much of it plunging into the sea and creating a colossal splash that churned the surface. After the enormous deluge fell, one could faintly discern small shrimp and crabs struggling within, while a section of the sand writhed violently, as if something were attempting to emerge. Raz gazed calmly at the writhing area, his hands pressing down with great force, the distorting power surging through him, howling into the earth. Sandstorm burial. Boom! What had already been compressed under the weight of the colossal sand wave was further twisted and crushed by the distorting force, causing the surrounding beach area to collapse with a thunderous roar. This time, silence ensued. The traces of writhing vanished completely, and the remaining shrimp and crabs exploded in succession, rendering the entire beach a desolate void. Simultaneously, the familiar sound of the system echoed in Raz's ears that he straightened his posture, abandoning the notion of using observation hockey to inspect once more. Bounty: 98 million Buri. Ghost Swordsman Yarrow. Hunt completed. Rewards received: 35 points of talent proficiency, 1 point of free talent points, 1 point of free talent points. A flicker of emotion crossed Raz's previously calm eyes, and a smile appeared. 35 points of talent proficiency was neither too little nor too much. But the acquisition of 1 free talent point was indeed a boon, adding to the rewards from slaying the dual sword-wielding Dillo. This expedition had proven exceedingly satisfactory for our OZ. It seems the captain has emerged victorious. Robin stood at a distance, slightly behind the crowd, observing the direction of the beach with a faint smile. The scale of this battle, even to one who knew Raz well, was somewhat surprising when she initially joined the Ghost Hand Pirates. Roz had not possessed such strength. Yet, in the short span of just over half a year, his power had skyrocketed, from fleeing at the sight of a Navy ship to effortlessly demolishing several of them. Brigadier generals and rear admirals, the remnants of pirates from the Grand Line, had been systematically obliterated by Roz without their even realizing it. Gazing at the distant shore, Robin couldn't help but think of the naval officers who had initially framed Roz as a pirate. Perhaps they were feeling some regret now that it over. There was no movement. The townsfolk observed the shore from afar, and after a moment, they began to regain their senses, only to be swept away by another wave of emotion. No movement meant that the Ghost Swordsman had been vanquished. The notorious pirate, who had managed to escape the Grand Line with a bounty of 98 million berry, had ultimately fallen before the meteoric rise of Ghost Hand Roz. Could another figure of the caliber of Shanks the Red-Haired emerge? Some thought of the infamous pirate captain, often gracing newspapers and deemed a grave threat by the government, whose bounty instilled fear. In the West Sea, knowledge of the Grand Line was scant, yet figures like Shanks and Edward Newgate were known to all. No, it's not that simple. Someone, snapping back from their shock, shook their head resolutely, saying, "Do you know what kind of pirate Red-Haired is? In this vast sea, pirates are as numerous as stars, yet only a select few stand above all. He is one of them." The emergence of a figure like Shanks in the West Sea was seen as a disgrace by some and a point of pride by others. Similar to the legacy of pirate King Roger from the East Sea, a memory that would never fade. Indeed, the individual nodded, taking a deep breath. However, there is no one left in the West Sea capable of challenging his status. The strongest pirate of this generation in the West Sea, as the townsfolk debated, Roz, who had just slain the Ghost Swordsman Yarrow, strode towards the 3 ships of the dual-sword pirates anchored nearby. It was not out of concern for any lingering vendetta. Roz had never feared retaliation. However, he was a man who always saw things through to the end, never leaving matters half-finished. That guy is coming. Oh no, raise the anchor quickly. The pirates aboard the 3 ships of the dual-sword pirates, still reeling from the shock of their captain's demise at Roz's hands, paled in fear upon noticing him approach. Some raised firearms, others loaded cannons, while a few attempted to leap overboard in a frenzy, creating utter chaos. Bang, bang! The sounds of gunfire and cannon blasts resonated along the shore, and one by one, 3 pirate ships were obliterated. The twin sword pirates were not lacking in notorious rogues, each with bounties soaring to tens of millions. Although the experience gained from slaying one was negligible, the sheer volume of annihilation provided Roz with a modest 5 points of talent proficiency, better than nothing. After completely eradicating the twin sword pirates, he amassed a total of 110 points in talent proficiency and 2 free talent points, marking a bountiful harvest. With a swift motion, Roz dispatched the last ship along with a multitude of pirates. Leaping back onto the shore, but he did not hasten to organize his talent tree, but instead tread lightly, vanishing from the crowd's sight after a few fleeting moments in the rear of the throng. Roz's figure materialized beside Robin, and he inquired, "Have you caught sight of that fellow?" "No," Robin replied, shaking her head. Her only task in accompanying Roz was not to assist in confronting the twin sword pirates, but to seek out the devilish sheriff, Lafitte, amidst the chaos. Yet it seemed that the devilish sheriff had either not appeared or had cleverly concealed himself, evading her search with the use of the Hana no Mihum. Roz mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in his eyes as he turned toward a shadowy alley not far away. "Ha ha ha. You've been discovered," came a suppressed chuckle from the depths of the alley. Almost instantaneously, as the laughter echoed, Roz propelled himself into the darkened passageway. That very moment, a figure concealed within the shadows leapt upward, scaling the rooftop. Roz followed suit, pursuing relentlessly. After a series of agile maneuvers, Roz ultimately closed the distance, utilizing his observation hockey to track the elusive figure. The individual, pale-skinned and adorned with a high-crowned hat, wielded a cane. It was none other than the navigator and 5th ship captain of the Blackbeard Pirates. The Devilish Sheriff, Lafitte, Chapter 56. The navigator returns to his place. Compared to the original narrative, Lafitte appeared unchanged, even aging little. However, his stealth tactics and illusions were nothing short of dazzling. were it not for Roz's unwavering observation hockey. He would have easily slipped away after a few evasive maneuvers. I harbor no ill intentions, nor have I witnessed anything I ought not to have seen. Realizing he could not shake off Roz, Lafitte decisively abandoned his escape, standing atop the rooftop with a resigned expression, lightly gesturing with his cane. Roz regarded him calmly and spoke. "You hardly seem like a person who plays by the rules. Would you be interested in joining me to turn this world upside down?" Lafitte's eyes flickered with surprise. Contemplating the proposition momentarily, he then placed a hand over his heart and executed a gentlemanly bow. A smile gracing his lips. "It is an honor to join the Ghost Hand Pirates." Captain, he had been keeping abreast of the shifting dynamics in the world and the West Sea, even acquiring detailed intelligence about the Ghost Hand Pirates, who had rapidly ascended to prominence. As a restless individual, he had no intention of leading a mundane existence. He sought opportunities to stir up the world, although he had not planned to emerge so soon. Roz's invitation after the chase was too tempting to refuse. An astute individual invariably makes the wisest choices. Roz smiled faintly. Roz Lafitte, skilled in stealth and navigation. Lafitte tipped his hat slightly, tilting his head downward, fingers delicately raising the brim. His demeanor appeared entirely at odds with the moniker Devilish Sheriff, resembling a true gentleman instead. Recruiting Lafitte proved as effortless as anticipated. He had no belongings to collect, seemingly possessing all he needed on his person, though their exact location remained a mystery. With Lafitte's addition, their expedition to the Watergold Sea drew to a close, and Roz led his new navigator across 2 streets to find Robin. "Nicole Robin, intelligence officer," Roz introduced, nodding at Robin. "Lafitte, our new navigator." Both were exceptionally intelligent individuals, though in certain respects Lafitte surpassed Robin, as she often channeled her intellect into her scholarly pursuits. By the way, there have been Navy personnel covertly monitoring you," Lafitte remarked casually, twirling his red cane with a smile directed at Roz. Roz shrugged indifferently. "Naturally, there will be naval eyes on such islands, and no need to concern ourselves. I doubt the Navy will trouble us before we enter the Grand Line." "Indeed," Lafitte acknowledged. Placing his cane down, he had intended to offer to root out the Navy's spies and interrogate them about their movements, or even feed them false information, but it seemed unnecessary. So he refrained from elaborating. "If there are no other matters, we can return to the ship and begin planning our next steps toward the Grand Line." The Grand Line. Now that's an enticingly challenging place. Lafitte chuckled, his laughter imbued with a peculiar air. "Then, the mapping of the sea routes and the selection of courses will be your responsibility for the time being. Once aboard, I shall provide you with the charts and compass," Roz stated as he began to walk away, with Lafitte and Robin trailing behind him. As they strolled through the streets, they encountered no obstructions. Even those who noticed Roz and his companions recoiled in astonishment, hastily retreating to the sides of the street, cautiously observing him pass by. Soon, Roz, accompanied by Lafitte and Robin, returned to their ship without further incident. The Navy's spies dared not show themselves, some miles from the island. Aboard a warship preparing to set sail, a naval major held a transponder snail, his expression grave and tense as he inquired, "What is the situation? What are the results?" "The Twin Sword Pirates have been utterly vanquished without any mutual destruction. Ghost Hand Roz has emerged victorious, and there is also a peculiar individual aboard their ship." Upon hearing of Roz's overwhelming success and the absence of any losses, the Major realized the futility of the situation. However, upon learning of the unusual individual joining Roz, he couldn't help but ask, "Did the peculiar individual take any photographs?" "Yes, photographs have been captured." "Good. Quickly present the photographs." Though they had failed to apprehend the Ghost Hand Pirates or the Twin Sword Pirates, they at least needed to gather some intelligence to report, lest they face repercussions at headquarters. After ending the call, a nearby colonel quietly inquired, "Major, shall we continue to pursue the Ghost Hand Pirates?" The Major shot a vexed glance at the colonel. It was rather humiliating for a major to watch pirates without daring to act. "Remain on standby for now." Days later, news of Roz's triumph over the Twin Sword Pirates in the Watergold Sea spread through various newspapers and news agencies. Circulating throughout the West Sea on a course toward the Grand Line, the Ghost Hand ship sailed full speed ahead, its sails billowing out on the deck. Roz perused a newspaper dropped by a newsbird. Reading shock, The position of West Sea Overlord has once again changed hands. After reading halfway, Roz discarded the newspaper into the sea, lamenting, "These nonsensical publications are hardly more reliable than the government's announcements." Robin stifled a laugh. Covering her mouth, "It is impossible to expect them to publish accurate news, but Captain, you have certainly become a focal point for various news agencies in the West Sea." Roz shook his head and called out to Lafitte, who was atop the mast, assessing the wind and course. "How are the wind and speed? How long until we reach Belrose Town?" Belrose Town is the closest island in the West Sea to the Grand Line, akin to Logue Town in the East Sea, serving as the departure point for the Grand Line, that if all goes well, we should arrive within a month at most, Captain. Lafitte leaped gracefully from a mast, landing as lightly as a feather. Roz nodded. "I leave the navigation to you." With Lafitte handling navigation, Roz could save a considerable amount of time and effort. "Rest assured, Captain." Lafitte inclined slightly, smiling as he watched Rose return to the cabin. Prior to boarding, his understanding of Rose was limited to various pieces of intelligence and news. But during these few days on the ship, he gained a more comprehensive insight into Rose, increasingly confirming that he was indeed a captain worthy of following. "I am quite eager to see this world turned upside down," he mused with a chuckle. Chapter 57. The armament hockey. Upon entering the cabin, Rose made his way to the training room. After closing the door, he focused his thoughts, and a semi-transparent talent system panel appeared before him, visible only to him, with 3 talent trees standing quietly. The life system remained unchanged, still featuring only the proficiency in navigation. Now, with the presence of a navigator, Rose wished to reclaim the 1 free talent point he had allocated to navigation proficiency, but evidently, the system would not permit him such ease in reallocating points. The combat system underwent a remarkable transformation following the activation of Kin Bunchiko Haki, gun shooting, 50 melee combat, 100 twisted fruit, 215 Marine 6 styles, Suru, 0 Marine 6 styles, Jeppo, 0 Marine 6 styles, Shave, 0 Kin Bunchiko Haki, 0. The Kin Bunchiko Haki displayed a golden activated state, indicating that Rose could indeed save free talent points through self-cultivation. However, while talent proficiency provided additional bonuses, self-training would not enhance it. The general system also exhibited significant changes compared to before: agility enhancement, 100 advanced enhancement, physical enhancement, 200 top-tier enhancement. After the annihilation of the Twin Swords pirate crew, Rose had acquired 2 free talent points and 110 talent proficiency points, providing him with numerous options for allocation. The strength of Kin Bunchiko Haki was sufficient for his current needs. Should he encounter an enemy whose speed surpassed his current perception, he would still be unable to react in time, despite sensing their movements. Rose pondered, dismissing both Kin Bunchiko Haki and agility enhancement as options. His speed and strength were already nearing equilibrium, and further increases in speed and Kin Bunchiko Haki would scarcely affect his overall prowess. As for physical enhancement, after extensive training, his physicality had greatly improved compared to when he first reached the pinnacle of physical enhancement. Even if the power of the twisted fruit increased further, it would still be manageable, and he was not in a rush to allocate proficiency points. The remaining option was the twisted fruit. If he were to invest all 110 points, he would instantly meet the basic requirements to activate the twisted gravity branch ability. Should he allocate 85 points of talent proficiency to the twisted fruit, only 25 points would remain to enhance his physicality. He wondered if such a disparate enhancement could support the tremendous increase in twisted power. Rose mused internally, wishing for a few dozen more points of talent proficiency. However, by that time, new choices would undoubtedly emerge, as talent proficiency and free talent points were perpetually scarce resources. Aside from proficiency, the 2 free talent points presented several options. Armament Hockey could undoubtedly be activated, as could Conqueror's Hockey, and even strength enhancements in the general system were among the choices, given the scarcity of free talent points. The optimal strategy was to cultivate Armament Hockey through training. Yet, Rose currently lacked any methods for practicing Armament Hockey, and without any leads, he found himself at a loss for direction. Relying on awakening through combat was far too presumptuous. Moreover, methods for cultivating Hockey were unlikely to be acquired until traversing the Grand Line's latter half, where it would be widely disseminated. Without Armament Hockey, encountering troublesome devil fruit users, particularly those with Logia abilities, would place him in a precarious situation. Rose had contemplated all of this long ago. Armament Hockey, taking a deep breath, Rose gazed at the branch representing Armament Hockey on the talent tree and decided to spend one free talent point to activate it. Buzz! His remaining free talent points decreased from 2 to 1, and the emerald green text of Armament Hockey flickered with a golden light, transforming into golden lettering. Simultaneously, a wealth of knowledge regarding Armament Hockey flooded into Rose's mind. He closed his eyes, his body trembling as he experienced 3 months of training in Armament Hockey. Within mere seconds, that a faint warmth surged from his heart, coursing through his body, slightly enhancing his physicality while simultaneously strengthening the exceedingly subtle Armament Hockey that had lain dormant within him. When Rose opened his eyes, he realized that his senses had undergone a significant transformation. Not only could he perceive the power of his twisted fruit within him, but he could also sense another type of power within him, one that was entirely distinct from the devil fruit. Armament Hockey. While it shared slight similarities with Kinbunchika Hockey at its core, the vast majority of its essence was fundamentally different, with a mere thought. An invisible aura emanated from his body, encircling him. Skills activated within the talent system were unequivocal. The Armament Hockey swirling around him responded to his commands with fluidity, devoid of any sense of sluggishness. This is Armament Hockey. Rose manipulated the aura enveloping his body. He murmured softly, his gaze flickering slightly as he focused his thoughts on his arm, directing the Armament Hockey to gather. Buzz! The converging Armament Hockey formed a potent aura around Rose's arm, and under his command, it compressed and solidified. However, just as it was on the verge of hardening into a black form, it suddenly dispersed, reverting to a diffuse aura. After 2 failed attempts at solidifying the Armament Hockey, Rose quickly discerned the reason for his failure: insufficient strength. Sensing the Armament Hockey surrounding him, Rose couldn't help but shake his head. His Armament Hockey was still too weak, and his physicality, while already extraordinarily enhanced compared to the average person, still fell short of the threshold required for hardening. Merely activating Armament Hockey was just the beginning. True mastery would only be achieved when he could solidify it. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rose ultimately decided against allocating proficiency points to Armament Hockey. With at least a month remaining before officially setting foot on the Grand Line, once Armament Hockey was activated, training thereafter would require no specific methods. Even if he could not reach the hardening standard within that month, he could still make some progress, as long as he possessed a certain degree of Armament Hockey. Even if he couldn't solidify it, he would not be utterly helpless against Logia devil fruit users. For him, the twisted fruit remained his primary avenue of development. In terms of hockey, merely being able to counter the elementalization ability would suffice. After all, one cannot achieve greatness in all abilities simultaneously. Striving for such unrealistic heights was impractical. As for the remaining 1 free talent point, Rose intended to reserve it for future use, knowing that activating Twisted Gravity would definitely require free talent points once his Twisted Fruit proficiency reached 300. Looking at the branches of the Twisted Fruit, Rose decided not to allocate points incrementally. Instead, he focused his thoughts and allocated 45 talent proficiency points all at once. A flash of light ensued as the proficiency of the Twisted Fruit surged to 260 points. Concurrently, an intense warmth surged within him, rapidly enhancing the power of the Twisted Fruit. Within mere seconds, his twisted power had significantly increased. Chapter 58. The red-haired pirate's Rose closed his eyes, quietly savoring the warmth within him and the greatly amplified twisted power. Once the warmth subsided, he opened his eyes and clenched his fist. Previously, the range of his twisted fruit power extended approximately 30 meters from himself. After expending 45 proficiency points, this range had nearly doubled to 50 meters. Rose could distinctly feel that his power not only easily encompassed the entire ship, but could also extend outward, affecting even the seawater beneath the hull. Just as Whitebeard's Gura Gura Nomi could trigger tremors in the sea, the Twisted Fruit could achieve similar feats, albeit with a range slightly smaller than that of the Gura Gura Nomi. His body could still withstand it. Upon perceiving the changes within himself, Raz muttered to himself. The power of distortion surged dramatically, naturally increasing the burden on his physical abilities. However, since Raz's stamina had always surpassed that of the devil fruit, after this significant enhancement, his physical prowess and the strength of the distortion fruit barely achieved equilibrium. After a moment of hesitation, Raz allocated 20 points of talent proficiency to enhance his stamina, followed by distributing 30 points to the distortion fruit. Buzz, following the allocation of talent proficiency, Raz's body underwent slight alterations once more, as the range of the distortion fruit extended to nearly 70 meters. Indeed, with the increase in proficiency, the potency of the fruit's power grew substantially, while the enhancement of stamina became increasingly marginal. As Raz sensed the transformations within him, his gaze flickered momentarily. This divergence implied that not only did he need to allocate a considerable amount of talent proficiency to stamina enhancement, but he also required further training of his physique to adapt to the augmented power of the fruit. Initially intending to raise the power of distortion to 300, he found that reaching 290 resulted in a significant overflow. Ultimately, Raz allocated the remaining 15 points to stamina enhancement. Activating the distortion gravity would consume more than one free talent point. And even if he forcibly increased the distortion power to 300, he could not activate the distortion gravity in the short term. Thus, it would be more beneficial to elevate both stamina and fruit power in balance, which would also aid in the cultivation of armament hockey. After distributing 110 points of talent proficiency, Raz's talent panel underwent another transformation. Firearm shooting, 50 melee combat, 100 distortion fruit, 290 naval 6 forms, Suru, 0 naval 6 forms, Shabandi, 0 naval 6 forms, Jeppo, 0 observation hockey, 0 armament hockey, 0 the distortion fruit was only 10 proficiency points away from second branch, while the naval 6 forms remained entirely at 0. Perhaps once the proficiency of stamina and agility enhancement both reached the cap of 500 points, Raz would allocate the surplus proficiency to Soru and Jeppo. Agility enhancement, 100 advanced enhancement, stamina enhancement, 235 top-tier enhancement. The changes in the general category were minimal. The power of the distortion fruit had surged by more than double. Previously, his stamina had exceeded the fruit's capabilities. But now the balance had shifted. Raz shook his head helplessly. Even after supplementing his stamina enhancement with an additional 15 proficiency points, he still struggled to keep pace with the explosive growth of distortion power. Of course, there were benefits to this, as Raz's full power eruption would reach a terrifying level. The naval major, Ghost Spider, who once suppressed him with strength, would find it impossible to resist the current eruption of his distortion power. I wonder how my current strength compares to those rear admirals. A contemplative look appeared in Raz's eyes. There existed a considerable positional gap between rear admirals and rear commodores. It was generally challenging for rear commodores to advance directly to rear admirals. Most needed to be assigned to branch bases for a period, achieving military merits before returning to serve at headquarters. Ignoring his own capacity for endurance, during an overloaded eruption, he should be able to contend with relatively weaker rear admirals. But against those top-tier rear admirals, he would likely be outmatched. After pondering Ghost Spider's strength, Raz roughly assessed the level he currently occupied. Before entering the Grand Line, possessing strength that exceeded rear commodores and could contend with typical rear admirals was quite rare across the vast ocean. Next, he resolved to continue training his stamina and armament hockey. Retracting his thoughts, Raz quickly established a short-term training regimen. Given that the fruit's power was overly potent and imposed a certain burden, he decided to focus on stamina training. Coincidentally, the training of armament hockey also required robust stamina as support that he still needed to utilize the maximum weight load and double the number of push-ups and squats. Performing 1,001 set with 2 sets at a time. After simply establishing his training plan, Raz approached a heavy load, selecting the heaviest set, and began his exercises. Half a month passed swiftly, with Lafitte handling navigation. Raz found himself with ample free time, dedicating part of it to training and another portion to rest and relaxation. That Robin's fruit ability proved remarkably effective for massages, although this somewhat nudged Robin in an unusual direction. Raz had never intended for her to become a combatant. After all, a good girl becoming a mass of muscles would be a rather disconcerting image for him. Not far from the Ghost Shadow, on the sunny and breezy sea, a pirate ship was sailing leisurely. This vessel lacked the usual malice and ferocity typical of pirate ships. instead exuding an air of relaxation. The crew seemed utterly unconcerned about encountering merchant ships or the Navy, appearing as if they were on a vacation, drinking and feasting. Naturally, if a naval warship were to spot this pirate vessel, it would undoubtedly turn tail and flee, for the pirate flag hoisted on its sails was enough to instill fear across the seas. "How does it feel to return to your homeland?" Beckman inquired, puffing on a cigarette as he approached Shanks, who stood relaxed at the bow of the ship, dressed in a cloak and sandals. Shanks gazed out at the endless sea, smiling as he replied, "It feels quite good. It has been nearly 20 years. Staring at the ocean, Shanks couldn't help but murmur, recalling the time he boarded Roger's ship as an apprentice. Then 13 years ago, when Roger became the Pirate King, and 11 years ago when Roger ignited the Great Pirate Era. It has now been almost 2 decades among all of Roger's crew. Only he received the captain's straw hat, and he is indeed not disappointed Roger's former crewmates. After the advent of the Great Pirate Era, he became one of the 4 emperors dominating the Grand Line and ruling over the New World in just 11 short years. Of course, this stands in stark contrast to Roger, who conquered the entire Grand Line in a matter of years, emerging as the supreme king atop countless pirates. "First, I should make a round of my homeland. Then head to the East Blue to see what lies there," Shanks mused, gently touching the straw hat atop his head. Beckman chuckled, saying, "Hey, to suddenly appear in the West Blue without a word, and then head to the East Blue. The Navy and government are bound to be thrown into disarray." "Let them stew in their chaos," Shanks replied with a slight smile. Unfazed, for the government and Navy to deal with them, they would need to dispatch at least 3 top-tier combatants. Otherwise, they could do nothing against them. The government would not casually instigate a world-class war. These considerations had all been thoroughly contemplated by Beckman long before any actions were taken, just as Shanks relished the caress of the sea breeze. A lookout on the ship suddenly called out to him, "Captain, there's a pirate ship over there." Chapter 59, a narrow miss on the Ghost Shadow. Lafitte stood atop the mast in the lookout position, one hand gripping the wooden railing, his body leaning outward, while the other held a telescope, scanning the horizon. Long ago, he had noticed a dark shape on the distant sea, vaguely identifying it as a ship. Though he could not ascertain its type, as the 2 vessels drew closer, the silhouette gradually became clearer. "That flag is—" Upon recognizing the flag on the approaching ship, Lafitte's expression shifted slightly. The usually enigmatic gentleman revealed an unusually serious demeanor. Whoosh! After reevaluating, he leaped from the mast and landed on the deck below, calling out to Robin, "Bring the captain up. That ship is the Red-Haired Pirates." "The Red-Haired Pirates?" Robin's expression changed. She had expected a merchant vessel or an ordinary pirate ship, never anticipating it would be the fearsome Red-Haired Pirates, renowned even in the Grand Line. Soon, Robin found Roz in the training room. Upon hearing that they were encountering the Red-Haired Pirates, Roz paused momentarily before donning a serious expression and heading to the deck. Taking the telescope from Lafitte, he scrutinized the ship approaching in the distance, contemplating, indeed, it is the Red-Haired Pirates. Calculating the time, it was now August of the 11th year of the Great Pirate Era. According to the usual narrative, Shanks would have arrived in East Blue around this time, staying in Windmill Village for about a year. "Captain, should we avoid them?" Lafitte proposed from the side, although he held a favorable view of Rosie and had boarded Rosie's ship. He was no fool. Confronting the Red-Haired Pirates, a notorious group that had long since made its mark on the world, at this juncture was undoubtedly a reckless endeavor. After lowering his telescope, Rosie cast a couple more glances in the direction of the approaching Red-Haired Pirate ship and calmly stated, "There is no need for alarm. Our courses will not intersect, but rather pass each other by at a safe distance." "That is still perilous," Lafitte replied, a hint of concern in his tone. Rosie stood at the bow of the ship, his hands clasped behind him, showing no intention of taking a wide detour to avoid the encounter. If it had been the Beast Pirates or the Big Mum Pirates, he might have considered evasion, but the Red-Haired Pirates posed no such threat that warranted it. Interestingly enough, the Yonko was also one of his targets, albeit a final objective. Meeting the Red-Haired Pirates at this point in time indeed felt premature. Rosie gazed at the red-haired ship drawing closer, murmuring softly to himself. As the ship approached, Robin could not help but display a flicker of apprehension. Few could induce such anxiety in her, yet the mere presence of a marine admiral. Akainu filled her with trepidation, and the red-haired pirates were a force even the admirals dared not provoke lightly. As the distance between the two vessels diminished, their courses became unmistakably clear. Not a direct confrontation, but rather two parallel lines destined to brush against each other, approximately 30 to 40 meters apart. Both Robin and Lafitte felt the tension, while Rosie remained composed, as if they were merely passing a common merchant vessel. 100 meters, 90 meters, as the gap continued to close, the figures and structures aboard both ships became increasingly distinct. Rosie could clearly discern a silhouette standing at the bow of the red-haired ship. One of them, clad in a black cloak and donning a yellow straw hat, was none other than Shanks, the Yonko of the New World. 40 meters, 30 meters. When the distance reached 30 meters, it halted, allowing Rosie and Shanks to gaze at each other, almost able to discern the expressions on each other's faces. This distance did not remain static. Rather, it gradually increased with the passage of time, extending to 40 meters, 50 meters, until the two ships completely passed by each other without incident. Phew! As the hull of the red-haired ship sailed parallel to the Ghost Shadow, Lafitte and Robin both exhaled deeply, exchanging glances that revealed beads of sweat on their foreheads. Only Rosie maintained his serene demeanor, revealing no trace of emotion. That it's over. Continue onward. Our destination is Belrose Town, Rosie remarked lightly as he turned and stepped into the cabin, vanishing from sight on the other side. Aboard the red-haired pirate's ship, a multitude of crew members remained engaged in revelry, drinking and feasting, largely unaware of the Ghost Shadow's fleeting presence. Even those who did notice paid little mind, continuing their merriment. Only Shanks, standing at the bow and facing Rosie until their ships had completely passed, returned to himself, a flicker of unusual intrigue glimmering in his eyes. What was that person all about? Beckman turned to Shanks, inquiring, "Should we intercept them?" "No need," Shanks replied, shaking his head slightly, his gaze flickering as he added, "It's just that man's eyes. They felt extraordinary to me. I have a premonition that we shall meet again." "Is that so?" Beckman took a puff from his cigarette and chuckled. The nature of premonitions is often elusive, yet he had not anticipated that Shanks would encounter someone in the West Sea who would elicit such a feeling. That man was likely Rosie, the ghost hand, whom he had glimpsed in the newspapers. Judging by their course, it appeared he was bound for the Grand Line. Meeting them again would not come easily. This was merely a chance encounter. For pirates, encountering them again would require conquering the treacherous first half of the Grand Line, a feat that had claimed countless lives. Perhaps Shanks' premonition was simply that, a fleeting intuition. After passing the red-haired pirates, tranquility returned aboard the Ghost Shadow. Lafitte continued to steer the course, while Robin remained engrossed in her book, occasionally directing the deckhands with cleaning tasks or assisting Lafitte with the sails. Meanwhile, Rosie retreated to the training room to continue honing his physical prowess and practicing his Busashoku haki. Armament. Standing before a solid steel wall, Rosie extended his fist, silently chanting within as he concentrated his Busashoku haki into his hand. Compared to a month and a half prior, his mastery of Busashoku haki had significantly improved, gathering and coalescing from an aura into a tangible layer, growing increasingly potent yet still failing to achieve the desired black hardening. Still insufficient. Rosie shook his head and delivered a powerful punch against the iron wall. Boom! Though he had yet to reach the level of hardening, merely achieving the aura of Busashoku haki significantly enhanced his offensive capabilities. His punch, devoid of any distorted power, still resonated with a thunderous impact, leaving a dent in the sturdy iron wall. Excellent. If I continue to progress at this rate, I should be able to gradually approach the level of Busashoku haki hardening within the next half-month. Chapter 60. All awaiting a fortnight later, just as Rosie was on the verge of first touching the edge of Busashoku haki hardening, the Ghost Shadow arrived at Belrose Town, the island closest to Reverse Mountain in the West Sea. Often referred to as the starting island of the West Sea, just a stone's throw from the execution of the Pirate King in East Blue's Logtown, though the island frequently hosted pirate landings. The arrival of the Ghost Shadow caused quite a stir at the dock. As the #1 pirate of the West Sea, the Ghost Hand Pirate's reputation had long since permeated this area. First, let's secure ample fresh water and provisions, Rosie declared from the deck as the ship docked. addressing Lafitte and Robin. Additionally, we need to acquire a log pose. It is an essential item for the Grand Line. Understood, Captain, Lafitte replied, shaking the red staff in his hand with a grin as he descended the gangplank. A.S. the navigator. I'll take care of the log pose, and no matter how talented Lafitte proved to be, even capable of becoming a cadre of the Blackbeard pirates, he was ultimately still a native of the West Sea who had yet to set foot on the Grand Line, lacking extensive knowledge about the log pose. However, with Rosie at the helm, they would certainly not embark on the Grand Line unprepared. Go ahead. Rosie nodded, entrusting the task of acquiring the log pose to Lafitte. Robin smiled slightly and made her way toward the gangplank, stating, I'll handle the procurement of fresh water and provisions. With both crew members assigned their respective tasks, Rosie realized he had little left to do. He lacked the inclination to wander ashore, so he decided to remain aboard the Ghost Shadow, awaiting the completion of their errands. Meanwhile, news of the Ghost Hand Pirates' arrival in Belrose Town swiftly reached the Marine base stationed there. Bang! The highest-ranking officer of the base, Colonel Yukimura, slammed his palm onto the table with a resounding thud, abruptly standing up as he exclaimed, The Ghost Hand Pirates have arrived here. They spotted their ship at the port. A nervous Navy major, standing before Yukimura, reported, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Colonel, what should we do? Should we surround them? Yukimura wore a grave expression, shaking his head solemnly. No, I must report this to headquarters first. Asked the station colonel in Belrose Town. His strength surpassed that of an ordinary West Sea colonel, and he would soon be promoted to a position at Navy headquarters, serving as a colonel there. Yet, even so, facing the Ghost Hand Pirates, who had already defeated the West Sea Fleet led by the headquarters Rear Admiral, the Ghost Spider, he felt no assurance of victory should a conflict arise. Soon, intelligence relayed by Yukimura reached the West Sea office at Navy headquarters, the atmosphere within the office heavy with tension. The office was staffed with Rear Admirals from headquarters, and Ghost Spider had once been a member of this very office, noted for his exceptional performance, and one had anticipated his downfall in such a place as the West Sea. From initially dismissing Rosie, the former bounty hunter turned pirate, to the ensuing chaos within the office, the mere mention of the Ghost Hand Pirate's name now instilled a solemnity that gripped the entire room. Doberman swiftly entered the office. Ever since the defeat of the West Sea Fleet, led by Ghost Spider, he had personally taken charge of all matters concerning Rosie. The Ghost Hand, it seems Belrose Town, is finally set to embark upon the Grand Line. Listening to the anxious voices emanating from the Den Mushi, Doberman pondered momentarily before stating, Colonel Yukimura, hold your position for now. Refrain from engaging with the Ghost Hand Pirates. Understood, Yukimura, momentarily taken aback by Doberman's command, responded promptly. Almost any pirate that appeared in Belrose Town would be relentlessly pursued and hunted down by the Navy under his command, with 3 or 4 pirate crews typically vanquished by him in Belrose. However, this was the first instance where he was instructed to remain passive in the face of a pirate crew. He understood well that with the Navy's deployment in Belrose, they could handle bounties of 30 to 50 million. Yet, when it came to the Ghost Hand Pirates, their capabilities were still woefully insufficient. Since you wish to enter the Grand Line, I shall permit you entry. I shall await you there. The Grand Line is not akin to the West Sea, where you can act with impunity. Doberman's gaze deepened as he hung up the Den Mushi. It wasn't the arrival of Rods in the Grand Line that troubled him, but rather the prospect of him not coming at all. While Rods remained in the West Sea, dealing with him would prove exceedingly difficult, as none of the branch bases in the West Sea possessed the strength to eradicate the Ghost Hand Pirates. Moreover, reallocating personnel from the headquarters or the Grand Line was no simple matter. It was a cumbersome process. Yet, stepping into the Grand Line would change everything. Once within the Grand Line, one officially entered a region heavily guarded by the Navy. The military deployment in the Grand Line far surpassed that of the West Sea, with the highest-ranking officers in each branch base being Rear Admirals, their experience exceeding that of the Ghost Spider. Coupled with numerous pirate crews boasting even more formidable reputations than the Ghost Hand Pirates, it was conceivable that Rods might never reach the jurisdiction of the Navy's branches before being eliminated by the sea. Notify the nearest naval branches to reverse mountain. Keep a vigilant watch on all pirates entering the Grand Line. Should the Ghost Hand Pirates be spotted, engage immediately and ensure their swift eradication. Dauberman was resolute in denying Rhodes any opportunity for growth. Yes, numerous naval commanders responded, promptly dialing the din mushy of various branch bases to relay Dauberman's orders, their expressions gradually shifting from seriousness to a more relaxed demeanor. Firstly, once Rhodes entered the Grand Line, he would no longer fall under their jurisdiction. Secondly, the formidable military presence in the Grand Line had quelled countless pirates with bounties exceeding 100 or 200 million. The mere ghost hand pirates, unable to be dealt with in the West Sea, would merely be a ripple in the Grand Line. In Barrowstown, Rhodes was blissfully unaware of the Navy's movements. Even if he were informed, it would not concern him. The Navy was waiting, just as he was, anticipating an encounter in the Grand Line. The notorious pirates with bounties of 100 million, 200 million, or even 300 million, not to mention the warlords of the sea, appeared to Rhodes as hunters stepping into a hunting ground, gazing at their prey with a grin. These entities would serve as the stepping stones for his ascent to the pinnacle of this world. From a moment he stepped into the Grand Line, the day of reckoning for those in the Navy who deemed him a trivial figure and ordered his extermination drew ever closer. Chapter 61. Entering the Grand Line, the first to return was Robin, accompanied by a team of laborers who, along with the crew of the Ghost Shadow, busily transported fresh water and provisions into the ship's hold. While passing the branch, they conducted a brief reconnaissance, discovering that the Navy within had fully assembled. They might soon come looking for trouble, standing beside Rhodes, overseeing the laborers and crew as they unloaded supplies. Robin cast a glance at the naval branch towering at the heart of the town and chuckled softly. Rhodes, perched on the railing of the Ghost Shadow's deck, replied without lifting his gaze. If they come, let them. They should consider themselves fortunate that we haven't sought them out. Robin smiled gently, resting her chin on her delicate hand. The Navy here likely won't dare to cause trouble. However, news of our arrival has probably reached the naval headquarters, and heavy naval forces will likely be waiting for us in the Grand Line. She was acutely aware that the local Navy posed no threat to Rhodes, but she mentioned it out of consideration for the Navy's arrangement in the Grand Line. Yet, Rhodes was not oblivious to her caution. He turned to her, a playful smirk on his lips as he lightly traced her chin with his finger. I am well aware of the precautions the Navy will take. Let them prepare at their leisure. Unfazed by Rhodes's teasing, Robin merely tilted her head, a smile gracing her features as she gazed at him. Their eyes locked for a few seconds before Rhodes naturally averted his gaze, peering out at the vast ocean. It is already the end of November in the 11th year of the Great Pirate Era. He mused that, if memory served, Robin was 17 this year, with her birthday on February 6th, meaning in just 2.5 months, she could shed the title of Lowly. Robin sensed an underlying meaning in Rhodes's words, suspecting there was more he wished to convey, yet his silence left her perplexed. Half an hour later, Lafitte returned to the ship, approaching Rhodes and producing an object resembling a watch from his wrist. Though instead of a dial, it featured a sphere and a needle at its center. Captain. Rhodes took the item from Lafitte, observing it briefly before nodding. Indeed, this is what replaces maps and compasses in the Grand Line. He handed the log pose back to Lafitte for safekeeping. Half a day later, the provisions and fresh water filled the storage compartments of the Ghost Shadow. At Rhodes's command, the ship untied its moorings and set sail, departing from Barrowstown, heading straight for Reverse Mountain. As the Ghost Shadow left Barrowstown, the Navy promptly reported the situation to their headquarters, yet this had little bearing on Rhodes as the Ghost Shadow drew closer to the Grand Line. The weather and currents began to grow unpredictable, the waves swelling with ferocity, and the undercurrents surged. Rhodes ascended to the deck, monitoring the ship's course alongside Lafitte. Under their guidance, the Ghost Shadow skillfully navigated away from the calm belt, forging ahead toward Reverse Mountain. The Grand Line and the Red Line divide this world into 4 seas, with the currents of each sea converging at a certain point, ultimately flowing into the Grand Line. Specifically, Reverse Mountain. Drawing upon his memory, Rhodes remained composed amid the shifting currents. Though this was the West Sea, rather than the East Sea traversed by Luffy and his companions in the original narrative. It was merely a mirrored difference. As they spoke, a magnificent sight emerged from the mist ahead, a vast expanse of red land stretching to the horizon, the Red Line. Robin stood on the deck, gazing at the red line, exclaiming, "What a spectacular sight! That is the red line." Lafitte wore an enigmatic smile, yet the unrest in his eyes betrayed the turmoil within him, akin to the surging waves of the sea. Even Rods, observing the magnificent and awe-inspiring red line that divided the world from afar, felt a surge of emotion. Experiencing it firsthand was undeniably distinct from mere recollection. While gazing at the red line, Rods also cast a glance toward the parallel Grand Line. Reverse Mountain served as the starting point, the gateway to the first half of the Grand Line and the end point of its latter half, with the final island, Raftel, likely concealed within that mist. However, without the guiding markers of history and text, even if one were to directly traverse from the calm belt into the latter half of the Grand Line, Raftel would remain elusive, rendering them akin to headless flies, aimlessly wandering. Rods merely cast a fleeting glance before retracting his focus. He held little interest in the so-called Raftel or the elusive One Piece, harboring only a modicum of curiosity about what it truly entailed. With a rush, as the ghost shadow approached Reverse Mountain, the currents grew increasingly turbulent, propelling the ship forcefully toward the red line. Yet under the command of Rods and Lafitte, the ghost shadow navigated safely into the canal of opposing currents, ascending to the peak of Reverse Mountain and ultimately plunging into the Grand Line. Meanwhile, at the Twin Cape lighthouse atop Reverse Mountain, an elderly man leisurely basking in the sun while reading a newspaper turned his gaze toward the canal of Reverse Mountain. He was Kuroka's, the lighthouse keeper, and also the ship's doctor aboard the pirate King Roger's vessel. Another newcomer has stepped into the Grand Line. I wonder how far this batch will go. Kuroka's set down the newspaper, his gaze lingering momentarily on the Spectre ship as it descended the inverted mountain and gradually sailed into the distance. He frequently perused newspapers from around the world and had a vague impression of the Ghost Hand pirates. Yet it was but a fleeting recognition. This was the starting point of the Grand Line, a place where countless pirates had surged forth over the past 11 years. However, those who could carve out a name for themselves on the Grand Line were exceedingly rare. Perhaps the Ghost Hand pirates were merely another inconspicuous ripple in the vast sea. Thus, after a mere glance, Kuroka's averted his gaze. Days later, news spread throughout the West Sea that the Ghost Hand pirates had departed from the West Sea and entered the Grand Line. A collective sigh of relief emanated from numerous pirates and Navy personnel, their attention converging upon the Grand Line. Dubbed the Graveyard of Pirates, the Grand Line had silently consumed many formidable pirates who once ruled the West Sea over the span of more than a decade, including those with bounties exceeding 70 to 80 million. Now, as the Ghost Hand pirates stepped into the Grand Line, it remained uncertain whether they would be but a fleeting ripple or a tempest sweeping across the seas. Chapter 62. Tempestuous storm amidst the tempest. Colossal waves surged upon the sea, tossing the Spectre ship up and down, making it arduous to maintain a steady course. How far are we from the first island? Under the direction of Navigator Lafitte, Robin utilized her abilities to continuously manipulate the sails, desperately trying to steer the ship through the storm, while the crew struggled to hold on. Lafitte, with a serious expression, observed the log pose on his wrist and remarked, "It's difficult to ascertain. This is my first time entering the Grand Line. I hadn't anticipated the weather and currents to be so troublesome. We have already deviated from our intended course." "In no matter," Roz stated, having emerged from the cabin at some point, standing firmly on the Spectre ship, which was rising and falling with the wave, as long as we sail in the direction indicated by the log pose. "We will surely reach an island." However, Roz was uncertain which island they would ultimately arrive at, as the Grand Line had at least 6 or 7 routes, and theirs was likely not the same as the Straw Hat Crew's. Suddenly, amidst the howling winds and torrential rain, a towering wave, approximately 20 meters high, emerged from the fog ahead, crashing down upon the Spectre ship. Be careful." Lafitte's expression changed dramatically. Robin was also taken aback, as a devil fruit user. Such a wave posed a significant threat to her, and she found herself without means to prevent it. In that critical moment, Roz unsheathed his famed sword, Haranaka, and, channeling his haki, he swung mightily at the wave. With a force reminiscent of the stormy leg of a giant spider, he cleaved through the towering wave, parting it down the middle, allowing the Spectre ship to pass through unscathed. When one's strength reaches a certain level, The bizarre weather of the Grand Line becomes a mere obstacle for true powerhouses, as most who succumb to the weather are ordinary small pirate crews. That captain's swordsmanship is quite extraordinary, Lafitte remarked, his gaze flickering, expressing his respect and admiration for Roz. Roz stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm and composed, quite pleased with the navigator's performance, as the Spectre ship sailed past the wave. The scenery shifted dramatically, revealing two distinct shapes in the fog. One was undoubtedly a pirate ship, while the other radiated a chilling aura, resembling a massive ice block nearly 100 meters wide. Upon spotting the pirate ship to the left and the enormous ice block to the right, Robin promptly reported to our OZ.AT that moment. The undercurrents surged violently, and the Spectre ship was suddenly swept towards the colossal ice block. Not far away, a group of pirates aboard an unnamed vessel, upon noticing Robin's discovery, also became aware of the Spectre ship's presence. Compared to the Spectre ship, they appeared much more disheveled amidst the storm. Their sails riddled with numerous holes from the hail. "Captain, there's a ship over there. It's a pirate ship." The captain of the pirate vessel frowned upon hearing his subordinate's report, gazing towards the direction of the Spectre ship. Given the severe damage to their own ship, he was reluctant to engage with another pirate crew in such tempestuous weather. Just as he was about to order a change of course to avoid the Spectre ship, he suddenly saw it being swept by the undercurrents towards the massive ice block, accelerating uncontrollably. "Wait, don't panic. Steady the ship against the undercurrents." The pirate captain's eyes flickered as a smirk appeared on his face. If the Spectre ship were to collide with the ice block and shatter, such an opportunity would be too good to pass up, rather than the Spectre ship crashing into the floating ice. It seemed the ice was destined to collide with the ship, a fate that would surely lead to its destruction. However, before the Spectre ship could strike the massive ice block, a figure leapt from its deck, soaring through the storm and landing squarely atop the ice block before the astonished gazes of many. Someone jumped off the ship. Did that guy just fly through the air? Am I seeing things? Many pirates aboard the unnamed vessel stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. In the next instant, Roz's figure had already landed upon the enormous ice block. With a crack, as Roz touched down, the massive ice block fractured under the influence of his power, fissures radiating outward from his position. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the nearly 100-meter-wide ice block shattered in the tempest, transforming into countless smaller ice shards that scattered in all directions. The Spectre ship, initially on a collision course with the ice, effortlessly glided over the fragmented pieces, stabilizing itself in the process. That on the unnamed pirate ship, the crew, including the captain, were left agape at the astonishing spectacle. Many wearing expressions of disbelief. The ice mountain just shattered. Am I dreaming? The pirate captain was taken aback, swallowing hard. Even as a notable pirate in the North Sea, with a bounty of 13 million berries. Witnessing someone soar through the storm and shatter an ice block akin to a mountain was a shocking experience for him. As he noticed the Spectre ship seemingly turning its bow towards his vessel, he felt a jolt of fear surge through him. "Quick, change course." Once again, the undercurrents churned violently, ensnaring his ship and rapidly pulling it away from the Spectre ship. As the Spectre ship vanished into the mist, the pirate captain wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his face still marked by fear, while his crew exchanged relieved yet bewildered glances. "I think we should head back to the North Sea." Agreed. Everyone nodded in tacit understanding. Returning to the deck after shattering the ice, Roz observed as the unnamed pirate ship was swiftly engulfed by the dark currents, disappearing into the fog, and he withdrew his gaze. For such nameless pirate crews lingering in the early regions of the Grand Line, Roz felt akin to a seasoned warrior returning to a novice village, harboring no interest in the fledgling endeavors of the locals. Experience gained was negligible, and any treasure might yield but a trifling amount. Steady the course, continue onward. Roz glanced up at the sky, which was gradually clearing. The recent course adjustment had not been aimed at the pirate ship, but rather aligned with the direction of the log pose. "Understood, Captain," Lafitte responded, bowing respectfully. Navigating through the chaotic weather that alternated between clear skies, fierce storms, and even icy hail, The Spectre ship bravely forged ahead, successfully traversing the most tumultuous waters of the Grand Line and arriving at the first island along one of its routes. Chapter 63. Under Surveillance, Pluton Town. This was the first island along the route of the Grand Line where Roz found himself. The town was neither chaotic nor disorderly. Rather, it was organized and serene. The Spectre ship, having arrived at the port, drew no attention, as if the presence of pirate vessels was a commonplace occurrence here. Indeed, this place seemed to hold no extraordinary significance in the Grand Line. As Lafitte strolled into the quaint town, twirling his crimson cane, he surveyed his surroundings with a discerning gaze. Perhaps, he mused, Roz, with a tranquil demeanor, expressed indifference towards whether the island was extraordinary or mundane, stating, "The recording pointer requires a period of residence on the island to accumulate magnetic energy, enabling it to direct us to the next isle. Thus, we must remain here for a few days." Lafitte glanced at the recording pointer adorning his wrist, noting its fixed position and persistent tremors, and replied, "Understood, I shall report immediately once the magnetic energy is fully stored." Roz nodded and declared, "From this moment onward, you are all free to explore." With a flourish of his cane and a tug at his hat's brim, Lafitte exclaimed, "Ho, ho, ho, I am indeed keen to investigate the islands of the Grand Line." Robin nodded, adding, "I harbor a certain curiosity about the history of this island." The trio briefly parted ways in the town. Robin set off to delve into the island's history, while Lafitte sought out intriguing curiosities. And Roz casually entered a noodle shop to order a bowl of Ichiraka ramen. Meanwhile, within a dimly lit room at the dock, a man pushed open the door and flicked on the light, illuminating a chaotic hall. Clapping his hands, he shouted, "Fellows, we have prey." The air was thick with the scent of alcohol, and several individuals lay sprawled in disarray, interspersed with a few well-formed dancers, creating a scene of utter disorder. Upon hearing the commotion, one groggy figure rubbed his head and squinted. "Oh, it's Walding. What prey has you so hastily arrived? I'm still waking up." "Stop. This prey is unlike any other," Walding interjected, signaling for silence and hollering until everyone was alert. He then produced a bounty notice, slapping it onto the table at the center of the room. The sum printed at the bottom of the notice was a staggering 92 million berries, and the photo, coupled with the name, unmistakably belonged to the notorious Roz. The assembled crowd, a gathering of bounty hunters, had seen countless rookie pirate crews fall to their blades, their heads exchanged for bounties. 92 million berries. I can't be seeing this right. The previously drowsy individuals widened their eyes in disbelief, leaping to their feet. The highest bounty they had previously encountered among the pirates they hunted barely surpassed 30 million berries. A bounty of 92 million was utterly beyond their realm of possibility. "Hey, Walding, are you planning to court death? A pirate with a bounty of 92 million berries is no easy foe," one remarked, eyeing the notice with trepidation. Walding, grinning, responded, "It's not as you think. This fellow didn't descend from above, but rather emerged from below." To descend from above meant coming from one of the islands of the Grand Line, while emerging from below indicated a newcomer just arrived from the Four Seas. The group exchanged skeptical glances, their disbelief palpable that a newcomer from the Four Seas with a bounty of 92 million berries. What a far-fetched notion. "At first, I didn't believe it either," Walding said with a grin. "I spotted their pirate flag at the dock and decided to investigate, discovering that this individual is indeed a newcomer from the West Sea. Known as the Ghost Hand Pirates, if he were a figure from the Grand Line with such a bounty, he wouldn't dare to provoke us. But a newcomer from the Four Seas is a different story. A bounty does not equate to absolute strength, but rather reflects the world government's assessment of a pirate's threat level that a pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries in the Four Seas might not necessarily be able to contend with a Grand Line pirate boasting a bounty of 30 million berries. Due to the stark difference in threat levels, that's so. Though several remained unconvinced by Walding's assured tone, they began to ponder the implications. Some, after a moment's reflection, could not help but voice, "But a bounty of 92 million berries seems overly exaggerated. Even if they hail from the West Sea, they would likely be formidable." "Not necessarily," Walding cheerfully interjected, placing another bounty notice on the table. "Look at this woman. She's also a crew member of the Ghost Hand Pirates." With a bounty of 79 million berries, I discovered that she is reputed to be the devil's child from O'Hara. Clearly, the government has inflated the bounty to cover something up, gasping at the sight of yet another high bounty notice. The group paused momentarily before their breaths quickened with excitement. Adding 92 million to 79 million amounted to a staggering 171 million berries, a sum they could scarcely hope to amass in a year of hunting pirates. Let me tell you another thing. That woman, Aline, is likely eyeing them as well, and so are Kebelo and Baltid. If we tarry, such a substantial bounty may slip through our fingers. They recalled a previous incident when a pirate with a bounty exceeding 60 million went unchallenged, only for that individual to wreak havoc in the South Sea, earning such a high bounty despite being of average strength. Aline's crew had captured him with minimal injuries. Upon learning that Aline and other bounty hunting crews were already targeting the 92 million berries bounty, the individuals present finally felt a surge of determination. Exchanging glances, they enthusiastically slammed their hands on the table, rising in unison. Let us do this. Damn it, we absolutely cannot allow that woman Aline to steal a march on us. A bounty of over 171 million berries. Eliminating this crew and claiming a share would afford them years of leisurely living. Simultaneously, other bounty hunter groups residing in the town rose from their seats, their eyes gleaming with greed and excitement, akin to sharks catching the scent of blood. Converging in packs, an invisible storm began to brew over the town. Chapter 64. Dispute. The history of this island had been utterly ravaged by the fires of war. Robin walked along the periphery of Pluton town, shaking her head after surveying the quaint settlement. Being one of the starting islands of the Grand Line, it was inevitable that pirates frequented here. Unless there existed indestructible artifacts like the historical tech stones, no traces of history would remain. After her exploration, she began her return journey and encountered Lafitte along the way. It seems you are also planning to head back. Miss Robin, however, certain individuals on this island appear to harbor unfriendliness towards us, Lafitte remarked, leaning on his red cane and offering Robin a knowing smile. Indeed, I've already noticed. Thus, it is best we return to Captain Roz promptly. Robin replied calmly, an intelligence officer. She was acutely aware of the prying eyes watching from the shadows, though she refrained from engaging, adhering to her duty to report any intelligence to Roz unless circumstances necessitated action. Lafitte maintained an enigmatic expression, nodding with a smile directed at Robin. Both Robin and Roz, as well as Lafitte, possessed emotions and thoughts that were perpetually elusive. The former two often donned expressions of serene calmness, while Lafitte retained an air of peculiarity. Soon, Robin and Lafitte found Roz at the dock, where he was overseeing a group of laborers transporting fresh water and provisions onto the ship. The hold of the Ghost Shadow was spacious enough to sustain them for months if fully stocked. Their journey from Belrose to Pluton had consumed less than half their supplies, but fresh water and food were never excessive, and it was prudent to replenish supplies at every island they visited. Among the provisions were some noodles from the local noodle shop, which Roz found quite delectable, contemplating that Robin might learn the recipe to prepare for him in the future. Captain, I have news to report, Lafitte announced as they approached the dock, twirling his red cane. It seems there are numerous bounty hunters on this island, and we have caught their attention. So, bounty hunters, Roz acknowledged, having already sensed the lurking gazes upon him. Though he had yet to ascertain whether they were pirates or naval scouts, he remained unconcerned, stating, I am aware. It is of no consequence. Noting Roz's indifference, Lafitte twirled his cane and grinned mischievously. Let us hope these unfortunate bounty hunters do not come seeking trouble. Otherwise, they shall be in for a world of woes. However, for the multitude of bounty hunters gathered in Pluton town, a newcomer like Roz with such a hefty bounty, fresh from the West Sea and just embarking on the Grand Line, was akin to a succulent fish laid bare on a chopping block, an opportunity too enticing to let slip away, just as the supplies of fresh water and food were nearly replenished. A gang of approximately a dozen bounty hunters menacingly approached from the western side of the dock. To the forefront of this group was an oddly striking woman, her shoulder burdened by a massive cleaver. Her rugged visage was beyond description, invoking a sense of aversion. Shortly thereafter, another group, similarly numbering around a dozen, emerged from the eastern side of the dock, led by a corpulent man wielding a heavy machine gun. adorned with a leather cap and a cigarette dangling from his lips. Upon witnessing the convergence of these two factions, the dock workers, who had been busily unloading cargo, were overtaken by fear, hastily abandoning their tasks to seek refuge. "Hey, Eileen, I spotted this fat sheep first, so kindly step aside," bellowed Walding, brandishing his heavy machine gun, a fierce glint in his eyes, his companions exuding a brutish aura. "Ah," Eileen retorted, her scarred eyes narrowing as she shot Walding a disdainful smile. "When did it become your discovery first? If you wish to avoid an early grave, I suggest you move aside." Walding's eyes glimmered with menace as he replied sternly, "You foul wench, last time I let you have your way. Don't mistake that for feared. If you wish to test me, then bring it on." Eileen, upon hearing his words, revealed a chilling gaze, and both parties drew their weapons, standing in a tense standoff at the dock where the phantom ship lay. Just as the situation reached an impasse, another group approached from the southern side of the dock, led by two middle-aged men of unequal height but strikingly similar appearance, accompanied by a dozen others. What a lively gathering," Cabello remarked, his grin fading as he turned to Walding and Bart. "You two arrived so late. Do you still intend to join the fray?" Though protocol typically dictated a hierarchy of arrival. This was no ordinary circumstance. The tall Cabello grinned. "The bounty on the Ghost Hand pirates is an astounding 170 million berries. Their strength is likely formidable. Do you truly believe you can take them on alone without risking your lives?" Bart chimed in from the side, his demeanor jovial. "Indeed, with such a lofty bounty, they are certainly not to be trifled with. Even if you manage to subdue them, the casualties may be far too great for you to endure." Cabello's words momentarily diffused the tension in the air, allowing Eileen and Walding to slightly lower their weapons. "I believe cooperation is the best course of action. Splitting 170 million berries 3 ways is still a substantial sum. If anyone is dissatisfied, we can settle it after the bounty is secured," Cabello suggested with a grin. However, Walding scoffed, "I'm fine with teaming up with you, but I absolutely refuse to ally with this wretched woman. How about we eliminate her first?" Eileen's expression darkened dangerously at this declaration, her voice icy as she retorted, "Walding, it seems you are truly seeking death." The standoff resumed, tension thickening once more. Yet at that moment, a voice laced with an eerie tone drifted into the fray. Lafitte stood atop the railing of the phantom ship, twirling his crimson cane as he addressed the 3 factions below. "Might I suggest you take your quarrels elsewhere? Our captain is feeling somewhat vexed." Walding, Eileen, and the others had already regarded the Ghost Hand pirates as their prey, so they initially paid Lafitte no heed. Upon hearing his words, some turned to regard him with disdain. "Who are you? I don't recall seeing your bounty poster. You're nothing but a worthless fool." Several bounty hunters exchanged glances, their expressions dripping with contempt. Others, with sinister grins, cruelly remarked to Lafitte, "Don't worry, you won't have to be bothered for long. Your journey ends here. Oh, that is truly unfortunate news. However, my journey has only just begun, and I have no intention of concluding it here. Do you?" Lafitte replied, unperturbed, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished without a sound, only to reappear behind the very hunter who had spoken, a firearm in hand, seemingly appearing out of thin air. The crowd stood momentarily stunned before erupting in shock. For none had perceived how Lafitte had arrived at that spot, like a magician's instantaneous teleportation. The hunter, now staring down the barrel of Lafitte's gun, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, having never anticipated that a seemingly inconsequential figure could materialize beside him so suddenly. "So, do you believe your journey has come to an end?" Lafitte inquired, still wearing that enigmatic expression. Bang! Just as the cold sweat trickled down the hunter's face. The crowd sprang into action, aiming their weapons at Lafitte, but before they could pull the triggers, Lafitte shot first. With a resounding bang, blood sprayed forth as the hunter staggered, a look of terror etched upon his face before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Damn it, take him down!" shouted the enraged bounty hunters, their fury ignited by what they had just witnessed. They all trained their weapons on Lafitte, unleashing a barrage of gunfire in unison. Yet, after merely 2 or 3 shots, they halted their onslaught, for Lafitte had inexplicably vanished once more, like a wisp of smoke. To my apologies, Captain, it seems they won TB turning on each other. Lafitte reappeared beside Roz, the handgun mysteriously concealed once more. Offering an apologetic expression, Roz, unfazed, replied, "No matter, T this moment." The bounty hunters realized that Lafitte had returned to the Phantom ship, and they instinctively aimed their weapons at Roz, Robin, and Lafitte, who stood on the ship's side. This time, neither Aline nor Walding initiated any further conflict. Instead, they both regarded the trio on the Phantom ship with grave expressions. The elusive prowess exhibited by Lafitte had evidently left them all astounded, especially considering that he bore no bounty at all, rendering him an unexpected variable. Moreover, Lafitte's demeanor, entirely subservient to Roz, who commanded a bounty of 92 million berries, inadvertently cast a heavy shadow of pressure upon them. It appeared that they were indeed facing a formidable adversary. Cabello's smile faded, his expression growing serious as he addressed Walding and Aileen. "Let us set aside our private matters for now. We must truly unite against this threat. Otherwise, we risk heavy casualties and losing our grip on Pluton Town." While numerous bounty hunters operated within Pluton Town, the dominance of their three factions had effectively marginalized many outsiders. "Humph," Aileen huffed, though she said nothing further, clearly acquiescing to Cabello's assertion. Walding's solemn gaze conveyed his agreement as well. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, they understood that no single faction could confidently confront their foes alone. Thus, it was prudent to temporarily ally, dispatch the threat, and then divide the bounty. The Ghost Hand Pirates, boasting a bounty of 171 million berries, were evidently no ordinary adversaries, yet this was the grand line. Walding fixed his gaze on Roz and the others, his voice low and resolute as he pulled the trigger of his heavy machine gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets toward Roz and his companions. Simultaneously, the other armed bounty hunters aimed their weapons at the trio, some even wielding portable cannons, launching explosive projectiles into the fray. As bullets whizzed through the air, Robin and Lafitte deftly maneuvered to the sides, with Lafitte drawing his firearm in preparation to retaliate, while Robin crossed her arms, ready to unleash her abilities. Yet, just then, Roz's voice rose above the cacophony of gunfire. "Step back. I'll handle this." Though Robin and Lafitte possessed the capability to contend with the bounty hunters, Roz was determined to take swift action, disinterested in witnessing a farcical spectacle. As the hail of bullets struck Roz, they all came to a halt mid-flight, each one distorting and deforming upon impact. Clink, clink, clink. Roz waved his hands lightly, and the bullets that had been suspended in the air were suddenly twisted and compressed, coalescing into a solid mass of iron before him. This must be the power of a devil fruit user. Walding and his companions were momentarily taken aback, only to be struck with a sudden sense of alarm. Although devil fruit users were quite common on the Grand Line, their powers still possessed an overwhelming aura of intimidation. With a swift motion, Roz discarded the iron mass formed from bullets and cannonballs, and in an instant he leaped off the ship's railing and landed gracefully on the dock. Attacked together, despite being unaware of the specific nature of Roz's devil fruit abilities. Walding and the others were not entirely unacquainted with such powers, and managed to maintain their composure. Amidst the shouts of the crowd, numerous individuals drew their swords and charged at Roz. Their gleaming blades aimed to strike him down. However, an uncanny scene unfolded. Every weapon that made contact with Roz's body twisted and contorted as if made of soft clay, bending into L shapes, while the swords that aimed to pierce him writhed like serpents, distorting in segments. Roz advanced calmly, and wherever he walked, or rather, wherever his fingers grazed, pirate hunters found their bodies silently contorting. With a gentle stroke of his finger, those touched by it exhibited bizarre distortions, their upper and lower halves separating entirely. Damn it! What kind of cursed ability is this? This spectacle finally instilled fear in everyone present. Both Walding and Cabello displayed expressions of utter horror. As pirate hunters, one must discern the nature of their prey. Failing to do so could lead to a situation where distinguishing between them becomes impossible, just as it was now. Roz spoke in a flat tone, his steps unwavering as he moved forward, leaving a trail of dismembered pirate hunters in his wake. Previously, Roz could only break bones and twist limbs, but now he seemed to cause distortions on a deeper level, extending from the surface down to the cellular structure. There were no audible cracks of bones breaking as his fingers made contact, nor was there any blood from the severed halves of the pirate hunters' bodies. It was all eerily seamless. How infuriating! Eileen gazed at Roz, who advanced unimpeded, her face contorting in a grimace of determination and rage. Rather than retreat, she gripped her massive cleaver and swung it fiercely at Roz. The force of her strike was formidable, accompanied by an indistinct, invisible slash. Yet, in response to such a blow, Roz wore an expression that was almost painful to behold. He withdrew his finger and flicked it towards the descending blade. As if exerting no force at all, silently, without even a sound, the enormous cleaver transformed into something akin to soft clay, and Roz's finger glided effortlessly across it, cleaving the blade cleanly in two. Truly unsightly, the rare look of discomfort flickered in Roz's eyes as he raised his foot, causing the sand beneath to surge forth, ensnaring his opponent in a relentless embrace, followed by a crushing twist that resonated with a loud bang. However, even this could not heal the wound inflicted upon Roz's eyes. He regretted not closing them and relying on observation hockey instead. The remaining 7 or 8 pirate hunters, witnessing Eileen's utter helplessness against Roz's overwhelming power, shared expressions of dread, including Walding and others. Good grief, is this guy really a newcomer to the Grand Line? They felt a chill run down their spines as they stared at Roz, fear rapidly consuming their hearts, prompting them to instinctively take a step back, then another, before turning to flee. Those who have harmed my eyes shall not escape. Roz's gaze regained its tranquility, though it was tinged with a hint of coldness. He raised his hand in a sweeping gesture, causing the sand beneath to surge violently, enveloping the fleeing 7 or 8 individuals. With a sudden clench of his fist, the rising sand produced a series of sounds reminiscent of tomatoes being crushed, followed by a profound silence that, in the month of January, 12 years into the Great Pirate Era, the Ghost Hand Pirates made their entrance onto the Grand Line, bloodily cleansing the local pirate hunter factions in the town of Pluton. Showcasing their burgeoning prowess, Chapter 66. The Navy's actions every route on the Grand Line, particularly the initial islands, serves as a gathering point for pirate hunters. This is the first trial every pirate must face to truly claim their status on the Grand Line. After annihilating the 3 major pirate hunter factions that controlled Pluton Town, no one dared to provoke them any further. Roz and his crew spent 3 peaceful days on the island, and once the magnetic force of the log pose was fully charged, they departed for the next island. Meanwhile, the Navy headquarters had already received word of Roz's appearance in Pluton Town, allowing them to deduce his course of travel, compared to the numerous and intricate islands of the West Blue. The first half of the Grand Line, while still abundant with islands, was navigable with relative ease using log poses and permanent pointers. The log pose required several days of anchorage on each island to store magnetic force, making it simple to ascertain one S route. Conversely, the Navy possessed permanent pointers for nearly all the islands in the first half of the Grand Line, enabling them to strike directly at designated locations without the complications faced by those using log poses. So, they've truly come, Doberman remarked, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes as he listened to his subordinate's report about the Ghost Hand Pirates' emergence on the Grand Line. Very well, I want to grant you another opportunity. He commanded, relay this to the G8 branch base. He had no intention of allowing Roz to continue his journey, nor to let him grow stronger and expand his influence. He aimed to eradicate Roz at the very onset of the Grand Line. Under his orders, the atmosphere in the G8 Navy base, closest to this route, turned somber as numerous soldiers prepared with solemn expressions, swiftly mobilizing a fleet of warships. The Navy rarely targeted a specific pirate crew for annihilation. But once their focus was set, the chances of escape were nearly non-existent. For on these waters, the most powerful and formidable force was not the Yonko of the New World, nor the warlords of the sea, but the world government itself. The Navy. This was a period of unprecedented strength for the Navy. Zephyr had yet to lose his arm, and Garp had not yet retired. The old generation of formidable warriors remained at their peak, with 3 current admirals, Akiji, Akainu, and Kizaru, holding their ground. Deploying forces to eliminate a Yonko's faction was indeed challenging, but should a Yonko-S faction confront the Navy directly, the likelihood of victory was virtually non-existent. 5 days had passed since leaving Pluton Island. In the training room of the Ghost Shadow, Roz stood before a square block of steel, fists clenched tightly as he delivered blow after blow to the block, generating a thunderous sound that he was honing his Busashoku haki. Given Roz's current physical capabilities and strength, even the most basic application of Busashoku would shatter any sandbag. Only the steel block could withstand the force of his punches. As he continued to strike, Roz meticulously controlled the Busashoku haki enveloping his arms, causing it to coalesce. After several instances of dispersal, the haki finally reached a critical threshold, resulting in a qualitative transformation that turned his fists black. Boom! He struck the square piece of steel with a powerful punch, the resounding noise reverberating throughout the training room, leaving an unmistakable imprint of his fist on the massive, solid metal. Out of 10 attempts, he could succeed only once or twice. Roz glanced at his fist. Before he could swing again, the inky hue could no longer be maintained, dissipating once more into scattered armament color haki. From the moment he shifted his training focus to enhancing his physical abilities and armament haki. Both aspects had been on an unceasing ascent. By the time he reached Pluton Island, he could occasionally release armament haki hardening, though it often faltered, eluding perfect control. However, these past 5 days had gradually allowed him to grasp the true essence of armament haki hardening, coupled with the significant strength of his haki, which was now sufficient to support the hardening of both fists. He had begun to gain a modicum of control over this formidable power. The quantity of haki was now satisfactory. Yet if it could be augmented further, the process of hardening would become even more effortless. Gazing at the square steel before him, a pensive expression crossed Roz's face. In comparison to his armament haki, he had scarcely practiced observation haki during this time, yet his progress in that realm was also commendable. This was likely due to the close connection between observation haki and one's ability to remain calm, a state Roz could maintain in most situations, thus making him more adept at observation haki. Beyond haki, Roz had also diligently pursued the development and training of his distortion fruit abilities, while his primary focus had been on armament haki. The distortion fruit remained his most vital strength. From the battle on Pluton Island, where he wielded the power of distortion with ease and extended it to deeper levels, it was evident he had completely mastered the surging force of distortion. After wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, Roz exited the training room, intending to find something to drink, but by chance, he spotted Robin seated at a table, a glass of lemon tea before her, and approached to casually take it. Robin set her book down, a disquieting smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Captain, must you be so casual?" "Not at all. I don't mind. Where are we sailing now?" "How far until the next island?" Roz inquired, placing the teacup down and glancing at the sea. The journey between Pluton Island and Elias Island should take about 10 days at the speed of the Phantom ship. Lafitte interjected at an opportune moment. Roz nodded, gazing thoughtfully at the ocean. That Robin's eyes lingered on the teacup he had just set down. Then she closed her book and addressed Roz with solemnity. "If all goes as expected, we may encounter a naval ambush at the next island." "Oh?" Roz turned to face her. With gravity, Robin elaborated, "Previously, in Pluton Town, I gathered information about several islands in the vicinity and discovered that the Navy's G8 branch is in close proximity to our route. It is nearly impossible for an ordinary pirate crew just stepping onto the Grand Line to attract the full-scale pursuit of a naval branch. But the Phantom pirates are different. The Navy will undoubtedly take action. The naval branches on the Grand Line are not comparable to those in the West Sea. Each branch is typically equipped with at least 2 vice admirals and large warships. The heavy artillery mounted on those warships far surpasses the firepower of smaller cannons. In a concentrated bombardment, it wouldn't take long to destroy a ship like the Phantom ship." Chapter 67. Arrival at Elias, the G8 branch. "You say?" Roz's gaze flickered slightly. "We only possess a log pose. We cannot circumvent the next island. This is unavoidable. That if they come, then let them come." Robin smiled gently, returning to her chair. "Captain, you remain as confident as ever." Though she wore a smile, her tone was anything but relaxed. Roz's actions had already provoked the ire of high-ranking naval officials, and she was a high-value target on the world government's wanted list. Moreover, they had already stirred chaos in the West Sea before even setting foot on the Grand Line, drawing countless eyes upon them. Under such circumstances, should their whereabouts be exposed, the Navy would undoubtedly launch a full-scale pursuit, offering them no opportunity to grow, as their threat level was evidently far greater than that of other pirate crews. In stark contrast to other pirate crews that gradually recruited members and matured, they were faced with the immediate threat of a massive naval onslaught upon entering the Grand Line. This would be an inescapable and perilous ambush. Only by surviving this onslaught could they truly establish their footing in the Grand Line, free from the constant fear of capsizing. Since what was destined to come would indeed arrive, and evasion was futile. Any emotional response would be meaningless. "I shall not be afraid," Roz calmly replied. As he stated, since it was inevitable and unavoidable, they must prepare to confront it. Furthermore, this was not a situation steeped in despair. On the contrary, it would mark the commencement of the Navy headquarters' dread of him. "I never intended to become a pirate. It is you who have compelled me into this role. Now, I have arrived. I wonder if you are prepared?" With that, Roz gazed out at the undulating surface of the distant sea, his eyes momentarily flickering before he retreated into the cabin, returning to the training room to resume his exercises. 5 days later, the Phantom ship reached the second island along a route in the Grand Line, Elias Island, a large island housing the Elias Kingdom. When faced with oppression, one often unlocks greater potential within oneself. Perhaps due to the impending decisive battle, Roz's physical abilities in hockey had surged significantly during these 5 days of intense training. The once unstable armament hockey had gradually stabilized. The failure rate of activating armament hockey hardening had diminished greatly. As long as Roz maintained absolute calmness and focus, failure was nearly non-existent, that he was now but a hair's breadth away from fully mastering armament hockey hardening. In the event of combat, that final barrier would soon be crossed. For in the world of One Piece, battle remains one of the most effective means to unleash one's latent potential at a large island. It seems we must remain for at least a week to fully accumulate magnetic energy. Lafitte remarked, glancing at the log pose on his wrist while observing the approaching Elias Island. "No matter," Roz replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the island ahead before instructing the crew to steer the ship to the western side of Elias Island. Beneath a sheer cliff and drop anchor, they chose not to dock at the port to avoid the risk of direct exposure and concentrated bombardment from the pursuing Navy, while he was unafraid of cannon fire. The Phantom ship was different. Although sturdy, it could sustain considerable damage under focused artillery fire from warships. "Can we ascend?" Roz inquired, looking up at the cliff, approximately 30 meters high, addressing Lafitte and Robin. Lafitte glanced upward and replied, "No problem. This height is manageable." Robin assessed the situation, her response slightly delayed. With a flourish, Lafitte swung his wooden staff, and 2 white feathered wings materialized behind him. With a gentle flutter, he soared toward the cliff's summit. Devil fruit abilities, perhaps? Roz mused. Watching the scene unfold without surprise, he recognized this capability from his memories of Lafitte, though he had no intention of inquiring further. .30 rounds of blooming flowers. Robin observed Lafitte's ascent, took a deep breath, crossed her arms in front of her, and activated her ability. In an instant, countless arms surged forth from petals, combining on her shoulders to form 2 wings with a vigorous flap. She propelled herself upward. Robin's physique was flawless, her slender waist and long legs beyond reproach. Her difficulty in flight was clearly not due to excess weight, but rather insufficient development of her fruit's abilities. Roz watched this spectacle, shaking his head slightly. "Your fruit abilities could use some refinement. You ought to develop them further." With a struggle, Robin managed to ascend to approximately 25 meters before she could no longer control the wings formed by countless arms. The wings shattered into petals and vanished. However, she did not plummet directly. Instead, she had prepared in advance, resting against the cliff's edge and summoning arms to form a makeshift pathway, ascending step by step. Observing Robin ascend in this manner, Roz felt that the situation seemed somewhat askew, but silently retracted his slightly outstretched arms, seeing that both Lafitte and Robin had successfully reached the island. Roz turned to the ship's crew and instructed, "You lot, should anything occur here, notify me immediately using the transponder snail." The creature known as the telephone bug proved to be remarkably convenient for the Navy, and thus it was inconceivable that Roz would overlook such a tool. After boarding the Lafitte, he diligently searched for and equipped himself with 3 of these bugs, one stationed on the ship while he and Lafitte each held one. As for Robin, she could accompany him without issue. "Aye, Captain." The crew members, already awestruck by Rod's, found their loyalty further solidified after Lafitte performed a group hypnosis on them, with their allegiance now nearly absolute. Rod's issued a command and leapt into the air, executing a series of graceful steps that propelled him upward, swiftly reaching the cliff where Lafitte and Robin awaited. "Robin shall accompany me. Lafitte, you may act independently. Contact me should anything arise," Rod's instructed, directing his gaze toward Lafitte. "Understood, Captain," Lafitte replied, his wings having long since vanished. He smiled faintly, resting his cane against his back and offering a slight bow to Rod's. The trio then ventured deeper into the island, parting ways at the fringes of the Elias Kingdom. Meanwhile, in a distant maritime expanse, a fleet composed of 2 large warships and 3 medium-sized vessels sped across the waves. A mere 4 days away from Elias Island. Chapter 68. The Advanced Record Pointer Elias Kingdom, a nation distinguished by its exceptional service, is renowned as one of the world's most famous hot spring countries. Where a plethora of various springs can be found, it is not uncommon for global elites to visit and indulge in the luxurious bathing experiences offered here, in a secluded corner of an upscale hot spring resort. A private pool of approximately 4 to 5 meters in radius beckoned, adorned with elegant and opulent amenities. Rod's lay serenely by the water's edge, his eyes closed in tranquil repose, while there were larger communal pools outside. He preferred the solitude of the individual hot spring, but he would not mind sharing it with Robin, should she wish to join him. Since embracing the life of a pirate, such moments of leisure had become rare. During his previous tenure as a bounty hunter in the West Sea, after dispatching a group of pirates, he would often retreat to places like this for a brief respite. Now, however, most of his time was spent aboard the ship. Traversing the vast ocean, Rod's relaxed and stretched his body. A sudden dull sound emanated from his clothing nearby. Blurp, blurp, blurp. Rod's opened his eyes, emerging from the water, and with a swift motion, he grabbed a clean towel to dry himself before approaching his garments. From his pocket, he retrieved a telephone bug. Upon connection, Lafitte's voice resonated through the device. "Captain, I have discovered something that may prove to be exceedingly beneficial, though." "What is it?" Rod's inquired as he donned his clothes. Lafitte, concealed in a shadowy corner, spoke in a hushed tone. "A unique record pointer, comprising 3 pointers in total, is said to be an advanced record pointer from the latter half of the Grand Line, capable of simultaneously indicating 3 islands." Listening intently, Rod's gaze flickered. He was indeed familiar with such record pointers, yet he had not anticipated their existence in the earlier segment of the Grand Line. The question remained, could these pointers be utilized in the first half as well? However, upon further contemplation, he realized that the 3-pronged record pointer was merely an upgraded version of the ordinary type, likely functional in both halves of the Grand Line. "Where are you located?" Rod's asked after a moment of reflection. If the advanced 3-pronged record pointer were effective in the first half, it would liberate him from being confined to a single route. Even if a Navy admiral sought to trouble him, they would first need to ascertain his precise location. "Best Street." Lafitte's voice echoed through the telephone bug with remarkable clarity. "It appears that this record pointer has emerged from a clandestine black market, and a skirmish is already underway here, with at least 3 factions vying for it." Evidently, Rod's was not the sole individual interested in the advanced record pointer, should it prove usable in the first half. It would undoubtedly be one of the most coveted navigational tools for the majority of pirates. "Keep a close watch on it." "I will be there shortly," Rod's responded, swiftly slipping on his final sleeve. Pushing open the door and addressing Robin, who lingered in the lounge. "Let us find Lafitte." Robin set down the newspaper she had been reading, casting a neutral glance at the captain who had recently invited her to join him in the hot springs. With a stony expression, she rose and followed suit. Best Street. The cacophony of screams and gunfire filled the air as throngs of people fled in a panic, including several scantily clad individuals wrapped only in towels. At such a moment, no one had the luxury to appreciate the spectacle. The streets had devolved into a battleground, with 3 pirate factions clashing against a local gang in a chaotic fray. "Captain, your timing is impeccable." Rods and Robin appeared at the entrance of an alley, where Lafitte emerged from the shadows, raising his cane to indicate a direction. That pirate crew over there possesses the record pointer and is currently besieged by the other three groups. They have attempted to break free twice, but both efforts have failed, and they are now holed up in that three-story building. I understand. Rods nodded, glancing at the distant structure before striding out of the alleyway toward it. By this point, the street lay in disarray, thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and chaos. Everyone sought shelter to return fire, while close-quarters combat was scarce. Rods moved boldly into the fray, instantly drawing the attention of several onlookers. Captain Intruder, a pirate captain concealed behind cover and armed with a firearm, observed Rods from a distance, his eyes gleaming with malice. He is not one of ours. Eliminate him. Bang, bang, bang. At his command, 4 or 5 pirates unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Rods. A torrential downpour of bullets aimed directly at him. Yet, in a perplexing turn of events, as the hail of gunfire rained down, Rods merely turned his head slightly and shrugged his shoulders, effortlessly navigating through the onslaught unscathed. With not a single bullet finding its mark, missed? Murmured one of the pirates in disbelief. The pirate captain beside him narrowed his eyes, a sense of unease washing over him. No, he evaded them. This man is not ordinary. Exercise caution. Anyone capable of dodging bullets possesses remarkable reflexes and agility. If he weren't a notorious figure with a bounty of 50 million berries and a reputation for facing formidable foes, they would have likely retreated at this juncture. Rods did not engage with the chaotic factions of pirates and gangs. His objective was to secure the record pointer before the pirates within the building resorted to desperate measures and destroyed it, leaving him with nothing to gain. After evading several rounds of gunfire, Rods drew closer to the 3-story building. The occupants inside continued to fire at him, yet all their shots went astray. Damn it. How can we not hit him? Frustration mounted within the ranks of the pirates inside the building, as they exchanged bewildered glances, yet their apprehension had yet to escalate to outright terror. Last. Rods reached the base of the 3-story structure, stepping through the front door. With a swift motion, he clapped his hands outward, redirecting the incoming bullets to ricochet back, splattering blood as 2 pirates collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In a flash, Rods ceased to conceal his speed, his figure darting forward to swiftly dispatch the last remaining pirate in the lobby with a single kick, calmly inquiring, "Where is it?" "In the captain's possession." The pirate stammered, his voice trembling at the sight of his fallen comrades and the cold, indifferent gaze of Rods, who regarded life with utter disregard. "Where is your captain?" "On the 3rd floor." Rods indifferently released his hold, stepping over the pirate's body as he ascended to the 2nd floor. The pirate, witnessing Rods's back turned to him, felt a flicker of courage as his fear momentarily waned, replaced by a surge of malice. Grabbing a nearby firearm, he aimed at Rods. Bang! But before he could pull the trigger, the floor beneath him erupted with a strange force, suddenly closing in from both sides like a crushed tomato, splattering its contents everywhere. Rods did not look back. His pace remained steady as he ascended to the 2nd floor. Chapter 69. In hand, the 2nd floor housed 5 individuals, 3 firearms, and a portable cannon, all aimed at the stairway. The moment Rods's silhouette appeared, they unleashed a volley of shots. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of over a dozen bullets, along with a cannonball the size of a fist, surged toward Rods. Yet in an uncanny twist, the moment these projectiles reached him, they froze mid-air. ITSA. Curse it! The pirates on the 2nd floor, upon witnessing this scene, were momentarily stunned, their faces betraying a mix of shock and disbelief. One of them, gritting his teeth, swung his sword with ferocity, aiming a powerful strike at Roz. Boom! Roz raised his hand, his wrist appearing like a fleeting shadow, gliding past the frozen bullets and cannonballs, causing all of them to ricochet back in an instant. Before the mansword could even reach Roz, he was riddled with a barrage of bullets, each shot creating gaping wounds, and his sword was shattered by a cannonball, sending him flying backward, blood spewing forth. The remaining 4, witnessing this spectacle, were overcome with terror. Roz's strength was unfathomable, rendering them utterly impotent against him. Before they could devise a plan of action, Roz continued to stride toward the staircase leading to the 3rd floor. As he approached the stairway, The ceiling of the first floor began to undulate beneath his feet, twisting violently as it constricted towards the center. Thud! The four pirates, powerless to resist, were ensnared within it. The sound of puncturing flesh echoing in unison as blood splattered across the walls and ceiling of the second floor. Roz pressed onward to the third floor. "Captain, that guy is coming up." Chaos reigned on the third floor. Though it was the most populated, the occupants were caught between repelling gunfire and cannon fire from outside and the terrifying noises emanating from below. Their leader, a pirate with a brown beard and a tricorn hat, listened grimly to the commotion from the second floor. He unsheathed the axe from his back and barked, "Everyone, stay calm." Whoosh! At the very moment Roz stepped onto the third floor. The pirate brandished his axe with all his might, aiming a devastating blow at Roz. Even before the axe could descend, the gust of wind it generated felt as if it could rip through flesh, causing pain to the skin. Yet, in the face of this terrifying strike, Roz showed no intention of evasion. He merely raised his palm, single-handedly meeting the descending axe. Seeking death, the brown-bearded pirate's eyes flashed with malice as he exerted every ounce of his strength, driving the axe down with the intent to cleave Roz in two, arm and all. However, the moment the axe made contact with Roz's palm, the ferocious wind was abruptly stifled by an inexplicable force, and the massive blade became suspended in mid-air, held firmly by Roz's singular grip, unable to descend another inch, its tremendous force rendered impotent. "This is impossible." The pirate's pupils dilated in horror, disbelief etching itself onto his face. His full-strength blow could cleave through iron, and even a sturdy wall would yield. Yet here was a man who had stopped it barehanded. Before he could contemplate his next move, Roz applied slight pressure with his fingers, and the axe twisted grotesquely under the influence of an unseen force, emitting the sound of metal fracturing, and in an instant it was reduced to a mere heap of scrap iron. Clang! Roz casually discarded the remnants onto the ground. And under the terrified gaze of the pirate captain, he stepped forward, swiftly snatching the still-warm recording pointer from the captain's wrist. Damn it! The captain's face contorted with rage as he beheld the object he had fought so hard to acquire, snatched away, compounded by the heavy losses his crew had suffered, leaving them decimated. "Oh, what if you took it? You're trapped here too. You won't escape. There's no need for your concern. You are of no further use." Roz glanced at the three-pronged recording pointer in his hand, placing it gently into his pocket. He then cast a detached glance at the pirate captain and his remaining crew before taking a step. Buzz, a wave of twisted power erupted from Roz's feet, radiating outward, engulfing the entire building from the third floor down to the first in an instant. Following this, Roz raised his hand and suddenly clenched his fist in the void. Boom! To the astonishment and terror of all present, the walls, the ceiling, everything began to spiral and contort grotesquely, the entire structure collapsing inward towards the center, the eyes of the other three factions surrounding the building. It appeared as if an invisible giant gripped the upper and lower sections of the edifice and twisted it violently, causing stones to burst forth as the entire structure was crushed together. What is happening? Witnessing this scene, shock and dread swept across the faces of all. Even though they were notorious pirates with bounties in the tens of millions, they watched helpless as a three-story building was twisted into a mass of debris. Their hearts gripped with fear. The building was entirely contorted into a compact mass. It paused for a brief moment before erupting into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. The roar of destruction resonated as the debris battered the surrounding structures, causing them to crumble, leaving the members of two pirate crews and the local gang in utter disarray, their cover obliterated the very moment the building disintegrated. Roz's figure emerged and scathed from the chaos, devoid of any blood or damage to his garments, landing amidst the exposed multitude of pirates and gang members, observing the figure clad in a shirt and autumn-colored cloak, hair slightly damp, with calm and indifferent eyes. All present were unable to stifle their gasps of astonishment. Undoubtedly, it was this man who had twisted the building into ruins, though the mechanics of his power were unclear. The preceding events had left an indelible mark of terror on all witnesses. It seems the captain has succeeded. From the rooftop of a nearby building, Lafitte and Robin, dodging the falling debris, beheld Raz's silhouette materialize at the center of the battlefield. Lafitte spoke with a grin. The atmosphere in the area became stagnant for a few seconds. The gang members and the remaining pirate crews stood frozen, clearly awestruck by the horrific scene, caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat. Yet their inaction did not deter Raz. Mere seconds later, he surveyed the crowd with a placid gaze and stepped forward. Boom! The twisted power surged into the ground, causing the earth to ripple like waves, expanding outward in all directions with a terrifying force that shook the entire street. Manipulating solid stone was significantly more challenging than sand, yet Raz's current ability to warp still encompassed a radius of several dozen meters. What the hell is this power? The two remaining pirate crews and the gang members were instantly ravaged, their surviving members displaying expressions of sheer terror as they fled in disarray. The entire area was engulfed in shock. Even Lafitte and Robin, observing the street within the radius of several dozen meters rise and swell like tumultuous waves, were unable to maintain their composure in the face of such a cataclysmic spectacle, let alone the ordinary citizens and nobles who had fled to safety. After a significant duration, once the scattered debris had settled and tranquility returned, Lafitte exhaled softly, regaining his composure. It seems that following Captain Raz was indeed a wise choice. Chapter 70. The arrival of a navy on the top floor of a four-story hotel on Best Street. A figure resembling a long-billed bird, adorned with a tall top hat, stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, observing the distant battlefield with keen interest. At the Ghost Hand Pirates. He was Morgan's, the president of the Big News Agency, one of the emperors of the underworld, connected to the Big Mom Pirates, and wielding substantial influence over numerous news agencies and publications across the world, even having a tenuous relationship with the world government. Naturally, he was aware of the tumultuous events unfolding in the West Blue. As Ghost Hand, Raz forcefully made his entrance into the Grand Line, even arranging for a small feature on him in the newspapers. So you've arrived here, and your strength is no trifling matter. His gaze traversed several streets, his eyes sharp as those of a bird, scrutinizing Raz's position. After a few moments of observation, he raised a teacup to his lips, taking a sip, before turning his attention to the area near the border of the Elias Kingdom. A smile gracing his face as he remarked, "If he survives this crisis, the most dazzling supernova of this era in the first half of the Grand Line will undoubtedly be him." In the direction Morgan's was observing, a large contingent of the Navy surged onto the streets. The G8 naval fleet had arrived in Elias, on Bice Street, after Rhodes had vanquished several groups of pirates and numerous members of the underworld. He chose not to pursue the terrified and frantically fleeing small fry. Instead, he turned his attention towards the location of Robin and Lafitte. Upon locating them atop a building, Rhodes produced the recording pointer from his pocket and tossed it to Lafitte. Eager to ascertain its functionality, Lafitte deftly caught it, examining it closely before pondering aloud. At first glance, it is impossible to determine its efficacy. We must wait until the magnetic storage of our recording pointer is fully charged before we can draw any conclusions. If the direction indicated by this single-arrow recording pointer aligns with one of the directions indicated by the three-arrow advanced recording pointer, it clearly signifies that the advanced recording pointer is indeed usable and can guide us to three distinct islands, rather than being fixed to a solitary course. "Let us wait, then," Rhodes replied, acknowledging that he could not discard the original recording pointer and set sail without clarity. Getting lost at sea would undoubtedly pose a significant dilemma. Just as Lafitte secured the new recording pointer around his other wrist, Robin approached with a grave expression. "Captain, the Navy is coming." Upon hearing Robin's words, both Rhodes and Lafitte turned to the direction she indicated, witnessing a substantial number of naval officers surging onto the streets from about 3 or 4 blocks away. The previously chaotic thoroughfare was swiftly restored to order due to the Navy's arrival. Yet it was evident that these forces were not here to engage in battle. Given their scale and rank, their sole target seemed to be the Ghost Hand Pirates. Quite the rapid response. Rhodes remarked, his gaze calm and indifferent as he observed the multitude of naval officers encircling Bice Street. "Captain?" Lafitte turned to Rhodes, his expression questioning whether they should engage or retreat. Rhodes, contemplating the advancing naval forces, allowed a flicker of contemplation to cross his eyes before decisively stating, You and Robin should return to the ship, but I will gauge the strength of these Navy officers, with the naval base on the Grand Line mobilizing against him. It was likely led by a rear admiral, accompanied by several naval commanders and a formidable array of elite officers, while Lafitte and Robin might manage to contend with a contingent of elite naval forces. Facing multiple commanders and countless elite lieutenants would undoubtedly put them at a disadvantage. As for himself, he was unperturbed by the tactic of overwhelming numbers and held a degree of confidence in his abilities. Even if he were to falter, extricating himself from such a chaotic street should not pose insurmountable difficulty. At this moment, the speed advantage of the Ghost Shadow was unmistakable, even if he could not confront the Navy head-on. As long as he could swiftly retreat to the ship and set sail, the Navy would be left helplessly watching the Ghost Shadow vanish into the horizon. I apologize, Captain, but I wish to toy with these Navy officers a bit longer. Miss Intelligence Officer, you may return to the ship, Lafitte said with a smile, shaking his cane after hearing Rhodes's intent. Very well, Rhodes replied calmly. The duo of Lafitte and Robin was characterized by their reliability. They would not become lost like Zorro, nor be distracted by the allure of beautiful women like Sanji, thus sparing him from unnecessary worry in most situations. Take care, Robin said, nodding with composure. Confident in their ability to escape the Navy's encirclement, she would not linger to complicate matters, especially since the Ghost Shadow required her to helm the ship and be ready for an immediate departure. The sudden arrival of the Navy restored tranquility to the area, which had been chaotic due to the gunfight on Bice Street. Countless civilians and nobles regained their composure, ceasing their panicked flight. However, many displayed expressions of bewilderment. Just an hour after the gunfight, the Navy had arrived with remarkable speed. Ordinarily, they were expected to show up only after the fighting had concluded. Have you noticed the sheer scale of the Navy's presence? It seems rather excessive, one person remarked, observing the rows of naval forces occupying every street and preparing for an encirclement of the entire Bice district. Another, seemingly just calming down from the chaos, shook his head. Who knows? Perhaps they are here to protect some important figure. After all, this was the nation renowned for its hot springs, and aside from the disdainful celestial dragons, many nobles favored vacationing here. No, another interjected, his eyes glinting with insight. It is likely more than just protecting a notable individual. Look over there. Even the vice admirals have mobilized. Following his gaze, they saw a figure draped in a naval justice cloak, adorned with the insignia of a vice admiral. Striding with a fierce countenance at the forefront of the naval ranks. It was Vice Admiral Darmesia of the G8 Division. Vice Admiral Ashus, lead the 2nd Squad in from the west. Vice Admiral Heiser, guide the 3rd Squad in from the south. Vice Admiral Rohan, bring the 4th Squad in from the north. Ensure that the Ghost Hand Pirates are completely cornered within the Bice district. Remember, should you spot Ghost Hand Rhodes, do not engage in a desperate battle. Report back to me immediately. With Darmesia's orders delivered, the 3 vice admirals promptly acknowledged and hastened away, each leading their respective naval contingents with precision. Darmesia, maintaining a steady gaze on the departing officers, then proceeded towards the eastern entrance of Bice Street to seal off the final gap. The Ghost Hand Pirates, who had given Dauberman such a headache, would soon be thoroughly assessed. As he walked, he cracked his knuckles, the joints emitting a series of sharp sounds. A slight grin of anticipation spreading across his face. He and Dauberman were contemporaries within the Navy. While Dauberman had accrued more accomplishments and achieved the rank of Vice Admiral ahead of him, Darmesia was not far from that position himself. Within a year or so, with his record, he could likely be promoted back to headquarters as a Vice Admiral. Naturally, he had heard tales of Ghost Hand Rhodes. He was well aware that Vice Admiral Gokaburi had fallen at Rhodes's hands, which made him cautious despite Rhodes's bounty of only 92 million berries. With 4 vice admirals in their base, he had brought 3 along, bolstered by a substantial contingent of elite forces. Nearly 3/4 of the G8 Division's military might was now gathered here. There would be no further opportunities for Rhodes to evade or grow stronger. At that moment, news of the Navy's objective to eradicate the Ghost Hand Pirates rapidly spread throughout the region, extending across the entire nation. Ghost Hand Pirates, a name I have not heard before. For an unknown individual, the Navy seems to be making quite the fuss, one remarked, eyeing the imposing naval presence. Another scoffed, "Do you think the Navy is simply idle, deploying such a massive force for no reason?" I read about the ghost hand pirates in the newspapers. They're said to be the most ruthless crew in the West Sea, having even defeated a fleet led by a vice admiral. A fleet led by a vice admiral was defeated? That truly is a terrifying individual. This revelation startled many nearby. Even ordinary civilians recognized the significance of a vice admiral, a rank of considerable authority. The earlier commotion must have indeed been stirred up by the ghost hand pirates. As the information circulated, a multitude of civilians and nobles began to evacuate the Bice district under the Navy's protection. They had initially fled due to the sudden outbreak of street fighting, making their dispersal relatively straightforward. The bounty of 92 million berries was alarming. Who would have thought such a pirate would appear here? Fortunately, they had not encountered them. With a vice admiral in action and such a formidable force, it seemed unlikely that the ghost hand pirates would escape for long, providing them with a sense of reassurance. Various merchants and nobles gathered to discuss the unfolding events that to them. Pirates are the most despised of entities, especially a crew of this caliber. Should they focus their attention on them, it could lead to robbery and murder. The Navy's deployment of such a substantial force undoubtedly instilled a sense of security, as the sight of thousands of naval soldiers surrounding the district was truly awe-inspiring. Although the ghost hand pirates had previously exhibited formidable strength, the Navy had a vice admiral at the helm. Even a pirate with a bounty of 1 or 200 million may not fare well. In the district of Bess, the populace had long since evacuated, leaving the area shrouded in a palpable sense of oppression that a multitude of naval soldiers, armed with swords and firearms, advanced methodically along the streets, resembling a sweeping carpet of force. General Ashu's drew his sword, leading the contingent with an expression of grim determination. "Steady yourselves. Do not underestimate the pirates we face. They are no ordinary foes. Even with our formidable numbers, we may still suffer heavy casualties." Yes, the naval soldiers responded in unison, many of whom were familiar with the notorious ghost hand pirate crew. However, walking behind the general and numerous officers, they felt a semblance of courage as they traversed a particularly dimly lit area. Ashu's abruptly halted, his keen gaze fixated on a figure ahead. A general, is it? And such a large force as well. "Surrender now." Ashu's directed his sword at Lafitte, his voice icy, though Lafitte bore no bounty. His visage had been well documented. Faced with a plethora of firearms aimed at him, Lafitte exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a peculiar smile graced his lips. "What if I were to say no? Then you shall be executed on the spot." Ashu's eyes glinted with cold fury. He unleashed a swift move, propelling himself towards Lafitte. Had he encountered Rose, he would have immediately instructed his subordinates to alert Dalmatia and prepare for a drawn-out engagement. Yet, facing an adversary with no bounty, he felt no need for such caution. However, Lafitte's tactics caught him off guard. Upon reaching Lafitte and thrusting his sword, Ashu's realized too late that he had pierced only a piece of fabric. Ashu's paused, turning to see Lafitte's figure had mysteriously appeared among the naval ranks, spinning a redwood cane. Then, inexplicably, a large group of naval soldiers turned their weapons upon one another, some even charging towards him, shouting wildly, "Curse it, what have you done?" Ashu seethed with rage, realizing Lafitte possessed such insidious capabilities. Dodging the bullets fired by his own soldiers, he charged towards Lafitte. Lafitte replied with an enigmatic smile that, it was merely a bit of hypnosis. While Lafitte and Ashu's became entwined in conflict, on another front, Vice Admiral Heezer encountered Rose, who was quietly waiting at the mouth of an alley. Upon seeing Rose, Heezer's face registered wariness and caution. He signaled his subordinates to notify Dalmatia while drawing 2 exquisitely crafted firearms, aiming them at Rose. "You are under arrest. Ghost hand Rose. Do not move, or you shall be turned into a sieve." Rose regarded Heezer with an impassive expression. Had Kazura been in this position, he might have raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. However, Rose remained serene, his eyes as tranquil as a still pond. "I have little interest in engaging with a naval vice admiral. Such meaningless threats," he replied in a calm and measured tone, not rushing forward but instead extending his hands, mimicking a strangling motion towards Heezer and the naval contingent. Boom! In an instant, The ground began to crack under the influence of the twisting fruit, spreading outward. The buildings on either side of Hesier's position buckled and collapsed inward as if made of rubber. Squeezing towards the center. Chapter 72. The two vice admirals by the gods. As they watched the buildings on either side of the street twist and fall, the naval soldiers holding firearms displayed expressions of sheer horror, their eyes betraying a hint of fear. "Block it! Block it!" A naval lieutenant, amidst his terror, drew his sword or rushed in barehanded towards the collapsing structures, attempting to dismantle them and create an opening. However, even in unison, they could not withstand the force of the building's collapse. The twisting energy coursed through the structures, inflicting excruciating pain upon their bodies, as if their muscles were tearing apart, with a thunderous rumble. The walls began to crumble, countless stones raining down, and the street was on the verge of being crushed into a chaotic mass. Just then, a beam of sword light shot down the street, cleaving a path through the encroaching debris, leaving a fissure in the ground. Whoosh, a figure dashed into the street, short and stout, draped in the Navy's justice cloak, adorned with the insignia of a vice admiral. Vice Admiral Rohan. "Hesier, are you all right?" Rohan called out sternly as he burst through the fallen buildings, his expression grave as he assessed the situation. Hesier rubbed his wrist vigorously, shaking his head, glancing fearfully towards Rose. "I am unharmed." "What of Vice Admiral Dalmatia?" "He will arrive shortly," Rohan replied in a low voice, turning his attention to Rose. Gripping the hilt of his massive sword, he stated, "We must hold him off until the Admiral arrives. We cannot let him escape." Hesier nodded, his demeanor returning to one of seriousness as he joined Rohan. They were aware of Rose's previous defeat of Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. They did not believe their strength could surpass that of Ghost Spider. But together, they might be able to stall long enough for Dalmatia to arrive. Once he did, the infamous Ghost Hand would meet its end. Escape? Rose regarded Rohan, who had intervened with his sword, his expression remaining calm. Though he had not intended to speak, Rohan's tone suggested something incomprehensible. "What leads you to believe I would flee? In these waters, it is customary for pirates to run from the Navy, even when the naval forces may not be adequate to annihilate them. Most pirates rarely confront the Navy directly. This outcome arises from the sheer multitude of pirate factions in these seas, while the Navy operates as a unified entity. Even if a pirate manages to defeat the pursuing Navy, it only serves to incite the ire of the naval forces, depleting their own strength and jeopardizing their chances against other pirates. Aside from the Revolutionary Army, few pirates dare to confront the Navy or the government directly. The vast majority, regardless of the naval force's strength, simply flee upon encountering the Navy. However, Rose does not belong to this category of pirates. His initial response upon encountering the Navy has never been to flee, but to resist. His choice to become a pirate is rooted in his conflict with the Navy. Moreover, the existence of the talent system renders his discord with the Navy irreconcilable, defining their relationship as that of hunter and prey. Rohan's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Rose's words. The pirates he had previously encountered always fled upon sighting the Navy, yet Rose showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he appeared intent on confronting them head-on. Madman, Rohan thought, finding Rose's willingness to face the Navy bewildering, transcending the realm of mere arrogance. In the next moment, Rose sprang into action. With a light step, he activated the Navy's six forms technique, transforming into a blur as he charged towards Rohan and Hesier. Both fists poised to strike. "He's coming. Be careful." Hesier, grappling with the incomprehensible notion of Rose's intent to confront the Navy, felt an increased sense of trepidation. In the instant Rose closed in, both men, already on high alert, moved simultaneously. Rohan gripped his massive sword and swung it towards Rose's incoming fist with a fierce strike. One sword style. Valley of Might. Simultaneously, Hesier astutely tracked Rose's movements, leaping back to evade a punch while simultaneously twirling his twin guns. Unleashing a volley of sea-prism stone bullets aimed squarely at Rose. Boom! The heavy strike of the colossal sword, unleashed with great force, was utterly shattered under the distortion of Rose's fist, collapsing as if it were but dried branches. The impact sent Rohan hurtling backward, his arms numb and tingling, while a portion of the sword's blade twisted grotesquely, as for the barrage of sea stone bullets fired by Hesier. Roz merely tilted his head slightly and drew back his shoulders, effortlessly evading the onslaught that sought to confine his movements. Against a formidable master well-versed in hockey, the effectiveness of such sea-stone bullets dwindles significantly, whether through observation hockey or armament hockey. They can be easily rendered ineffective. In fact, some beings with exceptionally robust physiques can withstand the bullets without even puncturing their skin. This what a rear admiral of the Grand Line embodies. There seems to be little distinction. With a mere tilt of his head and a few subtle movements, Roz deftly avoided all the sea-stone bullets, his gaze calm as he lifted his eyes to meet Heiser's. Suddenly, his figure dissolved like foam. Witnessing Roz's form vanish in a thin air sent a chill down Heiser's spine, a shiver racing along his back, compelling him to activate the full state of paper drawing from the Navy's 6 styles without hesitation. Whoosh! In the next instant, Roz appeared at his left side, delivering a punch with tremendous force. Through the maximum activation of paper drawing, Heiser narrowly evaded Roz's direct blow, yet the edge of Roz's fist grazed his shoulder. In that fleeting moment, less than half a second, a wave of distortion surged into his shoulder, causing it to twist in an unnatural manner. Heiser clutched his arm, retreating swiftly, his eyes filled with horror and dread. Simultaneously, Rohan, who had come to provide support, saw Heiser's shoulder contorted in such a bizarre fashion and broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he struck at Roz with his colossal sword. Roz showed no intention of retreating. His gaze remained calm and indifferent as he reached out to grasp the blade of the descending sword, the power of distortion surging within his palm as he effortlessly gripped the massive weapon, which bore the weight of a powerful strike. Crack! With a slight exertion, he cleaved the 2-meter-long sword in half, the remaining section twisting into a spiral as it extended toward Rohan. Chapter 73. Dalmesia without hesitation. Rohan withdrew, yet the distortion's influence still grazed him, sending a sharp pain through his palm. When he looked down, he saw his hand marred with a myriad of blood vessels, a sight that was truly disconcerting. Rear Admiral Rohan, Rear Admiral Heiser. The numerous Navy lieutenants nearby watched in disbelief as Roz effortlessly dismantled both Rohan and Heiser's coordinated attack. The power wielded by Rohan and Heiser in their G8 branch was second only to Ashu's and Rear Admiral Dalmesia. Even in training, a coalition of their elite lieutenants had never been a match for Rohan and Heiser. In a joint effort, even a Rear Admiral from headquarters would struggle to contend with them. Yet now, within mere exchanges, Roz had utterly routed them. The disparity was simply outrageous. Amidst the shock, a Navy colonel regained his composure, urging his subordinates to draw their weapons and advance toward Roz. Quickly, cover Rear Admiral Rohan and Rear Admiral Heiser. The elite G8 forces, despite their fear, gripped their weapons and charged ahead. Amidst the oncoming Navy personnel, Roz's gaze remained unperturbed. He could maintain neutrality towards the Navy unless they provoked him or exhibited repugnant behavior. All who sought to confront him would be deemed as adversaries. When dealing with enemies, Roz exhibited a chilling indifference. Boom! Roz lifted his leg and stomped forcefully onto the ground, a surge of distortion power flooding into the earth, radiating outward from his center, reaching its maximum range, twisting whirlpool of annihilation. Almost in the next instant, the ground beneath Roz began to shift, the sturdy bluestone bricks cracking and breaking apart, twisting and rotating around him. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. The rotating area expanded rapidly in all directions until it transformed into a circular zone with a radius of nearly 50 meters, engulfing all Navy personnel attempting to attack Roz within its grasp. In a matter of moments, the entire area, comprising stones, soil, and buildings, transformed into a swirling vortex akin to ocean waves, spiraling counterclockwise. What is happening? What has that guy done? The ground is moving. A wave of inexplicable terror surged through the hearts of the Navy as they sensed the unusual activity beneath their feet and around them. The initial speed of the ground's rotation was not fast, but it steadily accelerated. Within a second, many sailors found it impossible to maintain their footing, akin to standing on a carousel, tumbling down as the ground fractured beneath them. 2 seconds, buildings in all directions began to collapse one after another. 3 seconds. The circular area centered around Roz, with a radius of approximately 50 meters, morphed into a muddy vortex, the earth cracking and splintering, revealing no intact roadways, with stones disintegrating into smaller fragments, flowing like a mudslide. 0.5 seconds. All structures crumbled to dust, reduced to rubble. Many sailors could not even utter a scream before becoming mere remnants. While some lieutenants struggled within the vortex, unable to escape, as for Rear Admirals Heiser and Rowan, although they wished to intervene against Roz, both had lost an arm and could scarcely protect themselves within the maelstrom, helplessly witnessing the ground become a grinding mill, obliterating all life that ventured into the area. 50 meters away. A large gathering of Navy personnel stood, yet at that moment, every face displayed expressions of fear and horror. None dared to step into the vortex. 0.5 seconds is a fleeting moment, almost a breath, yet they watched in disbelief as the entirety of a 100-meter radius was reduced to ruins, a scene of disintegration and swirling destruction that defied description. 7 seconds. The vast majority of Navy lieutenants lay dead, leaving only a handful of resilient colonels, along with Rohan and Heiser, struggling to endure. Finally, as the 8th second ticked by, a furious roar echoed from afar. "Damn it, stop this at once!" Almost instantaneously, as the shout reverberated, a figure dashed into the vortex, arriving before Roz in an instant. Fingers clenched into a fist, armament hockey surging forth, manifesting in a pitch-black hue as it struck down upon Roz with great force. Rear Admiral Dalmesia has arrived. Faced with the unleashed armament hockey punch, Roz exhibited no signs of being caught off guard. His gaze remained tranquil, for even as Dalmesia roared, his observation hockey had already precisely captured the trajectory of the opponent's movement. Roz retracted the distortion power he had infused into the ground, swiftly redirecting it to his arm. He clenched his fist tightly, the distortion power coalescing upon it, faintly revealing a visible arc of distortion as he countered Dalmesia's strike. Boom! This was the full manifestation of distortion power colliding head-on with the pure physical prowess of hockey. Almost instantaneously, the air erupted with a sonic boom, a torrent of force radiating outward, engulfing the entire Bice district in a cloud of dust, even impacting the battlefield where Lafitte and Oshus stood. Many ordinary Navy soldiers caught too close to the tumultuous winds struggled to maintain their stance, finding it nearly impossible to open their eyes. "It seems your Rear Admiral has finally met our captain," Lafitte remarked, tilting his hat to prevent it from being blown away, a light smirk gracing his face as he regarded the Navy's Rear Admiral Oshus. Oshus, bloodied and battered, bore no injuries of his own, but rather the blood of his fallen soldiers. He narrowed his eyes at the formidable clash in the distance, coldly stating, "It appears so. In other words, your captain is about to meet his end, and you shall soon follow." "Ha ha ha. Perhaps not," Lafitte replied, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "That it may very well be you who faces demise." Rear Admiral Oshus exhibited no sign of being swayed by Lafitte's words, instead fixing his cold, indifferent gaze upon him and asserting, "No, you are mistaken. You possess a profound ignorance regarding the prowess of Rear Admiral Dalmesia. Had you been aware, such utterances would never have escaped your lips, and despair would have enveloped you instead." Chapter 74. The confrontation with the Rear Admiral. The aftermath unfurled like ripples upon a still pond. The land, once tumultuous like a whirlpool, had returned to a state of eerie calm, yet within it lay a profound silence, the ground stained a vivid crimson, interspersed with remnants of shattered bones, pale as ivory. In the center of this harrowing tableau stood Rods, poised to strike, facing Dalmesia, who mirrored his stance. Their fists collided, trembling as they engaged in a contest of strength. Ultimately, Rods swayed, retreating 2 steps, a similar motion mirrored by Dalmesia, their arms quivering, leaving the outcome of their clash indeterminate. Dalmesia, filled with righteous fury, had exerted nearly all his strength in an effort to interrupt Rod's massacre. Yet ultimately, he had merely succeeded in disrupting Rod's deadly maelstrom, without gaining any discernible advantage, which left him somewhat taken aback. Rear Admiral Dalmesia. The surviving Rowan and Heiser watched with relief as Dalmesia confronted Rods, momentarily halting his devastating abilities, a wave of reprieve washing over them as they experienced the sensation of surviving a calamity. Dalmatia's gaze bore into Rod's, signaling Rowan and Heiser to withdraw. They exchanged a glance and quickly stepped aside to tend to their injuries. The rear admiral, having taken 2 steps back, regarded Dalmatia with an unflinching calm, his eyes sweeping over the insignia adorning the admiral's shoulder, a mark of high rank within the Navy. From humble beginnings in a small region of the West Blue, he had ascended to confront a rear admiral at last. A journey that, while arduous and spanning nearly 2 years, was accomplished through his own relentless efforts, unlike the fortuitous rise of the likes of Monkey D. Luffy. Dalmatia surveyed the gruesome scene around him, his gaze meeting horrific sights that could rattle even the most seasoned of hunters. Despite having relentlessly pursued countless pirates and witnessed the devastation wrought upon villages, the sight before him was a stark reminder of the brutality deemed necessary to label these pirates as the most ruthless and dangerous. It was not without reason. Such merciless tactics shall not be permitted to roam the seas unchallenged. Dalmatia's heart burned with indignation as he fixated on Rod's. In response to Dalmatia's words, Rod's remained unperturbed. Anyone daring to confront him was regarded as an adversary, and he harbored no semblance of mercy toward his foes. It is your navy that has brought me to this juncture, is it not? Rod's regarded Dalmatia with unwavering composure. The moment those words fell from his lips, Dalmatia's expression darkened. As a rear admiral, he possessed the privilege of accessing numerous secrets, and by the time he received orders to subdue Rod's, he had already discerned the truth behind the events. He did not believe that Doberman's choices or judgments were flawed. Rather, it was inconceivable that an ordinary West Blue bounty hunter could emerge from the Navy's ranks, evolving at an astonishing pace into a figure of increasing concern for the Navy. Words were futile. Surrender was the only option. Dalmatia, unwilling to dwell further on the matter, coldly addressed Rod's before launching himself forward with a sudden burst of speed. As a master of both martial arts and hockey, he traversed several streets in mere seconds, entering the battlefield to thwart Rod's deadly spiral and rescue the 2 rear admirals, Rowan and Heiser. Whoosh, in an instant. He closed a 5-step gap between himself and Rod's, delivering a fierce punch aimed squarely at Rod's face. Rod's maintained his inner tranquility. In this state of calm, his observation hockey was in prime form. Though Dalmatia's speed surpassed his own by considerable margin, Rod's adapted and reacted with remarkable precision. Bang! This marked the second clash between Rod's and Dalmatia. Dalmatia launched a full-speed assault, while Rod's retaliated in kind. Engaging directly, their fists collided, and though Dalmatia's hockey did not reach its pinnacle, Rod's distortion power was only partially summoned, resulting in a stalemate. However, this time, Rod's did not allow Dalmatia to seize the initiative. Instead, as their exchange concluded, he fully unleashed his distortion power, rapidly striking towards Dalmatia. Dalmatia let out a cold snort, displaying no sign of fear as he enveloped his arms in a dark, armored hockey, meeting Rod's head on. Boom, boom, boom. As their confrontation continued, Rod's gradually emerged from his explosive state, allowing his distortion power to run rampant. After a flurry of strikes, it became evident that Dalmatia's hockey had notably faltered, ultimately forcing him to retreat. Although Dalmatia's hockey and strength exceeded that of the likes of Ghost Spider, he was not a swordsman, and thus his offensive capabilities were not overwhelmingly superior. In contrast, Rod's current strength far surpassed that which he had wielded against Ghost Spider, even when caught off guard by Dalmatia's ambush. He managed to withstand and repel him once he regained his footing. Dalmatia, pushed back, felt a slight ache in his arm, his expression shifting as he regarded Rod's with a newfound seriousness. The distortion fruit. I did not anticipate you could harness such power from it. He had encountered the fruit's abilities once before, during his tenure as a captain, when he had slain a pirate who wielded it. And although it had posed a challenge at the time, it had been merely that, an inconvenience. Years had passed, and his strength had multiplied manifold. Yet the re-emergence of this fruit in Rod's possession unleashed a force far beyond what he had previously encountered. It seems you are familiar with the capabilities of this fruit, Rod's calmly replied, feeling little surprise within. Devil fruits tend to resurface in the world within a few years following their user's demise. and it was hardly unexpected that he was not the first to wield the distortion fruit. Indeed, that individual was considerably weaker than you, yet he managed to develop such a feeble fruit to this extent. It is truly commendable. Dalmatia remarked indifferently. No. Rods responded steadily. You are mistaken. There is no such thing as a weak fruit. Every devil fruit possesses its unique purpose. Of course, the remarkable development of the distortion fruit's power to its current level is inseparable from my relentless efforts and dedicated research. Whoosh! The moment his words concluded, Rods surged towards Dalmatia, launching a fierce counterattack. Despite Dalmatia's superior speed, Rods, equipped with observation haki, was able to anticipate his movements. Even if slightly slower, he could still keep pace. Distortion fist. Rods clenched his fingers tightly and unleashed a powerful punch. Dalmatia regarded Rods coldly. Although the force behind this punch was formidable, even more so than before, he displayed no signs of trepidation. Devil fruits are not exclusive to you. Chapter 75. Forceful Suppression. Buzz. In an almost instantaneous moment, a surge of energy erupted from Dalmatia's being, transforming his skin into a pattern of black and white spots, while his ears elongated, hanging down beside his cheeks. Resembling elongated appendages, simultaneously, the muscles in his upper body swelled, enhancing his physical presence. The Zoan-type dog fruit, Great Maltese form, as one of the comparatively weaker Zoan-type fruits, this devil fruit's abilities provided limited amplification. Yet it still conferred significant enhancements, particularly for a powerhouse like Dalmatia, skilled in martial arts and haki. The augmentation was comprehensive. The Rear Admiral has activated his abilities. Indeed, without resorting to his powers, even an admiral would struggle against that individual. However, in his beastly form, Dalmatia's strength and speed were now incomparable to his previous state. Rohan and Heiser had swiftly tended to their respective injuries and stood nearby, blocking the path through which Raz might escape. They knew they could not withstand Raz's power for long, but they only needed to hold him off for a brief moment until Dalmatia caught up. Escape would be utterly impossible for Raz then. In the arena, Dalmatia had transformed into his half-beast form, his fingers morphing into a claw-like shape. He clenched his fist, and his entire arm was instantly enveloped in a hardened coating of Conqueror's haki as he charged at Raz's fist. The two fists collided in mid-air with a thunderous boom, each combatant exerting their utmost strength, pushing their powers to the limit. The already fragmented ground beneath them cracked further. This time, Raz did not retreat. He merely swayed slightly, while Dalmatia stumbled back a step, clearly at a disadvantage in this direct confrontation, even after activating his devil fruit ability and entering his half-beast form. The sight of this unfolding battle filled Rohan, Heiser, and the others with astonishment. They had not anticipated Dalmatia would find himself slightly outmatched in a head-on clash. And oh wonder the ghost spider fell to you. You truly possess some skill, Dalmatia remarked. His gaze sharp and resolute, he showed no sign of retreat. Instead, as he stepped back, he curved his fingers and unleashed a barrage of finger bullets at Raz. Flying finger gun. The sound of piercing strikes echoed as two holes suddenly appeared in Raz's chest, revealing the pale skin beneath. However, the deadly finger bullets, akin to bullets themselves, were obliterated the moment they made contact with Raz's body, consumed by his distortion power. Ignoring Dalmatia's attack, Raz swiftly transformed his punch into a single outstretched finger. Emitting a brilliant light that forced Dalmatia to shut his eyes in an instant, Raz closed the distance, launching a fierce punch. Despite being a master of martial arts and haki, Dalmatia was momentarily caught off guard by the sudden flash. Leaving him unable to evade in time, he hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his chest, activating his armament haki to absorb the blow. With a resounding impact, Dalmatia was sent flying backward from Raz's punch, his arms tingling with residual numbness despite the hardened defense. Damn it. His eyes still struggled to fully open, and he cursed under his breath, relying solely on his observation haki to sense Raz's movements and react accordingly. Raz surged forward, continuing to unleash punch after punch. Against a foe skilled in pure martial arts and haki, the most effective strategy was undoubtedly to employ the distortion power through his fists. Other means were better suited for creating opportunities. The sounds of impact reverberated as Raz and Dalmesia exchanged blows, with Dalmesia's arms growing increasingly numb. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he abruptly leaped upward, utilizing the moonwalk technique to gain altitude. However, Raz, with a derisive snort, pursued him into the air, launching punches upward towards Dalmesia. The intensity of Raz's relentless assault exceeded Dalmesia's expectations. Though his vision had returned, he still found himself troubled by Raz's aerial onslaught. Without hesitation, he executed a wind leg technique, delivering a slicing kick aimed at Raz's head. Yet, Raz deftly captured the strike with both hands, compressing the energy into a glowing sphere and hurling it back at Dalmesia. With a powerful punch, Dalmesia dispelled Raz's energy sphere, but this left him in a vulnerable position, and Raz seized the opportunity to land a solid punch on his shoulder. Even with armament hockey engaged, Raz's formidable distortion power penetrated, leaving Dalmesia's arm numb and nearly immobile. In a moment of instinct, Dalmesia plummeted towards the ground, knowing that engaging in aerial combat against Raz would be foolish. He required the ground to exert his full power. Conversely, Raz's devil fruit ability allowed him to unleash his full potential regardless of his position, making each punch just as potent as if he were firmly planted on the ground. Dalmesia descended. Raz followed suit without hesitation, landing almost simultaneously. Upon touching down, Raz stomped the ground beneath Dalmesia, causing it to twist and collapse beneath him. The distortion of the earth transmitted through to Dalmesia, albeit weakened by distance, was sufficient to disrupt his footing, leaving him momentarily off balance. Seizing the advantage, Raz charged forward, and Dalmesia, unable to dodge, was forced to counter with his other arm. The impact of Raz's punch sent Dalmesia hurtling backward, one arm severely numb and the other barely able to form a proper fist. The blinding light from Raz's abilities had caught even his observation hockey off guard, allowing Raz to capitalize on the opening and force Dalmesia into a defensive position. Caught in a dire predicament, Dalmesia struggled to counter Raz's relentless assault, finding himself increasingly overwhelmed. The sight of a vice admiral being pressed into a corner by Raz, who was single-handedly taking on 3 opponents, left the gathered Navy personnel in disbelief. Dalmesia's strength was unparalleled within the G8 branch. Even a coalition of other vice admirals would struggle against him. Yet, throughout the entire battle, he had never managed to gain the upper hand against Raz, who had maintained a steadfast dominance. This is bad. The vice admiral is beginning to falter. If this continues, the outcome will be dire. Chapter 76. Morgan shocked Raz's ferocious onslaught, exploiting every flaw with relentless pursuit. Left Rohan and Heiser in a state of unease as they observed Dalmesia struggling to counter Raz's aggression. They exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and charged into the fray. With the addition of Rohan and Heiser, Dalmesia finally found a sliver of breathing room, albeit a fleeting one. Had all 3, Dalmesia, Rohan, and Heiser, been at their peak condition, their combined strength would indeed pose a formidable challenge to Raz. However, with Rohan and Heiser each nursing injuries and Dalmesia hindered by the effects of the distortion power, even their united front was unlikely to turn the tide. Raz faced them with a detached gaze, unyielding and increasingly aggressive. The injured Rohan and Heiser were utterly incapable of withstanding the force Raz unleashed. Even the slightest graze would send them reeling, bloodied and defeated. Attempts by Navy captains to intervene were swiftly thwarted. Even Rohan and Heiser struggled to maintain their positions, rendering them unqualified to join this battlefield. And they fell in an instant. For Raz, once he grasped the advantage, the possibility of a counterattack was nearly non-existent, plunging his opponents into a vicious cycle of deterioration as their bodies succumbed to his distortion power. Witnessing Raz single-handedly dominate Dalmesia, Rohan, and Heiser, the Navy personnel felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes wide with disbelief. The strength of Ghost Hand Raz was astoundingly outrageous. The 2 vice admirals of the G8 branch, alongside the formidable Dalmesia, were now trapped in a losing struggle, fighting desperately to hold their ground. At this juncture, the remaining Navy personnel could only watch helplessly. They were unqualified to intervene in a battle of such magnitude. Finally, after sending Dalmesia reeling with a powerful punch, Raz deftly caught Rohan's sword strike and thrust it forward, twisting both Rohan and his weapon in a dizzying manner. In the blink of an eye, Raz approached Heiser, delivering a swift kick to his chest that sent him crashing into a distant building, obliterating it entirely. Two vice admirals had fallen in an instant. Dalmesia's eyes widened in fury. But he was too late to provide aid. Attempting to capitalize on the moment, he launched a counterattack against Raz. But as Raz had kicked Heiser away, he pivoted, meeting Dalmesia's assault with a powerful punch of his own. Boom! The collision of fists rendered Dalmesia unable to withstand any longer. The hockey enveloping his fist was brutally shattered by the distorted power of Raz, causing his entire arm to emit a cacophony of cracking bones. Enduring excruciating pain, Dalmesia attempted a desperate counterattack, swinging his other fist with ferocity, yet Raz denied him any opportunity, countering with a punch that obliterated Dalmesia's incoming strike, causing his bones to twist and shatter completely. "I have claimed the head of the rear admiral," Raz stated calmly, his fingers converging into a blade as he swept horizontally, not a single drop of blood splattering, a head soaring into the sky. Its expression still frozen in disbelief. Dalmesia had anticipated that Raz would be a formidable opponent. After all, even the ghost spider had fallen to Raz. However, he never imagined that despite bringing 3 rear admirals to encircle him, he would meet such a devastating defeat. The arena fell into a profound silence. Thud! The sound of the severed head hitting the ground resonated. Amidst the stillness, a gust of sea breeze swept through. Clink! The sound of a standard Navy longsword clattering to the ground followed. Initially a single sound, it soon cascaded into a series of clangs as countless weapons slipped from their holders, echoing across the quiet street. This was indeed monumental news that 100 meters away, at the window of a hotel's top floor, Morgans dropped his cup silently to the ground, shattering it into countless shards. Having decisively crushed the elite forces of the Navy branch and single-handedly vanquished a rear admiral and 2 rear admirals. Such prowess, while perhaps not extraordinary among the plethora of strong individuals on the Grand Line, was remarkable for one so new to its waters. Gazing at Raz's figure, Morgan sensed he was witnessing the ascent of the most dazzling supernova of this era. Perhaps even one capable of shaking the 4 emperors' position in the New World in the future. It was time to gather information and prepare a report. On the western side of Bay Street, Lafitte leapt onto the roof of a 2-story building, a trace of blood trickling from his mouth, yet an eerie smile remained on his face, paired with a countenance so pale it could induce envy in countless beauties, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld him. Below, Ashuz leaned heavily on his sword, struggling to remain standing, in a far more pitiable state than Lafitte, his body marred by wounds, his clothing soaked in crimson. Furthermore, the street was littered with the corpses of Navy personnel. Some had perished at Lafitte's hands, but many more had fallen to Ashuz, evidently under the influence of Lafitte's hypnosis, had it not been for Ashuz's temperament. Akin to that of Ghost Spider Doberman and others, he would have long since crumbled in such combat. What a terrifying Navy captain, mercilessly slaughtering his own subordinates. Lafitte made no effort to wipe the blood from his lips. Instead, he wore a sinister grin as he gazed down at Ashuz, casually twirling his crimson cane. Ashuz looked up at Lafitte, his gaze icy and devoid of warmth, remarking indifferently, "They died in the line of duty. To prevent a villain like you from continuing to endanger the seas." Whoosh! The instant Ashuz's words fell, he leapt to the rooftop, swinging his sword at Lafitte, who had already anticipated the move, nimbly sidestepping the strike. "It seems the commotion over there has ceased," Lafitte mused, turning his gaze towards the heart of Bay Street, where Raz and Dalmesia had battled. The violent clamor that had erupted moments ago had abruptly fallen silent. Ashuz did not turn to look, but he too sensed the stillness, fixing his indifferent stare on Lafitte. "It appears your captain has reached his end. Your strength indeed exceeds my expectations, but it suffices for me to intercept you. You shall not escape. You have great confidence in your superior, yet coincidentally, I share similar faith in ours," Lafitte replied with a grin, arms outstretched. Chapter 77. Do you regret it? Ashuz had indeed harbored concerns over whether Dalmesia could overcome the ghost hand Raz. Yet neither Rohan nor Heiser had arrived to provide support, indicating that besides Dalmesia, Rohan and Heiser were also engaged in aiding the fray. Ghost Hand Roz was no mere pirate with a bounty of 2 or 300 million. A rear admiral far superior in strength, complemented by 2 slightly less capable rear admirals, constituted a formidable assembly. The only issue lay with Ashuz himself, though Lafitte's combat prowess was not significantly superior. He had employed peculiar methods that severely drained Ashuz's stamina, and his injuries were considerable. Continuing the fight would likely leave Ashuz at a disadvantage, reduced to merely delaying the inevitable. However, with the battle on the other side concluded, Ashuz merely needed to stall for a while longer. He could manage for the time being. As he contemplated this, he focused on Lafitte, preparing to advance once more. Yet, almost at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Not over yet, Lafitte. My apologies. Just a tad longer, Captain." Lafitte responded, turning toward the source of the voice with a hint of regret. Ashuz's expression froze. He stiffly turned his head, and upon seeing Roz's figure, he could no longer maintain his composure. Disbelief flooding his eyes. How is this possible? Ghost Hand Roz is here. Wasn't Dalmesia and Rohan attacking together? How could he have come here? A dreadful thought surged through his mind, yet he could scarcely believe it. Roz stood alone, the figures of Dalmesia and Rohan nowhere to be found. Nor had they pursued him. "I must say, you seem rather distracted." Lafitte's voice interrupted his thoughts, and before he realized it, Lafitte had appeared beside him. Thrusting his crimson cane toward Ashuz's heart, in a panic, Ashuz attempted to evade, but it was too late. Although he dodged the critical blow to his heart, Lafitte's cane still pierced through his chest. Suddenly, Ashuz comprehended why the headquarters had issued commands with such gravity, even suggesting a delay in action to consolidate the forces of 2 branches for a joint assault. At the time, Dalmesia and the other rear admirals had deemed it unnecessary. Now it was evident they had miscalculated, underestimating the strength of the Ghost Hand pirates. Despite the Ghost Hand pirates being few in number, with only 3 official crew members, their strength could not merely be gauged by head count. "Farewell." Lafitte extracted his cane, slightly tilting it before thrusting it forward once more, the staff piercing Ashuz's heart with precision. As he withdrew it again, Ashuz's body slowly succumbed to the ground, witnessing the last rear admiral fall. Roz revealed a contemplative expression. Perhaps he could compile his notes on observation hockey into a training method to share with Robin and Lafitte. At T-Navy headquarters, within an office near the top floor, 3 rear admirals sat on chairs and sofas, one of whom was Doberman, while the other 2 were Weasel and Fire Mountain. Dalmesia's forces have located the Ghost Hand pirates. They should be engaged by now. Is it wise to leave the G8 base solely responsible for the Ghost Hand pirates? Fire Mountain inquired of Doberman. Before Doberman could respond, Weasel, who had kept his eyes closed, opened them and spoke solemnly. Dalmesia's strength is not far from ours. This time, he has mobilized 3 rear admirals from a base, which is the most prudent approach. Doberman replied gravely. Other nearby bases would take at least a month to reach the G8's jurisdiction. If we delay, the chances of unforeseen incidents increase. We can only rely on the G8 now. Let us hope Dalmesia does not disappoint us. Were it not for the excessive distance, Doberman would not have hesitated to personally confront Roz. But leading forces from the headquarters to find Roz would likely take at least 2 months. Thus, deploying the G8 for a swift resolution was the optimal choice. As they awaited developments, the telephone snail on the desk rang, instantly rendering the expressions of the 3 rear admirals serious. Doberman approached the desk, picked up the receiver, and answered. "This is Rear Admiral Doberman." Clatter! The receiver fell to the oak table, the sound echoing in the now silent office. Weasel and Fire Mountain exchanged shocked glances. What happened? Doberman's fingers trembled slightly. It was unclear whether it was due to anger or shock. The expression on his face was beyond description, and he staggered backward. Upon witnessing this, Wushu and Huashishin quickly realized that something grave had transpired, their faces shifting in response. Wushu rose from his seat and approached, picking up the microphone that had fallen to the floor. Meanwhile, Huashishin moved closer to Doberman. Had news of the annihilation of the Ghost Hand pirates finally arrived? Had the encirclement failed? Dauberman seemed to summon all his strength to suppress the tumultuous emotions surging within him as he made his way to the nearby sofa. His entire being in a state of extreme instability. The encirclement had indeed failed. Dalmatia and 3 rear admirals had perished in battle. When he recounted the intelligence he had just received in a voice that was heavy with repression and despair, a wave of uncontrollable emotion surged within him. Why? How had events escalated to such an extent? A mere insignificant figure, initially overlooked, had consistently defied expectations and eluded control, bringing matters to a point where even he felt utterly powerless. Colonel Moby had assured him that the situation was under control. Rear Admiral Bastille had informed him that Ghost Hand Roz would soon be brought to Justice Island for trial, and Ghost Spider had promised a swift return. While Dalmatia had vowed not to provide the Ghost Hand pirates with any opportunities, that it was also bewildering. He recalled the words of Roz from the West Sea. Though I am but a trivial character now, perhaps you dismiss me entirely, yet remember my words. Your actions today will dictate the future of these waters. I hope that one day you will not regret the orders issued today, for it may already be too late. The words relayed by the division's major echoed in his ears, making him envision Roz standing before him, calmly articulating those very statements. Regret? Dauberman momentarily lost himself in thought, but as a vice admiral, he quickly regained his composure, his eyes sharpening once more. Yes, there was indeed some regret. A lament for not having taken matters seriously sooner, for failing to dispatch Ghost Spider to the West Sea in a timely manner, and for not obliterating the Ghost Hand pirates while they were still at sea. Dauberman, we need to convene a meeting. After Wushu concluded his report over the Den Mushi, he hung up and fell silent for a moment, then turned to Dauberman, inhaling deeply before speaking with a grave expression. Dauberman exchanged a glance with Wushu and ultimately nodded. Hiwashishin also sighed, affirming, I will report to higher-ups. Typically, only pirates of the 7 Warlords caliber warranted a special meeting convened by the headquarters. However, given the near-total annihilation of the G8 branch base, the reconstruction and reassignment of personnel involved far too many complications, not to mention the subsequent handling of the Ghost Hand pirates. Chapter 78. Enhancing Power in the Kingdom of Elias. The Navy of the G8 branch base, with all 4 admiral-level officers slain, withdrew from the kingdom under the direct command of the headquarters, in a state of disarray aboard their warships. Roz and Lafitte remained on the island, awaiting the recording pointer to fully charge with magnetic energy. Simultaneously, Roz documented his understanding of observation hockey according to his training path. This power, known as hockey, may be unfamiliar to you. I have compiled a set of materials on observation hockey that possesses perceptive capabilities for your review. In a certain living room, Roz handed the organized materials on observation hockey to Lafitte and Robin. It consisted of 4 pages, far more detailed than the initial version he had received. AS for armament hockey. We shall set it aside for now. Observation hockey has a lower threshold. Some individuals may even possess it innately. Moreover, given Robin and Lafitte's operational styles, the utility of observation hockey is enhanced. Hockey, you say? I have researched it and found there are said to be 3 types. Robin remarked as she accepted the materials from her OZS. The origin of all knowledge. O'Hara had provided her with some insights into hockey, though they were akin to popular science literature. After flipping through the pages, Robin, with her photographic memory, quickly committed the contents to memory and thoughtfully handed the materials to Lafitte. Upon receiving them, Lafitte glanced through the pages and suddenly shrugged, saying, if the descriptions in the materials hold true, I seem to possess this ability, though I can't recall when I first used it, haha. Although he hadn't inquired about Roz's ability, he wasn't surprised to hear about his use of observation hockey. Roz nodded in acknowledgement. He had never doubted Lafitte's capabilities. As a member of the Blackbeard Pirates in the original story, he had sensed Lafitte's potential to use observation hockey several times, but had never broached the subject. Lafitte did not discard the materials, instead smiling and continuing to study them earnestly. Although he could utilize observation hockey, it was merely instinctual, and he still had much to learn in terms of control. Much like Roz when he had first awakened his own hockey. While Lafitte and Robin pondered the materials on observation hockey, Roz began to assess the gains from defeating the Navy at the G8 branch base. Having vanquished Dalmatia and 2 rear admirals, His arm bore numerous bruises from the opposing armament hockey, fortunately without any damage to the bones. Over the past couple of days, he had relied on Robin to apply ointment. And he was nearly healed. It would be prudent to recruit a ship's doctor. Roz mused to himself as a hint of contemplation flickered in his eyes before summoning the page of the talent system. Defeating the Navy at the G8 branch base had resulted in the demise of 3 rear admirals and 1 vice admiral, but the rewards for defeating the Navy differed from those for hunting pirates. They were not cumulative for all participants, but only counted for the highest-ranking officer leading the operation. Roz received a total of 100 talent proficiency points and 1 free talent point. After glancing at the combat talent, Roz did not hesitate, decisively allocating 10 points of talent proficiency directly into the distortion fruit. A golden light flashed. The proficiency of the distortion fruit reached 300 points. And concurrently, the branch of distorted gravity transformed into a green, activatable state, with the activation conditions now displayed, requiring 3 free talent points. Indeed, it was not just 1 point. However, 3 free talent points seemed somewhat excessive. Lods gently rubbed his temples, pondering his current situation that he possessed 2 free talent points, yet he was unable to activate the ability of distorted gravity, which required 3 points, and distorted space would likely demand even more. Henceforth, he resolved to conserve his free talent points judiciously. After a moment's hesitation, Lods refrained from allocating further points to the distortion fruit and instead switched to the universal system interface, examining his remaining 90 talent proficiency points. He allocated 25 to physical enhancement and 50 to agility enhancement. The layout of the universal system's talent board underwent a transformation. Agility enhancement, 150 advanced enhancement, physical enhancement, 260 top-tier enhancement. During his previous battle with Dalmesia, Lods consistently found himself outpaced by his opponent, relying solely on the element of surprise afforded by the distortion fruit to create opportunities for combat. Had Dalmesia fully exploited his speed advantage, victory would have been elusive. In truth, that battle, which appeared to be a one-sided victory, was largely due to several strategic blunders made by the Navy. Firstly, the Navy had miscalculated Lafitte's combat prowess. Otherwise, with 3 rear admirals joining forces alongside Dalmesia, Lods would have had no choice but to flee rather than confront them head-on. Secondly, the 2 rear admirals had grown overly arrogant, attempting to engage Lods directly, resulting in severe injuries that left each of them with a severed arm and significantly diminished capability. Lastly, Dalmesia's performance was notably subpar, influenced by Lods's ruthless tactics and words, preventing him from capitalizing on his advantages, leading him to fall victim to Lods's strikes repeatedly. Any one of these issues, had the Navy been able to handle it adeptly, would have prevented the complete collapse that led to Lods's overwhelming victory and the total annihilation of their forces. This time, the Navy's encirclement operation was indeed conducted with caution, with considerable manpower at their disposal. However, their strategic approach was severely lacking. The decision to divide their forces for the encirclement proved to be the decisive factor in their utter defeat. Nevertheless, with an increase of 50 points in agility, 25 points in physical strength, and 10 points in distortion power, Lods's overall strength had greatly improved compared to before, even in a direct confrontation against a fully powered Dalmesia and the 2 rear admirals. He would likely hold the upper hand. After a brief contemplation regarding the remaining 15 talent proficiency points, Lods decided against allocating them to physical strength or the distortion fruit. Instead, he returned to the combat system, assigning them to observation hockey. His observation hockey had barely managed to track Dalmesia's movements, and should he encounter an adversary faster and stronger than Dalmesia, he could easily find himself at a disadvantage. While Lods did not seek to gain a speed advantage, he could not afford to be at a significant disadvantage, as it would greatly impact his combat efficacy. Gunsmithing, 50 melee combat, 100 distortion fruit, 300 Navy 6 style shave, 0 Navy 6 style paper drawing, 0 Navy 6 style moonwalk, 0 observation hockey, 15 armament hockey, 0 if only his physical capabilities could keep pace. He could allocate all 100 points to the distortion fruit in one go. Lods mused as he sensed the changes within his body. However, once his distortion power reached 300 points, it had evidently crossed a certain threshold. causing the range of his influence to expand dramatically to about 100 meters. This prompted him to invest 25 points in physical proficiency to adapt to the surge in distortion power. I wonder how my current strength compares to those seasoned rear admirals at headquarters, Lodz thought, a contemplative expression crossing his features. The gap between the rank of rear admiral and that of admiral is vast. Setting aside figures like Garp, who is an anomaly, the recently promoted rear admirals, such as Doberman, cannot compare to the likes of Admiral Tsru and Peach Rabbit, whose strengths rival that of an admiral. The position of rear admiral represents the pinnacle of many a Navy officer's career. Some have held the rank for 2 or 3 decades, yet have remained stagnant, their strength barely improving, far from the standards set by an admiral. Having never engaged in combat with a rear admiral, Lodz found it difficult to gauge the extent of his own strength. However, one thing was certain. He was still a considerable distance from rivaling a Navy admiral. Each admiral possesses the capacity to effortlessly obliterate an island. Just how expansive is an island? A typical island boasts a diameter of at least 10 kilometers, while a figure like Akiji could instantly freeze an immeasurable expanse of ocean surface during an ice age. In comparison, the distortion power, which currently only extends to a range of 100 meters, remains far from such capabilities. Thus, should a Navy admiral fixate upon him and ascertain his exact location, he would undoubtedly find himself utterly incapable of resisting. It is time to seek new prey on the next island. Lodz inhaled deeply, a glint of profundity flickering in his eyes. Though it is challenging to find a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million in the West Sea, there are ample opportunities to discover such individuals in the first half of the Grand Line, especially with the 3-arrow pointer record to guide him. Chapter 79, A Major Incident. The Navy headquarters. Here lies the high-level conference room, where only officers of the rank of Rear Admiral and above are permitted to speak. While the brigadier generals may enter, their role is limited to that of observers and recorders. The room was enveloped in silence, devoid of any cacophony, as the voice of Fleet Admiral Sengoku resonated throughout the hall, methodically laying out his discourse. Thus, the reformation of the G8 branch base shall proceed as outlined above. Furthermore, Sengoku produced another document, one concerning the ghost hand pirates. He placed one hand upon the file while turning to Doberman, speaking in a grave tone. Can anyone elucidate the situation regarding the ghost hand pirates? Having only recently assumed the position of Fleet Admiral, Sengoku was gradually acclimating to the responsibilities of his role, yet did not anticipate encountering such a significant predicament at this juncture. Doberman rose. Bowing deeply before Sengoku, it is my subordinate's negligence. I am willing to accept responsibility. Sit down, Sengoku replied, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Doberman before sweeping his eyes across the assembled rear admirals. It is imperative to maintain the Navy's dignity and authority. Should we lose our credibility, the malevolent forces of the sea will only grow bolder. Upon grasping the sequence of events surrounding Lodz, Sengoku felt a mix of anger and speechlessness. A minor breach had escalated into a situation where the entire wall had crumbled. Revoking Lodz's bounty was utterly out of the question. Even if he reported it to the government, they would undoubtedly refuse to comply, as they would order the eradication of Lodz's existence. The repercussions of the Navy losing its credibility would be dire, potentially affecting the entire sea. Hence, Sengoku believed that sacrificing Lodz for the sake of global justice was necessary, albeit unfair to him. However, the notion of fairness had long since dissipated since Lodz had slain the West Sea Branch colonel. Regardless of the circumstances, the heinous act of ruthlessly murdering a Navy officer could never be forgiven. Sengoku had heard of the Ghost Spider incident, as it involved a rear admiral's defeat, yet he had not deemed it significant. Merely assigning Akainu to take full responsibility for the matter as an admiral, Akainu could not devote his attention to a mere West Sea pirate, nor could he make a special voyage for it. Thus, the matter remained under Doberman's purview, limited to approving Doberman's requests for troop movements and documents. The order to mobilize the G8 branch for the encirclement of Lodz was also issued through Akainu. However, neither Doberman nor Akainu had anticipated the G8 branch base's catastrophic defeat, with a rear admiral and 3 brigadier generals perishing. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Akainu's expression darkened considerably. The problem lies in preventing minor errors from escalating into major blunders. Once a mistake occurs, it is essential to promptly rectify it. Ghost Hand Lodge's actions have been utterly unrestrained, ruthless, and merciless. Thus, to uphold the Navy's authority, he must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. Having stated this, Sengoku glanced at Akainu before shifting his gaze to Akiji, saying with a serious tone, "You shall take full responsibility for this matter, Akiji." Originally, the incident was under the jurisdiction of Akainu, but it was transferred to Akiji by Sengoku. The numerous vice admirals present naturally understood the implications of this shift. Although they did not openly criticize Akainu and Doberman, this was scarcely different from a severe reprimand. Akainu sat in silence, his expression unreadable. Doberman, too, kept his gaze lowered, hesitant to meet Akainu's eyes. Meanwhile, upon receiving Sengoku's orders, Akiji nodded, exhibiting an unusually serious demeanor during the meeting that on one hand, the situation regarding rods was indeed dire. On the other, Nico Robin was aboard Rod's ship. The necessary matters had been addressed, and while there had been no overt blame placed, the responsibility had been effectively handed over to Akiji after surveying those present. Sengoku prepared to conclude the meeting. However, just as he was about to voice his intention, a sudden, urgent knocking at the door interrupted him. The rear admiral burst in, clutching a newspaper, panic evident in his demeanor as he exclaimed, "Report! Something has happened." He thrust the newspaper before Sengoku, who glanced at it and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. As he examined it further, his fists clenched tightly without him realizing it. The front page was entirely devoted to the Ghost Hand pirates and their captain, Rods, with the most troubling aspect being the content of the report. A pirate born from the Navy, the very title dripped with a hint of derision. The Ghost Hand pirates had defeated the elite forces of the Navy's G8 branch at the Kingdom of Elias, slaughtering the commanding officers, Vice Admiral Dalmesia, Rear Admiral Rohan, and others without mercy. Previous reports indicated that the Ghost Hand pirates had not only evaded the Navy's encirclement multiple times, but had also engaged in widespread carnage against them. It seemed a miracle that such audacious pirates could survive. What madness drove them to such brutal slaughter of the Navy? The timeline traced back over a year, with events in the West Sea nearly fully exposed. Saturating the narrative with scornful undertones, at this point, Sengoku could no longer contain himself. "Damn it," he growled, veins bulging on his forehead, his fist tightening in fury, wishing he could drag the author of this report out and deliver a fatal blow. Meanwhile, copies of a newspaper continued to arrive in the conference room, each table adorned with a copy, prompting everyone to pick it up and read. Thus, a bounty hunter, under the Navy's guidance, had finally been transformed into a pirate. According to reliable intelligence, the Ghost Hand pirates had never pillaged villages or slaughtered innocent civilians from the West Sea to the Grand Line. All who fell under the banner of the Ghost Hand pirates were ruthless pirates of the underworld and the Navy forces pursuing them. So, how far could this newly emerged supernova, having made such a powerful ascent, go in its confrontation with the Navy? Only time would tell. With a thunderous crash, Sengoku finally lost his composure, slamming his fist onto the conference table, causing a spiderweb of cracks to form, while his other hand nearly tore the newspaper to shreds. What the hell is this report about? How did this newspaper come to be? What is the government doing, allowing such material to circulate in the seas? The room fell into a hushed silence, the expressions on everyone's faces turning grim. Sengoku's roar rendered them mute, while the attending rear admirals were already sweating profusely. Something had gone terribly wrong. Chapter 80. Fame Across the Seas. Written by Morgans, one of the emperors of the Dark World, and propelled by numerous forces, including revolutionaries, a plethora of newspapers was disseminated across the globe. Even though the Navy and the government responded swiftly, confiscating and destroying the newspapers, the waves of turmoil had already been unleashed worldwide. Even a fraction of the populace seeing it, through word of mouth, spread it far and wide, thrusting the name of the Ghost Hand pirates into the global spotlight. The government exerted every effort to cover it up, issuing continuous newspapers claiming that the exploits of Rods were merely the dark machinations of certain malevolent forces aimed at tarnishing the Navy's reputation. Yet the impact remained insurmountable. The world government and Navy headquarters were in a state of utter disarray. Within the Navy, the government's wrath cascaded down, nearly resulting in Doberman's immediate dismissal. It was only due to Sengoku and Akainu's intervention that Doberman retained his position as a vice admiral, albeit with most of his powers stripped away. This sudden influx of news propelled Rods into the eye of the storm. Fufufu, hunting pirates? Confronting the Navy head-on? What a madman! However, having provoked both the government and the Navy, he may find it exceedingly difficult to continue down on the deck of the Don Quixote family's pirate ship. Doflamingo reclined in a lounge chair, observing the newspaper in his hand, chuckling wickedly. Just as he entered the Grand Line, he found himself thrust into the limelight. Surviving would be a challenge, yet if he could endure. Somewhere at sea, Mihawk sipped red wine while perusing the newspaper. In the East Blue, at Windmill Village. Captain, take a look at this newspaper. The news is rather intriguing, remarked Zoro, his mouth full of meat, as he approached Shanks and handed him the paper. Shanks accepted it with a smile, glancing at it before a look of surprise crossed his face. It seems the government and Navy have their hands full with this one. Beckman, seated beside Shanks, also held a copy of the newspaper, a cigar between his lips, his eyes glinting with a hint of intrigue. The audacity of the person who penned such an article to let it circulate in the seas was remarkable. It was likely that the Revolutionary Army was also subtly pushing this narrative. The name of the Ghost Hand Pirates and Captain Rods sounded somewhat familiar. Gazing at the pirate flag in the newspaper, Beckman quickly recalled their previous encounter in the West Sea, recognizing the same emblem. Indeed, he was not an ordinary individual. However, the government had likely already marked him for elimination. Once the Navy and government resolved their issues and could turn their attention to him, it would undoubtedly be a swift and lethal response. To meet us, he would have to traverse a long road ahead. Beckman discarded the newspaper, glancing at Shanks, shaking his head with a chuckle, sensing that such premonitions were mere illusions. The chaos incited by the Ghost Hand Pirates drew the attention of various world powers. Some reveling in the misfortune, others mocking the government and Navy, while yet others took note of Rods. However, the overwhelming sentiment regarding the Ghost Hand Pirates' trajectory was one of skepticism, having stirred such a hornet's nest. The government and Navy were undoubtedly enraged. Just how terrifying would a fully enraged government and Navy be? No one knew. Those who did had long been buried in the annals of history. At the coast of the Kingdom of Elias, Rods had returned to the Ghost Shadow, while Lafitte remained on the island, awaiting the magnetic storage to fill. Robin, upon Rod's return, also re-embarked on the island, delving into Elias' underworld to gather intelligence. This time focusing on all pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million in the first half of the Grand Line. In a spacious lounge aboard the Ghost Shadow, Rod sat on the sofa, meditating, when a sudden knock at the door roused him. "Come in." Robin entered, clad in lavender attire, her figure closely resembling that from the original story, albeit appearing even younger. Rod straightened, smiling warmly at Robin. "You've returned quite swiftly. I expected you to take longer than Lafitte. After the Navy's defeat, the dark forces in the Kingdom of Elias have become somewhat chaotic, making intelligence gathering significantly easier," Robin replied as she approached Rods. "In the first half of the Grand Line, including yourself, there are 7 pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. I've gathered some specific intelligence." "Including me?" Rods caught the additional implication in Robin's words. Robin tilted her head and smiled gently, placing 2 bounty notices on the coffee table before Rods. One was his own, now boasting a bounty of 200 million berries. The other was Lafitte's, which reached a staggering 80 million berries. That MY bounty hasn't changed, but with you and the Navigator included, the total bounty has now reached 359 million berries. If you were to enhance your strength and engage in battle more often, your bounty would surely rise. However, as an intelligence officer, it is best to avoid combat whenever possible. Ruse picked up the bounty notice and cast a faint smile at Robin. That it is certainly preferable for an informant to remain concealed and unnoticed, not merely to safeguard the ship's sole, captivating maiden. Robin nodded gently, placing several documents on the table alongside a stack of bounty notices. These included information on 6 pirates, all with bounties exceeding 100 million, aside from Ruse himself in the first half of the Grand Line. Naturally, the details varied in thoroughness, with some being quite sparse. Among them, 2 pirate crews lacked specific locational intelligence, while only 2 of the remaining 4 had relatively accurate positioning data. After meticulously scrutinizing the documents, Ruse set aside the 4 with excessive omissions and no precise location information and continued to examine the remaining 2.1 bounty stood at 230 million berries. Belonging to the captain of the Blood Wolf Pirates, Blood Wolf Run, who had been sighted near water 7.5 months ago, a bit too far for Rue's liking, that he shook his head. Having just arrived at the second island of the Pluton route, he found Water 7's location to be alarmingly close to the Sabati archipelago. Setting that document aside, Ruse turned his attention to the final piece of information. The bounty was 180 million berries, attributed to the Iron Wall Pirates, who had made an appearance at Alpha Port 7 days prior. That a flicker of contemplation crossed Rue's eyes, if memory served him right. That location should indeed lie along the Pluton route and was not far from the Kingdom of Elias. Although the records on the Grand Line featured fixed routes, possessing a permanent pointer directing to other islands could easily alter one's course or allow for reverse navigation. Rue's ship had even gathered a permanent pointer fixed on the Kingdom of Elias. Such items are always in demand. Among the details Robin had collected, even the specific abilities of the Iron Wall Pirates captain. Iron Wall Lavero were noted. He was a Paramecia-type barrier fruit user that, if memory served, this fruit power would belong to a certain NCF in 10 years, implying that even if he did not pursue Lavero, the latter would not survive the war at the summit. Captain, compared to the other pirate crew's information, I believe you should take a look at this newspaper. Just as Ruse confirmed his intention to view the Iron Wall Pirates as his next target, Robin's voice interrupted his thoughts as she solemnly placed a newspaper before him. Ruse picked up the newspaper, his gaze shifting slightly, and remarked, "This is rather unexpected. This publication would propel them toward an unpredictable trajectory." Robin's tone carried a hint of gravity. The government and Navy would be utterly incensed, and should they manage to suppress this matter, a bloody pursuit would undoubtedly follow. Ruse stared at the newspaper for a moment before setting it aside, suddenly chuckling softly. "However, isn't it rather exhilarating? Such a newspaper circulating the seas must have thrown the Navy and government into disarray. While this report might steer the situation into unmanageable territory, it undoubtedly felt refreshing, akin to discovering a public restroom after a bout of stomach distress." "Captain," Robin's eyes flickered with concern as she sighed inwardly. The revelation of the truth was indeed gratifying, yet the ensuing situation would likely become exceedingly arduous. The earlier triumph at the G8 branch base, which had allowed them to establish a foothold in the Grand Line, will be thoroughly undermined. The Navy and government would inevitably take action, and once they did strike, it would surely be a thunderous assault aimed at utterly annihilating the Phantom Hand Pirates. Chapter 81. Fruits and Hockey. 2 days later, the magnetic force of the record pointer was finally fully charged, and Lafitte returned to the ship. The single-arrow record pointer indeed indicated the direction of one of the 3-arrow record pointers, which was undoubtedly good news for Ruse. The previous heist had not been in vain, and the subsequent routes would become more adaptable. Set course for Alpha Port, Ruse instructed Lafitte in the West Sea. Pinpointing a pirate was quite challenging, but on the Grand Line, each island required a stop to store magnetic force. And given the significant limitations on the routes, the speed of the Phantom Shadow made chasing down a pirate ship considerably easier. "Understood, Captain," Lafitte replied, tucking the old single-arrow record pointer into his pocket and preparing to navigate the Phantom Shadow with a 3-arrow record pointer and sea charts. 7 days later, the Phantom Shadow arrived at the next island, having only used 2 days to store magnetic force before setting sail once more, reaching another island in just 5 days, the advantage of the Phantom Shadow's speed, combined with Lafitte's prowess as a navigator, was fully realized. Within 20 days, they had traversed 3 islands and reached Alpha Port. Inside the Phantom Shadow's training room, a series of resounding thuds echoed continuously. Rue's hands were clenched into fists, as if adorned with thin, black gloves, striking a square piece of iron repeatedly, leaving numerous dents in its surface. Although he had not employed armament hockey during his battle with Dalmatia, he had been keenly observing Dalmatia's usage of it until the fight concluded. Combat in this world has always been the most effective means of unlocking human potential. Following his encounter with Dalmatia, Ruse had fully mastered the technique of armament hockey hardening in just a few days. Twisted Fist, As he continued to throw punches, a sudden gleam flickered in Rue's eyes, and with a low internal shout, he unleashed the power of distortion, channeling it into his fist and delivering a powerful blow. Bang! The square iron buckled and spiraled under the force of Rue's strike, had he not swiftly withdrawn his ability. The entire piece might have shattered. Gazing at the iron, Ruse frowned slightly. Looking down at his fist, he noticed that the armament hockey that had clung to it had dissipated. I still cannot perfectly combine hockey with my fruit abilities? After mastering armament hockey, Rue's next training objective was to integrate hockey with his fruit powers. The abilities granted by devil fruits and armament hockey are not inherently conflicting forces, but can be harmonized through mastery. Disregarding the likes of Doflamingo's strings and Luffy's rubber, which can directly adhere to armament hockey, the Quake fruit of Whitebeard could certainly deliver a devastating blow to Akainu. This clearly indicates that armament hockey is infused within it. Otherwise, a Logia-type user, by virtue of their elemental nature, would not suffer grievous injuries from a mere ordinary punch imbued with hockey. However, the distortion and Quake fruits, being fundamentally different from the tangible abilities of the string and rubber fruits, present a unique challenge. The former two possess inherent strength, while the latter two are intangible. Thus, armament hockey serves merely as an auxiliary effect to be intermixed with their abilities. The first two can be termed as a combination, while the latter two are merely an addition. The addition of hockey to the vibrations of the Quake fruit is immensely powerful, rendering it nearly unstoppable by both Logia and Paramecia users. If the power of distortion could also incorporate the properties of armament hockey, its potential would be extraordinary. For this reason, merging the intangible forces of the Quake and distortion fruits with hockey is evidently far more challenging than with the tangible abilities of string and rubber. For over 10 days, Ruse had been persistently attempting this integration, but had yet to succeed in applying armament hockey while utilizing his distortion powers. Moreover, even when he exerted full force in unleashing the power of distortion, the hockey hardening on his fist could not be maintained and would dissipate under the influence of the distortion force. That Whitebeard's ability to infuse hockey into his vibrations implies that it is indeed feasible to apply hockey to intangible fruit abilities. Ruse gazed at his fist, his eyes shimmering with determination. If someone else could achieve this, it meant the path was viable. His current inability stemmed merely from insufficient strength in his armament hockey and a lack of mastery over both hockey and his fruit abilities. Perhaps in the future, his control and development of the distortion fruit might surpass Whitebeard, but as he stood now, he was still immensely distant from the peak of the world represented by Whitebeard. Just as Ruse prepared to resume his training, a series of knocks echoed from the door, followed by Robin's voice. "Captain Ruse, we have arrived at Alpha Port, I understand." After the Phantom ship docked at Alpha Port, Robin, along with Roz and Lafitte, disembarked onto the island, each embarking on their separate missions to gather intelligence regarding the Iron Wall pirates. Meanwhile, in a discreet corner, an undercover intelligence officer from the world government produced a din mushy, his expression grave as he reported to the other end. "Report, the Ghost Hand pirates have appeared at Alpha Port. Continue surveillance." Upon receiving the report from his subordinate, the head of the intelligence department issued a stern command to maintain vigilance while swiftly relaying the information to the higher echelons of the world government. Concurrently, this intelligence also reached the naval headquarters. Due to the severe repercussions stemming from the Roz incident, not only the naval headquarters, but even the upper echelons of the world government had turned their attention towards the Ghost Hand pirates. Dealing with Roz and the Ghost Hand pirates was clearly beyond the capabilities of ordinary branches. At the very least, a vice admiral from headquarters should be stationed, and for added security, 2 vice admirals along with more than 3 warships would need to be dispatched. Should we request the headquarters to deploy warships and vice admirals? No, I suggest that we allow CP9 to handle this matter covertly. If I recall correctly, just 2 islands beyond Alpha Port lies Crocodile's territory. Does it not? If so, we could postpone military action. Rather than mobilizing a heavy naval force to hunt down the Ghost Hand pirates, enlisting the recently appointed warlord of the sea, Crocodile, to deal with them would undoubtedly be a superior choice. If Crocodile can eliminate the Ghost Hand pirates, his position as a warlord will be secure. Conversely, should he falter, then such a warlord would evidently fail to maintain balance in the Grand Line. providing a timely opportunity to replace him and avert greater future liabilities. Chapter 82. Alcalia inside a lavish building. On the highest floor in a particular room, Crocodile sat on a sofa, cigar in mouth, gazing at the recently activated Den Den Mushy, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he uttered a casual hey. The Ghost Hand Pirates truly seem to regard me as a subordinate at their beck and call. I have no time to resolve your troubles. He held no interest in the Ghost Hand Pirates, nor did he concern himself with their apparent objective of hunting down other pirates. He had ventured into the New World before returning and had even challenged Whitebeard, suffering a crushing defeat. However, a pirate with a bounty of 200 million was hardly worthy of his attention. Just as Crocodile returned the Den Den Mushy to his pocket, a knock at the door interrupted him, followed by the entrance of a man with his chin covered. The man approached Crocodile, a respectful demeanor present as he whispered, "Mr. Crocodile, the Iron Wall Pirates appeared at Alpha Port 10 days ago and seem to be coming for us." After searching for them for over a month, I did not expect them to come knocking at my door. A glimmer of interest flickered in Crocodile's indifferent gaze. He was far more concerned with the Iron Wall Pirates than the Ghost Hand Pirates, for the former possessed something he desperately needed. His previous attempt to deal with the Iron Wall Pirates had been an endeavor to seize that very item, but they had managed to escape. Keep a close watch on the Iron Wall Pirates. Report to me immediately if they make an appearance at T Alpha Port. Both Roz and Robin were adept at intelligence gathering in just 1 day's time. Their separate missions yielded the information Roz required. The Iron Wall Pirates, with a bounty of 180 million berries, had departed from Alpha Port 10 days prior. Although their exact course remained unknown, Robin had uncovered a crucial piece of intelligence. The Iron Wall Pirates had past grievances with Crocodile, one of the warlords of the sea. The two parties had clashed in a certain sea region, resulting in significant losses for the Iron Wall Pirates, though their captain and key officers had not suffered severe casualties. Furthermore, after appearing at Alpha Port, the Iron Wall Pirates had sought information regarding Crocodile in the underworld. This indicated that their intentions were likely to provoke Crocodile. A.S. Roz listened to Robin's report. A contemplative expression crossed his features. Crocodile had only recently ascended to the status of Warlord of the Sea, with a bounty of merely 81 million berries. However, his true strength could not be measured by this figure alone. As a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, even with weaknesses, he could easily dominate in the absence of hockey. Yet compared to the time when Luffy set sail, Crocodile was significantly younger now, having yet to establish Baroque works or reach Alabasta, which meant his reputation was still in its infancy. It was not surprising that a notorious pirate with a bounty of 170 million berries had suffered losses at his hands and sought to reclaim their honor. However, judging by the outcome a decade later, when the barrier fruit was acquired by another, it seemed highly likely that the Iron Wall Pirates would be utterly annihilated by Crocodile. Why prey cannot be taken by others, not even by a warlord. Roz's gaze flickered, and although it appeared he was merely assisting Crocodile in resolving his troubles, he could not afford to overlook the first kill reward for a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Taking down the Iron Wall Pirates would undoubtedly grant him a point of free talent, allowing him to activate the ability of distorted gravity. After a moment of contemplation, Roz spoke calmly. Since the Iron Wall Pirates are seeking trouble with Crocodile, we merely need to ascertain Crocodile's location. Robin, you should have gathered intelligence on Crocodile as well, right? Crocodile has been residing in Alcalia for the past month. Robin confirmed with a nod, her reliability akin to Roz's left hand, making it no exaggeration to refer to her as his right arm. After providing Crocodile's information, a thoughtful expression crossed Robin's features as she addressed Roz. Speaking of which, the warlords of the sea are legally sanctioned pirates who can plunder and will under government contract. If we venture into Crocodile's territory, the government will likely seize this opportunity to act against us. There's a possibility of that, Roz replied with a placid expression. However, Crocodile is not one to be easily controlled by the world government, and the likelihood of him collaborating with the Navy is low. Even if they do come after us, it is of little concern. Roz was unperturbed even by the prospect of a decade-later Crocodile, let alone the Crocodile who had only recently become a warlord. Should he come seeking trouble, Roz would gladly deal with him. Although the bounty of 81 million berries was somewhat low, there might be special bonuses associated with being a warlord. Captain, Just as Roz and Robin were exchanging thoughts, Lafitte returned with his findings, holding his curved wooden cane respectfully as he stated, "The information you requested has been gathered. The Iron Wall pirates are en route to Alcalia and should not have arrived yet." Roz turned to Lafitte, saying, "Your findings align closely with the information Robin and I gathered, though it seems you have obtained even more precise details. I am honored." Lafitte chuckled, deftly producing a permanent pointer, saying, "The Iron Wall pirates purchased a permanent pointer to Alcalia in the underworld, and I managed to procure one as well." "Well done." Roz nodded in approval at the permanent pointer in Lafitte's hand. With it, there was no need to navigate from island to island. They could proceed directly to Alcalia without waiting for their magnetic storage to fill at Alphaport. After confirming the likely course of the Iron Wall pirates, Roz and his companions returned to their ship, raising the sails to full as the Phantom ship surged forward at maximum speed towards Alcalia. While a standard cargo vessel would typically require at least 15 days for the journey, the speed of the Phantom ship, unparalleled among sailing vessels, compressed this duration to merely 6.5 days. Finally, they arrived, standing at the bow of the Phantom ship, gazing at the distant large island. Roz inhaled deeply, unwilling to let the heads of the Iron Wall pirates be claimed by Crocodile. Should that occur, he might just have to take his frustrations out on Crocodile. Buzz, as he looked towards Alcalia, still some distance away, Roz raised his right hand, grasping at the air above the sea. The power of distortion swiftly spread through the water, churning up a wave that propelled the Phantom ship rapidly towards Alcalia. Utilizing the ability of his devil fruit to create waves for acceleration without damaging the ship's structure was now within Roz's capabilities, though it required considerable physical exertion, which is why he seldom resorted to it. Crash! The already swift Phantom ship, leaving a trail of white foam upon the ocean surface, raced towards the distant island, traversing a journey that would typically require 10 minutes in a mere 2. As they approached the shore, Roz restrained his powers, while Lafitte and Robin swiftly furled the sails and reduced their speed. The Phantom ship ultimately docked at a secluded spot along the shores of Alcalia. "I hope it is not too late. Should my quarry be snatched away, you shall pray, Crocodile." Roz leaped onto the island, his gaze calm and indifferent. Chapter 83. Distortion versus Barrier. First update, Alphalia Island. This expansive island hosts the Kingdom of Alphalia, which is not a pirate nation, but rather one of the 170 allied nations under the aegis of the world government that on a particular street, atop the roof of a building, Roz and Lafitte stood, observing a group of menacing figures at the street's end. Without a doubt, the target of Roz's scrutiny was none other than the Iron